One fateful day, a hapless cultivation civilization inadvertently stumbled upon Earth. Initially believing this blue planet, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, to be a soft target, they were instead met with a fierce assault from fully armed humanity, leaving them in disarray. After vanquishing the cultivation fleet, humanity naturally grasped the secrets of spiritual energy. Mandatory cultivation for 90 years, root cultivation transplantation surgeries, digitalization of the soul, and mass production of exquisite celestial artifacts ensued. Genetically modified, 9-turn immortal pills, and other marvels followed. No civilization capable of producing a technologically advanced ascendant could be deemed unmanageable. If such a civilization existed, let 100 ascended masters return for another encounter, delivering a minor industrial shock to the cultivation universe. Chapter 1. The Galactic Fleet. In the Kuiper belt of the solar system, 30 astronomical units from Earth, ancient-looking ships emerged one by one from the twisting void amidst countless drifting planetary fragments. Had these dilapidated spacecraft not appeared at the edge of the solar system, their exterior would hardly suggest any capability for traversing the cosmos. Some ships bore visible signs of repairs, resembling patches that rendered the already worn vessels even more pitiful. Moon Dual-class battleship. Elder Shao, the sixth jump has been completed, and this time the fleet suffered less than 20% losses, but a servant garb in a long azure robe stood respectfully at the foot of the steps, reporting to an elder with white eyebrows seated upon the throne. But what? Could it be that a ship belonging to an intersect disciple failed to jump? The elder stroked his long beard, his expression darkening slightly. Not quite. This time, the jump's curvature was excessively large, leading to a brief collapse of the curvature formation, which will take a considerable amount of time to recover. Yet the ships have not experienced any other malfunctions, the servant quickly clarified. What then is the issue? Was there an unforeseen circumstance? Upon hearing that no intersect disciples had suffered casualties, the elder's expression eased somewhat, prompting further inquiries. To my knowledge, it is likely due to the overly thin spiritual energy in this star system, resulting in the formation being overloaded. Given the density of spiritual energy here, it would take at least 3 years to initiate the next jump, the servant remarked with a wry smile. Alas, this truly is a headache, the elder sighed. Very well, prepare to commence reconnaissance immediately. I shall adhere to Elder Zhao's decree, the servant replied as he exited, extinguishing the ever-bright lamp within the cabin. During the protracted cosmic voyage, the lamp consumed a significant amount of precious air. Even a Yuaning cultivator would prefer not to squander resources on such trivial matters. As the lamp dimmed, the elder with white eyebrows gazed into the distance, his expression grave. I hope this coordinate is correct. Rest assured, it cannot be mistaken. A hoarse voice emerged from the shadows. Subsequently, a man cloaked in a black cape stepped forward, his arms and legs bound by chains as dark as ink. At that moment, the features of the man were obscured by the cloak, with only his crimson eyes gleaming ominously. He fixated on the elder with an intensity akin to a famished beast, emanating a terrifying aura. Sensing this dreadful pressure, the elder tensed, akin to facing a formidable adversary, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Do you still remember the promise you made to me? The cloaked man rasped, his voice akin to the harsh grind of metal. Deliver me to the location nearest to the blue star, and I shall relinquish this body to you. I naturally recall, for years ago we forged our agreement. I exiled you to this planet, and you promised to leave your body for my ascension beyond the Yuan-Ing threshold. The elder nodded in affirmation. I can no longer wait. Hasten my transfer, for I cannot endure this foul-smelling, wretched ship. The cloaked man growled, urgency palpable in his tone. Fear not, the target is within reach. You heard earlier that the spiritual energy in this system is sparse, necessitating time for the curvature formation to stabilize. The elder reassured him. Very well. The cloaked man inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. Time is of the essence. Do not attempt any tricks, for the consequences would be far more dreadful than you can imagine. With these words, the man seemed to expend all his strength, swiftly vanishing back into the shadowy hall. I shall act promptly, the elder affirmed with a nod, turning to gaze at the vast expanse of starry sky beyond the cabin. This star system, like countless other civilized ones he had visited, was characterized by numerous planets revolving around a colossal sun. The sole distinction lay in the exceedingly thin spiritual energy of this system, rendering it exceptionally challenging for even someone of his Yuan-Ing cultivation to sense any trace of spiritual energy from the external world. This signified that even if he were to inherit the physical legacy of the cloaked man, achieving a breakthrough here would be immensely difficult. He could only deliver him to the location and swiftly depart from this spiritually barren realm. In this vast universe, marvels abound. I never anticipated that such a desolate fringe world could harbor civilization. The elder reflected, gazing longingly at the distant blue planet. Regrettably, devoid of spiritual energy, even if civilization develops, it shall remain eternally shackled to its home planet, prisoners for all eternity. As a commander of this expedition fleet, Xiao Chun had another critical mission beyond exiling the transgressing transformation stage cultivator to the fringe star system. An equally paramount task was to locate the remnants of the Yi clan's bloodline scattered throughout the cosmos. Although the Yi clan was obliterated during the last battle in the Immortal realm, it was inevitable that a vast family would have some survivors. Decades ago, Xiao Chun had detected a faint bloodline fluctuation in this direction, suspected to be remnants of the Yi clan. As for the transformation stage cultivator, he had faced punishment from his clan following a failed attempt to capture members of the Yi clan. According to the traditions of the Yunxian Empire, capital punishment does not extend to transformation stage cultivators. For beings of such caliber, conventional immortal techniques are exceedingly difficult to annihilate completely. Moreover, it is said that transformation stage cultivators have partially aligned themselves with the cosmic principles. To slay them recklessly can easily invoke karmic repercussions. At best, it can tarnish one's Tao heart and stagnate cultivation. At worst, it could lead to their demise. Thus, the most prudent course of action regarding those beyond the transformation stage is exile. The chosen location for exile, situated on the fringes of the universe, serves dual purposes. First, to minimize causality, and second, regardless of how formidable the adept may be, their cultivation will inevitably regress in areas where spiritual energy is scarce. For once mighty beings, this fate is far more excruciating than death itself. Moreover, the peripheral worlds are predominantly desolate wastelands. To fade away in solitude at the edge of the cosmos is the nightmare of every powerful entity. However, Xiao Chun is acutely aware that the reason for exiling high-ranking cultivators rather than executing them is simply to leave an escape route for the higher-ups. Many of those decision-makers are also high-level cultivators, apprehensive that they too may one day commit grave offenses, leaving them without a means of retreat. This is also the rationale behind the transaction between the man in black and Xiao Chun. Understanding that escape is impossible, he settled for altering the location of his exile to this place. Although the spiritual energy here is thin, the existence of civilization offers some comfort, preventing him from feeling excessively isolated. Even in the absence of spiritual energy, acquiring some supplies should pose no issue, as the resources and population of this blue planet are invariably abundant. Xiao Chun licked his lips. While the populace devoid of spiritual power may not fetch a high price, a sufficient quantity could yield substantial profits. Yet, considering the 3-year journey to reach the nearby planet, he could not help but mutter a few curses under his breath. These inept array masters, despite the passage of years, have made no progress whatsoever. After indulging in this inner monologue, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. For a nascent soul cultivator with a lifespan nearing a millennium, 3 years is but a fleeting moment. Now, all that remains is to await patiently. Chapter 2. Visitors from Beyond. 3 years later, Huaxia Nation, Ninghai Province, Hanjiang City, Blue Gold Mountain Observatory. Several employees were still engrossed in their work, completely oblivious to the fact that the sky outside had long since darkened. Hey, Yefeng, as a PhD student from a prestigious university, why on earth would you come to this run-down place to toil alongside us? Do you have some kind of serious illness? A young man with yellow hair complained. The individual referred to as Yefeng was indeed his roommate and colleague, one of the most academically accomplished employees at the observatory. During the interview, the chief engineer of the observatory personally vetted him, and it was rumored that the leadership was exceedingly pleased with his capabilities. Upon hearing the remarks, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Yefeng's handsome visage, but he quickly regained his composure and responded nonchalantly. You know, I don't appreciate that comment, Huang. From a young age, I have longed to work here. But look, it's been ages since graduation, and I still haven't made a name for myself. If I don't seize the opportunity to accomplish something significant now, how will I ever face my adoptive parents? Huang scoffed. Yefeng, spare me your pretentiousness. If you truly wanted to achieve something worthwhile, you wouldn't be wasting your time in this godforsaken place. I've heard you received a plethora of offers from major corporations upon graduation. Who knows why you chose to come here? Don't even mention it. I'm merely paying the price for my dreams. Yefeng replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. To be honest, he too had begun to question the validity of his earlier resolve. Ever since that fateful incident the year he graduated, he had unhesitatingly forsaken a promising future to come here. No way, you can't really believe there are extraterrestrials in this world. Huang exclaimed in a mocking tone, his face betraying disbelief. Yeffing shook his head. Forget it. If you don't believe me, that's your choice. I need to get back to work. Whatever. You're just playing with shadows. Who cares about your fanciful notions? Huang muttered dismissively. Yeffing ignored him and turned toward the center of the observatory, activating the computer screen's projection. The display revealed a colossal, three-dimensional image, capable of showcasing signals emanating from the depths of the universe. Yeffing's fingers flew over the keyboard, and in no time, he adjusted all the parameters, an operation he had performed countless times before. Suddenly, Huang exclaimed, "Hey, this image seems off. Why are there so many noise points?" Yeffing was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Are you sure? You didn't misread it, did you? All the parameters I input should be accurate. Not mistaken. Just take a look." Huang pointed at the computer screen, and as Yeffing's gaze fell upon the image, he noted that the once calm and stable green background was now undulating, forming numerous tiny wrinkles that multiplied and became increasingly pronounced. Witnessing this scene, Yeffing's eyes widened in astonishment, and his heart raced violently. "What on earth? This is absurd." Huang gasped at the sight as well. The pattern could it be? Yeffing swallowed hard, unprepared to relive the nightmare from 3 years prior. "Huang, quickly check for any external signal interference," Yeffing instructed, taking deep breaths to quell his rising excitement. "Got it," Huang replied, promptly locating the detection equipment, powering it on, and following Yeffing's instructions to commence the analysis. A moment later, he looked up and stated, "Nope. This signal is entirely from outer space. There are no other sources of interference within a 200-kilometer radius of the observatory." Yeffing nodded slightly, his heart still pounding. Although he endeavored to maintain his composure, it was a futile effort. He found himself spiraling out of control. If an outsider were to witness this, they would surely find it laughable that a postdoctoral researcher in radio astronomy would tremble in fear over an unstable signal. But that was precisely Yeffing's predicament. He knew this day had inevitably arrived. The signal source depicted in the image could only imply one thing. An unnatural entity was approaching Earth at an alarming velocity. Yeffing gritted his teeth, striving to remain calm and forcing himself to continue observing. After a prolonged silence, he intoned gravely, "Huang, assist me in resetting the parameters. Remember, precision is paramount." On it, Huang swiftly tapped away at the keyboard, and shortly thereafter, the refreshed image reappeared before them. A glance was all it took for Yeffing's pupils to constrict, his face paling instantaneously. The signal source remained, confirming that what had transpired moments ago was not a mere figment of his imagination. "This cannot be happening. I need to collect myself. Huang, please step outside for a moment. I need to be alone." Yeffing gestured wearily, his tone laden with exhaustion, as though he had aged a decade in mere moments. Huang was taken aback by Yeffing's demeanor. He had always known him to be composed and unflappable in crises. What had suddenly caused this shift? Nevertheless, he nodded and left the observatory. Once Huang had departed, Yeffing slumped into his chair, feeling utterly drained and pallid. His sole desire now was to flee, to escape this cursed observatory. But he understood that with his current capabilities, where could he possibly run? The Earth was vast. He had nowhere to hide. As Yeffing's thoughts gradually stabilized, his mind began to devise a strategy. Since evasion was not an option, he would face the situation head-on. Rather than resigning himself to despair, it was better to fight with all his might. Resolute, Yeffing exhaled a long, shuddering breath, picked up the phone, and dialed that long unchanged number in his contact list that had never been successfully connected. Chapter 3. Earth in Peril. After what felt like an eternity, the other end of the line finally connected, but no sound emerged. Only Yeffing's own heavy breaths echoed in the receiver. At last, a familiar yet distant voice came through. That of an elderly man, tinged with a tremor and laden with profound sorrow. "You finally dialed this number, Yeffing." Yeffing closed his eyes, fighting against the tumultuous waves within, and hoarsely replied, "Professor, they have come." There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if the elder struggled to process the news. But he ultimately regained his composure and continued, "Have you confirmed the source of the signal?" Yeffing responded earnestly, "Yes. The patterns match those I captured in the laboratory 3 years ago, and the source direction is identical." The professor fell silent for several seconds before a heavy sigh broke through. "I understand. Do not panic. Come to my home tonight, and we shall discuss this matter thoroughly." After hanging up, Yeffing felt a slight calm wash over him. This signal was consistent with the one he had observed 3 years prior. At that time, he believed it was merely debris from a comet, but through simulations with a supercomputer, he was astonished to discover that the data did not align with any known comet. Instead, these myriad signals resembled manifestations of an extraterrestrial civilization that had suddenly appeared in the solar system. Strangely, once these vessels reached the Kuiper Belt, they had remained stationary, seemingly vanishing without a trace. However, it can be definitively concluded that these spacecraft have never departed. For the spatial fluctuations they emitted upon their arrival in the solar system were exceedingly unique, indicative of a propulsion engine that transcends human comprehension. To this day, the activation of such an extraordinary engine has once again unleashed familiar signals, which were promptly intercepted by Yifeng. He could almost ascertain that the ultimate destination of these vessels is none other than Earth. Daunted by the implications of his thoughts, Yifeng hastily changed out of his work attire and made his way to his mentor's residence, fully aware that his mentor held the answers he desperately sought. By the time Yifeng arrived at his mentor's home, it was already deep into the night. Most individuals would have long since succumbed to slumber. Yet the living room remained illuminated, suggesting that his mentor was still awake, grappling with some profound quandary. Upon seeing Yifeng enter, the mentor lifted his eyelids, regarding him with a smile before saying, "Please take a seat, Yifeng." Yifeng nodded and settled onto the sofa opposite his mentor, inquiring, "Professor Luo, you seem unfazed. Do you possess further knowledge regarding this matter?" The mentor smiled gently, shaking his head, and replied, "First, have a sip of tea. We shall converse at our leisure." Hesitant for a moment, Yifeng ultimately grasped the teacup on the table, taking a tentative sip before swallowing. Once he set the cup down, the mentor began to speak slowly. "Over the past few years, did you believe you were the only one monitoring that signal?" At these words, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over Yifeng, and he furrowed his brow as he queried, "Is it possible that other organizations are aware of this? Yet no one has mentioned it over the years?" The mentor nodded, his tone calm as he remarked, "If I were to tell you that several major nations have invested countless resources into this endeavor over the past 3 years, how would you feel?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng's countenance turned ashen, his hands clenching into fists, oblivious to the pain of his nails piercing his palms. After a prolonged silence, he managed to voice a question. "Why conceal this from us? Such information should be shared with everyone, should it not?" The mentor smiled faintly, responding, "Child, you underestimate human nature and the cosmos. You believe your discovery of these signals was mere coincidence, yet it is far from that." At this juncture, the mentor paused momentarily, casting a complex gaze upon Yifeng before continuing. "The manner in which these signals fluctuate is indeed peculiar. Our current theories struggle to elucidate their underlying principles. However, one thing is certain. Their utilization of energy far surpasses our own." With that, he rose and approached the wall, pressing his thumb against a specific recess. Suddenly, a silver-white luminescent screen materialized, revealing a three-dimensional image. Displayed upon it was a colossal spacecraft, surrounded by a myriad of countless black dots. Resembling a swarm of agitated bees, a striking visual tableau. "This is the signal we captured 3 years ago. Those black dots represent the spacecraft, while the beams of light signify the radiation of their signals." Yifeng stared at the silhouettes of the vessels on the screen, his eyes sparkling with incredulity, his lips quivering in agitation as he stammered, What exactly is happening?" "These are the fleets of extraterrestrials," the mentor asserted with unwavering conviction. "For 3 years, governmental agencies across the globe have endeavored to establish communication with these vessels. Yet regrettably, no form of message has elicited a response." At this point, the mentor turned to face Yifeng, continuing, "Moreover, do you recall the second piece of information we collected 3 years ago? A powerful energy sweep scanned the entirety of Earth." Hearing this, Yifeng's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "Is this reconnaissance from extraterrestrials upon our planet?" The mentor nodded, affirming, "Indeed, although the signals are scarce, I am convinced their destination is Earth. Of course, it remains unclear why they have yet to proceed. Nevertheless, one thing is absolutely certain. They will come to Earth." After a brief silence, Yifeng inquired, "Mentor, do you mean to say they're already en route?" "Yes." The mentor contemplated for a moment before slowly responding. "Based on the wavelength, frequency, speed, and patterns of those signals, it appears that when the engines of those extraterrestrial vessels activate, they will fold the surrounding space. Given their trajectory, they are likely to arrive near Earth imminently. What shall we do? Are we to simply await our fate?" Yifeng pressed further. "Why the haste?" The mentor smiled. "Since I have revealed the truth to you, it signifies that I possess a solution." Yifeng exhaled a sigh of relief at the mentor's response. Yet his apprehension returned as he posed another question. "But those extraterrestrial vessels are armed. Can we withstand them?" Chuckling softly, the mentor replied, "Our Chinese civilization has never shied away from battle throughout history. Moreover, we are not alone in this struggle." He patted Yifeng's shoulder, assuring him, "Rest easy. Tomorrow, accompany me to the war conference, and you shall understand everything. Chapter 4, Leap. Leap. In the solar system, Uranus, Moon Miranda, Titania. 19 astronomical units from Earth. The first ultra-close-range leap has been completed, with 10 days remaining until the next leap is fully charged. A celestial attendant respectfully reported before retreating to the opposite end of the bridge. Understood. Instruct those in the control room to maintain stability. The final stretch must proceed without incident. Xiao Chun addressed the assembly below, clearing his throat to commence the mobilization. Esteemed comrades, we have braved countless trials to reach this desolate star domain, with the objective of expanding the territory of our celestial cloud sect. Xiao Chun paused, continuing, I am aware that many of you may feel disheartened, for in such a barren, energy-void system, little credit can be garnered. However, remember, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a hare. This blue planet may harbor treasures worth our while. I promise you, once we conquer this blue planet, I shall permit you 10 days of pillaging. At this proclamation, a wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the audience. For these cultivators, who had drifted through the cosmos for decades, the prospect of a 10-day rampage was undeniably exhilarating. I will grant everyone a month for recuperation. During this time, all must restore themselves to peak condition and adequately equip their various magical artifacts. At that juncture, we shall embark upon the conquest of this blue planet. As Xiao Chen's words faded, the crowd burst into animated discussion. They had initially been marginal cultivators of the sect, relying on a few dilapidated warships to navigate to this locale. While the energy here was scarce and resources limited, it had provided them with a semblance of refuge. Now, bestowed with the authority to unleash carnage upon a planet's inhabitants, their excitement was palpable. Enough palaver. Go now and organize your ranks. Should you encounter insurmountable foes, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall personally come to your aid. Xiao Chun maintained his meditative posture, yet internally he was brimming with exhilaration, for they were but a final step away from completing their mission. Though he yearned to command an immediate full-speed advance toward the vicinity of the blue planet, the dynamics of interstellar jumps differed significantly from those of long-range leaps between star systems. Due to the vast distances involved, long-distance jumps can afford slight deviations in coordinates without affecting the final destination. At worst, one might land on the periphery of a galaxy. However, within a galaxy, transitions must be executed gradually, as the current precision of jumps is exceedingly rudimentary. A careless miscalculation could lead to a catastrophic leap directly into the heart of a star, where even a master of the highest cultivation would be instantaneously vaporized. Such incidents occur relatively frequently among sects, often as a result of reckless mistakes made by ambitious young captains. Xiao Chen has spent the majority of his life traversing the stars, and, naturally, would not commit such a fundamental error. He mused that with just 5 more jumps, he would arrive near the blue planet. As he licked his lips, a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes. Over the past 3 years, he had spent most of his time in meditation. Although, as a master at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he no longer required sustenance. The monotony of his surroundings had begun to wear on him. The air aboard his vessel had become stale, and he yearned to breathe the fresh atmosphere of the planet's surface. On board the ship breakthrough, several celestial attendants congregated around the observation platform, meticulously calibrating the data on the star compass. What is that? One of them suddenly pointed to a metallic object outside the cabin. That doesn't appear to be a natural meteorite, another attendant replied. Impossible. I detect no fluctuations in spiritual energy. The group huddled closer, and upon identifying the artificial satellite, they collectively gasped. This is undoubtedly not a natural meteorite. It must be a creation from that blue planet. Given this jump distance, how could an untrained native possibly send something here? The celestial attendants exchanged glances, each seeing the profound shock reflected in the other's eyes. As one of the most advanced celestial ships of the Yunxian sect, Breakthrough possessed formidable detection capabilities, even capable of scanning entire planets, and it provided exceptionally keen feedback on reconnaissance information. Should we report this to Elder Xiao? One attendant inquired. The others fell silent for a moment. Elder Xiao has failed to break through the out-of-body stage and is over 800 years old, nearing the end of his lifespan. He is currently preparing for seclusion. If he were to learn of this, he might become enraged, another remarked. The rest nodded in agreement. What then? Shall we simply ignore it? The first attendant expressed confusion. It will be best not to disturb Elder Xiao. I suggest we wait until he emerges from seclusion to make a decision, another proposed. After deliberation, they unanimously decided to keep the information under wraps to avoid provoking Xiao Chen's fury. Let us proceed with your plan. We shall continue monitoring and notify Elder Shao of any anomalies, one attendant commanded. The group returned to the observation platform to resume their vigilance. In the vast cosmos, these long-dormant starships set forth once more. Xiao Chun piloted the breakthrough, gradually entering the transition trajectory towards the distant azure planet. At the moment the jump commenced, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly dissipate, as if it had been instantaneously siphoned away. Fortunately, his refined spirit remained largely unaffected, and he was not lacking in spiritual stones. With a slight uplift of his right hand, several fist-sized black crystal cores emerged from his storage ring, faintly radiating a soft green luminescence, imbued with immense vitality and vigor. Xiaochen opened his mouth wide and swallowed the crystals whole, immediately feeling a surge of potent energy coursing through his body. The magnitude of this force was overwhelming, even with Xiao Chen's formidable physique. He felt somewhat unable to contain it, his skin flushing red and his muscles trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, the efficacy of this elixir, reserved by the sect, was astonishing. Xiao Chen's features contorted, yet bore a smile, as he thought to himself. This was a special reserve he had set aside for himself. Although he was aware that cultivators were unlikely to exist on Earth, his instincts urged him to remain cautious and prepared for any eventuality. This shall be the place of my resurgence, Xiao Chun. Once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I wonder what the sect leader will think of me. A peculiar smile crept across his face, his eyes gleaming with pride. Chapter 5. Strategic Deployment. In the Huaxia Nation, beneath Hanjiang City, 1,000 meters underground, the 76,324 nuclear defense facility. A tall man with a dark complexion and a full beard stood before the nuclear elevator, gazing at the enormous screen displaying a plethora of dense data. General Zhang. With a call, two weary yet spirited men emerged from the corridor. The newcomers were Yi Feng and his mentor, Professor Luo. The bearded man turned to them. What are the reconnaissance results? Professor Luo shook his head, his expression grave. The bearded man furrowed his brow slightly. Still no concrete information? Professor Luo sighed. It's difficult to ascertain. For now, we can only analyze based on satellite imagery and the information we previously gathered. It is evident that the enemy comprises a massive fleet of thousands of ships, and their technology exceeds our imagination. General Zhang inquired, what shall we do then? After a moment of contemplation, Professor Luo responded, we should initiate tentative communication. I have already instructed the radio observatory to transmit signals across multiple wavelengths. I believe we will have results soon. Very well. General Zhang nodded, his gaze returning to the large screen, fixated on the myriad of shifting images, his thoughts tumultuous. By the way, this is my student, Yi Feng, the young man I mentioned to you previously. 3 years ago, he was the first to detect the appearance of the alien fleet within the solar system. Professor Luo placed a hand on Yi Feng's shoulder, continuing with the introduction. Yi Feng, this is General Zhang Jin, the commander of the Asia Theater. General Zhang regarded Yi Feng with a meaningful look before extending his hand to shake Yi Feng's. Greetings, Doctorie. I appreciate your unwavering dedication over these past years. Before Yi Feng could fully comprehend the implications of the statement, General Zhang continued, as a soldier, I have always opposed involving civilians in warfare. However, the adversary we face this time surpasses any historical threat. Since you dare to take this risk, you must have anticipated the dangers. While I may not agree, I still respect your courage and actions. Therefore, our command in the Asia Theater hopes you can fully cooperate to accomplish this mission, assisting us in overcoming this crisis. With that, General Zhang turned and entered the nuclear facility, pressing a red button located beside the wall. Instantly, the entire facility illuminated, and countless metallic components began to rise, revealing a colossal and magnificent steel fortress that emanated an aura of chill. Yi Feng followed Professor Luo into the facility, immediately struck by the grandeur of the interior. This was indeed a gigantic underground complex, 100 times the size of a standard football field. The entire structure was elongated, with 4 or 5 spacious areas on each level. Yi Feng looked up at the defensive installations, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, Professor, is this truly real? Professor Luo smiled and replied, of course it is real. This is an expansion of a past third-line construction. Yi Feng gasped, third-line construction? That seems incredibly extravagant. Professor Luo nodded thoughtfully, remarking, the original purpose of the third front construction was to withstand the cataclysmic wars of the apocalypse. It is rather astonishing that, after so many years, it has found its utility once more. Yi Feng let out a wry smile. Such a vast underground facility, the resources consumed must be incalculable. Alas, Professor Luo shrugged. We have no choice but to proceed. You heard General Zhang's words. The adversary we face this time is far more formidable than we had previously comprehended. Should we falter in this battle, our nation, and perhaps all of human civilization, will plunge into utter ruin, with the populace facing unspeakable slaughter. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Let's set aside these grim thoughts for now. I shall escort you to today's meeting. They may possess a solution to our predicament. With that, Professor Luo guided Yifeng forward, traversing several security checkpoints until they arrived before a massive, imposing metal door. Upon passing the retinal scan, a crisp sound echoed, and the door swung open to reveal a grand conference room. At that moment, the room was filled to capacity with individuals clad in military uniforms, including General Zhang. Notably, was not seated in the chairman's position. As Yifeng pondered this, he was ushered by Professor Luo to sit beside the chairman's seat, while Professor Luo himself took the helm. As the attendees settled, the room gradually fell silent, and a large screen at the front illuminated with images. Inside a similarly expansive conference room, military personnel adorned in uniforms filled the space. By their ranks, it was clear that those present held significant positions. North American Joint Operations Command connected. European Theater Command connected. Russian Federation Theater Command connected. With each announcement, 6 large images materialized on the screen, each showcasing a commander wearing a headset, all of whom were high-ranking officials of the Allied forces from various nations. Professor Luo surveyed the assembly with a commanding voice. Esteemed colleagues, this meeting bears immense significance. I implore everyone to maintain absolute silence within this chamber. No whispering or side conversations are permitted. Instantly, all dialogue ceased, and the room returned to a profound stillness. Satisfied that everyone was prepared, Professor Luo began. The purpose of this gathering is to deliberate strategies for confronting the impending extraterrestrial fleet. According to our intelligence, their fleet comprises approximately 4,000 vessels, equipped with extraordinarily advanced technology. They represent the most terrifying adversaries we have encountered to date. We must confront not only these formidable alien forces, but also the cosmic intelligent civilization that supports them. Should we be defeated, we will have no recourse, merely witnesses to the annihilation of our civilization. Thus, our odds are slim, yet we must exhaust all efforts to thwart them. Based on our current intelligence, this fleet boasts dozens of combat battleships, alongside hundreds of cruisers, destroyers, and supply vessels. Over the past few months of observation, this dormant fleet, having remained inactive for 3 years, has reactivated and is advancing towards Earth via short-range jumps, expected to reach our vicinity within 10 days. Thus far, all attempts at amicable communication have gone unanswered, compelling us to prepare for the worst, for the continuation of humanity, for the preservation of our civilization from enslavement. I, on behalf of the Huaxia base government, declare that within a week's time, we shall mobilize all forces to confront them. Chapter 6, to the death. Now, allow me to read the military orders from the Earth Operations Command. As Professor Luo delivered his speech, Yifeng promptly retrieved the orders. The military directive encompassed 2 strategies. The first entailed deploying all long-range firepower to engage the alien fleet, thereby delaying their landing as much as possible. The second plan mandated ground forces to prepare for Tier 1 combat readiness, constructing fortifications at potential landing sites to eliminate the enemy. Though these military orders appeared diametrically opposed, they were inherently interconnected. Executing either plan would yield a compounded efficiency. The 2 strategies addressed distinct phases of warfare. We can delineate the conflict into 2 stages, the first being an outer space engagement. Initially, we must leverage ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons to neutralize the enemy fleet during our first contact. In this regard, we are at a distinct disadvantage. Humanity has never engaged in warfare in outer space. However, given our current logistical capabilities, I believe we can still inflict significant damage upon the alien fleet. The second stage involves combat on our homeland, during which we will distribute weaponry among all survivors. The operational plan for this phase is straightforward. Survivors will seek refuge in mountainous valleys, utilizing the treacherous terrain and geographical advantages to resist. Moreover, under my proposal, we have produced over 8,000 hydrogen bombs, 30,000 nuclear warheads, and approximately 300,000 electromagnetic bombs in recent years. These weapons possess immense power, sufficient to withstand a considerable duration. Professor Luo, having conveyed this information, maintained a remarkably composed demeanor, as if issuing commands vital to the survival of humanity were merely routine exercises. Yifeng silently admired Professor Luo's calmness and decisiveness. Acutely aware that the scale of this impending war would likely exceed his imagination. According to Professor Luo, the adversary's tactics involve assembling a colossal fleet to conquer Earth. Therefore, they would undoubtedly employ specialized strategies, such as airstrikes and bombardments, for they must possess an understanding of air and ground tactics to coordinate effectively with their vessels. Furthermore, since they dared to directly assault humanity, they must have developed strategic defense weapons beyond our comprehension. This battle was destined to be extraordinarily arduous. As Professor Luo concluded, someone from the other side of the screen stood and inquired, "Professor Luo, why are you so resolute in believing that the alien fleet comes to attack Earth? Could it not be that they arrive with friendship and peace?" The speaker was General Bess, a black female commander from the European theater. "General Bess, I admire your optimism, but regrettably, I cannot concur with your perspective. The collision of different civilizations has always been accompanied by bloodshed. There is no friendship or peace, only the struggle for survival. A recurrent theme throughout human history. We may wish to avoid conflict and aspire for peace, but has the alien fleet traversed countless star systems for the sake of friendship?" Professor Luo stated with gravity, "My plan is simple, to employ long-range ballistic missiles to intercept and disrupt the alien fleet in outer space, thereby stalling their advance while weakening their war potential as much as possible. Of course, if we are unable to hinder their progress, we must prepare for the worst. Although such an action may lead to the complete end of Earth civilization, it is a risk that must be taken for the sake of the entire human world. Overall, we shall adopt a defensive strategy, yet we must not dismiss the possibility of a proactive offensive. In this regard, we require the leaders of all nations to unequivocally convey to our soldiers that, in the face of crisis, we shall not yield." As Professor Luo's words came to an end, all present fell into deep contemplation, none daring to respond hastily. It was evident that this matter was of grave significance, potentially entwining the fate of the entire globe. Yi Feng, too, pondered what course of action to take. Once a reclusive individual with little interest beyond stargazing and gaming, he now found himself at the forefront of humanity's survival. Yet he remained perplexed as to why Professor Luo had brought him into this situation. Just as his confusion deepened, Professor Luo cast him a meaningful glance and spoke earnestly. "Yi Feng, I am aware of your bewilderment regarding my choice of you. In truth, it is they who have selected you." He gestured towards the extraterrestrial fleet displayed on the screen. "Do you recall the sensation you experienced 3 years ago upon observing that fleet?" Yi Feng was suddenly engulfed by memories, an indelible experience etched in his mind. He had initially detected a few anomalous signals, assuming them to be mere instrument errors. However, he distinctly felt a formidable force locking onto him, akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. Subsequently, a series of bizarre images flooded his consciousness. A colossal spacecraft, majestic and imposing, hovered in the cosmos. It dwarfed any aircraft carrier he had previously encountered, emanating an aura that was both mysterious and unsettling. Surrounding this behemoth were concentric rings of silvery light. With each rotation of the rings, streams of information surged forth, inundating Yi Feng's mind with an overwhelming sense of peril. Suddenly, the massive vessel trembled violently, drawing Yi Feng into its powerful embrace. He felt his head thrum, his ears ringing, and then he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, fragments of his memory were lost. Yet he vaguely recalled spending what felt like an eternity in a pitch-black void before regaining his sight and returning to Earth. Your experience illustrates that your discovery of the extraterrestrial fleet was no mere coincidence. It is likely that the fleet has come for you. Yi Feng fell into contemplation, aware of his unusual background. Orphaned as a child, he had been adopted at the age of 6 by his current foster parents. Strangely, from a young age, he had harbored a profound fascination with the starry sky, an inexplicable connection that intensified his curiosity about the universe. Perhaps due to his origins, Yi Feng demonstrated remarkable maturity early on, with a learning ability that far surpassed his peers. With a mere glance, he could swiftly comprehend any knowledge. It was this extraordinary talent that propelled him to attain a doctorate in astronomy from the nation's premier institution. Even as he matured, his interest in the cosmic expanse remained undiminished, deepening his obsession with the universe's mysteries. Until 3 years ago, when he inadvertently discovered the presence of an extraterrestrial fleet approaching Earth. Although it was his first encounter with alien civilization, an instinct told him this sensation was familiar, as if that was precisely where he belonged. Chapter 7. Contact Operations. In a solar system, on the far side of the moon, 380,000 kilometers from Earth, a procession of ancient-looking vessels emerged from the void, all crafted from a peculiar type of wood, each adorned with the same insignia, signifying them as the expeditionary fleet of the Cloud Immortal sect. Elder Shao, we have reached the vicinity of Earth. Shall we commence the landing operation now? A soldier clad in armor inquired cautiously. Not yet. Utilize the detection artifact and conduct a thorough scan to confirm if any cultivators inhabit this planet, Elder Shao instructed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Beside him, another cultivator promptly produced several disc-shaped devices and placed them in the void. The discs emitted a faint red glow, followed by a soft blue radiance beginning to move slowly. After a moment, the discs ceased their rotation, and the officer retrieved them, reporting, Elder Shao, there are no signs of any cultivators on this planet. Upon hearing this, Elder Shao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It appears this planet poses no anomalies. In that case, let's proceed. Understood. The cultivator replied loudly, then communicated a few words into his communicator, which soon illuminated with a white glow. He pressed the communication button, and a clear voice rang out. All ships heed the command. Initiate landing operations immediately. Target, the continent of Earth. As this order was issued, all vessels illuminated with white light, gradually ascending and vanishing into the night sky. Meanwhile, within the Earth base, a cadre of scientists gathered in an office, including the Minister of the Ministry of National Defense of Huaxia and several high-ranking military officials. Among them sat an elderly man clad in black, Professor Luo, who was anxiously observing the real-time footage transmitted from satellites. On the screen, a multitude of ships surged towards Earth at high velocity. We can no longer delay. Execute the first phase of the operational plan, Professor Luo commanded with an unwavering tone. However, a nearby advisor cautioned, North America and Europe have yet to take any action. If we fire first, these alien civilizations may very well designate Huaxia as their primary target. There is no time for such considerations. The sooner we retaliate, the greater our chances. As for the Western nations, we shall settle accounts with them after this conflict. Professor Luo replied resolutely. Understood. The chief of staff glanced at the minister, receiving an affirmative nod before dialing the front lines. All units, attention. We are now commencing the first phase of the operational plan. As the order was given, countless ground-based missile launch sites erupted with billowing smoke, signifying the ignition of numerous missiles equipped with high-explosive warheads. Whoosh, swish, accompanied by the sharp sound of piercing air. Countless thick red beams shot skyward, spreading with destructive force. In an instant, the entire Earth was in turmoil. People were horrified to witness countless explosive sparks in the sky. The clouds stained crimson. The flames from the explosions obscured the sun, plunging the world into darkness. Many sought refuge in the shadows of buildings, trembling in fear, praying for a miracle. Regardless, the source of the calamity stemmed from an extraterrestrial force, and thus the fortunate survivors directed their ire towards the invaders, vowing to expel them from Earth entirely. In no time, the global network was inundated with denunciations of the invaders. The first to breach Earth's atmosphere were the vanguard forces of the cultivator fleet. Numerous reconnaissance vessels, though small in size, comparable to ordinary boats, were commanded by a single golden core cultivator, accompanied by dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators and hundreds of Chi refinement cultivators. In interstellar warfare, only those at the Foundation establishment stage possess the ability to survive briefly in space. Chi refinement cultivators, at best, were only slightly superior to ordinary humans and were utterly ill-equipped to face the myriad crises of the cosmos, thus typically relegated to the role of cannon fodder for reconnaissance prior to landing. Yet these cultivators harbored no trepidation regarding the imminent dangers, for in their eyes, Earth was merely a planet devoid of cultivators. The indigenous inhabitants pose no conceivable threat to them, based on past experiences. Even an ordinary Chi refinement stage cultivator can effortlessly vanquish dozens of adult natives. Should a golden core stage cultivator engage, they would be capable of annihilating an entire army. Consequently, upon their arrival in the atmosphere, these cultivators made a beeline for the central continent of Earth, eager to seize control of the city. Simultaneously, another wave of vanguard troops descended into Earth's atmosphere. Their vessels were grander in scale, equipped with superior armaments, and adorned with spirit stones, elixirs, and various cultivation resources. Furthermore, their arsenal was remarkably comprehensive, with many cultivators even accompanied by spirit beasts, thereby simplifying ground combat considerably. Boom! A ship suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion, countless fragments raining down from the sky, creating numerous craters upon the Earth. What on earth is happening? A mid-golden core cultivator inquired, his expression grim. Report. It appears an unidentified object has struck that vessel. A fellow cultivator piloting the ship hastily clarified. Impossible. The destructive force rivals that of a formidable being in the nascent soul stage. The mid-golden core cultivator retorted, his brow furrowed deeply. Our intelligence is infallible. This planet possesses no spiritual energy, let alone cultivators, he asserted with unwavering conviction. At that moment, another ship unexpectedly detonated violently, flames soaring into the sky. How can this be? What is that? My heavens, is that a meteorite? A series of bizarre occurrences left these cultivators in utter astonishment. Their gazes drawn upward to the multitude of missiles converging upon their vessels, their expressions filled with sheer terror. They could scarcely fathom how a meteorite could wield such immense power. The consequences of a collision with their ships would be catastrophic. Damn the natives for concealing such formidable artifacts. We must land at once. One cultivator shouted in urgency. The others readily concurred, and in an instant, the speed of these warships surged, hurtling toward the surface. Chapter 8. Landing on the surface. Numerous landing vessels were en route to Earth, with some fortunate ones encountering no interception, arriving smoothly at a small town. After all, they had chosen to land in a relatively undeveloped nation in Africa, where strategic targets were scarce, and humanity had not deemed it a significant protective site. The cultivators who successfully reached the ground were elated. In their perception, natives devoid of spiritual energy were akin to mere chickens and dogs, easily dispatched. Based on their extensive conquests of various indigenous planets, most native inhabitants would kneel in reverence upon witnessing the descent of such colossal ships, viewing them as divine beings. Occasionally, they would encounter feeble resistance, but such forces were typically armed with primitive weapons, utterly incapable of thwarting them. Even the weakest of chi refinement cultivators could effortlessly form a barrier of true chi, rendering them impervious to blades and bullets. Under normal circumstances, dozens of chi refinement cultivators could easily overwhelm hundreds or thousands of native soldiers. As for Foundation establishment cultivators, capable of flying with swords, a single individual wielding a sword could effortlessly slay enemy leaders amidst the chaos. Should a golden core expert choose to lower themselves to engage, they could obliterate an entire village in an instant, a display of power that to the natives would seem akin to the deities of legend. However, this time, those cultivators who believed victory was assured would soon be disillusioned. Upon reaching the surface, they were met with an unrelenting barrage of bullets. This wave of assault descended with an overwhelming ferocity. In the blink of an eye, their wooden warships were struck by countless high-caliber bullets, instantly tearing them apart and transforming them into brilliant fireballs. Following a cacophony of screams, the vessels were consumed in flames, reduced to mere fragments upon the earth. The few cultivators fortunate enough to escape did not flee far and soon halted, for they had encountered Earth's resistance forces, a ragtag group of African militia clad in tattered garments. In their eyes, these natives, dressed in simple cloth and bearing dark complexions, appeared utterly unremarkable. They felt no trace of spiritual energy emanating from these soldiers, confirming that they were not cultivators. The only noteworthy aspect was the assortment of metal sticks they wielded, varying in length. Yet these rudimentary weapons exuded no spiritual energy either. Eliminate these natives. The cultivators concentrated their energy and charged toward the militia's position. However, they soon faced a grim realization. They had encountered an insurmountable barrier. Hot, 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 hot. A series of deafening explosions echoed in the ears of every cultivator as 7.62 projectiles, packed with tremendous kinetic energy, hurtled toward these dauntless cultivators. The foremost G refinement cultivators barely had time to register the trajectory of the bullets before they were pierced by several gaping wounds. Each bullet effortlessly penetrated their thin layer of true chi barrier, burrowing into their bodies and extracting a substantial portion of flesh and blood. Though such wounds were not fatal, they stripped away the courage and resolve to continue fighting, causing many cultivators to scatter in panic. The remaining late-stage chi refinement cultivators, witnessing this, hastily intervened in an attempt to regain control of the situation. Yet the power of the gunfire was overwhelming. They dared not confront it head-on, lest they suffer catastrophic losses. Even when they desperately channeled their true chi to withstand the bullets, they still paid an excruciating price, their bodies drenched in blood, utterly disheveled, and unable to reclaim their former formidable selves. Terror gripped the hearts of these cultivators, leaving them baffled as to why these lowly natives possessed such formidable offensive capabilities. Yet, at this juncture, there was no time for contemplation. This world had vastly exceeded their understanding. Under the relentless assault, numerous cultivators collapsed, spitting blood, while an increasing number fell victim to the bullets. Help! A fledgling chi refinement cultivator stood atop a building, witnessing the dense hail of gunfire below, paralyzed with fear. He considered himself well-versed in the ways of the world, having witnessed many battles among cultivators, yet nothing could compare to the current scenario. Whoosh! Thud! A bullet struck him squarely in the abdomen, erupting in a spray of blood, and he was subsequently knocked off the building, his fate uncertain. Some Foundation establishment cultivators, however, remained composed, their training kicking in. The incoming bullets were deflected by their external true chi. While the force of the projectiles was indeed formidable, they were not sufficient to pierce through. These natives possess some skill, but they are not invincible. A mid-Foundation establishment cultivator soared into the air on his sword, heading straight for the opposing position. The artifact he wielded was a 2-foot-long, 3-inch-wide sword, a formidable weapon for a Foundation establishment cultivator, capable of delivering tremendous power, even if not on par with innate treasures. Once this flying sword penetrated the head of a native soldier, it would undoubtedly sever the neck with ease, claiming their life. However, this scene did not go unnoticed by the surrounding native soldiers. In the blink of an eye, all the native soldiers simultaneously raised their firearms, aiming at the mid-air Foundation establishment cultivator. Bang! Bang! A torrential downpour of bullets enveloped him in an instant. RPG! A sudden roar erupted from the crowd. Boom! A brilliant firework exploded abruptly. In mid-air, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator trembled. His expression drastically altered as he spat out a mouthful of thick black blood, instantly rendered listless. His flying sword was shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. This sword had been his reliance for traversing the realm of cultivation, yet in the recent skirmish, it had been destroyed by a single rocket. How could these ordinary natives possess such formidable weapons? Judging solely by its power, this strike undoubtedly bore the might of a late-stage Foundation establishment. In a haze, he vaguely glimpsed several natives loading something into a thick black tube, followed by another thunderous explosion. Alas, this cultivator's centuries of cultivation were obliterated in an instant. The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, witnessing this scene, could not help but tremble in fear. Their perceptions had been utterly upended. Initially, they regarded these unrefined, energy-less barbarians as unworthy adversaries. Yet reality struck them like a resounding slap, revealing the true essence of strength. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The remaining cultivators shouted in horror, fleeing in panic. However, they were evidently too late. Boom! Crack! Several rockets detonated along their path, instantaneously engulfing a significant number of cultivators. As the smoke began to clear, the remaining dozen or so cultivators lay groaning on the ground, drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of death. Not far away, 2 military jeeps sped towards them, halting about 3 meters from the cultivators. A group of soldiers armed with AK-47 rifles and machine guns leaped out. A cruel smile adorned the faces of these soldiers, as if they had long been prepared to ensnare their prey. They swiftly encircled the dozen or so cultivators on the ground. Among them, a burly man with a rugged beard snorted, "Alien friends, you have lost. Surrender obediently." Beside him, a large man clad in gray camouflage, his arms adorned with tattoos, laughed heartily. "I thought these aliens were formidable. Turns out they're nothing but a bunch of worthless fools, lacking even decent weapons. They actually thought to fight with mere swords and blades, as if this were Star Wars. Ha ha ha." The soldiers around erupted into gleeful laughter. Chapter 9. On the other side of the Earth, an elite landing fleet was swiftly advancing toward a city on the east coast of the United States. This landing fleet consisted of inner disciples, tasked with the rapid conquest of a significant human city. Is this the right place? A mid-stage golden core cultivator confirmed. Indeed, I can see clearly from outside the atmosphere. This city is exceptionally bright, clearly a core population hub. Another late-stage golden core expert replied. I really don't understand why such dirty work can't be left to the outer disciples. Why must we be involved? It's utterly perplexing. The mid-stage golden core cultivator complained. Do not sulk. Besides conquering the city, we must also locate the remnants of the Yi clan. That is our primary objective. All right, I understand. I was merely voicing my thoughts. The mid-stage golden core cultivator ceased his complaints, focusing intently on piloting the ship closer to the ground. At this moment, at a certain Air Force base on the east coast of the United States. Vulture. This is the Eagle Eye radar monitoring station. We have detected several unidentified flying objects approaching the air defense zone. Please scramble jets for interception. Received. Received. Vulture Squadron has acknowledged the order. On the military runway, two F-35s slowly ascended, heading towards the direction indicated by the radar. Vulture Squadron, unidentified flying objects are nearing the air defense perimeter. Vulture Squadron, unidentified flying objects detected. Adjusting course, preparing to engage. The two F-35s altered the direction of their fire control radar mid-flight, targeting the sluggishly flying vessels in the sky. Whoosh! A piercing sound reached their ears as two fiery red meteors descended from above. Boom! Boom! Two massive ships erupted into clouds of smoke in midair. The air-to-air missiles traveled at speeds exceeding the speed of sound, arriving so swiftly that even Golden Core cultivators could not perceive their trajectories. By the time they realized, the missiles had already detonated nearby. Damn it, high-tier spiritual artifacts. The mid-stage Golden Core cultivator roared furiously, simultaneously brandishing his communicator, shouting, "Abandoned ship! Abandoned ship!" He felt an icy chill as more red dots appeared in his line of sight, each representing another powerful spiritual artifact akin to the previous ones. Boom! Explosions erupted, and towering columns of fire illuminated the sky. Where did these natives procure such terrifying devices? At this moment, the remaining high-tier cultivators in the landing fleet were left dumbfounded, even forgetting to counterattack. It must be noted that the destructive power of these missiles far exceeded that of ordinary Golden Core cultivators' techniques, both in speed and might, rendering them incomparable. Boom! Another wave of saturation attack ensued, directly reducing the entire fleet to a sea of flames, countless low-tier cultivators perishing in the chaos. The few who managed to escape were primarily late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, with a small number being Golden Core experts. Such a lineup in the past could have easily swept across an entire native planet. Yet today, they were nearly annihilated before even landing. Soon, another dozen missiles, trailing long tails of fire, surged towards them. Quickly retreat. Do not cluster together. The cultivators, having witnessed the missile-s power, immediately activated their flying swords, scattering in all directions. However, they soon despaired, realizing escape was futile. The speed of the missiles was simply too swift, catching up to them in the blink of an eye. A series of explosions erupted among these high-tier Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators. In an instant, flesh and blood were scattered, dismembered limbs flying through the air. The vast majority of Foundation establishment cultivators could barely manage to fly their swords. Before the rapidly approaching missiles, they were like stationary targets, obliterated by the high-explosive warheads before they could react. Golden Core cultivators, on the other hand, activated their secret techniques, barely managing to evade this round of missile onslaught by teleporting thousands of meters away. Just as they thought they could catch their breath, they discovered that these mysterious spiritual artifacts had not lost their targets. Instead, they redirected towards them. What are these things? The Golden Core cultivators exclaimed, their eyes wide with terror. Such immensely powerful, target-seeking spiritual artifacts were only heard of in scattered rumors. It must be noted that automatic-seeking spiritual artifacts were typically reserved as ultimate means against nascent soul experts. It was shocking that these natives could casually deploy dozens to attack Golden Core cultivators. This time, they were not so fortunate. As the air-to-air missiles approached their targets, they detonated their airburst fuses, obliterating these once mighty cultivators into mere fragments, without even the chance to transmit a message. Within a brief span of minutes, the entire landing fleet vanished, leaving a sky littered with debris from the once mighty starships. And all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield, on the outskirts of Washington, report to the president. The airstrike that just occurred in New York was conducted by an alien landing fleet, estimated to comprise around 20 vessels, all of which have been shot down, the secretary respectfully reported. Upon hearing these words, the president's face was etched with astonishment. 20 alien landing ships have been shot down. Could it be that the extraterrestrials were merely a pack of paper tigers? How could this be? From whence did they arrive? The president murmured to himself. According to satellite imagery, it appears they utilized a small wormhole jump device, transitioning from outer space into the atmosphere, the Secretary General elucidated as he opened his laptop. It is truly unimaginable that a civilization possessing such advanced technology could be so woefully inadequate in warfare. The president observed the footage of two F-35s effortlessly bringing down the alien fleet and chuckled wryly. Indeed, this is fortuitous news for us. Otherwise, our situation would become increasingly dire, the Secretary General remarked. Yes, instruct the military to promptly collect the wreckage of the ships and devote all efforts to deciphering the interstellar navigation technology of the alien fleet. The president commanded. Additionally, inform the naval carrier fleets to lift their communication silence and engage vigorously in the battle against the alien fleet. He now had a general grasp of the war's outcome and understood that he must seize the advantage before other nations could react. Chapter 10. The Heavy Armored Brigade. In the Huart Desert of the Huashan Nation, a landing ship was securely stationed upon the vast expanse of sand. The first to disembark was a middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe, followed by 6 others dressed similarly. The presence of these cultivators exuded a palpable pressure, seemingly halting the very winds around them. "Are you certain we have reached our destination?" the middle-aged man inquired of his companions. "The approximate coordinates should be correct. The target lies within 1,000 miles, replied an elder with a black beard in a grave tone. At this moment, the once clear sky had turned ominously overcast, with thunder and lightning intertwining, presenting an unusual spectacle. This was the manifestation of a nascent soul cultivator, whose inner energy could invoke changes in the natural world. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, slightly raising his hands and muttering incantations, then thrusting them forward with force. In an instant, a resounding crack echoed from the darkened horizon, followed by countless bolts of lightning cascading from all directions. Boom! Boom! Where the lightning struck, a towering sand dune was obliterated, sending a cloud of dust skyward, enveloping the entire realm. The group of cultivators had noticed several iron-winged birds trailing them along the way, prompting them to deliberately invoke this celestial phenomenon to obscure their tracks. "Now, we shall commence. Split up and proceed." With that, the multitude of cultivators leapt from the landing ship, soaring into the air as they raced towards the distance. This operation included not only these nascent soul cultivators, but also over 100 elite intersect experts, all at least golden core level. Their singular mission was to locate the remnants of a Yi clan with utmost haste. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of beams of light sliced through the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon, traces of the nascent soul cultivators' movement. Meanwhile, within the sandy expanse, a massive energy wave suddenly surged. Boom! Boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated throughout the desert, sending endless debris flying. A violent tremor shook the ground, creating a crater several kilometers in diameter at the heart of the desert. Boundless yellow sand billowed into the sky, obscuring the sun. After a prolonged interval, the sudden sandstorm gradually subsided. In the crater, the landing ship had vanished without a trace. Report. The reconnaissance aircraft has indicated that the target was last seen in the Huart Desert, a communications officer announced. Satellite detection has revealed several powerful energy fluctuations within the desert. Analysis of the trails indicates that the target has dispersed, another staff member added, pointing to the satellite imagery. Observing the crimson signals on the screen, Professor Luo's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that these were perilously dangerous signals. Order the nearby heavy armored brigade to establish a defensive position and intercept the alien forces approaching from our direction, General Zhang commanded with a grave expression. Beside a crescent-shaped lake, a narrow defensive line stretched across, a crucial passage to the heart of the mainland and the only route for the cultivators to exit the desert. The whirring sound of a helicopter's propeller resonated in the air, a fully armed assault helicopter. Meanwhile, 2 shadows were swiftly approaching the lake, belonging to 2 of the nascent soul cultivators. In quick succession, a rocket propelled from the cannon, trailing a long flame as it hurtled toward a shadow ahead. The shadow before them exhibited no inclination to evade or defend. It simply hovered in the air, patiently awaiting the impact. When the rocket collided with the shadow, it suddenly extended its right arm and grasped the projectile. Then, with a fierce squeeze, the rocket erupted in a conflagration of smoke and sparks, enveloping the figure. It remained entirely unscathed, not even a singe on its garments. Whoosh! In the next instant, another rocket was fired from a distance, accurately striking the enemy ahead. Thud! This rocket penetrated the black robe of the cultivator, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that blossomed across the foe. Bang! The rocket instantly disintegrated into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. The mysterious shadow exhaled lightly, clearly unfazed by such a degree of assault. Ha! These primitive beings still believe they can merely toss stones? Flamboyant stones are, after all, just stones. Another shadow scoffed. These 2 nascent soul cultivators had long mastered the art of cultivating their external energy to a level where it surpassed the tangible, ensuring their safety even against conventional firearms. Since these fellows are so unappreciative of our presence, let us advance and eliminate them. One of the shadows declared as it leapt forward, racing toward the lake's surface. It skimmed across the water as if it were solid ground, its speed surpassing that of running. Soon, it soared over the lake and sprinted ahead. Report to the brigade commander. The shockwave bombs seem ineffective against these aliens. Requesting the deployment of lethal weaponry. Very well, though regrettably we cannot capture them alive. The brigade commander sighed, peering through his binoculars. Bang! A penetrative shell sliced through the air, hurtling toward the shadow's waist with remarkable speed. The shadow reacted swiftly, propelling its left leg against the lake's surface, sending ripples outward as it deftly evaded the attack. However, it failed to regain its balance, and in the next moment, a 125mm tungsten armor-piercing round struck its chest, sending it crashing into the water. The shadowy cultivator felt as though it had been struck by an ancient giant ape, nearly shattering upon impact. Struggling to rise, it unleashed a bolt of blue lightning from its palm, crashing down upon its assailant. Crackle. Zing. The arc flickered as a Type 99 main battle tank emerged, billowing smoke. Yet, this magical attack failed to penetrate its frontal armor, merely damaging its electronic systems. The shadow was about to deliver a finishing blow when it suddenly sensed a chill creeping down its spine. Turning swiftly, it swatted aside an incoming rocket. Boom! Boom! Almost instantly, several rockets whizzed toward it. Whoosh! The shadowy expert found himself unable to evade the onslaught, struck by a barrage of incendiary projectiles that coated his entire body in a flammable substance, billowing thick smoke. This concoction, a blend of aluminum powder and iron, oxide in precise proportions, ignited with ferocity, resulting in the exothermic reaction that produced alumina and elemental iron, releasing an immense amount of heat, with temperatures soaring to 2,500 degrees, sufficient to melt steel. The assailed shadow emitted anguished wails, writhing in agony upon the sandy ground, entirely devoid of the demeanor one would expect from a master. Cough, cough. These wretched natives dare to employ such despicable tactics against me. The shadowy expert bellowed, igniting his vital essence and transforming into a streak of light as he fled northward. In a flash, the shadowy figure accelerated his escape, far surpassing his previous speed. Meanwhile, the remaining nascent soul cultivator, witnessing this scene, immediately summoned his chi and ascended into the sky. Chapter 11. Sniper Rifle. Observing the rapidly departing figures, the commander snorted disdainfully. Pursue them. I refuse to believe they can outpace my mechanized forces. In the desert, a billowing cloud of dust arose as vehicles, armored cars, tanks, and armed helicopters formed a steel tide, pursuing the fleeing shadows. The two nascent soul cultivators, propelled by their desperate flight, reached near sonic speeds. However, such velocity was unsustainable. Soon, the depletion of their chi rendered them unable to replenish it from the terrestrial environment. Their pace steadily diminished as the metallic tide drew closer. The unscathed cultivator glanced at his severely burned companion, who was struggling to flee. He quietly gathered a surge of chi in his palm. Brother, look. Those natives seem to have halted. The injured shadow instinctively turned to look behind, only to be met with a dazzling array of lights that dazzled his vision. Before he could regain his composure, he felt a powerful and familiar chi assaulting the back of his head. Darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Forgive me, brother. As the saying goes, a dead comrade is better than a living enemy. I shall avenge you. With this silent vow, the cultivator hastened his escape from the scene. Commander, one of the extraterrestrials has been captured. He is currently unconscious but stable, reported several soldiers as they carried the unconscious nascent soul cultivator to the command post. Is this what an alien looks like? They appear remarkably similar to us. The commander marveled as he scrutinized the cultivator. Indeed, had I not witnessed this fellow withstand several artillery shells, I would suspect he was merely a local villager. A soldier jested. Enough. Bind him and place him in a specialized container. The rest of you, continue the pursuit. The commander ordered a platoon of soldiers to escort the extraterrestrial captive to the rear. Meanwhile, less than 100 miles away on a desolate expanse, powerful waves of spiritual energy surged violently through the area. Several shadowy figures darted across the wilderness, leaving behind elongated afterimages with each flicker. Whistle. Illuminating flares streaked through the air, aimed at these shadows, yet they skillfully evaded the oncoming projectiles. Ha ha! Father, is this the speed of the natives' weapons? Pathetically slow. Cackled a golden core cultivator. Surrender your weapons and yield. My army treats captives with honor. Another voice echoed from a high-flying drone. Wait, do they possess spirit beasts? The golden core cultivator's tone shifted upon seeing the peculiar drone. Silence. Shoot down that spirit beast, commanded a robed figure in purple. With that, the golden core cultivator soared into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several concealed projectiles whistled through the night air, targeting the hovering drone. Boom! A violent explosion erupted as the projectiles ignited the drone, shattering it into fragments. As expected of the natives, even their spirit beasts are so feeble. The golden core cultivator mocked once more. Suddenly, a chilling gunshot reverberated through the night. In the next moment, a silver bullet sliced through the air, aimed directly at the throat of the golden core cultivator. Clink! In a crucial moment, the jade pendant hanging from his waist emitted a soft white glow, deflecting the lethal strike. Who dares to ambush me? The golden core cultivator thundered, furious. The pendant, a treasured spirit tool, had been wasted without his awareness. A passive triggering artifact of immense value. Bang! The only response was another gunshot, the cold sound of the sniper rifle echoing all around. In an instant, a weathered bronze sword materialized in mid-air, narrowly intercepting the deadly bullet. The sword hummed ominously, a faint crimson aura swirling around its blade, exuding a chilling aura of bloodlust that sent shivers down one's spine. What terrifying force! The golden core cultivator's heart sank. He understood that without assistance from his father, a nascent soul cultivator, he would have been unable to withstand that projectile. With no time to lose, the golden core cultivator swiftly drew several daggers from his side, hurling them viciously towards the direction from which the bullet had come. However, the sniper was positioned a kilometer away, and without the spiritual energy to lock onto his target, the daggers veered off course, returning to the ground. Curse you! The humiliation of this day shall be repaid 1,000-fold, he vowed, springing into the air with a powerful leap, soaring several dozen meters high as he sought out the hidden sniper's position. Ah, there you are. I will not let you escape. The golden core cultivator, utilizing a secret technique, pinpointed the location of the sniper's nest and prepared to fly towards it for vengeance. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 3 more bullets shot forth. Yet the golden core cultivator seemed prepared. He stepped into the void, executing a flip to narrowly evade the incoming projectiles. However, he still sustained 3 deep gashes on his back, blood seeping down his clothing. Longer, don't go. The purple-robed figure sensed a strong wave of danger and attempted to call back his son. Yet longer, the golden core cultivator pressed on, expending his final reserves of strength to rush toward the position, knowing that only in close quarters could he hope to confront such an adversary. Tot, tot, tot. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind sliced through the air. The golden core cultivator's body momentarily stiffened, countless crimson flowers blooming upon him. These were bullets fired from a 127mm heavy machine gun, the massive projectiles effortlessly piercing through his chi shield and tearing through his flesh. The bullets detonated within him, causing his body to explode into disarray. Thud! Fragments of his corpse scattered across the desolate terrain, rendering him unrecognizable as the cultivator he had been merely moments before. Panting heavily, a burly soldier with a muscular build and a stubbled face lay concealed within a trench on the distant hillside. At this moment, wisps of smoke began to emanate from the heavy machine gun in his hands, a result of the steam from its water-cooled barrel. Squad leader, please don't blame me. I couldn't help but open fire when I saw him flying this way, the burly man said, scratching the back of his head with an innocent grin. Dainu, even if you fired a couple of fewer rounds, it would suffice. The higher-ups instructed us to capture him alive. Once you unleash that thing, all that remains is to collect the corpses with a shovel. The old Taoist in the purple robe had yet to realize the gravity of the situation when he was confronted with a gruesome scene of scattered flesh. Ah! L'univers. The aura of the ancient Yuanying surged, and in an instant, a fierce wind swept through the area. Chapter 12, Gauss Weaponry. Humph, what a farce. Snorted the sniper, perched atop the distant hill. After expending the bullets from his current firearm, he swiftly grasped another sniper rifle, already loaded, and resumed firing. Following that, 3 bullets sliced through the air with alarming velocity, aimed at the vital areas of the Yuanying Taoist's forehead, heart, and neck. These 3 projectiles came from 3 different directions, effectively sealing off all escape routes for the Yuanying Taoist. Humph. Such trifling skills, daring to flaunt them before me. With a furious roar, the Yuanying Taoist unleashed his spiritual power, forming a colossal sphere of true essence that enveloped his body. The bullet struck the surface of the true essence sphere with a series of sharp sounds, showering sparks in all directions. They fell to the ground like mosquitoes that had collided with a solid wall, unable to penetrate even a fraction further. Humph, no wonder you're an alien. You've got some skill, but is that all there is to your repertoire? The sniper atop the hill scoffed, then seized an electromagnetic sniper cannon beside him. taking aim at the Yuanying Taoist. This was the latest Gauss kinetic weapon developed by the Huaxiao nation, capable of effortlessly accelerating depleted uranium alloy projectiles to an astounding speed of 5,000 meters per second, almost 5 times that of a Barrett rifle. Moreover, with the initial velocity doubled, the bullet's power increased exponentially, capable of easily penetrating armor up to 100 millimeters thick within a distance of 2 kilometers. 98, 99, 100. Gauss weapon charging complete. In the next instant, he unhesitatingly pressed the trigger. Whoosh! A silver streak flashed by and bang. The Yuanying Taoist's external barrier of true essence shattered like a broken mirror, dispersing into a myriad of luminescent points that vanished without a trace. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the Yuanying elder sensed impending danger, the Gauss bullet had already struck his chest. Crack! Crack! The Yuanying elder's chest caved in, a fine fissure spreading across his torso, and he was sent hurtling backward. Thud! The Yuanying elder flew like a puppet, crashing through a tree trunk as thick as a person's girth before landing in the sandy earth. Cough, cough, cough. Splutter. Boom! The Yuanying elder, akin to a rag doll, careened through the air, shattering a tree trunk and collapsing into the sandy soil. Cough, cough, splutter. A series of blood-spitting sounds erupted, as torrents of fresh blood gushed from the purple-robed Taoist's mouth. His chest bore charred skin, mangled flesh, and a massive bruise where the bullet had struck. He spewed forth a copious amount of blood, his eyes bulging in evident distress, clearly suffering grave injuries. The power of that bullet was akin to a full-force strike from a Yuanying period master. However, to kill a late-stage Yuanying Taoist, such as the purple-robed elder, with just a single bullet was evidently insufficient. Though the physical strength of Yuanying period cultivators and Jindan period cultivators may not differ significantly, the concentrations of true qi and the understanding of their respective techniques are far from a simple equation of 1 plus 1. Yuanying period cultivators have already mastered the power of domains, enabling them to manipulate their surrounding environment through the control of true qi. The previously mentioned true essence sphere was a prime example, compressing the nearby air into a protective barrier in an instant. Unfortunately, while such barriers may suffice against ordinary firearms, they are utterly futile against modified kinetic weaponry. The purple-robed Taoist coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. His head hung low, his visage pale as death, as if he could perish at any moment. The old Taoist struggled to raise his head, gazing at the scattered remnants. A tempest of grief and fury surged within him, and tears welled up uncontrollably, his heart breaking. Very well, allow me to skin these indigenous brutes and extract their sinews. For you, my son, I shall reconstruct your flesh. The purple-robed Taoist had discerned that the techniques employed by these natives, while formidable, lacked any trace of spiritual power. This meant that even if his physical form were shattered, his primordial spirit could remain intact. Given time, as long as he could find a suitable vessel to possess, he could undoubtedly restore himself. Rise. The old Taoist formed a seal with his hands, and suddenly, a cacophony of violent collisions resonated across the expanse, sending sand and stones flying. Walls of earth, composed of swirling yellow sand, erupted from the ground. This was the manifestation of the Yuanying elder's might, utilizing his internal spiritual energy to manipulate the surrounding materials, casting a defensive spell akin to earth magic. Bang, bang, bang. The Gauss weapon relentlessly bombarded the earthen walls, shattering one only for another to immediately spring up in its place. Yet as the clouds of yellow sand grew thicker, the sniper's vision began to blur, making it increasingly difficult to accurately pinpoint the Yuanying Taoist location. Report, visual contact lost, requesting fire support. An observer nearby activated a walkie-talkie to relay the situation to the command center. Received, fire support team has been notified for saturation fire. Please provide detailed coordinates. The command center promptly issued the order. The artillery unit, initially despondent at the thought of being sidelined, was now exuberant, quickly disengaging their artillery safeties and preparing to bombard the designated target. Coordinates 0241, range 4. Proximity fuse, high explosive rounds, 3 rounds calibrated, fire. As the artilleryman shouted, the shells soared through the air, trailing flames. Soon, the shells accurately struck their target, the shockwave from the explosions sweeping outward and demolishing numerous earthen walls. Target due west. Distance 5,000 meters. Coordinates 0259. Artillery ready. Fire. Again, dozens of shells, trailing fire and emitting a shrill whistle, descended upon the Yuanying Taoist's previous location. Boom! The aftershock of the explosion swept across the area, raising a cloud of dust. "Damn it! I will kill you to avenge my son," the Yuanying Taoist roared. His face twisted in rage as he glared at the distant artillery position. Seizing the opportunity amidst the artillery fire, the Yuanying Taoist consumed several high-grade pills, swiftly replenishing his internal spiritual energy. These pills were exceedingly precious, only distributed as rewards for monumental contributions to the sect. Had it not been for the peculiarities of this planet, devoid of any spiritual energy for recovery, he would never have been willing to consume such valuable resources. Moreover, due to the absence of external spiritual energy to resonate with, even as a Yuanying cultivator, the power he could exert here was drastically diminished, perhaps only managing to unleash 2 or 3/10 of his true strength. In a typical indigenous world, such power would suffice to contend against the entire armed forces of that planet. However, on this extraordinary planet, the anomalies were abundant. Not only could these terrifyingly potent spiritual artifacts be wielded by mere mortals, but the precious high-grade spiritual tools were squandered with reckless abandon. Something is amiss. Realizing this, the Yuanying Taoist understood that remaining here would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Thus, he resolved to flee, deeming it worth the painful price to preserve his life. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly mobilized the last remnants of his true essence, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Immediately, a shroud of gray mist began to emanate from beneath the feet of the Taoist in purple robes, expanding in a circular motion until enveloping him entirely. With a swift motion, the aged Taoist bent his legs slightly and forcefully propelled himself into the void, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he hastily retreated into the distance. This old fellow is actually fleeing. Regardless, this time we have managed to injure this extraterrestrial. He surely cannot escape the pursuit of our forces. Excited voices of several commanders resonated from the command center. "Report, Commander. The enemy is retreating. We request permission to pursue." At that moment, the voice of the communications officer echoed through the command center. "Immediately dispatch a reconnaissance team to investigate and notify the airborne brigade to prepare for action," the commander instructed after a moment of contemplation. "Understood," the communications officer replied. Soon, several military helicopters ascended from the command post, racing towards the retreating figure of the nascent soul Taoist. Although the nascent soul expert was wounded, he remained composed, having lived for a millennium. With his current reserve of true essence, returning to the flagship posed no significant challenge. He would simply need to inform the main forces to prepare for an impending assault on these natives. Chapter 13. The Yunxian Star System. In the outer atmosphere, 3,000 kilometers from Earth, hundreds of spacecraft lay in ambush within the Earth's orbit. These vessels represented the mainstay of the cultivation civilization, each spanning several kilometers in length and capable of carrying thousands of individuals. Despite being equipped with anti-gravity arrays, experiences from past descents indicated that the main battleships, due to their considerable size, moved sluggishly within the atmosphere, making them easy targets. Therefore, the main fleet would only land once the Vanguard had secured the surface and established a stable forward base. It has been a day already. Why is there still no news from the front lines? A tall nascent soul cultivator inquired with concern. "Do not worry. They should be arriving shortly." The speaker was none other than Xiao Yi, clad in a light blue robe, his demeanor exuding a refreshing warmth, yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom and coldness. He ranked 6th among the outer sect elders of the Yunxian sect and was a formidable peak nascent soul expert, second only to Xiao Chun in terms of cultivation level. This time, he led 3 fellow nascent soul brothers, dozens of Golden Core disciples, and over 200 Foundation Establishment disciples, marking a significant display of force. "Senior Brother Xiao, I suspect those reconnaissance vanguards have sneaked off to seize resources. These inter-sect disciples have always gobbled up the meat first, leaving us with mere broth," grumbled another male cultivator in the early nascent soul stage. "Do not speak carelessly. A cautious approach is wise. I sense something unusual about this situation." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi instructed, "Continue to monitor the situation and notify me immediately if anything seems amiss." "Understood," the group responded in unison. "Report, Senior Brother." A Golden Core female disciple hurriedly entered the command room, eager to relay information. "Sure." Xiao Yi raised a finger to signal silence, then exchanged a knowing glance with the others, prompting them to discreetly exit. "What news do you have?" he whispered once they were alone. The Golden Core female disciple shook her head. "None." "Strange. According to the plan, they should have arrived by now." Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. Could something have gone wrong? He murmured. That's unlikely. The female disciple's eyes widened in shock. This operation to capture the remnants of the Yi clan was led by Taoist Yin and his son. With his nascent soul strength, failure is inconceivable. Regardless, we must swiftly deploy reinforcements. If Xiao Chun catches wind of this, we may lose our advantage. Xiao, he stated gravely. I will contact the outer sect disciples immediately and urge them to send troops to support us. The Golden Core female disciple replied eagerly. Do not raise any alarms. Everything remains under wraps. Xiao, he reassured her. I've already contacted several nascent soul cultivators from the outer sect. They will arrive shortly. With the addition of the outer sect disciples, we will have a total of 10 nascent soul experts, sufficient for our needs. I hope so. The Golden Core female disciple nodded before turning to prepare. Once she departed, Xiao Yi crushed a jade talisman, sending a surge of information into the void. Meanwhile, in a star region 100 light-years away from the solar system, two orange-yellow stars floated in the cosmos, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light, akin to the sun, so dazzling that one could hardly gaze upon them. These are the two principal stars of the Yunxian sect's core star system, the Sun and the Moon. The Sun, composed of countless hydrogen and helium atoms, possesses a formidable magnetic field that channels surrounding cosmic rays into its core, generating vast amounts of energy. In contrast, the Moon appears somewhat smaller, yet its luminosity is even more resplendent, with its unique magnetic field and energy absorption capabilities. The Moon can convert the energy radiated by the Sun into abundant spiritual energy for cultivation purposes. Together, these two stars illuminate the breathtaking Yunxian star system. Within this system, there are 5 planets, all perfectly suitable for human habitation, each possessing 1 or 2 moons, which have also been transformed into realms conducive to cultivation. This is why the suns in the cultivation world possess unique properties. Their distinctive stellar structures convert sunlight, heat, and radiation into spiritual energy. The sun and moon influence each other's trajectories, ultimately harmonizing their movements and generating additional energy, thereby accelerating the cultivation process. Such a stable binary star system is rare in the cosmos. Compared to ordinary single-star systems, the spiritual energy contained within a binary star system is significantly greater. Consequently, the cultivation speed is markedly enhanced. In contrast to the unstable 3-star systems, a binary star system offers much more stability, avoiding the chaotic cycles of eras and facilitating smoother civilizational progress. The Yunxian star system exemplifies a perfect harmony of time, place, and opportunity. Thanks to this extraordinary environment, the Yunxian sect has rapidly expanded over the 4 millennia since the dawn of civilization. The Yunxian civilization, emerging from this star system, mastered spiritual energy and cosmic navigation technologies even in its primitive era, having early on grasped the curvature formation. Interstellar travel enabled the Yunxian sect to conquer thousands of habitable star systems, amassing an abundance of resources and billions of inhabitants. Within the broader galactic civilization, it stands as a premier power, rivaling even the most prominent superpowers. Naturally, this superpower is founded upon the twin stars of the Sun and Moon. These two celestial bodies are the largest in the entire Yunxian star system and represent the regions of densest spiritual energy accumulation. It is this environment, shaped by the 2 stars, that has fostered a plethora of formidable experts and prodigies within the Yunxian sect. The Yunxian Imperial Palace, the capital of the Yunxian Empire, is a grand city and the most prosperous area within the entire Yunxian star system. At this moment, within the inner halls of the palace, a man clad in black stood upon the steps, gazing down at the assembled ministers. My esteemed officials, I have summoned you here to announce a matter of utmost urgency. The man bore a commanding presence, exuding an elegant demeanor with courteous gestures, dressed in a white robe that radiated an air of imperial authority. He was none other than Huang Fuyun, the sovereign of the Yunxian Empire. Your Majesty, we are eager to hear the details. The ministers chorused. Indeed, Your Majesty. What is your command? They echoed in unison. Very well. I have gathered you all here for a matter that significantly pertains to the survival of our dynasty, and I wish to hear your opinions, Huang Fuyun stated with grave seriousness. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew solemn. Chapter 14. The Yi Clan. Recently, the Imperial Guards reported that remnants of the Yi clan's bloodline had allegedly been discovered in a remote indigenous star system. Huang Fuyun paused momentarily, his tone becoming stern. Following this declaration, the previously murmuring officials fell silent, and the palace became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In the Yunxian Empire, the Yi clan was a forbidden topic, Since the last battle in the celestial realm, they had been condemned for treason and ordered to be exterminated. The associated clans had faced the annihilation of dozens of planets. After a considerable pause, a robust middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion stepped forward and spoke loudly. Your Majesty, I believe this is merely a rumor or perhaps a smokescreen set by our enemies to divert our military forces. Oh, what leads the Duke of Jinan to such a conclusion? Huang Fuyun inquired with keen interest. The middle-aged man respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I once served on the frontier, and I am acutely aware that the borderlands are devoid of spiritual energy and impoverished in resources. It is impossible for the remnants of the Yi clan to seek their demise in such a desolate place. I concur with Prince Zhao's assessment. I too lend my support. I also echo that sentiment. The officials within the hall voiced their agreement one after another. Observing the reactions of his ministers, Huang Fu-yun chuckled softly, saying, I am not oblivious to this. However, the affairs regarding the Yi clan warrant caution. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty, the officials praised in unison. From my perspective, with the Imperial Guards already dispatched to eliminate any threat, even if remnants of the Yi clan do exist, their eradication is merely a matter of time. And there is no need for undue concern. The Duke of Jinan, seemingly discerning the Emperor's thoughts, continued, If Your Majesty remains uneasy, I shall personally lead an army to thoroughly crush that border star system. Upon hearing this, Huang Fuyun's brow relaxed slightly, revealing a hint of appreciation as he remarked, Very well, Duke of Jinan, you shall undertake this arduous task. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I accept the decree. The Duke of Jinan responded with a bow. By the way, there is one more matter. Huang Fuyun tossed a tiger talisman, which landed steadily before the Duke. This is the talisman of the Imperial Guard fleet. You may issue commands at your discretion. I understand the situation at the front is tense, so there is no need for your personal troops to return just yet. The Duke of Jinan's heart swelled with joy upon receiving the talisman, as it not only signified a leap in his authority, but also indicated access to vast royal resources. With these resources, he felt a greater assurance in overcoming his cultivation bottlenecks. In a meteor belt on the outskirts of the galaxy, a colossal cluster of asteroids lay hidden. At the center of this cluster, a large asteroid housed an ancient and grand altar. Atop the altar rested two bronze coffins, one male and one female, lying within. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the figures inside the coffins showed no signs of breath, as if they had been dead for many years, or perhaps merely in a deep slumber. Before them sat an elderly man in a gray robe, a mysterious master at the pinnacle of the Tai Xianxian level. The elder placed his hands upon two stone coffins beside the bronze ones, channeling his profound celestial energy into them. Instantly, the corpses within the coffins erupted with blinding light, and two overwhelming torrents of terrifying celestial energy surged into the heavens, stirring the nebulae into tumult. At that moment, as the two streams of celestial energy ascended, the elder immediately released his own seal, revealing his true form. Greetings, Master. Upon awakening, the two youths stood on either side of the elder, bowing deeply. Daddy, do we have news of our child? The female inquired eagerly. The male's eyes glistened with tears as he remained silent. Sighing, the elder shook his head slowly, his voice raspy with age. I have just received word that rascal Huang Fu-yun has intensified his extermination efforts, even deploying his Imperial Guards to hunt down our Yi clan. It is likely unwise to linger here, which is why I have awakened you. As for your child, there is still no news. Upon hearing this, the male could no longer contain himself, embracing the female and choking out, It is all my fault. If I had not transcended 30 years ago, we would not have attracted the pursuers, and our phone would not be missing. The elder sighed, Nay, in the grand scheme of fate, there is a predetermined order. Your bond with your child is not yet severed. There will surely be a chance to reunite in the future. Moreover, when Yi Feng was born, he underwent the tribulation's baptism and possesses a gifted constitution far beyond the ordinary. Given time, he will surely achieve great fortune. Upon hearing this, the couple's previously anguished expressions transformed into hope, their eyes filled with yearning as they gazed at the elder. Witnessing their expressions, the elder's lips curled into a faint smile, saying, Do not forget, your child bears another identity. You are renowned as the immortal couple of the Yi clan in the celestial domain. How could your child be ordinary? Therefore, Yi Feng will undoubtedly become a formidable figure, revitalizing the Yi clan. This was also the reason I took you in, the elder elucidated. Upon hearing this, the Yi couple finally smiled through their tears, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Indeed, you have suffered over the years. I shall send you away now to avoid raising suspicion." As the elder spoke, he lightly waved his hand. The void trembled, causing the Yi couple's figures to gradually blur, ultimately transforming into streaks of light that darted into the interstellar passage. "All done. I have done what I could for you. The rest is up to your efforts and luck." The elder murmured softly, then transformed into a beam of light and rushed into the interstellar passage. As the passage closed, tranquility returned to the area, leaving behind only a profound silence. Chapter 15, The Interrogation Room. In Huaxia, Hanjiang City, 3,000 meters underground, the Operations Command Center was bustling with activity. Personnel clad in uniforms and military attire moved swiftly within the expansive command hall. Everyone appeared exceedingly hurried, with various reports and documents being delivered to different rooms. At this moment, in a highly classified interrogation room at the lowest level, the tall Professor Luo stared intently at the barely conscious captive, a practitioner of the Yuaning stage who had been betrayed by his own kin. After his capture, he had been swiftly delivered to the highest decision-making body of Huaxia. He was firmly secured to a titanium alloy frame, surrounded by a thick layer of explosion-proof glass. Various tubes and lines were inserted into him to monitor his vital signs. Beside Professor Luo stood Yi Feng, dressed in a white tracksuit, along with two high-ranking government officials and several staff members. Even General Zhang Jin did not possess the clearance to enter this room. This was humanity's first direct encounter with an extraterrestrial civilization, the significance of which was self-evident. Huaxia had not only concealed this information from other nations, but also kept the number of individuals within its ranks who were aware of the alien captive to an absolute minimum. Underscoring the interrogation's importance, Yi Feng glanced at his wristwatch, his brow furrowed in concern. This interrogation had persisted for nearly an hour, yet the practitioner showed no signs of willingness to speak. "Professor, how is it progressing?" Yi Feng inquired softly, his voice laced with apprehension. "Currently, it appears that this civilization's linguistic system bears a striking resemblance to the ancient languages of our Huaxia," Professor Luo replied, casting another scrutinizing glance at the extraterrestrial captive before him. In his grasp lay several silk scrolls unearthed from the captive, an indication that this civilization had yet to discover the art of papermaking and printing. Their script was meticulously handwritten upon the silk. Yi Feng cast a sidelong glance at the contents of the scroll, noting the intricate, serpentine characters resembling a form of hieroglyphics, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he should be able to decipher them. "Yi Feng, does it appear familiar to you?" Professor Luo inquired with a smile. "Indeed, these are variants of Oracle bone script. If they had not been retrieved from him, I would almost suspect he was an ancient being who traversed time," Yi Feng replied. "Well, since the cultures are so closely aligned, we can proceed." "Wake him up," Professor Luo commanded the staff nearby, signaling them to act. Zzz, zzz, zzz. The jarring sound of electricity crackled, jolting the unconscious captive awake, who immediately began to thrash violently. "Do not move. If you struggle again, I will ensure your suffering is unbearable." Professor Luo barked, then ordered, "Administer a sedative to calm him." "Understood." The staff member responded promptly, skillfully retrieving a syringe and approaching the individual. However, Yi Feng suddenly raised his hand to halt their actions. "No, the sedative is far too weak. I recommend employing anesthetic instead." Yi Feng intervened, his sixth sense urging him that any method used against this individual was justifiable. He had heard that this extraterrestrial could recover even after being struck by thermite, alleviating any concerns of overdosing. Should the sedative prove ineffective and only serve to infuriate the being, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Professor Luo pondered for a moment before nodding, "For safety's sake. Administer 5 times the dosage of anesthetic." After receiving the injection, the alien cultivator indeed became notably subdued, his struggles slowing considerably, though he had not completely lost his mental faculties. This left the staff nearby in silent astonishment, as the administered dosage would have incapacitated even an elephant. Yet this individual remained remarkably resilient. Having regained some composure, the ancient cultivator ceased his struggle. The previous exertion had drained nearly all of his vital energy, and in this location, there was no external energy to replenish him. His continued lucidity relied solely on his formidable physique as a nascent soul practitioner. He slowly lifted his head, scanning the assembly of individuals present. Upon his gaze landing on Yi Feng, his breath quickened sharply. The life-monitoring device registered a dramatic spike in his heart rate, indicating an encounter with something that instilled profound fear. Yi Feng's expression mirrored his confusion, as he was suddenly overwhelmed by an uncanny sense of familiarity. Ye, Yikulan. The cultivator rasped. His voice, though aged, carried an undeniable authority that compelled those present to instinctively retreat a step. To outsiders, his words bore a striking resemblance to ancient Chinese phonetics, akin to a regional dialect. Yet none could comprehend their meaning, except for Yi Feng, who distinctly understood the alien's utterance. Ye Kunan, how does this individual know my surname? Ye Feng pondered it. Having been an orphan since childhood, when discovered by his adoptive parents, he possessed only a maple leaf-shaped token, which led to his name, Yi Feng. For years, he had worn this token close to his heart in hopes of finding his biological parents. Why could this extraterrestrial discern his surname with such ease? More crucially, how could he understand the alien's language? As a student of astronomy, Yi Feng's linguistic knowledge was limited to Chinese and English, with little exposure to ancient literature or linguistics. However, the moment the ancient characters reached his ears, his brain instinctively translated them. Astonishingly, the two words seemed to unlock a hidden switch in his mind, flooding him with an influx of information that filled his thoughts. He felt as though he could articulate this archaic language. Yi Feng attempted to speak, incredulity lacing his voice. Who are you? At this declaration, not only did the bound cultivator freeze in surprise, but even Professor Luo regarded Yi Feng with a look of disbelief, quickly replaced by comprehension, as though it were entirely natural for Yi Feng to converse in extraterrestrial tongues. Ahem. My student here has been focused on extraterrestrial fleets for 3 years. During this time, he has acquired some knowledge of alien languages through his studies. This is why I insisted on bringing him along, Professor Luo elucidated. Little Yi, please continue translating. Chapter 16. The Cultivator and Spiritual Energy. Ye Feng inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He scrutinized the cultivator before him, noting that, unlike ordinary humans, his eyes bore a faint purplish hue. What is your name? Ye Feng inwided. Xiao Yi, the other replied, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation as he readily revealed his name. Huh. I never anticipated a descendant of the Yi clan to be present on this planet. Xiao Yi laughed, though his mirth was tinged with a hint of resignation. Regrettably, my cultivation is currently restricted. Otherwise, do you truly think you mere ants could impede me? If I were to capture you, the last remnant of a Yi clan, it would earn me immense credit, enough to elevate me to the position of inner sect elder, perhaps even a sect leader. Oh, so I hold such significance? Yi Feng asked with keen interest, deducing from Xiao Ye's response that he was likely a high-value target, potentially one of the primary objectives of this extraterrestrial fleet. More than merely significant. You do not believe you can evade the pursuit of the Yunxian Empire by fleeing here, do you? Comply with me, and I may spare you some suffering. Xiao Ye's tone grew brazen. Heh, so you imply that the forces of the Yunxian Empire have already arrived? Yi Feng continued to probe, yet internally remained vigilant, recognizing that Xiao Yi's words indicated he possessed greater knowledge regarding this world. Huh, you are indeed clever. Xiao Yi replied, his laughter brimming with pride. Our fleet has long since reached the vicinity of Earth, and soon we shall launch an assault on this planet. More reinforcements will follow. I merely fell into your trap, due to momentary carelessness. Momentary carelessness? Your strength is commendable, yet here you are, defeated by us. What does it matter how many of your kind there are? Yi Feng retorted, a mocking tone lacing his words. Try it if you dare. While your spiritual tools are impressive, you cannot withstand the onslaught of numerous high-level cultivators. Even I am powerless against them, let alone you mere mortals devoid of spiritual roots. Xiao Yi shot back. Are you not concerned that I might perish outside, leaving you with nothing? Humph, you underestimate us. As long as we desire your survival, we possess ample means to ensure you live, even if you return to ash, Xiao Yi countered. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. What is your true objective? What manner of entity is the Yunxian Empire, and why are you targeting me? You ask too many questions. I scarcely know where to begin. Rest assured, once I capture you and deliver you to the sect, all will be made clear. Xiao Yi responded coldly, evidently unwilling to divulge further information to Yi Feng. Seeing that Xiao Yi had ceased speaking, Yi Feng decided to refrain from pressing further. Just moments ago, language analysis experts successfully deciphered the intelligence contained within the Silk Scroll, based on the conversation and intercepted information. The information inscribed upon the Silk Scroll was rather straightforward. It documented a clandestine mission to locate the remaining descendants of the Leaf Clan. It dawned on Yi Feng, who silently pondered this revelation, that these individuals were, in fact, searching for him. His expression morphed into one of enlightenment as he suddenly recalled the peculiar dreams that had haunted him for decades. In these dreams, his family was besieged by a group of adversaries, and he was transported to Earth by his parents through a mysterious formation. Upon awakening, he sensed that his body had undergone some transformation, though he had never anticipated that the reasons were so intricate and convoluted. Now that he understood the situation, Yi Feng felt a sense of calm wash over him. This could potentially be an opportunity for him, perhaps even a key to unraveling the enigma of his lineage. How did they ascertain that there are descendants of the Leaf clan on Earth? Professor Luo queried, his brow furrowed with curiosity. He had perused the data regarding Yi Feng and noted that he was an orphan who had never left Earth. The specifics remain unknown, but this individual should indeed be on Earth. We will expedite our efforts to locate this descendant. A staff member responded promptly. By the way, the results of the extraterrestrial gene analysis have also arrived. Their anatomical structure and organ systems differ significantly from those of humans, another staff member reported. Astidi présenting article dossier. Yi Feng skimmed through several pages, discovering numerous parameters detailing the physical attributes of the aliens, including their blood, bones, muscles, and organs. Are you certain that their genes resemble ours? Yi Feng inquired, his brow knitted in skepticism. His understanding of science was limited to what he had read in books. Yet he was acutely aware that the physical prowess of these extraterrestrials surpassed that of ordinary humans. I can assure you, their genetic structure is entirely identical to ours. This similarity is striking, akin to two machines from the same batch possessing identical characteristics, the staff member elucidated. Then why are their movements so swift, and their combat capabilities so formidable? Their physical strength appears to rival that of high-strength alloys. Yi Feng pondered aloud after a moment's reflection. Regarding this matter, research is ongoing. However, one fact is certain. Their cells seem to harbor a unique form of energy, one that we have never encountered before, the staff member continued. This distinct energy is referred to as spiritual energy in their language. Current test results indicate that spiritual energy is a highly advanced energy modality capable of effortlessly transforming into various forms of energy, such as light, heat, and electricity. Intriguingly, this energy can even temporarily enhance physical capabilities, accelerating wound healing. In summary, they possess extraordinary recuperative abilities, far surpassing those of typical humans. Moreover, spiritual energy exerts a profound stimulative effect on biological cells, increasing human cellular activity, thereby enhancing metabolism and generating more nutrients, the staff member added. It can enhance cellular vitality? Yi Feng exclaimed, astonishment etched upon his features. Indeed, and remarkably, it requires neither drugs nor external conditions. Merely the conversion of some spiritual energy can facilitate rapid recovery of the body, the staff member replied. This is utterly outrageous, Yi Feng murmured. Having previously surmised the potential technological advancements of these alien civilizations, yet he had not anticipated that this spiritual energy could yield such astonishing effects. It is worth noting that on Earth, humanity relies solely on medication, drugs, and instruments for healing. Injuries can only be mended through self-repair. Should the secrets of spiritual energy be unraveled, countless patients could escape the clutches of affliction, and humanity's lifespan might see a remarkable enhancement. Chapter 17. The Formation Patterns. Professor Luo seemed to have anticipated Yi Feng's thoughts and presented one of the documents, stating, research on spiritual energy is still in its infancy. With only the materials we have currently acquired, it is challenging to ascertain the true function of spiritual energy. However, I do have some intriguing hypotheses about this extraterrestrial civilization. Oh, what insights do you possess, Professor Luo? An intrigued senior government official inquired. Professor Luo elaborated. Firstly, this civilization exists in an environment remarkably akin to ours, as evidenced by the gene analysis report. Although the reasons for the similarities in language and culture remain unclear, it at least indicates that they are also humanoid beings. Secondly, their societal civilization appears to be at a relatively primitive stage from their manner of speech. It is evident that their civilization categorizes individual status based on the mastery of spiritual energy, suggesting they remain entrenched in a feudal society. Furthermore, their industrial level seems predominantly artisanal. Their clothing, adornments, and weaponry exhibit clear signs of manual craftsmanship, composed of unprocessed natural materials, indicating they are far from achieving industrialization. At this point, Yi Feng interjected, yet these extraterrestrials possess highly advanced interstellar travel technology. It is implausible that they could have developed aerospace technology without having completed industrialization. Professor Luo, instead of directly countering, retrieved a bronze sword, a common weapon among practitioners. We have already analyzed this weapon. It is a simple alloy of silver, tin, and copper with primitive metallurgical techniques and numerous impurities. Under normal circumstances, such materials would not withstand intense impact. With that, Professor Luo gestured for the others to step back, raising the bronze sword high and striking it down upon the titanium alloy conference table with force. A resounding clang echoed through the room as the robust titanium table shattered cleanly in two. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone fixated on the fractured table. The resilience of the alloy was indisputable. Even heavy sniper fire would likely fail to damage it. Yet, under the assault of Professor Luo wielding a rusted bronze sword, it crumbled like tofu. Professor Luo slowly sheathed the sword and smiled, explaining, "These extraterrestrial weapons, though rudimentary, undergo profound alterations in their properties and strength when augmented by spiritual energy." Listening to Professor Luo's words, Yifeng fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that spiritual energy could influence not only living organisms but also inorganic materials. Thus, it was plausible that the warships of this extraterrestrial civilization utilized certain unique properties of spiritual energy, enabling ordinary materials to exhibit extraordinary characteristics. However, the source of this spiritual energy and its mechanism of action remained critical questions. Otherwise, even understanding the existence of spiritual energy would yield little practical benefit. Observing Yifeng's contemplative expression, Professor Luo placed the bronze sword beneath an optical microscope, revealing intricate details on the screen. Yifeng noted that the aura emanating from the sword's surface was gradually fading, exposing the original color of the blade. The sword, forged from a blend of silver and bronze, radiated a chilling metallic sheen with each inch of its blade. The edge of the bronze sword was exceptionally sharp, glinting ominously, and the patterns etched along its surface were peculiar, resembling ancient symbols yet displaying distinct variations. The handle of the bronze sword bore a shallow gray pattern, exuding an eerie and foreboding presence, as though infused with a palpable malevolence. Yifeng approached the handle for a closer inspection, his trepidation growing with each glance. There, engraved upon the handle was a grotesque and terrifying visage, the features vividly rendered, with bulging eyes, fearsome fangs, and outstretched arms, seemingly howling in fury. Upon the forehead of the ghastly visage rested a scarlet gem, emanating an enchanting crimson glow that instilled a sense of dread in any who beheld it. The moment Yifeng laid eyes on this scene, a chill ran down his spine, as if he were the target of a venomous serpent, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. "This sword's pattern appears rather peculiar," Yifeng stammered. Before Professor Luo could respond, Xiao Yi interjected, speaking with self-assuredness. "You mortals do possess some discernment. This bronze sword was meticulously crafted for me by an out-of-body realm blacksmith. The array and spiritual patterns inscribed upon it can only be rendered by a master of the same realm, and it can only unleash its true might when infused with genuine qi. You commoners cannot fathom the intricacies involved." Professor Luo disregarded him and continued to adjust the magnification, revealing the bronze sword's intricate surface patterns even at 1,000-fold magnification. The precision of the engraving was approximately 40 microns, merely half the thickness of a human hair. From a craftsmanship perspective, such technique could indeed be regarded as a divine marvel, Professor Luo remarked with admiration. "That is only natural. To be candid, this is not even the pinnacle of that master's skill. My other personal flying sword has engravings far more intricate than a tenth of a hair's breadth," Xiao Yi declared with evident pride. It is truly difficult to fathom that a civilization wielding spiritual energy has only achieved such a standard, Professor Luo replied, shaking his head with a bemused smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Yifeng understood why Professor Luo held such views. Indeed, with humanity's current photolithography technology, it was possible to effortlessly produce patterns of nanometer-level precision, far surpassing the complexity of the bronze sword before them, with a precision likely 1,000-fold greater. If spiritual energy were to operate through such array patterns, humanity would soon replicate this technology and could even achieve far greater advancements. Our current intelligence is still rather limited. I believe that as long as we capture more prisoners of war and acquire additional spoils, deciphering spiritual energy will merely be a matter of time, Professor Luo asserted. Yifeng nodded in agreement, yet another thought crossed his mind. These individuals seem to be targeting me. Could there be a connection between myself and the descendants of the Yi clan they mentioned? Yifeng inquired. Professor Luo shook his head. All we know is that the so-called descendants of the Yi clan share the surname Yi. Whether or not you are among them remains uncertain. You should exercise caution in the coming days and avoid acting alone. Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that although he was unsure of their intentions in capturing him, it was evident they were not benevolent. However, given that he was currently situated 3,000 meters underground, surrounded by fully armed soldiers. It would not be an easy task for these extraterrestrial beings to breach numerous barriers to abduct him. Chapter 18. Hidden Motives 3,000 kilometers above the surface. Outside the atmosphere, aboard the Moondual-class battleship, the command chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence as a group of outer sect cultivators gazed solemnly at the kneeling figure of the Elder in purple robes. This individual was none other than Elder Yen, a nascent soul cultivator who had narrowly escaped calamity. At this moment, he bore no trace of the formidable aura typical of a nascent soul cultivator. Instead, he appeared disheveled and battered, his once proud purple robe now unrecognizable, and the protective armor beneath it lay in tatters. He looked as though he had weathered numerous lightning strikes. "What is the situation?" A steady and authoritative voice resonated from the depths of the command room. The gathered individuals turned to see a handsome young man clad in silver-white armor seated regally, his gaze fixed intently on them. Behind him stood several outer sect disciples, each bearing solemn expressions. The speaker was Xiao Yi, the second-rank prodigy among the outer sect disciples and the overall commander of this covert military assembly, overseeing all operational arrangements personally. He also bore a concealed identity as a member of the Huangfu family, embedded within the Yi clan as a shadowy enforcer tasked with eliminating the Yi clan descendants to prevent future threats. Flanking him were two elder members of the outer sect's law enforcement hall, their cultivation levels unfathomably profound. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "The situation is dire. Why have you returned alone? Where are the others?" "Everyone but me perished in battle. The situation was critical. I could only retrieve a fragment of my son's soul." The elder in purple stammered, his lips quivering as tears streamed down his cheeks. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's pupils constricted sharply, his tone turning icy. "What? Even your son has fallen? Is there a transformation realm expert on this native planet?" The precise circumstances remained unclear, but it was evident that this native world was far from ordinary. While the natives themselves lacked any cultivation, the spiritual artifacts they wielded possessed tremendous power and destructive capability. As he spoke, the elder in purple produced several depleted uranium projectiles and some metallic shards from his damaged armor. The journey he had taken to escape Earth had been fraught with peril. He had endured heavy fire from anti-aircraft artillery, been pursued by stealth fighter jets, and ultimately bombarded by several air-to-ground missiles, leaving him disoriented. Were it not for the protective artifacts he bore, he likely would have perished multiple times over. "Please observe. I find these spiritual artifacts rather suspicious. They bear no trace of spiritual energy, yet possess remarkable durability, comparable to our top-tier spiritual artifacts." Xiao Yi raised a hand, causing one projectile to levitate to his fingertips. He concentrated his chi and squeezed it, only managing to slightly deform the depleted uranium projectile. "Indeed, rather curious. Please continue," Xiao Yi urged, flicking the projectile, which sped toward a nearby shield with astonishing force, piercing through it entirely. Witnessing this, everyone inhaled sharply, fully aware that the shield was designed to withstand naval cannon fire. It had been so easily penetrated, signaling that this projectile was anything but ordinary. The elder in purple took a breath, continuing, "Originally, according to our plan, the elite forces we dispatched were sufficient to annihilate the entire native world. But the natives proved far more elusive than anticipated. Not only did our entire squad meet with disaster, but several of my defensive top-tier spiritual artifacts were also rendered useless. Thus, I suspect we may have underestimated the strength of the native world. Those ruffians are much more formidable than we imagined, resulting in our current predicament." Following this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the command chamber, with all outer sect cultivators exhibiting expressions of shock. Though they had undergone specialized training, possessing resolute minds and extraordinary resilience to adversity, they were nonetheless deeply shaken by the elder's account of the battle. They had initially presumed this to be an unremarkable native world, easily conquered without effort, but had never anticipated the enemy would prove so troublesome. "Very well, Elder Yen, please remain here to recuperate. I shall provide materials to reconstruct your son's physical body. As for the information you have gathered, refrain from divulging it to outsiders for now," Xiao Yi suggested after a moment of contemplation. The elder in purple shook his head, declining the offer. "There is no need for such trouble. Since the enemy is stronger than we anticipated, I shall rest briefly and then return to seek vengeance for my comrades." "That is unwise," Xiao Yi interjected firmly, gesturing for him to desist. "You must focus on recuperating. I will inform that old coot, Xiao Chun, of the location of the Yi clan descendants on this planet, allowing his intersect disciples to proceed first." However, this rendered the aforementioned tasks exceedingly challenging to accomplish. The esteemed individual had specifically instructed that the descendants of the Yi clan should not fall into the hands of the inner disciples of the Shao clan. The old Taoist in the purple robe elucidated. Shao, he let out a cold chuckle, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I dare say this hard nut is not so easily cracked. Have not the inner disciples always regarded themselves as superior? Let them attempt to break this steel plate. Upon hearing his words, the old Taoist in purple opened his mouth, hesitating to speak further. Rest assured, I shall report this matter to the esteemed individual and will ensure the completion of the task is not delayed. Shao, he stated nonchalantly. The old Taoist sighed, ultimately refraining from further persuasion. After listening to the report from the outer disciples, Shao Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression revealing a hint of skepticism. He could confirm the information regarding the Yi clan's bloodline on the planet. However, the outer disciples had always been at odds with the inner disciples. Their proactive communication of the location of the Yi clan's descendants was indeed unexpected. After all, these outer disciples harbored ulterior motives and often acted in defiance, showing little respect for authority. Moreover, they were disciples sent by various sects for training, and even if they were aware of the Yi clan's descendants' whereabouts, it was unlikely they would have the goodwill to inform him. Nevertheless, this presented an opportune moment to test my modified armed battleship, as this was merely a native planet, unlikely to produce any significant turbulence. Shao Chen pondered for a moment before making his decision. Very well. Outer disciples, remain on standby. Once we secure the surface, I shall summon you. He gestured for those below to withdraw. Chapter 19. The Fleet's Advance. Once the crowd had dispersed, Shao Chun retrieved a tiger talisman from his storage ring, a vital key for commanding the fleet. The fleets of the Yunxian Empire were generally categorized into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D. The A-rank fleet was responsible for conquering the Starry Sea and participating in expansion wars against alien races, equipped with superior gear and well-trained personnel, often overseen by formidable beings at the tribulation stage. The B-rank fleet served as colonization fleets, specifically tasked with seizing star systems with certain spiritual energy fluctuations. During tense frontline situations, they would also act as reserve forces to fill gaps in the line, typically commanded by beings of the transformation stage. The C-rank fleet was often a merchant escort formed by ordinary sects, occasionally participating in the conquest of native star systems, generally equipped with outdated models retired from the front lines, often poorly maintained, raising concerns about their combat effectiveness. The fleet under Shao Chen's command was a standard C-rank fleet, typically outfitted with several to dozens of nascent soul experts. As for the D-rank fleet, it comprised garrison forces stationed on planets, responsible for defending cities, and generally possessed weaker combat capabilities, lacking interstellar travel capabilities, rendering them laughable in terms of fighting strength. This tiger talisman represented the authority over this C-rank fleet. Shao Chun tossed the talisman forward gently, causing it to hover in mid-air and emit a brilliant glow, simultaneously generating a mysterious wave that enveloped the entire command room. With a resounding rumble, a dark passage slowly opened in the void, and the fleet began to converge towards the flagship, the Breaking Edge. Each of these colossal battleships measured thousands of meters in length and hundreds in width, their decks brimming with cultivators clad in various attires, gazing ahead with an aura of iron-blooded ferocity. With a flick of his finger, Shao Chun sent forth a streak of silvery swordlight, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of soldiers knelt in unison, respectfully addressing him. Subordinates pay their respects to the elder. Shao Chun nodded lightly. Although sound could not be heard in the vacuum, his gaze sweeping over the vast war cultivator army brought an expression of excitement to his face. This army was not only substantial in number and well-equipped, but he was also confident that the upcoming landing would merely be on a native planet devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations. Once the celestial soldiers arrived, this insignificant blue star would soon bow beneath his feet. Advance! Flatten all adversaries! Shao Chun proclaimed with vigor, his voice resonating powerfully, as a layer of ethereal mist began to swirl around him, casting him as if a celestial being descended from the heavens. At your command, Elder, came a thunderous reply, and thousands of battleships roared to life, aligning in organized formations and setting forth along predetermined routes toward the spiritually inert planet. Shao Chun piloted the Breaking Edge directly towards the location of the Yi clan's bloodline, fully aware that once he captured the descendants of the Yi clan, he would not merely lead this C-rank fleet in his next endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, the artificial satellites orbiting Earth had already commenced live broadcasting this grand advance. The footage was clearly displayed on the screens within the command room, captivating everyone as they observed the ancient-style ships sluggishly making their way through the atmosphere. Let me clarify one point. Under no circumstances, without explicit permission, should you employ weapons of mass destruction until absolutely necessary. If any of you damage these precious battleships, I shall hold you accountable. Professor Luo threatened in a grave tone. Understood, Professor. We're not fools. We cherish these magnificent vessels, General Zhang chuckled, his gaze toward the battleships radiating more joy than witnessing the birth of a daughter. As soon as General Zhang's words fell, a group of young technicians began to chatter excitedly. Wow, these wooden ships are truly absurd, capable of operating in outer space. A youth clad in a white lab coat exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with amazement. The other engineers nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's hard to fathom what kind of power drives them, as there's not a hint of thermal radiation detected. The thermal efficiency is astounding. I still think interstellar travel technology is more impressive. Another technician adjusted his glasses and added, ha, hearing someone discuss spiritual energy, everyone else erupted in laughter. With the declassification of some critical data, most had already become aware of these extraterrestrial capabilities. They possessed remarkably unique superpowers, exhibiting astonishing speed, strength, and defensive abilities, even capable of temporarily defying Earth's gravitational pull to soar through the air. Although the principles remained a mystery to all, these individuals indeed wielded extraordinary powers reminiscent of mythical figures, endowed with various incomprehensible supernatural abilities. To illustrate simply, after scientific investigations, it was discovered that these beings could manipulate matter at the molecular level, conjuring flames, lightning, and icy mist from thin air. However, due to the complexity of the technology involved, existing scientific theories could not elucidate the underlying principles. Thus, their abilities were deemed special spiritual energy, bestowing them with formidable combat prowess. Moreover, these beings appeared to possess remarkably robust regenerative capabilities. It was said that some extraterrestrials could slowly recover even if half their heads were blown off, provided they did not perish instantly. However, this regenerative ability varied among individuals, as only a select few powerful extraterrestrials could achieve such feats, while the vast majority would succumb to death after sustaining several bullet wounds. In stark contrast to this formidable individual prowess, the scientific technology of these extraterrestrial civilizations seemed exceedingly primitive. Never mind nuclear fusion, superconductors, or electromagnetic cannons. Even basic technologies such as electrical transmission and chemical propellants were entirely absent. It is hardly surprising that previous communications with the alien fleet went unanswered. After all, this group of extraterrestrials has not even developed the most rudimentary wireless technology. Their level of technological advancement is woefully inadequate, roughly akin to that of Earth during the 12th century. This implies that, from a technical standpoint, this alien civilization remains ensconced in a nascent agricultural stage, making the development of interstellar navigation utterly impossible. Based on the foregoing assessments, sociological experts have been compelled to reach an absurd conclusion. The reason this alien civilization appears to wield such advanced technology is entirely reliant on what is termed psychic energy. This psychic energy seems to act as a universal panacea, rendering all anomalies comprehensible. Therefore, humanity's next course of action should be to seize as much equipment related to psychic energy as possible, with a sufficient number of samples. Unraveling the mysteries of this energy will merely be a matter of time. Chapter 20. The seal is lifted. Gazing at the vast and imposing deep space fleet, Xiao Chan found himself engulfed in the rapture of victory, unable to extricate himself from its embrace. Beside him, the fabric of space began to warp, and a disheveled man emerged from the void, kneeling at his side. Xiao Mengshan? Xiao Chan was taken aback. The newcomer was indeed one of the vanguards he had dispatched. Yet at this moment, Xiao Mengshan appeared utterly disheveled. His body was splattered with blood, his complexion a ghastly white, as if he had just clawed his way back from the brink of death. Elder Xiao, we must retreat at once. These natives are peculiar. Xiao Mengshan's voice was chillingly cold, rasping painfully. Of the 6 Yuanying who accompanied me, I am the only one who escaped. Hearing the tone of his words, a wave of foreboding surged within Xiao Chun. Is that truly the case? Xiao Chun was about to press him for further clarification, but Xiao Mengshan had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his spirit shattered. Observing the grievous wounds that marred Xiao Mengshan's body, Xiao Chun could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. No wonder the vanguard had provided no updates. It seemed they had been entirely annihilated. To eliminate so many Yuanying without a sound was a feat that even he would not have been entirely confident in achieving. Could it be that the natives of this planet possess hidden powers? That seemed improbable. While one might conceal their aura, this star system lacked even the most basic spiritual energy, making concealment impossible. Could it be that the Yi clan had discovered their presence and initiated a counterattack? The mere thought sent a cold sweat down Xiao Chen's back. The Yi clan, once one of the 7 great families of the Yunxian Empire, was particularly renowned for its prodigious talents. Their bloodline was exceptionally suited for cultivation, displaying a heightened sensitivity to psychic energy, which allowed for rapid advancement. Consequently, the sect with the highest concentration of elite practitioners within the Yunxian Empire was the Wanya sect, established by the Yi clan. However, the Yi clan's subsequent treachery led to their collective extermination by the other families. The surviving cultivators of the Yi clan were notoriously formidable, making each imperial campaign against them exact a grievous toll. As Xiao Chan looked upon the prostrate Yuanian cultivator, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Ha. Who would have thought that elder Xiao could also experience moments of indecision? A chilling aura wafted from beside him, with Xiao Chen's level of cultivation. He had not even sensed the presence of this individual. Turning around, he beheld a figure clad in a black cloak, their face concealed within its depths, save for a pair of crimson eyes. This individual was none other than the notorious criminal, Xiao Xingdong, a master of the transformation stage. Before Xiao Chun could utter a word, Xiao Xingdong leisurely continued. Let us strike a bargain, shall we? If you release my seal now, I shall cleanse this planet for you and capture the remnants of the Yi bloodline. What say you? Ha! How naive you are, Xiao Chun scoffed with a mirthless laugh, utterly disbelieving his words. If I were to assist you in lifting the seal, I would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Heh, even now, you still harbor suspicions against me? Think carefully. Are the Yi clan so easily captured? Xiao Xingdong remarked. With your sea-grade fleet, you are hardly a match for the Yi clan. Rather than allowing it to be destroyed under your command, why not join forces and reap the rewards together? Wouldn't that be splendid? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Xiao Qin replied with resolute finality. It was not that he dismissed the strength of the Yi clan's descendants. Rather, this individual was too treacherous, and he dared not gamble unless absolutely necessary. Very well, let us await the outcome, Xiao Xingdong coldly retorted, his form gradually distorting, on the verge of vanishing. Halt! Xiao Qin called out to him immediately. Although he understood that even if Yi clan members existed on this devoid of psychic energy planet, they would not be overwhelmingly powerful. He could not afford to gamble with the fleet he had painstakingly built over centuries. Now, as he stood on the cusp of a breakthrough, he was in dire need of abundant resources. Should the fleet suffer catastrophic losses, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chun gritted his teeth and called out to the other man. Have you made your decision? Xiao Xingdong asked, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. I can release your seal, but you must leave your corporeal form behind, Xiao Chun stated in a low voice. You should recall our agreement. I brought you here, and your vessel will be mine to use. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingdong responded with an unsettling laughter. Ha, of course. That can be arranged. One day, you shall understand that the corporeal form is merely a prison. With that, his consciousness erupted in a dazzling array of light, swiftly dispersing before coalescing at an astonishing speed beside his body, creating the illusion of two Xiao Xingdong standing there. Seeing his agreement, Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. For practitioners of any realm, the majority of techniques rely heavily on the physical form to transmit psychic energy. Once detached from their body, even a master of the transformation stage posed no threat to Xiao Chun. Very well, I shall now lift your seal. During this process, you will experience a sensation akin to burning. Remember, do not resist excessively. Xiao Chun expelled a small device from his mouth, the very key to unlocking the chains. Yes, proceed. I am ready, Xiao Xingdong replied with a stoic expression, yet his voice betrayed a palpable excitement. For the past several hundred years of being sealed, his cultivation had been suppressed at the golden core stage. For a master of the transformation stage, this was undoubtedly more torturous than death itself. Now, on the brink of liberation and the restoration of his power, how could he not feel an overwhelming thrill? Once Xiao Xingdong was prepared, Xiao Chun first stored his corporeal form within his spatial ring. He then proceeded to lift the seal, forming hand seals as a plume of purple fire began to rise from the mechanism. As the purple flames danced, the chains binding Xiao Xingdong's spirit were gradually pulled away. Roar! Xiao Xingdong's anguished howl echoed through the surroundings, sending shivers down the spine. This was the most excruciating moment for a cultivator before their seal was lifted, akin to having their souls submerged in a boiling oil cauldron, causing involuntary tremors throughout their being. Xiao Xingdong, hold on, Xiao Chun called out loudly. For should the unsealing fail, both he and Xiao Xingdong would suffer a backlash. I understand, Xiao Xingdong growled through gritted teeth. I am a dignified transformation stage cultivator. How could the mere pain of soul gnawing compel me to submit? Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, quickening his movements. Soon, Xiao Xingdong's spirit was enveloped in the purple flames. Guided by Xiao Chen's incantations, the last chain gradually detached from the spirit, drifting toward Xiao Chun. Wait! Xiao Xingdong suddenly interjected, halting Xiao Chen's manipulation of the purple flames. What is it? Xiao Chun inquired, furrowing his brow. The concentration of spiritual energy here is far too low. I am utterly incapable of restoring my strength. Xiao Xingdong chuckled maliciously. If I were to acquire a physical form, I might be able to assist you in dealing with the descendants of the Yi clan. He gestured towards the lifeless body of Xiao Mengshan lying on the ground. What? Xiao Chun exclaimed in astonishment, completely taken aback by the audacity of this scoundrel to entertain such thoughts about Xiao Mengshan. Xiao Xingdong continued, Elder Xiao, this is quite the lucrative transaction, is it not? A mere yuaning cultivator's vessel in exchange for the aid of a transformation stage expert. Chapter 21. The Mystery of the Jade Pendant. Xiao Chen's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Very well, I hope you keep your word. A gentleman's promise is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. A sinister grin spread across Xiao Xingdong's face. I shall ensure that Xiao Mengshan's physical form serves its utmost purpose. I can also offer you something in return, Xiao Chen pondered. You must be aware that the bloodline of the Yi clan is exceptional. If you help me locate him, I can grant you his spiritual veins. Then you shall not only recover your powers, but also be reborn through these veins. Are you certain this is genuine? Xiao Xingdong's expression brightened momentarily, though he quickly masked it with composure. Do not deceive me, or else. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? I'm not acquainted with those remnants of the Yi clan. Xiao Chun scoffed. Moreover, while the Yi bloodline is indeed extraordinary, the conditions for awakening it are exceedingly stringent. It is not as simple as you might think. Xiao Xingdong took a deep breath, calming himself, and said, Very well, it is settled. Xiao Chen nodded and casually pointed his finger. A white light flashed through Xiao Mengshan's sunken temple, instantly obliterating his consciousness. Observing this, Xiao Xingdong no longer held back, directly employing a secret technique to seize the body of Xiao Mengshan before him. Amid a surge of intense spiritual energy, Xiao Xingdong's soul began to contort, gradually transforming into a swirling mass of black mist, slowly approaching the lifeless form on the ground. Moments later, Xiao Xingdong's spirit fused with the body, and the once closed eyes of Xiao Mengshan abruptly snapped open, emanating 2 beams of eerie green light from his pupils. Xiao Mengshan uttered an odd sound, and then he abruptly stood up, his facial muscles twisting as he gradually morphed into the likeness of Xiao Xingdong. Ha! I finally see the light of day again. Xiao Xingdong roared in excitement, his aura surging dramatically. His physique expanded instantaneously, muscles bulging as he resembled a colossal beast. With a resounding thud, Xiao Xingdong's fist struck the bridge of the ship, causing the massive wall constructed of spiritual rock to collapse with a thunderous crash. I have returned to life, he bellowed with unrestrained glee. Now it is your turn to fulfill your promise. Assist me in eliminating the resistance on this planet. Xiao Chen's icy voice cut through the air, instantly tempering Xiao Xingdong's exuberance. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. However, before that, I must first capture the descendants of the Yi clan. Their spiritual veins hold immense significance for me, Xiao Xingdong replied indifferently. Do as you wish. As long as you are willing to act, Xiao Chen remarked with a hint of resignation. As for the Yi clan's descendants, you may utilize them as you see fit. I merely hope you uphold your agreement and leave me their corpse. Of course, Xiao Xingdong grinned menacingly. Once I obtain the spiritual veins, I shall naturally present the individual to you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Xiao Xingdong morphed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the captain's chamber. Watching Xiao Xingdong's departure, a sly smile crept across Xiao Chen's lips, revealing an enigmatic curve. He effortlessly reclined back into his chair, grasping the spiritual communicator on the table, connecting to a consciousness. Hello, Elder. What are your instructions? A respectful male voice echoed from the other end of the line. Deploy the entire army. Seize Blue Star. Xiao Chun commanded. Understood. At that moment, countless ships were traversing the stratosphere, accelerating towards Earth, shielded by a protective layer of spiritual energy. These colossal vessels were able to withstand the intense heat generated by the friction of the atmosphere. Yet from the ground, these advancing ships appeared as though a multitude of blazing meteors were hurtling towards the Earth. Report, General. Enemy vessels are rapidly approaching, currently 30 kilometers from the surface. The intelligence officer quickly relayed data. Remain calm. Notify the 2nd Artillery Unit that no engagement is permitted without orders. General Zhang instructed coolly. He believed that these extraterrestrial fleets, having traveled vast distances to reach Earth, would not engage in a suicidal assault. They would undoubtedly halt. It would be at that moment that they could strike. Have we analyzed the potential landing sites? Professor Luo inquired, his gaze fixed on the screen. According to simulated calculations, there are 3 potential landing sites, 2 of which are located in Western Europe and North America. However, their main fleet is headed directly towards us. A major officer reported, "Excellent. Execute the planned arrangements immediately, and have all fighter jets ready for takeoff." General Zhang commanded decisively. Yes. Furthermore, prepare the East Sea Fleet, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Deploy ballistic missiles and carrier-based fighters without delay. General Zhang continued issuing directives. Understood. Arrangements are already in place, the major officer affirmed solemnly. General Zhang nodded slightly. Turning to his aide, contact headquarters, requesting immediate reinforcements for this location. Yes. Additionally, enhance security patrols. We must ensure the safety of Dr. Yi Feng, General Zhang added. Understood. With General Zhang's series of commands, this joint force, organized by the Republic of Huaxia, comprising a total of 800,000 personnel, commenced operations. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, as General Zhang personally oversaw the command center of the joint forces, monitoring the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of an underground air raid shelter, Yi Feng was situated within a concealed chamber, idly toying with a personal token. His location was entirely isolated from the outside world, impenetrable even to a mosquito apart from the ventilation shaft. Ever since Professor Luo suspected him of being a descendant of the Yi bloodline, Yi Feng had been confined here. Had it not been for the chamber's opulent accommodations, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. This chamber was constructed 4 kilometers underground, surrounded by heavy alloy barriers, with sensors embedded in the walls to monitor environmental changes. If Yi Feng chose not to leave the chamber, even if the outside world erupted into chaos, the defenses here would remain unbroken. Truly, this was a nuclear facility designed for high-ranking officials, capable of such protective measures. Ye Feng sighed, shaking his head as he refocused his attention on the jade pendant in his hand. The pendant was uniquely shaped like a maple leaf, intricately engraved with a complex and arcane symbol that, at first glance, resembled the character for leaf. This symbol represented the surname of the Yi family. Yi Feng scrutinized the jade pendant, an inkling surfacing within him that this token was intricately linked to his heritage. Yet, the precise nature of that connection eluded him. Suddenly, his gaze lingered on the back of the pendant, where he noticed a complex pattern etched into the surface. Why does this pattern seem so familiar? Yi Feng furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This pattern, along with the symbol on the front, bore a striking resemblance to the designs found on that bronze sword. Could it be that this jade pendant also hails from an extraterrestrial civilization? This is utterly absurd. Chapter 22, D-Day. Yi Feng shook his head, dismissing the bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind. Regardless of the situation, even if aliens sought to capture him, as long as he remained within this sanctuary, his life should be temporarily secure. Beep, beep, beep. In the command center, an array of sophisticated devices diligently monitored the approaching fleet. Hundreds of colossal battleships, spanning several kilometers, streamed through the stratosphere and into the troposphere. Here, the oxygen concentration increased slightly, allowing, according to the fleet's landing operation protocols, the release of landing vessels and spiritual beasts at this altitude. The cultivators, having drifted in the cosmos for centuries, were eager to burst forth from their ships and savor the freshness of the air. Before the command could be issued, a series of small landing craft, each measuring several meters in length and width, detached from the mothership in succession. These small vessels were specifically designed for Qi refinement stage practitioners, who typically had yet to master the art of sword flight and relied heavily on such vehicles for long-distance maneuvering. The landing boats boasted large, membranous wings on either side, utilizing the updraft created beneath them to glide over distances. The sheer number of Qi refinement practitioners was staggering. The landing vessels filled the sky like a swarm of bees escaping a hive, casting a shadow over the land. In contrast to the Qi refinement practitioners, who could only squeeze into the landing craft, Foundation establishment practitioners enjoyed a far superior experience, even though they too had not fully mastered sword flight. However, Foundation establishment practitioners often possessed accompanying spiritual beasts, particularly those who could afford flying beasts, who now soared aloft on cranes or eagles, gracefully descending toward the surface. As for Golden Core practitioners, they no longer relied on any flying spiritual beasts but instead traversed the skies directly on their swords. This delineates why Golden Core practitioners are considered a watershed in the realm of cultivation. Only they possess the abundant vital energy necessary for short-term sword flight in the void. Only upon reaching the Golden Core stage can one truly be deemed a cultivator. Of course, those at the nascent soul level and above can transcend the need for sword flight, relying solely on their internal vital energy to ride the winds, a true embodiment of celestial beings. The disparity between nascent soul practitioners and those at the out-of-body stage is monumental. Primarily, out-of-body practitioners possess far more robust physiques, capable of withstanding the corrosive onslaught of cosmic radiation. Even during interstellar travel, they can remain in outer space for extended periods and utilize spells for long-distance flight. In contrast, nascent soul practitioners lack such capabilities, relying on magical artifacts or formations to barely survive in the harsh environment of outer space. This stark comparison renders out-of-body practitioners exceptionally formidable, not only for their physical prowess, but also for the potency of their spells. Thus, it is imperative that high-ranking fleet commanders in the Yunxian Empire be of out-of-body status or higher, as only those who can endure the rigors of outer space are fit to command second or even first-tier fleets. Xiao Qian's urgency regarding this breakthrough stemmed from such considerations. He refused to resign himself to a lifetime confined to a C-tier fleet, languishing as an unremarkable captain. In terms of qualifications and experience, he believed he was on par with any fleet commander within the Empire. The sole limitation he faced was his current nascent soul cultivation. As long as he could break through to the out-of-body stage, a future of boundless possibilities awaited him. At this moment, Xiao Chun was aboard the flagship in outer space, quietly refining the body left to him by Xiao Xingdong, entirely unaware of the fate that awaited his fleet. 3,000 meters below, in the operations command room, a communication officer loudly reported, "The enemy's vanguard has entered our air defense identification zone. Please advise." General Zhang, glancing at the radar display, ordered, "Command all Air Force units to enter a state of heightened readiness. Connect me to the early warning aircraft communication channel. I will take over command from here." At a coastal Air Force base, 6 of the latest 5th-generation fighter jets swiftly took to the skies, forming 3 squadrons racing toward the cultivator fleet. Each squadron accompanied by 4 unmanned drones. This represented the most advanced and formidable air force in Huaxia, sufficient to annihilate the air forces of 90 nations. Flying Dragon 02, calling Taishan. Our squadron has infiltrated Airspace 15 and is on standby, currently searching for enemy targets. The J-20 fighter jets entered the channel. Taishan was the code name for the early warning aircraft. Flying Dragon 02, signal received. The target is 120 kilometers to your west. Execute Plan 1. General Zhang calmly directed. 01, hold your position. 0304, maneuver to the rear to secure the airspace. Remember, ensure the enemy fleet does not enter civilian-dense areas. 0304 acknowledges, proceeding toward the target airspace. The 2 J-20 squads separated from the formation, flying toward the rear from different directions. The unmanned drones also disengaged, redirecting toward the enemy fleet. As the first squadron took off, another wave of fighter jets ascended one after another. Hundreds of various aircraft remained on the airfield, ready for immediate deployment. The Chief of Staff was discussing the situation with General Zhang. Our satellites have detected the general direction of the enemy fleet. They appear to be heading toward our command center. Judging by the images transmitted from the satellites, this fleet is massive, likely exceeding 100,000 personnel. An officer reported from the side. Such a large scale? General Zhang was momentarily taken aback. The enemy's main battleships remained in the stratosphere, while most of the vessels entering the airspace were smaller ships and individual combat units. Such a scale of aerial assault had never occurred in human history, and we have never conducted similar drills in the past. A nearby aide anxiously remarked. Not to worry, quantity is not an issue. Since we have confirmed the enemy's position, there is no reason to hesitate. Initiate ground-based air defense attacks. General Zhang decisively ordered. Understood. A cacophony of sharp, Piercing roars erupted from the air defense positions as thousands of surface-to-air missiles, trailing fiery plumes of white smoke, surged toward the enemy landing fleet. Whoosh! Boom! The sky was engulfed in a violent explosion as countless landing craft, escort ships, and destroyers transformed into blazing fireballs under the onslaught of artillery, rolling and wailing amid the clouds. This was merely an appetizer. Under the cover of the missiles, hundreds of thousands of anti-aircraft shells, rockets, and various weaponry surged toward the enemy fleet. Boom! 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 The intense explosions nearly shattered half the sky, sending shockwaves that painted the clouds a blood-red hue. Dazzling orbs of light erupted like fireworks, brilliant and mesmerizing. After this barrage, nearly the entire vanguard of the enemy fleet was obliterated. The Chi refinement practitioners seated in the landing pods scarcely had time to glimpse the scenery of Earth before they were reduced to debris, dissipating into the atmosphere. Foundation establishment and Golden Core practitioners fared slightly better, as their smaller and more dispersed targets suffered less impact. Aside from a few unfortunate souls directly struck, the losses were minimal. However, once they witnessed the formidable power of the high-explosive missiles, none were willing to continue their assault against the barrage below. To them, each missile embodied the transcendent might of a nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, disregarding their mission, tens of thousands of cultivators hastily mounted their celestial cranes and swords, scattering away from this hellish battlefield. Meanwhile, the second wave of aerial assault units had arrived in the vicinity, comprising several J-20 and J-16 attack aircraft. With a hum, multiple J-20s swiftly descended, hovering at an altitude of several thousand meters, surveying the debris and ruins below. 03 calling Taishan. Radar has detected enemy ground units. Prepare to engage. 1J-20 was the first to spot several Foundation establishment cultivators moving rapidly, seemingly fleeing the battlefield. Taishan acknowledges, executing strike. 04, provide full support. 03 received. Locking onto all enemies within a 30-kilometer radius. Missiles away. 04 understood, proceeding to target. Subsequently, 2J-20s swiftly adjusted their trajectories, pursuing the three streaks of escape, unleashing a barrage of air-to-air missiles at the utmost speed, the sound echoing like a torrential downpour. Boom! The massive explosions erupted, engulfing the sky in a fiery spectacle. Despite their desperate attempts to evade, these Foundation establishment cultivators were still injured by the violent shockwaves, spitting blood. They rode the swiftest celestial cranes of the cloud Immortal Empire, reaching speeds nearly 3 times the speed of sound. Damn it! What is this thing? Where's the attack coming from? Let's flee. Such an assault is utterly unstoppable. The fleeing cultivators exchanged hurried words, their faces pale. Their celestial cranes were nearing their limits, their speed rapidly declining. Forget it, let's fight. We can't escape anyway. Even if our bodies are destroyed, it's better than being captured. Besides, even if our physical forms are lost, we can still reconstruct our bodies. There's always a glimmer of hope. You're right. Even if we die, our consciousness can return to the Nether Palace. It's better than being captured. This sentiment seemed to rejuvenate their spirits. They swiftly formed seals with their hands, chanting incantations, and their bodies gradually became transparent, enveloped by surges of spiritual energy, slowly ascending into the air. Why aren't they fleeing? The pursuing J-20s were taken aback by this turn of events. Not good. Return immediately. We detected intense energy fluctuations. They intend to self-destruct. The officer piloting the aircraft quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The J-20s executed an emergency maneuver, altering their course, and circled in the sky, tracing an arc to avoid the two figures. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! 2 muffled explosions resonated below as the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators could no longer withstand the pressure of their expanding spiritual energy, self-destructing and dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. In the process, their physical forms were torn apart by the spiritual energy, utterly vanishing. A similar scene unfolded continuously in this airspace. Fighter jets pursuing cultivators riding swords or beasts, weaving back and forth in the high skies. Once a cultivator was locked onto by a fighter jet, their fate was almost sealed. Yet, the number of fighter jets was evidently insufficient to annihilate this fleeing horde, especially as their air-to-air missiles quickly ran out, leaving them no choice but to employ machine guns for attacks within visual range. The aircraft's heavy machine guns unleashed a barrage, but regrettably, the effectiveness of these gunfire in such an environment was minimal, only occasionally grazing a few fleeing cultivators, making it difficult to hit the elusive practitioners. Even when they did strike, They rarely inflicted fatal damage, as the external vital energy of these cultivators provided some protection against ordinary bullets. The commanders aboard the stratospheric battleships also observed the fierce battlefield below. They could clearly see that this was not a war. It was an outright massacre. Nevertheless, the ancient nascent soul experts remained unfazed. Having endured countless interstellar wars, they had grown accustomed to such scenes. For cultivators, as long as their spirits remained intact, they had not truly perished. Furthermore, the first wave dispatch consisted merely of low-tier cultivators, who were essentially cannon fodder. Their purpose was to deplete the enemy's spiritual devices and ammunition, allowing the higher-tier cultivators who would follow to secure victory more easily. In interstellar warfare, the outcome has always been determined by the powerful, especially on this indigenous planet, where it seemed no formidable cultivators existed. Attacks relied entirely on magical artifacts. Based on their experience, such nascent, soul-level magical artifacts were exceedingly precious. Regardless of the world, their numbers were severely limited. Sacrificing low-tier cultivators to obtain these artifacts was undoubtedly a worthy exchange, though it appeared these natives possessed an abundance of such items. An entire hour passed, yet the barrage below showed no signs of diminishing. Chapter 24, Main Force Landing. It seems the enemy was well prepared, a nascent soul, true monarch remarked. Indeed, not only do they have defensive formations, but they have also deployed several offensive arrays, continuously providing fire support. It is unlikely we can make any progress in the short term. Another nascent soul expert shook his head, adding, moreover, I've heard that several reconnaissance teams sent earlier have not returned any reports. This indigenous planet may not be as simple as it appears. I suggest we wait for reinforcements. No, we absolutely cannot give up, another nascent soul cultivator responded. That old fox, Xiao Chun, is unlikely to let us off easily. I believe we should muster our forces to complete the mission. Indeed, delaying further would yield no benefits. Let the main forces advance. After a thorough discussion, the nascent soul commanders swiftly reached a consensus. All units advance. Moments later, a multitude of assault battleships detached from the mothership. Unlike ordinary landing vessels, these assault ships were operated by Golden Core cultivators, each equipped with the Empire's latest spiritual energy shielding formations, capable of collectively withstanding attacks from nascent soul experts. In addition, they were armed with various spiritual energy artifacts, including the formidable Gathering Spirit cannons, specifically designed to target ground fortifications, easily capable of demolishing fortress walls. Charge! The roar from the assault ships reverberated, and they rapidly dove downward. The number of these assault vessels was overwhelming, exceeding 50,000. These elite troops, cultivated at great expense by Xiao Chun, not only possessed high-tier spiritual energy artifacts and flying swords, but also numerous auxiliary weapons. Among these tens of thousands of cultivators were several dozen nascent soul cultivators, whom he had recruited at significant cost, specifically to lead the charge. Annihilate them. A multitude of venerable beings at the nascent soul stage, each leading their respective elite forces, hastened towards the flickering flames on the ground. In the eyes of these ancient cultivators, the lowly natives could be easily tracked with a mere sweep of their spiritual consciousness. Dispatching a few troops would suffice to eradicate them completely. Regardless of how formidable the attacks from their spiritual artifacts might be, they remained mere external tools. Only the essence of their own true energy could be deemed paramount. Having cultivated to their exalted realm, their internal vital energy had transformed into a tangible force, immensely robust and capable of sustaining several days of combat expenditure. This delineates the distinction between the celestial and the mundane. Do not allow the cultivators below to flee the battlefield. Charge forth and assault the enemy formation, commanded a nascent soul adept, transmitting his voice over vast distances in an effort to rally the scattered lower-tier cultivators back to the fray. Should there be any cowards among you, do not blame me for binding your souls and reducing you to ashes. The nascent soul adept threatened languidly. Upon hearing this, the effect was immediate. Though the cultivators were loath to abandon their corporeal forms, the dread of their souls dissipating rendered their physical bodies inconsequential. In an instant, all returning cultivators unleashed their spells and artifacts, bombarding the enemy positions below with fervor. Raining torrents of fire descended from the heavens, transforming the sky into a crimson expanse, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Simultaneously, those cultivators who were on the verge of fleeing turned back, aware that under the watchful gaze of the nascent soul adept, no tricks could be played. Countless flesh and metal collided, their anguished cries echoing across the sky. These lower-tier cultivators could not withstand such concentrated anti-air fire. A single wave of assault resulted in grievous casualties, yet the remaining cultivators continued to recklessly press against the barrage. The surrounding squadrons of fighter jets were stirred by the tumult, swiftly seeking cover to observe the unfolding events. Haha, these wretched ants have finally chosen to retreat. Continue the assault, ordered the nascent soul adept. In that moment, countless cultivators activated their spiritual artifacts, unleashing terrifying attacks. These assaults varied in form, yet their singular target remained the ground-based anti-air positions. Boom! Countless streams of spiritual light erupted, unleashing a cacophony of fearsome waves that swept across the horizon, leaving trails in the sky. Though the majority of the spiritual energy attacks were intercepted by the defensive fire, some spells managed to breach the defenses, inflicting significant damage. The once impregnable defensive line began to show hideous cracks under the relentless onslaught of these fearless assaults. And this was merely the beginning. Next, a fleet of assault ships piloted by cultivators emerged from the clouds, commencing a fierce bombardment of the fortified positions below. Bang! Boom! The air was filled with the incessant roar of explosions. The entire defensive position faced an unprecedented trial. Even with concrete fortifications, it struggled to withstand the pressure. Those inferior natives dare to resist the Yinxian Empire? They are oblivious to their impending doom. Quickly eliminate these pests to prevent any prolonged complications. The nascent soul adept scoffed, their confidence unwavering as they paid little heed to the conflict below, knowing victory was assured against such trifling natives. Even a typical cultivation planet would succumb easily under such intense assault, let alone these low-tier beings. They merely needed to await their main force to breach the defensive lines, then slaughter the natives to seize resources and population. Report: the enemy has initiated a suicidal charge. Our positions are at risk of being breached. A major reported, anxiety evident in his voice. The enemy numbers vastly exceeded his expectations, and under such heavy bombardment, the defensive net began to appear somewhat thin. No matter. Relay the order to prepare for the second phase of the operation. General Zhang calmly instructed, sipping his strong tea as he issued commands. Well played. Closing the door on the dock. Once these oblivious cultivators descend, we can easily annihilate them. Professor Luo had appeared at his side. Cultivators? Ha! That term is indeed rather fitting. How has your rest been, Professor Luo? General Zhang smiled, gesturing for him to take a seat. No need. Do you know where Dr. Yi Feng is? I have matters to discuss with him. Professor Luo inquired further. Ah, Dr. Yi, rest assured, we have arranged for personnel to oversee him around the clock. There will be no mishaps. Is there something specific you wish to discuss with him? General Zhang refrained from directly answering Professor Luo's question. Ah, it's nothing serious. I merely worry about him. Having grown up without parents, it hasn't been easy. I fear he may feel lonely, Professor Luo replied. There's no need for concern. That lad treats this place like his home and seems to be enjoying himself quite thoroughly. General Zhang displayed the surveillance feed, revealing Yi Feng engrossed in a game at his computer. Professor Luo scrutinized the screen for a considerable time before finally saying, "That's good to hear, very good. If all is well, I shall take my leave for a while." With that, he vanished back into the crowd. Chapter 25, The Ground Showdown. The war on the surface raged on. Following the retreat order, the anti-air units ceased fire and systematically relocated to the underground fortifications, having completed their operational phase. All medium and large targets had been neutralized, leaving only small units for the ground forces to resolve later. Not far off, hundreds of Type 99 main battle tanks had assembled in their designated positions, flanked by a dense array of infantry fighting vehicles, armored transporters, and artillery tractors. Such a vast armored contingent was now fully gathered on this modest plain, resembling a legion of marching ants from above. Booming sounds echoed as helicopters whirred overhead. Hundreds of massive armed transport planes descended upon the outskirts of the plain. The cargo doors opened, and thousands of heavily clad Special Forces soldiers poured out, rapidly assembling under the command of the ground forces to construct temporary positions. A few hundred meters from the trenches, in a makeshift command post, the brigade commander stood before a laptop, manipulating the controls. The radar display on the screen indicated the enemy's location. The commander placed his hand on the mouse and clicked gently. Instantly, a three-dimensional real-time map materialized, showcasing the detailed coordinates of both friendly and enemy forces. At that moment, the map revealed a colossal fleet advancing slowly above the defensive line. It was the main force of the cultivation civilization, comprising over 10,000 assault ships. Its scale even surpassed that of the initial wave of landing ships. Unlike landing ships, each assault vessel typically housed 5 golden core cultivators, 1 pilot, 1 observer, 2 gunners, and 1 commander. This constituted the standard operational unit of the Yunxian Empire, with 5 well-coordinated and well-trained golden core cultivators. They could unleash combat prowess rivaling that of the nascent Soul Elders. This fleet formed the backbone of their forces, under the guidance of a capable commander. Thousands of assault ships could determine the course of a war. Even an out-of-body stage expert would find themselves fleeing in disarray before such a formidable legion. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with assault ships, an endless fleet resembling a colossal dark cloud, poised to crush the earth beneath. However, these assault ships were originally designed for combat in the vacuum of space, powered by psychic engines, with no consideration given to aerodynamics. Consequently, their flight within the atmosphere appeared exceedingly clumsy, resembling cumbersome stones that lacked speed. The commander of the spiritual cultivation fleet had no intention of engaging the humans in a head-on confrontation in the air. His plan was to dispatch these golden core practitioners swiftly to the ground and resolve the situation through close-quarters combat against the despicable natives. Upon discerning the enemy forces, the commander of the synthetic brigade wore a grave expression and promptly picked up the phone beside him, dialing a specific number. "Hello, General Zhang. Our unit has arrived at the designated position. Please advise." "Excellent. Ensure that the defense line is held firmly. Reinforcements will arrive shortly," came the response from the other end. "Understood. We will steadfastly defend our position," the brigade commander replied, hanging up the phone with resolve. Taking a deep breath, he recognized the arduous nature of today's mission. Yet knowing the honor of such a task, he steeled himself for the possibility of sacrifice. Raising his gaze once more to the densely packed enemies above, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. "Comrades, it seems today we may meet our end here, but behind us lies our people. We must hold the line and spill our last drops of blood upon this ground." With all his might, the brigade commander bellowed to those around him. "Did you hear that? Kill! Kill!" The soldiers roared in unison, weapons in hand, unleashing a furious barrage upon the already landed spiritual cultivation fleet, igniting a bloody tempest on the battlefield. Meanwhile, various artillery pieces opened fire, striking the enemy assault ships with ferocity, causing several ill-fated vessels to be obliterated. Yet, an even greater number of assault ships pressed forward fearlessly, with many golden core practitioners leaping from their vessels even while still dozens of meters above the ground. In this close-quarters combat, the advantages of the golden core practitioners were fully realized. With their swift movements and formidable physiques, they became nearly immune to small-caliber bullets. These practitioners darted across the battlefield, casting spells, executing sword techniques, or simply attacking their foes with their bare hands. The twin heavy machine guns stationed at the position spat fire, their bullets forming a continuous line of flame as they pursued the incoming cultivators. In an instant, the sky erupted with the sound of countless explosions, shockwaves radiating outward, sending debris flying in every direction. The battle was fiercely brutal. At this juncture, a middle-aged practitioner clad in blue armor leaped from an assault ship, landing within the trenches. Casually drawing his sword and executing a sweeping strike aimed at a nearby armored vehicle. With a sharp sound, the armored vehicle's tough exterior was cleaved, creating a deep gash, and smoke billowed into the air as a humanoid figure emerged from the haze, a human soldier. The middle-aged practitioner let out a cold laugh and raised his sword to strike the armored vehicle once more. Just then, a armor-piercing round hurtled toward him with incredible speed and an awkward angle, leaving him no opportunity to evade. With a clang, sparks flew as he barely deflected the round, and as the smoke cleared, he noticed a tank nearby, its cold barrel aimed directly at him. "Cowardly turtle," the middle-aged practitioner muttered with a furrowed brow, dodging the next shell with a swift motion. He extended a finger across his chest, summoning an ancient red talisman into his palm, which he then tossed into the air. The talisman swelled in the wind, transforming into a giant fireball over 2 meters in diameter. The middle-aged practitioner gestured with his hands, reciting incantations as the surface of the talisman glowed with a faint yellow halo. With a whoosh, a blazing meteor separated from the fireball, hurtling toward the tank in the distance. With a sizzling sound, the tank's hatch was punctured by the intense heat, emitting wisps of green smoke. "Damn it!" The tank's driver cursed, hastily starting the engine and attempting to maneuver away from the impending fireball, but it was too late. As the tank turned, an explosion erupted, sending it rolling, its exterior armor intact yet rendered incapable of further combat. Before the tank could relocate, another searing meteor descended. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the tank's tracks were obliterated, the explosion's force reverberating across the area, thick smoke filling the air. Yet, when the smoke dissipated, the tank's turret remained steadily aimed at the middle-aged practitioner, seemingly unscathed. Damn it! The practitioner glared at the tank, his teeth clenched in frustration. This was his most powerful attack, yet had barely scratched the resilient war machine. Left with no option, he turned to flee in search of another tank to harass. Chapter 26. A Field of Death. Meanwhile, several other Golden Core practitioners found themselves in a similar predicament, each attempting to obliterate a main battle tank. Yet all met with failure. Their psychic energy was limited, forcing them to rely on ordinary spiritual weapons, which paled in comparison to the armored might they faced, rendering their efforts futile and a mere waste of vital energy. Under the relentless firepower of a human army, many Golden Core practitioners sustained severe injuries. A glancing hit from small-caliber weapons was manageable, but a direct hit from heavy artillery could result in severed limbs or worse, obliteration. In this dire moment, numerous cultivators began to cluster together, seeking to form a formation to withstand the onslaught of artillery. A number of Golden Core practitioners joined forces to establish a formation capable of momentarily withstanding the full force of a nascent soul practitioner's attack. Even a direct hit from a 155mm howitzer would not immediately shatter their energy shield. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve under the targeting of ground artillery. The assembled cultivators were easily annihilated. After all, if one shell was insufficient, there would be two. Even if they miraculously survived, more shells awaited them. Soon, the battlefield became a grim landscape of piled corpses resembling small mountains, blood staining the earth, severed limbs scattered across the ground soaked in a vivid crimson, exuding a suffocating stench of blood. Suddenly, a Foundation establishment practitioner was struck by an armor-piercing shell. The shell's fuse failed to detonate and passed directly through his body, causing him to explode in a spray of blood like a bursting watermelon. Immediately after, the shield of a nearby Golden Core practitioner was torn apart, several steel core bullets slicing through his shoulder, tearing away a significant portion of flesh. The Golden Core practitioner cried out in agony, his energy depleted, rendering him like a lamb to the slaughter, rolling helplessly in a shell crater. Boom! Another shell exploded not far from him, incinerating his clothing to ash, leaving his once smooth skin pockmarked and charred. An increasing number of practitioners began to exhaust their energy, forced to curl up in shell craters, clinging to life while trembling in fear. Observing from above, the nascent soul practitioners frowned, their expressions darkening. Ants are ultimately ants, even with Golden Core cultivation. They are fit only to serve as cannon fodder. A hint of indifference curved his lips as he swiftly dashed toward the battlefield. In a flash, a slender blade materialized in his grasp, its gleaming edge radiant as if illuminated by the silvery moonlight. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that it was forged from cold iron, intricately adorned with esoteric engravings. The cultivator wielded the sword with one hand, its tip angled toward the heavens. And in an instant, he soared into the air, his gaze fixated on a tank below. With a swift motion, the cold iron sword was unleashed, piercing directly toward the tank's turret. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the sword penetrated the tank's interior, and with a deft flick, he lifted the tank's top. To prevent its escape, the cultivator executed another rapid draw, mercilessly shredding the tank's undercarriage. The tracks were torn asunder, rendering the tank uncontrollable as it spun wildly on the ground in a desperate struggle. Yet the onslaught did not cease there. The Yuan cultivator swung his other hand, unleashing a swirling crimson light that hurtled toward the tank, culminating in a thunderous explosion that sent forth a massive shockwave. The force propelled the tank far away, halting only upon crashing into a nearby structure. The tank's top had been breached, revealing the inferno of its cannon within, transforming it into a mere heap of scrap metal. Utterly inoperable, the Yuan cultivator smirked with satisfaction, remarking, a mere gaggle of lowly mortals, in the face of absolute power. No amount of struggle will effect any change. With that, he turned his gaze toward the distance, his eyes brimming with boundless malice. I am eager to see what means you primitive beings possess. Suddenly, a streak of silver flickered behind the Yuan cultivator. With a piercing sound, he was caught off guard as a silver bullet penetrated his chest, the neurotoxin contained within swiftly dismantling his life force. In disbelief, he clutched his heart, his eyes wide with shock. How could this be? The notion that he could succumb to a mere bullet was utterly incomprehensible to him. Slowly, the Yuan cultivator bowed his head to gaze at the silver bullet lodged in his heart, his pupils dilating before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Well done. Truly effective. In the distance, the commander, binoculars in hand, excitedly pumped his fist. The projectile had been fired from a Gauss kinetic rifle, with the bullet specially crafted for this moment. Chinese biological experts had initiated the development of a neurotoxin targeting the alien physiology as soon as they acquired samples of extraterrestrial tissue. With the support of the entire nation, this toxin was perfected within days and deployed to the front lines. Thus far, it had proven remarkably effective against the alien entities, although its limited production meant it could only be prioritized for high-value targets, such as Yuan-Ing-level adversaries. Consequently, this advanced rifle functioned primarily as a deterrent, unsuitable for widespread combat deployment. Nevertheless, the Yuan-Ing cultivator's effortless demise attested to the toxin's formidable nature. As time wore on, the cultivators were gradually encircled, their once overwhelming firepower reduced to isolated pockets. Increasingly, the practitioners began to abandon futile resistance. Under such dense fire, endurance was a fleeting hope. Their spiritual energy waned, rendering even the simplest external barriers untenable, let alone the ability to counterattack with spells. In the recent skirmish, they had desperately realized that their most potent assaults barely inflicted any significant damage upon the armored behemoths. The adversary's onslaught seemed relentless, showing no signs of exhaustion. Amidst their despair, as the surrounding structures lay in ruins, leaving only craters to provide refuge, a colossal battleship gradually emerged on the horizon. It was the vessel of a Yuan-Ing master. The practitioners gazed in astonishment at the battleship. It is the ship of the Outer Sect Elders. They have come to our rescue. Excitement surged among the cultivators, for they were utterly exhausted, and continued fighting would surely lead to catastrophic losses. The arrival of reinforcements was akin to a glimmer of hope. This giant battleship was the backbone of the Yunxian Empire's interstellar conquests. Each colossal vessel demanded boundless resources. Constructed from the trunks of ancient pines, the spines of seahorse beasts, and the scales of dragon serpent kings, refined over countless days and nights. Its defensive capabilities surpassed even those of peak Yuan-Ing cultivators, impervious to harm unless faced with adversaries of the out-of-body stage or higher. On the bridge of the battleship stood soldiers clad in golden helmets, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Though numbering just over 100, they appeared as an indomitable legion. Instilling awe, these soldiers were at least peak Golden Core experts, equipped with superior spiritual artifacts, their prowess rivaling that of novice Yuan-Ing cultivators. With a thunderous arrival, the battleship descended from the void, its immense presence causing the cultivators to tremble uncontrollably. At the forefront of the vessel sat a Yuan-Ing cultivator clad in silver armor, Xiao Yi, a master of the Yuan-Ing realm, an outer sect elder. Upon witnessing the main fleet enter the fray, he surmised that the battle would soon reach its conclusion, believing that no matter how formidable the Earth's natives, they could not contend with a disciplined army. Thus, he forcefully activated the curvature engine, propelling his battleship to the Earth's surface, intent on seizing the opportunity to capture the Yi clan's bloodline. His actions were perilous. Such a short-distance jump could easily misalign, resulting in a catastrophic crash. Such an impact would be insufferable, even for a battleship. Moreover, the vessel relied solely on an anti-gravity array for levitation, leaving it vulnerable should any counterattack arise. However, as the battleship appeared above the battlefield, both sides' fires ceased instantaneously. Human soldiers, beholding the super battleship spanning kilometers, were momentarily entranced, lost in thought. Report to headquarters. The enemy mothership has appeared, awaiting instructions. The brigade commander stared at the colossal vessel, momentarily disoriented. Understood. Cease conventional fire, authorize the use of neutron weaponry, and ensure the battleship's integrity. General Zhang, upon witnessing the battleship's emergence, made an immediate decision. The strategic and research value of such a large interstellar vessel was immeasurable. Its integrity must be preserved at all costs to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Damage to its structure would signify an irreplaceable loss for the scientific community of the Huaxiao nation. Order all units to take heed. Everyone retreat, fall back 50 kilometers. With the brigade commander's order, the military began a methodical withdrawal. Armored vehicles capable of movement retreated one after another, while those immobilized were left behind. Simultaneously, reconnaissance drones that had been hovering above turned to flee toward the periphery. As the surrounding human soldiers retreated like a receding tide, the encircled cultivators erupted into ecstatic roars. This band of natives has finally learned to fear. We are saved at last. We nearly thought we were doomed. Annihilate these natives and avenge our fallen brethren. The cries echoed incessantly, each individual engulfed in the joy of narrowly escaping death. Yet, Only Xiao Yi sensed an underlying abnormality. Something feels off. These natives clearly possess substantial remaining forces. Why are they fleeing the battlefield? Years of combat intuition warned him that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Do not descend. Engage maximum power to the shields. Xiao Yi swiftly issued the command, having perceived an intense sense of impending danger. At that very moment, a neutron bomb in the distance was aimed at the battleship suspended in midair. The neutron bomb is a formidable tactical nuclear weapon that employs high-energy neutron radiation as its primary lethal factor. Essentially, it is a minuscule hydrogen bomb detonated by a miniature atomic bomb, utilizing plutonium-239 as its nuclear material, which releases more neutrons than uranium. Thus, its more formal designation is a strong radiation weapon. Unlike atomic or hydrogen bombs that obliterate everything in their path, the neutron bomb has a relatively weak blast wave effect. Yet its radiation potency is tremendous. It can incapacitate enemy personnel while inflicting minimal damage to structures and facilities, avoiding long-term radioactive contamination. Consequently, deploying a neutron bomb against the battleship effectively targets personnel while preserving the vessel's integrity. Whoosh! The neutron bomb, propelled by rocket boosters, hurtled toward the battleship at remarkable speed. As it neared the vessel, it detonated. However, the explosion's aftermath was not particularly violent. The battleship's psychic shield merely flickered with a slight oscillation before returning to calm. Witnessing this, both the cultivators below and those aboard the battleship could not help but exhale in relief. Is that it? It seems I was overly concerned. Xiao Yi chuckled, shaking his head. He had feared the neutron bomb might inflict some injury on the battleship, only to find it had not even caused a ripple. However, in the next moment, the smile on Xiao Yi's face froze. He sensed a warm flow surging within his nostrils. Upon wiping his hand across his face, he discovered it was stained with blood. Since his ascension to the nascent soul stage, he had never fallen ill, let alone bled so profusely. Just as confusion gripped him, he suddenly heard a cacophony outside the cabin. Rushing out, he was horrified to find the golden-armored guards sprawled on the ground, their faces contorted in agony. The sight incited chaos aboard the battleship. Many nascent soul cultivators screamed in terror. What is happening? What's going on here? I don't want to die. Help! No. The shrill cries for help and wails echoed throughout the vessel. Then, to Xiao Yi's astonishment, his own consciousness began to blur. What kind of sinister sorcery is this? This was the last thought that crossed his mind before his demise. After Xiao Yi's death, the cultivators aboard the battleship utterly collapsed, scattering in panic. Yet, after enduring the intense radiation at close range, the last remaining cultivator also fell lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 28, Breakthrough Out-of-Body Stage. The cultivators on the ground fared little better. The neutron weapon's intense radiation instantaneously annihilated the vast majority of active cells within their bodies. This cellular-level assault was insurmountable even for nascent soul cultivators. In an instant, the sprawling battlefield was bereft of surviving practitioners. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship, the Breaking Edge, Xiao Chun sat in the meditation chamber. Before him lay a suspended corpse. This corpse belonged to none other than the formidable nascent soul expert, Xiao Xingdou. Xiao Chun had awaited this day for far too long, having been stuck at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage for an entire millennium. He could scarcely recall when his last breakthrough had occurred. Deep down, Xiao Chun understood that his aptitude was not exceptionally high. Reaching the later stages of nascent soul cultivation in this lifetime was already a monumental stroke of fortune. To ascend further, one would require a fateful opportunity beyond imagination. He had spent several centuries conquering dozens of worlds, merely grazing the threshold of the out-of-body stage, yet the journey to truly step into that realm remained a distant aspiration. In the Yinxian Empire, while nascent soul cultivators were not scarce, they were hardly deemed numerous in the eyes of true masters. They were merely a slightly elevated form of cannon fodder. Only those who had genuinely entered the out-of-body stage were regarded as having reached the realm of the powerful, possessing the qualification to ascend to the upper echelons of society. Compared to nascent soul cultivators, those in the out-of-body stage experienced significant enhancements to their soul and consciousness, enabling them to control fleet movements with a virtual soul akin to a supercomputer. In such circumstances, even without external assistance, an out-of-body cultivator could effortlessly command an entire fleet through their own strength. This level of prowess surpassed that of the nascent soul stage, entering a realm more profound and inscrutable. This explains why high-ranking fleet commanders within the Empire are invariably out-of-body experts. Furthermore, the vital energy of an out-of-body cultivator can envelop their cells, allowing every part of their body to withstand the immense radiation of outer space. One could assert that the body of an out-of-body cultivator transcends mere mortal flesh, transforming into a supreme artifact. The combination of myriad acupoints and dantians can accommodate an enormous influx of vital energy, with offensive capabilities elevated to an entirely new echelon. Such cultivators possess an indestructible physique. Unless bombarded by the main cannon of a battleship, they are virtually impervious to harm. This is the terrifying nature of out-of-body experts, the realm he yearns to attain. Xiao Chun initially believed he would struggle throughout his life to reach the out-of-body stage. Fortunately, his luck turned when, during a mission, he stumbled upon a secret technique. The soul-devouring magic method. This technique belonged to an evil sect, emphasizing the refinement of high-ranking cultivators' bodies to elevate one's own cultivation. If one could successfully refine the body of a high-ranking cultivator, they would gain an almost terrifying power, capable not only of enhancing their cultivation, but also of forcibly breaking through boundaries. However, this nefarious technique harbored a significant flaw. It did not specify how to procure the remains of powerful cultivators. Upon reaching the out-of-body stage, cultivators could achieve near immortality. Even if they were to perish, their affiliated sects would ensure their bodies were preserved. Acquiring the remains of high-ranking cultivators would necessitate killing them first, slay the individual, then seize the corpse. Yet, this presented an unsolvable conundrum. If one possessed the strength to defeat an out-of-body cultivator, why expend effort refining their remains? Xiao Chun had once discarded this technique for that very reason. It was not until he received the task of escorting Xiao Xingdong that he suddenly realized the opportunity to alter his fate lay before him. Thus, it was only natural that he would strike a deal with this nascent soul elder. Now, the body of this nascent soul cultivator lay before him. Once the refinement was complete, not only would he transcend into the out-of-body stage, but he might even have a chance to ascend to the nascent soul stage. To this end, he even went so far as to seal off the entire ship, dedicating himself entirely to the refinement process, ensuring not a single disturbance would interrupt his efforts. Xiao Chun initiated his cultivation technique, silently refining this body of the god transformation stage. As the technique operated, a torrent of potent essence surged towards his limbs and bones, integrating into his blood vessels, gradually permeating throughout his entire being. This essence contained boundless energy, causing serpentine veins to emerge on the surface of his skin, writhing as if they possessed life, presenting a grotesque spectacle. A massive influx of essence coursed through his meridians, rushing towards his dantian, where his nascent soul, already formed, began to stir restlessly, as if sensing something. Xiao Chun understood that his nascent soul was finally poised to ascend. The advancement of the nascent soul was critically important. It required an immense amount of pure energy to coalesce a spirit capable of emerging from a body. However, the process of advancement was excruciatingly painful, as it necessitated the complete annihilation of the previously solidified nascent soul, allowing for the reconstruction of an entirely new spirit. This transformation felt akin to shattering every rigid bone in one's body and tearing apart and reshaping all frail muscles and tendons. Such agony was unbearable even for cultivators of the nascent soul stage. Yet Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, devoting all his focus to his cultivation. His eyes were tightly shut, his body trembling slightly, his complexion ashen, clearly under immense strain. This torment persisted for more than 2 hours, finally reaching a crescendo. At this moment, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed deeply, his veins bulging, his face drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from sauna. His lips cracked, and a faint red glow emanated from his skin, with wisps of dark energy seeping from his pores. His entire form seemed to transform into a cloud of steam, the temperature around him rising sharply. Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, a fierce light flashing within them. He had succeeded. Concurrently, a dense mist erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. After a while, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing Xiao Chen's figure. He had grown approximately 2 inches taller, and his facial features had become more defined, exuding an aura of striking handsomeness. As he moved his body, he felt the surging power within him, and a look of joy sparkled in his eyes. He had not anticipated that refining this body would prove so effortless. He had expected it to consume a considerable amount of time. Given that this body belonged to a practitioner of the God transformation stage, a true essence among essences. To refine, it was akin to conquering a spiritual mountain. Yet, in just a few hours, this body had been refined. Although he had endured some hardship, It was well worth it. Laughing heartily, Xiao Chun looked to the sky, his voice brimming with unrestrained exhilaration. His realm had finally advanced from the perfection of a nascent soul to the early stages of emergence from the body. Yet the spiritual energy in the current star system was exceedingly thin. Consequently, the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted, and his spirit remained far from fully formed. Only his physical body had undergone a transformative change. Chapter 29. Spiritual Energy Oregon. The breakthrough in his realm did not cloud Xiao Chen's judgment. Instead, it filled him with a poignant sense of longing. He recalled another crucial mission of this expedition. If he could capture a descendant of a Yi clan, with his current cultivation level, he might have the opportunity to ascend to the upper echelons of his family and become a true core member. These fellows, why had they not sent any messages? Xiao Chen glanced at the communication device, yet no news arrived. However, he soon resigned himself to the situation. Surely, they were busy pillaging. After holding back for so long, they finally had the chance to unleash their pent-up energy. Xiao Chun shook his head, deciding to descend personally. With his current early-stage emergence from the body, he was more than capable of sweeping across the entire blue star. Xiao Chun slightly gathered strength in his legs, adjusted his direction, and in an instant, unleashed an unparalleled force. His figure vanished from the bridge, shooting towards the direction of the fluctuations in the Yi clan's bloodline. The cleanup operations were proceeding with great intensity, as countless corpses of cultivators were meticulously packed into freezing containers, transported to various laboratories for dissection. Some of the stronger individuals, even in death, had remnants of their bodily tissues striving to recover and grow. If this technology could be successfully analyzed, it would have revolutionary implications for the entire field of human medicine. In contrast, the scattered landing ships and assault vessels were considerably less valuable. These battered ships were merely pieced together with wooden planks and stones, lacking any technical sophistication. The only aspect that could be deemed structural were a few moderately complex array patterns. Judging by previous experiences, they likely utilized spiritual energy-driven formations as their source of propulsion. Among the heaps of corpses, there were a few fortunate souls who, buried too deeply, managed to escape the radiation of neutron weapons and survive by a stroke of luck. Some of the wounded attempted to resist, but upon witnessing the hellish scene around them, they quickly abandoned the notion of rebellion and surrendered obediently. The surviving cultivators, clad in thick restraint garments, were escorted under heavy guard to the prisoner of war camp. These cultivators had once been the elite of the Yuxian Empire. Now reduced to such a state, one could only wonder what thoughts occupied their minds. Nevertheless, regardless of their feelings of submission, they would ultimately become prisoners, never to rise again. At this moment, General Zhang and a group of researchers had donned radiation-proof suits and boarded the battleship suspended high in the air, commencing their investigation of this colossal vessel. Has Professor Luo still not arrived? General Zhang inquired casually. He was well aware that Professor Luo had been studying extraterrestrial fleets for years, and now that they had captured a main battleship, his unexpected absence was puzzling. Professor Luo went to find his students. We did not obstruct him, replied an aide nearby. General, look. It seems this battleship surface is adorned with some form of barrier that can repel enemy attacks, remarked a researcher, pointing to a specific area. Following the direction indicated, General Zhang indeed observed two massive golden spheres embedded at the ship's bow, emitting a dazzling radiance. This light was not merely a reflection of ordinary sunlight. It harbored a certain energy, possessing terrifying protective capabilities. What could this light be? Is it also a form of spiritual energy device? General Zhang inquired, frowning. At that moment, a deputy director from the Academy of Sciences approached, scrutinizing the area for a moment before confidently responding, "Yes, General. This is an energy shield capable of isolating over 90% of matter from the universe. Unless one can shatter it, they cannot approach even a step closer. From the surface patterns, it appears to operate similarly to other spiritual energy devices, relying on a specific formation." "I see," General Zhang said, a look of realization dawning upon him. Throughout this journey, he had encountered numerous array patterns. It seemed that all the weaponry and equipment of this civilization relied on these formations to convert spiritual energy. According to the probe's findings, the armor of this battleship was made from a special natural material, resembling the bones and scales of some colossal organism. The primary structure remained wooden. Yet this would have an incredibly high density, its strength rivaling that of steel. The resilience of this material is astonishing, surpassing the hardness of many alloys. Where could it possibly have come from? Another expert marveled. Perhaps it is related to the formations on this battleship. These formations seem to constitute a giant spiritual energy array that not only generates defensive capabilities, but can also absorb external spiritual energy. Another venerable scholar adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and remarked, listening to their discourse, General Zhang's countenance gradually transformed into one of solemnity. Addressing the surrounding scientists, he stated, "This battleship possesses the capability for interstellar travel. Let us proceed to the power chamber, for therein lies the most crucial technology." Upon hearing this, the assemblage of scientists ceased their delays and followed General Zhang to the power chamber. Their curiosity piqued by how such a primitive civilization had mastered the art of interstellar navigation. As they entered the power chamber, General Zhang was taken aback by the spectacle before him. Within the chamber, an endless flow of spiritual energy surged, coalescing in a recess to form a swirling black hole approximately 10 meters in diameter. The flow of this energy was swift, yet it gradually converged at the bottom of the recess under the vortex's pull, where an enormous array was intricately etched. The lines of this array were delicate, imbued with an aura of ancient antiquity, and its scale was immense, occupying 2/3 of the entire chamber. Among the intricate patterns, vague symbols and designs could be discerned, exuding a mysterious power that seemed to attract the surrounding spiritual energy, infusing it into the array. Standing to the side, General Zhang fixated on this grand formation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "This great array is likely the source of power for interstellar travel." The group of researchers erupted in astonishment. Although this hypothesis had already been confirmed, hearing it articulated by General Zhang left them profoundly shaken. This array required a colossal amount of energy to maintain its operation, and given its intensity, it was unlikely to sustain itself for long. Currently, we can still locate some spiritual energy ores aboard this vessel. These should be the source of its power, a senior scientist remarked, picking up a dimming spiritual stone from the floor. General Zhang examined the stone, which was gradually losing its luminance, and mused, "The energy within this spiritual ore seems to be waning. If we could ascertain how to generate spiritual energy, it would equate to possessing limitless energy. Regrettably, we currently lack any leads. We are utterly unable to regenerate spiritual energy." The others nodded in agreement, fully aware of the strategic significance of these spiritual ores. Chapter 30. Unmanned combat aircraft. At that moment, a guard rushed in hastily. "Report, General. A powerful signal has breached our blockade and is rapidly approaching. We must relocate to the underground facility at once." "What? An enemy?" General Zhang was taken aback upon hearing the guard's report. In his recollection, the hundreds of ships in the stratosphere had been annihilated by neutron bombs. Presently, only a flagship remained in near-space orbit, with satellites long confirming its unmanned status, rendering it incapable of posing any threat. To his astonishment, it seemed that a practitioner had arrived here to meet their demise. General Zhang quickly commanded, "Deploy fighter squads immediately. We must do everything in our power to intercept it and drive it away from the fleet's airspace to avoid collateral damage to the battleship." "Understood," a staff officer replied. "Also, ensure the latest model of unmanned drones is included in the first wave of operations. Their safety is paramount." "Yes, General." Beep, accompanied by the piercing sound of alarms. Over a dozen state-of-the-art unmanned combat aircraft ascended from the command center's launch pad, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, Xiao Chun plummeted from an altitude exceeding 30,000 kilometers. The heat generated by his high-speed descent forming a massive fireball around him. With his eyes partially closed, he focused his mind, attuning himself to the temperature fluctuations coursing through his body. Having reached the out-of-body realm, his physique was indeed exceptionally formidable. In the past, he would never have dared to descend through the atmosphere unprotected, lest the scorching temperatures, exceeding 1,000 degrees, peel away his flesh. But now, this temperature felt merely a touch warm. Yet something felt amiss. Why could he not sense the spiritual energy fluctuations of others? At this distance, he should be able to see them. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something and opened his eyes wide. At that moment, a red streak of light was hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. "This is..." Xiao Chen's face reflected a look of confusion as he scrutinized the sudden appearance of the crimson light. In the next instance, he realized that this red streak was rapidly advancing towards him. Boom! A violent shockwave reverberated from all directions. Xiao Chun reacted instinctively, raising his hands to shield his head. Yet he still felt as if struck by a meteor, the tumult within his chest akin to a tempest. He let out a muffled groan, spitting blood. What a powerful attack! Could this individual also be a master of the out-of-body phase? How could they possess such terrifying strength? He was aghast. Even his formidable physique struggled to withstand this assault. Coughing violently, he expelled more blood, struggling to regain his footing, and glanced up once more at the source of the red light, which revealed several aircraft resembling iron birds in the far distance. Could these be the spiritual beasts of the indigenous world? Xiao Chun remained oblivious to the fact that these were, in fact, the latest sixth-generation unmanned combat aircraft from Huaxia. With the life support systems completely eliminated, the performance of the unmanned drones had been significantly enhanced, even equipped with the latest laser energy weapons. Virum, the engines of the unmanned aircraft roared to life, redirecting their course toward Xiao Chun. Whoosh! A piercing shriek echoed through the air. Xiao Chun looked up just as a brilliant beam of laser sliced through the clouds, mercilessly striking his form. In an instant, an agonizing wave of searing pain enveloped him. Gritting his teeth, he bore the torment and continued his descent towards the ground. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to leave this place. His internal spiritual energy was depleted, rendering him incapable of executing any techniques to conjure a protective shield. These lasers traveled at such incredible speeds that even he had no time to react, leaving him with no choice but to endure this ferocious assault with his mere flesh. Damn it, you leave me no choice. Xiao Chun cursed vehemently and retrieved a premium spiritual pill from his storage ring, swallowing it without hesitation. This was a top-tier energy replenishment pill he had exchanged for 500,000 spiritual stones, specifically designed to replenish true energy during combat. Originally, he intended to wait until his cultivation was more profound before using it for optimal absorption of its spiritual power. After all, this item was exceedingly precious. Merely possessing spiritual stones did not guarantee acquisition. However, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to be so discerning. Huffing and puffing, the dense essence of heaven and earth surged into his meridians, causing his spiritual energy to surge wildly and begin its rapid replenishment. In mere moments, his spiritual energy was fully restored, and a layer of light azure energy armor enveloped his body, with even some true energy spilling forth. He slowly extended his palm, effortlessly grasping the scattered true energy. Crack! With a slight exertion, he crushed it, and pure energy coursed into his being. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Xiao Chun reveled in the invigorating sensation. The energy core contained an immense amount of spiritual energy, nearly overwhelming him. Were he in the nascent soul phase, he would not have dared to swallow it whole. Yet now, having ascended to the out-of-body phase, both his meridians and dantian were far more robust than before. Although the spiritual energy within the pill was not as pure as that derived from refining the natural spiritual essence, it was more than sufficient to meet his immediate needs. As the psychic energy surged back, the wounds on his body healed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the previous injuries were rendered imperceptible. At this moment, the unmanned drone remained tenaciously locked onto Xiao Chun, launching wave after wave of relentless assaults. However, Xiao Chun was no longer the same as before. The crimson lasers striking against his psychic armor failed to penetrate. With a cold smirk, he forcefully stomped his right foot in midair. Bang! A ripple spread outward, and an invisible wall of air created a significant indentation, propelling Xiao Chun skyward with the recoil, deftly evading the laser beams. The drone executed a sharp turn, pursuing him with its tail emitting a series of blue arcs, its speed reaching a frenzied peak. This machine proved to be quite formidable. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Chun summoned immense wings that unfurled behind him. Simultaneously, his figure expanded, transforming into a towering giant exceeding 2 meters in height. As he metamorphosed, his muscles bulged, radiating an overwhelming aura of oppression. The remote operator of the drone was instantly taken aback, hastily ascending to avoid colliding with this monstrous figure. Yet, Xiao Chen's speed did not wane. Instead, he accelerated in pursuit. In the next heartbeat, he flapped his wings with tremendous force, propelling himself forward in a soaring leap, delivering a powerful kick to the drone. Bang! The drone exploded upon impact, spiraling away into the distance, colliding with another drone and stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiao Chun paid no heed, soaring past the remnants of the unmanned aircraft. Chapter 31. Qibong. A sense of foreboding washed over him. If he had barely escaped harm, his subordinate C-class fleet was surely in dire straits. Realizing this, Xiao Chun once again accelerated, channeling his psychic energy to its utmost limits, emanating an astonishing presence as he surged forward like a dragon towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, deep within a command center 3,000 meters underground, hundreds of armed soldiers vigilantly patrolled the entrance. Suddenly, a display screen illuminated, revealing a dire warning. Alert, the enemy has entered radar detection range. Interception requested. Interception requested. Report to the general, we have a situation. An unknown signal source has been detected. Located in the southwest, speed exceeding Mach 5, rapidly approaching. Understood. Request full area air defense system for interception. Affirmative. Soon, a fortress turret costing over 100 billion, equipped with various heavy weaponry, slowly powered up, rising from the ground. The full area air defense interception system was a super artillery system specifically constructed to combat alien flagship threats, consuming vast resources and manpower. Integrating the latest and most potent air defense technology from Huaxia. The primary firepower of the fortress turret consisted of 12 406mm heavy artillery pieces, each capable of unleashing explosive power equivalent to a small tactical nuclear bomb. Even more terrifying, surrounding the turret were the most advanced energy plasma cannons and Gauss kinetic cannons. A single volley could consume a small city's worth of electricity in a day. At that moment, all artillery opened fire in unison. White beams of light surged toward the distant horizon. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated, shaking the entire underground space. Xiao Qian's expression darkened. The recent barrage had sent chills down his spine, knowing that if it struck him, the consequences would be dire. He abruptly halted, crossing his arms as a colossal psychic shield manifested before him, bracing against the relentless assault. Boom! A massive shell collided with the psychic shield, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed Xiao Qian in a colossal fireball. Almost instantly, a mushroom cloud ascended, illuminating the entire area with a blinding crimson glare. Xiao Qian let out a muffled groan, his form hurled backward, crashing into the nearby clouds, which scattered violently, dissipating into the horizon. A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Qian's face. He had not anticipated a shield would shatter so easily. This was a high-level shield that could only be formed by a practitioner at the out-of-body stage. Without time to assess his injuries, he vanished in a flash, refusing to withstand another shell. Instead, he concentrated, gathering pure psychic energy at his fingertips, pointing toward the remaining shells. In an instant, the energy pierced through the void, propelled by fierce vigor. Bang! With a thunderous clash, 2 of the shells disintegrated into ashes, while several others erupted mid-air, generating a formidable wave of explosive force. A tempest swept through, shrouding the area in smoke and dust, obscuring Xiao Qian from view. As the haze gradually dissipated, his previous position was vacant. Where's the target? Why is he gone? Did he escape? Let him flee. Our mission is to repel this damned invader. But I saw him struck by a nuclear shell. How could he possibly be unharmed? Don't be ridiculous. Aliens are still flesh and blood. Just moments ago, many outside perished, so they must be mortal. He should have been severely injured. His psychic shield was shattered. The crowd erupted in heated discussions. Suddenly, a young soldier shouted, "Wait! Look at the radar. He's still nearby. And his energy levels are rising." Indeed, what a powerful reflection source, comparable to a nuclear power plant. The group turned their gazes toward the explosion's origin. There, Xiao Qian stood with his arms raised, a colossal chi bomb slowly taking shape between his hands, a tremendous pressure suffocating the air around him. Is this man insane? Is he actually using a chi bomb? The thought surged through the minds of the onlookers. Whoosh! The chi bomb broke free from Xiao Qian's control, slicing through the air toward the fortress. Open fire! Intercept that chi bomb! The fortress commander barked. A cacophony erupted as robust cannon barrels simultaneously belched forth searing flames, launching massive projectiles toward the chi bomb's trajectory. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions echoed through the skies, dazzling bursts of light blossoming near the chi bomb. Yet, the immense shockwave generated by the blast bizarrely halted mere centimeters from the chi bomb, as if obstructed by an unseen force. Simultaneously, the terrifyingly potent chi bomb continued its unwavering flight. How is this possible? How did he manage that? The power of the chi bomb is far too formidable. It could obliterate the turret and endanger us all. Stay calm. This is likely some form of energy attack. We can counter it with energy weapons, the commander calmly assessed. Fire all energy weapons. A colossal energy cannon slowly elevated, targeting the airborne chi bomb, the amplifiers igniting one by one, signaling that the energy weapon was charging. Meanwhile, the majority of the power systems within the fortress faltered. Even the corridor lights began to flicker and dim. The energy weapon required an enormous amount of power, one that even an entire massive fortress could not fully supply. A low hum emanated from the amplifier as the colossal energy cannon unleashed a piercing shriek. The cannon body trembled violently, and in an instant, A massive beam of blue light erupted from its muzzle, hurtling directly towards the chi blast. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens, countless blue sparks blossoming in the air like resplendent lotus flowers, breathtaking in their brilliance. The two immense energies collided, the shock wave from the explosion causing the surrounding earth to tremble and crack, swiftly expanding into the distance. The blue ray from the giant energy cannon did not entirely neutralize the energy of the chi blast, but managed to shatter it, scattering the chi like countless lasers, igniting a series of fierce explosions in the vicinity. Chapter 32. The Transaction. All of this transpired within mere seconds. The soldiers stood in stunned silence, their minds swirling in confusion at the scene before them. How could this be possible? How could his power be so formidable? Have we encountered a super scion? Quickly, mobilize our forces and deploy all energy weapons. We must eliminate this foe at once. This is bad. All communication systems have collapsed. A series of ear-piercing rips resounded as walls constructed of reinforced concrete crumbled, a deluge of debris cascading to the ground. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a blurred figure suddenly materialized, like a phantom appearing from thin air. This figure descended rapidly towards the fortress. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 500 meters from the stronghold. With a sudden halt, the figure unleashed a powerful right fist, crashing down onto the solid rock floor. In an instant, the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had struck, sending boulders flying and causing the earth to cave in. Countless fragments mixed with fine dust erupted in all directions. With a resounding crack, the entire ground collapsed, scattering debris into the air, which were formed into 6 long spears composed of rubble. These spears shot towards the fortress's steel exterior with astonishing speed. The colossal fortress was immediately assaulted, the 6 spears piercing through it, leaving behind several gaping holes, each several meters in diameter. The edges of these bowl-shaped craters were lined with intricate, spiderweb-like fissures, a testament to the terrifying might of the strike. Xiao Chen finally seized this opportunity to reach the ground, his previous full-force attack having been thwarted by these natives, leaving him utterly astonished. This planet possesses such capabilities. No wonder his fleet had been utterly annihilated. The value of this planet far exceeded his expectations. Lacking spiritual energy, yet wielding power akin to that of an out-of-body practitioner, such a phenomenon is unparalleled in the Empire's 4,000-year history. He could hardly fathom how these natives achieved this. Thus, it was imperative that he uncover the reasons behind it. If he could decipher even a fraction of it, the value derived would likely far surpass that of capturing the bloodline of the Yi clan. Listen here, I wish to propose a transaction, Xiao Chen stated, his voice calm, yet amplified by spiritual energy, resonating far and wide. He continued speaking in the language of the Yunxian Empire, his words penetrating the consciousness of the listeners. Even those unfamiliar with the imperial language would grasp his intent. Report to headquarters. A formidable extraterrestrial has landed on the surface, claiming to seek a transaction with us. The fortress commander communicated as he dialed General Zhang's number. Understood. I will ascend. Do not engage yet, General Zhang replied after a prolonged pause. It was essential to establish communication with an extraterrestrial civilization. Rather than launching a reckless attack, it was wiser to ascertain their true capabilities first. 3,000 meters underground. In a sealed chamber, Yifeng was idly playing a single-player game, the screen displaying Civilization 6, famously known as the Time Killer. Is it mealtime already? Why hasn't my food arrived? Yifeng had been confined here for 3 days, only able to glean information about the outside world through a rudimentary communication device. For his safety, the chamber had been completely sealed, and food was only delivered at designated times. Ding! The doorbell rang. You're late by a few minutes today. I almost went hungry. Yifeng input the password and opened the heavy alloy door. The food delivery personnel not only brought meals, but also conducted basic health checks to ensure his well-being. However, upon fully opening the door, he was taken aback to find not the familiar doctor, but his mentor, Professor Luo. Professor Luo, what brings you here? Yifeng asked, surprised. It's been a few days, and you seem a bit worn out, young man. You must learn to take care of yourself. Professor Luo said as he entered the room, the door closing behind him. The reckless cultivators have all been eradicated. The battle is over, and cleanup is underway. Professor Luo chuckled as he settled into a chair. You haven't encountered any issues during these days, have you? Rest assured, I'm fine. But you must be quite fatigued lately. You seem to be looking more spirited, Yifeng replied. Professor Luo smiled. Researchers like us are already accustomed to such strains. By the way, would you like to know about your origins? My origins? Yifeng's expression turned serious. He had grown up without parents, raised by a pair of nominal guardians. Even as an adult, He had never uncovered any clues about his biological parents. Do you have news regarding them? He asked, his voice trembling. Indeed, we have been tirelessly searching for information about your parents. While we haven't made significant progress, we do have some leads, Professor Luo responded. Really? Je fängt inuit eagerly. His expression tense. Professor Luo nodded. Based on the information we have gathered, I suspect that you may not be of earthly origin. What? Yifeng was utterly shocked. How could he not be from Earth? He had lived here all his life. Please, don't be agitated. Allow me to explain, Professor Luo urged. Yifeng took a deep breath, calming himself. Please continue. Professor Luo nodded, taking a moment before speaking. You hail from a distant galaxy, the one known as the Yunxian Empire. Your family committed a grave error and was exterminated, leaving only a handful of Yi clan survivors clinging to life. For some reason, you escaped to Earth and became the Yifeng we see today. We have finally uncovered a thread of evidence indicating that you possess a unique spiritual energy bloodline derived from the Yi clan. Yunxian Empire, Yifeng murmured, having never heard of it before yet feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Suddenly, he looked up, gazing into Professor Luo's familiar face, as if he had begun to understand something. Who exactly are you? Chapter 33. Invasion of the Sea of Consciousness. Ha ha ha. Truly, as expected of a descendant of the Yi clan, you can see through my disguise. Remarkable. Very remarkable. Professor Luo's face contorted, gradually reverting to that of a cultivator, Xiao Xingdong, an ancient being at the transformation stage. He previously employed secret arts to alter his appearance, physique, and even his aura, disguising himself as Professor Luo. Through various channels, he sought information regarding Yifeng, ultimately locating him here. How did you discover my presence? Xiao Xingdong inquired, astonished. His disguise was nearly flawless, and he had even specifically sought out Professor Luo's soul. How could this brat see through it? From the moment you appeared at the door, your demeanor was peculiar. If you were truly Professor Luo, you should be aboard the spaceship outside. Not here. Yifeng, replied calmly. Young scion of the Yi family, are you aware that many within the Yunxian Empire wish for your demise? If you are willing to surrender your spiritual root, I assure you, I will spare you any suffering. Yifeng coldly fixed his gaze upon him and retorted. Even if I indeed hail from another world, I have no affiliation with your Yunxian Empire, nor do I comprehend what you refer to as a spiritual root. Xiao Xingdong was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating his plan would be outright rejected. With a cold snort, he remarked, I advise you to think carefully before responding. Do not mislead yourself. Tell me, what have you done to Professor Luo? Yifeng demanded in a low voice, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. Ha! Why are you so concerned about that old man? Rest assured, he is currently quite safe. Xiao Xingdong laughed maniacally. Safe? Yifeng frowned. You lie to me. Do you think I would have any reason to deceive you regarding such matters? That old man is under my control, awaiting my commands in his own chamber. Xiao Xingdong replied nonchalantly, as if subjugating a mere ant was a trivial task. He had always been merciless, showing no compassion towards either foes or friends. Release Professor Luo. I will comply with whatever you demand. Yifeng growled, his voice low and filled with fury, feeling powerless to rescue Professor Luo as he watched him fall into another's grasp. What makes you think you are in a position to negotiate with me? Xiao Xingdong sneered. I am a master at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. The strength of your planet is insufficient to instill fear in me. The might of nuclear weapons is indeed impressive, but you must be able to reach me first. I suggest you surrender your spiritual root honestly to avoid unnecessary casualties. What exactly is this spiritual root you speak of? Yifeng asked, his expression fluctuating between confusion and alarm, astonished at how thoroughly the other party had investigated. Even knowing the military's trump cards. Hee, you will soon discover what a spiritual root truly is. Xiao Xingdong grinned wickedly, waving his hand to seal the surrounding space. He sneered, scion of the Yi clan, today you shall find it impossible to escape. Best surrender quietly. As soon as Xiao Xingdong's words fell, a colossal ethereal figure emerged from his depths, the supreme manifestation of a transformation stage expert, capable of materializing souls at will, seizing the souls or spiritual roots of others. The spiritual root is the foundation of a cultivator. The purer the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation speed, and the higher the quality of spiritual power possessed. The spiritual root often determines a cultivator's potential. An exceptional spiritual root not only enhances one's cultivation constitution, but can even alter one's fate. Most cultivators of the Yi clan possess exceptionally high-quality spiritual roots, and many cultivators of the Yunxian Empire have long coveted them. Overtly and covertly, Yi clan cultivators have mysteriously vanished, partially leading to the previous rebellion of the Yi clan. As Xiao Xingdong made his move, he aimed directly for Yi Feng's spiritual center, intent on seizing it and rendering him a worthless being. However, before he could make contact, a barrier suddenly materialized before Yi Feng, repelling the ethereal figure several meters back. Xiao Xingdong was taken aback. He had not expected his attack to be thwarted. Although this was merely a preliminary test, the fact that Yi Feng, as a mere mortal with no cultivation, could withstand the assault of a transformation stage expert was astonishing. Yi Feng retreated hastily, his chest heaving. The pressure from the earlier attack had been overwhelming, instilling a sense of imminent death within him. However, he noted that the jade pendant hanging from his neck had emitted a faint glow, shielding him from that lethal blow. This pendant had been with him since he could remember, presumably a keepsake from his parents. In the past, the pendant had been misplaced several times, only to mysteriously return to him, evoking a familial connection. Now, it had unexpectedly activated to protect him. Could it be that this pendant was linked to him in some profound way? Regardless, he had narrowly escaped calamity. The Yi clan's token. Xiao Xingdong's eyes fixed intently on the pendant, bursting into laughter. This treasure is actually in your possession. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. In the past, several experts at the Ascension stage perished over this treasure. For nearly a millennium, the Empire has dispatched countless fleets in search of it. Who would have thought it would come to me so effortlessly? With this treasure in hand, not only could he restore his identity, but he also had the chance to ascend to greatness. Xiao Xingdong laughed to himself, his face brimming with pride. In his eyes, both the spiritual root and the jade pendant were already his for the taking. Do not continue your futile resistance. In the face of my transformation stage prowess, even with the Yi clan's treasure, you stand no chance. Yi Feng's expression grew grave. Xiao Xingdong was correct. He currently possessed no cultivation and relied solely on this protective jade pendant to fend off attacks, without any defensive measures of his own. Should the opponent choose to persist, his fate would likely be dire. Observing Yi Feng's hesitation, Xiao Xingdong lost his patience. The ethereal figure surged forward once more, targeting Yi Feng's soul. This attack was particularly vicious, as it sought to invade Yi Feng's sea of consciousness with overwhelming mental force, potentially damaging his soul or even resulting in immediate death. Oh! Yi Feng cried out in agony, clutching his head as an unusual wave surged through his brain, seemingly calling out for something. Suddenly, a beam of white light burst forth from the pendant, swiftly entering Yi Feng's body. Chapter 34, The Battle of Souls. Within the sea of consciousness, Xiao Xingdong's soul faced Yi Feng from a distance, but in comparison, Xiao Xingdong's soul was undoubtedly more powerful and solid, while Yi Feng's soul resembled a wisp of smoke. Nearly indistinguishable. A mere ant. Today you shall perish at the hands of the transformation stage. That should suffice for your journey to the underworld, Xiao Xingdong declared, raising his hand to cast a lethal strike. Suddenly, a tremendous roar emanated from Yi Feng's body. A resplendent golden sword surged forth from Yi Feng's dantian, its blade adorned with intricate symbols, exuding a vast and formidable sword aura. The sword aura was like a rainbow, incredibly sharp. Grasping the golden sword, Yi Feng cleaved forward with great force. 100-foot-long beam of golden sword energy erupted from the blade, tearing through the air as it raced toward Xiao Xingdong, the sheer force creating a deafening roar within the sea of consciousness. Xiao Xingdong's expression twisted with malice as he extended his right palm to meet the golden sword energy. The collision produced a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing the ground beneath them to collapse. As the two forces clashed, they were forced apart, leaving Xiao Xingdong's complexion slightly pale, his arm trembling. He had not anticipated that the Yi clan's treasure could penetrate the sea of consciousness and launch an attack. Xiao Xingdong's expression darkened. Indeed, something was amiss with this opponent. No wonder they bore the Yi clan's bloodline. Interesting. How did you know how to wield the pendant? Xiao Xingdong inquired, his tone frigid. Yi Feng gripped the long sword with both hands, utterly perplexed as to how he found himself in this place, or why a sword had appeared in his grasp. Yet, this sensation felt strangely familiar, as if it were his rightful state. Without further ado, if battle is to be had, then let it commence. Yi Feng felt an exhilarating surge of combat fervor, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him yearned to be unleashed. Xiao Xingdong's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of the protective spirit of the treasured jade pendant belonging to the Yi clan. However, he never anticipated that a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation, could activate the jade talisman. Attempting to break free from the sea of consciousness, he discovered that an array of prohibitions bound him. rendering even a master of the transformation stage momentarily unable to escape. In this dire situation, he resolved to attempt to slay Yifeng, hoping it might lift the talisman seal. So be it. Since you seek death with such fervor, I shall oblige. With a cold smirk, Xiao Xingdong summoned his spiritual energy, fingers weaving intricate seals as he chanted, 9 nether demon fire, burn the heavens. A purple-black fire dragon coiled in the void, emanating a terrifying heat wave and pressure. As Xiao Xingdong's incantation concluded, the dragon surged toward Yifeng with a furious roar. Wherever the purple-black fire dragon passed, the void twisted, engulfed in darkness. A sense of annihilation spreading through the air. Boom! Yifeng was assailed by an overwhelming wave of heat, leaving him defenseless. This dreadful force consumed his entire being in an instant, his garments and hair reduced to ashes. Gasping, he coughed up blood, his injuries worsening. Skin torn and flesh laid bare, a sight too horrific to behold. The might of the transformation stage was indeed fearsome. Gritting his teeth, Yifeng fixed his gaze on the distant Xiao Xingdong, his fists clenching with a crackling intensity, yet his body could no longer rise. Child, cease your struggles and await your demise, Xiao Xingdong taunted. The 9 nether demon fire, once it touches the soul, will not extinguish until it has completely consumed you. The purple-black flames continued to scorch Yifeng's form. Though he was not immediately slain, he could soon hold out no longer, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. As he witnessed Yifeng's complete disappearance, Xiao Xingdong finally exhaled in relief. Now, all he needed to do was vacate this body to seize the treasured pendant and spiritual root. However, upon attempting to escape, he discovered that the prohibitions within the sea of consciousness had not dissipated. How could this be? According to his past experiences, once the original soul vanished, all magical artifacts and techniques should become ineffective. Yet today was strikingly unusual. Could it be? A shock coursed through Xiao Xingdong's mind as he turned abruptly. Indeed, deep within the sea of consciousness, a massive golden light was slowly taking shape, soon coalescing into a humanoid figure. It was none other than Yifeng. Had I not just been incinerated? Yifeng observed his body, miraculously restored to its original state, still grasping the long sword. He vaguely recalled being reduced to ashes, only to have his consciousness reassemble, evidently aided by the spiritual energy emanating from the jade pendant, which had mended his soul. How could this be? Xiao Xingdong stared in disbelief. What manner of artifact could possibly reconstruct a soul? Glaring at Xiao Xingdong, Yifeng's heart brimmed with intense fury. You old cur, I shall not let you escape. Even when facing death, you dare to speak so boldly, Xiao Xingdong scoffed. Do you truly believe that a mere jade pendant can save you? Such delusions. With a fierce roar, he lunged forward, his spiritual energy surging as a colossal claw mark reached out toward Yifeng, imbued with terrifying might, as imposing as a mountain. Roaring, Yifeng's body suddenly swelled. Muscles bulging, a golden dragon vein entwining around his sword, radiating an overwhelming pressure. He stomped his right foot against the ground, causing the entire sea of consciousness to tremble. In the next moment, he lunged toward Xiao Xingdong, raising his long sword to strike down. Clang! Xiao Xingdong was not to be outdone, swinging his arms to counter Yifeng's assault. As sword met fist, the sound of steel resonated sharply. In an instant, Yifeng felt his body endure severe trauma, his left arm nearly broken. Simultaneously, Yifeng's long sword continued to slash at Xiao Xingdong's chest, yet each strike met with futility, utterly ineffective against his foe. The soul of a transformation stage practitioner had long solidified into a corporeal form, its strength rivaling that of a physical body. A mere long sword could inflict no damage upon him. No longer concealing his prowess, Xiao Xingdong unleashed his full strength, targeting Yifeng's vital points, piercing through his chest. Yet, Yifeng remained undeterred, wielding his long sword to strike at Xiao Xingdong once more. Xiao Xingdong swiftly evaded the attack, delivering a powerful kick to Yifeng's abdomen, sending him sprawling 10 meters away. Gasping, Yifeng coughed up blood, glancing down. He noticed a gaping hole in his chest, the size of a bowl, where his heart had been pierced. Xiao Xingdong snorted coldly, his form flickering as he approached Yifeng, raising a fist to deliver a swift and brutal blow to his head. Yifeng's pupils dilated, his body instinctively shifting sideways to narrowly escape the vicious strike. Bang! The ground where Yifeng had lain instantly shattered, dirt flying in all directions. Xiao Xingdong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this boy to possess such rapid reflexes, seemingly stronger than before. However, even with the long sword as his weapon, Yifeng found it exceedingly difficult to inflict any substantial harm upon him. With a derisive laugh, Xiao Xingdong intensified his assault. Each strike imbued with tremendous energy that Yifeng could scarcely withstand, his body repeatedly forced back. Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught, Yifeng's soul was once again scattered, transforming into myriad starlights that vanished into the void. Now, he must surely be gone for good. Xiao Xingdong coldly observed the celestial sparks, murmuring to himself. Yet, in the next moment, a golden light re-emerged, and Yifeng stepped forth from the radiance, appearing entirely unscathed, as if he had not just suffered grievous injuries. Ha! I shall see just how many lives you possess for me to extinguish. Xiao Xingdong roared, charging forward once more. On the ground, General Zhang, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, approached Xiao Chun. Countless ominous gun muzzles were aimed at the out-of-body cultivator, ready to unleash their fire should he dare to make a move. You sought us out for negotiations. I trust you will speak plainly, General Zhang remarked, taking a seat with an impassive demeanor, gesturing for an officer to bring Xiao Chun a chair and a pot of tea. Xiao Chun, not one to stand on ceremony, seated himself, gesturing lightly for a teacup to fly into his hand, and without hesitation, drank it down. Ah, splendide. Not inferior to the Tianshan spiritual tea from my sect, Xiao Chun said, contentedly wiping his mouth, seemingly savoring the unique flavor. He had just scanned the nearby soldiers with his consciousness and had grasped their proficiency in the Huaxiao language, allowing for normal communication. After examining the porcelain cup in his hand, he expressed his astonishment. Such craftsmanship, even the royal kills could hardly produce this. Upon hearing his words, General Zhang narrowed his eyes, a glint of sharpness appearing. Who are you? From where do you come? And what exactly do you intend? Do not be alarmed, General Zhang. In your tongue, I am Xiao Chun, hailing from a distant galaxy. I have come to propose a collaboration, Xiao Chun replied, rising slowly and fixing his gaze upon General Zhang's eyes. General Zhang raised an eyebrow. What kind of collaboration do you propose? You must be aware that your civilization's fleet has been entirely obliterated. Xiao Chun responded coolly. As the saying goes, one does not know a person until they engage in conflict. A mere fleet, when compared to our potential collaboration, is insignificant. Hearing this, General Zhang felt a jolt of unease. This man appeared to be the leader of the fleet, yet seemed indifferent to the fate of hundreds of thousands of his compatriots. A mindset that was anything but ordinary. Shaking his head, General Zhang said, Brother Xiao, what insights do you have? How shall we explain today's events? Xiao Chun scoffed. Your lack of spiritual energy, and yet your civilization's advancement is indeed commendable, but it is merely that. If you wish to transcend this planet, reliance on spiritual energy is imperative. If you are willing to join my Yunxian empire and surrender all your techniques for crafting spiritual artifacts, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation and the conversion of spiritual energy. As an experienced commander of a colonial fleet, Xiao Chun had conquered countless indigenous planets and transformed many devoid of spiritual energy. He believed this proposition would be compelling enough for this primitive world to willingly relinquish everything. Is this the technique for converting spiritual energy you speak of? General Zhang gestured for his men to bring forth a device. It was a simple apparatus, with wires from a battery connected to a freshly disassembled energy gathering array. Once activated, currents flowed into the array, and shortly thereafter, streams of pure spiritual energy began to emanate, glowing white and emitting a refreshing chill, traits characteristic of high-quality spiritual energy. Upon seeing this array, Xiao Chun's expression turned peculiarly grim. He had not anticipated that these primitives understood the use of energy-gathering arrays, and this one seemed of higher quality than the ones previously utilized by the Empire. Though the array was not particularly powerful, it could convert other forms of energy into spiritual energy, making it an essential tool for transforming indigenous planets. This energy-gathering array is indeed the key to spiritual energy conversion, but without a cultivation method, neither you nor anyone here can transform spiritual energy into cultivation. Otherwise, the result would be certain death, Xiao Chun continued. Oh, you wish to exchange your cultivation methods for our entire planet? A faint smile appeared on General Zhang's face. I can teach you a set of techniques. After cultivation, you too can possess the immense power I wield and attain immortality, Xiao Chun replied with a smile. He did possess a set of techniques, but after cultivation, one's advancement would be limited to the golden core stage, and the soul would remain under the control of the Xiao clan, ultimately reducing them to mere puppets. What qualifications do you have to teach us techniques? General Zhang's face hardened as he spoke sternly. Xiao Chun shrugged nonchalantly, as if it were self-evident. simply because I can assist you in enhancing your strength. Upon hearing this, General Zhang coldly snorted. Our Huaxia nation has a history spanning thousands of years, enduring both external threats and internal strife, nearly facing annihilation. Yet we stand resilient to this day, thanks to our own efforts. You think mere cultivation techniques can exchange for the entire earth? Is that not a delusion? As these words fell, Xiao Chun's expression darkened, and he said coldly, since General Zhang refuses the offered wine and opts for punishment instead, we shall be left with no choice but to fight to the bitter end. I advise you to think carefully. Should I take action? I fear not a single ordinary citizen of Huaxia will survive. General Zhang's eyes flickered with a mix of anger and gravity. He knew this was no idle threat. As the display of power Xiao Chun had shown was exceedingly formidable, even the latest energy weapons could not guarantee victory against him. The tension between the two intensified, their gazes locked in a standoff, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Xiao Chun, I urge you to reconsider. Do not forget, your fleet has been entirely destroyed. Now you stand alone, and I doubt your clan would treat you kindly. At that moment, a man in military garb beside them scoffed, glaring at Xiao Chun with malice. Xiao Chun cast a glance at him, sneering, there's no need for concern. You are but a swarm of ants. Whenever I wish, I can easily rally 10 more fleets like that. Mr. Xiao, your reckless behavior may not bode well for you. You must understand, this is Huaxia. Should you continue to press us, we may be forced to fight to the death. General Zhang's complexion was ashen, each word deliberate. Haha, General Zhang, are you embarrassed and angry? Do you truly believe you have any means to keep me here? Xiao Chun laughed coldly, dismissing General Zhang's words. General Zhang produced a remote control and pointed it at a nearby heavy truck, saying, Mr. Xiao, take a look at this method. Is it sufficient to keep you here? The truck's cargo compartment opened, revealing dozens of high-yield hydrogen bomb warheads. Xiao Chun's consciousness swept over them, and the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the warheads made him break into a cold sweat. Years of battle instincts told him that should he be caught in their blast radius, even his out-of-body form would be annihilated. The sensation was as if he faced a super expert at the Mahayana stage. Such power for mere primitives. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiao Chun soared into the air, his sole thought being to distance himself from these devices. As he departed, he did not forget to send a voice transmission, leaving behind a chilling message. Humph. Wait for me. In less than a century, I shall return to Earth, and when the heavenly soldiers arrive, not a single soul shall remain. Chapter 36. Fainting and awakening in the military hospital's ICU. Professor Luo, recently awakened, was assisted by others as he approached the bedside. Lying there in a coma was Yifeng. Is the child still unconscious? Professor Luo inquired with concern. Since being admitted a week prior, he had remained in a deep coma. The doctors exchanged glances and shook their heads. Aside from that, his vital signs are normal, and there is no danger to his life. Does his condition resemble mine from earlier? Professor Luo recalled that he too had fallen into a coma not long ago, but had quickly regained consciousness. Yes, the brainwave patterns are of the same type. He appears to be in a deep sleep, though the frontal lobe is highly active, as if he is dreaming continually, a doctor added. That is good to hear. By the way, what are the alien cultivator's condition? The situation is eerily reminiscent of Dr. Yi, both ensnared in a state of coma, impervious to any attempts at awakening. Observing Yifeng's serene visage, Professor Luo let out a sigh. There is no need for concern, Doctor. He possesses a fortuitous fate and shall undoubtedly emerge unscathed. All that is required is patience, the doctor beside him reassured. Indeed, this child has faced an arduous journey since his youth. I fervently hope he perseveres through this trial. With that, Professor Luo resolved not to intrude further and, accompanied by others, departed the ward. Yifeng could scarcely recall how many times he had been obliterated, nor the number of times he had resurrected. Perhaps it was the 100th time, or possibly the 1000th. Yet, such details had become inconsequential. He was acutely aware that in this realm, regardless of how Xiao Xingdong annihilated him, he would invariably reappear unscathed. It was akin to an infinitely savable video game, though this particular boss was exceedingly formidable, and his rate of advancement seemed perpetually outpaced by the adversary's might. Another round. Xiao Xingdong's eyes were bloodshot, and with a mere gesture, a bolt of electricity pierced through Yifeng's abdomen. You've employed that technique 5 times already. Couldn't you conjure something a tad more novel? Yifeng spat blood, yet remained undeterred in his sarcastic retort. Enough noise. Xiao Xingdong bellowed in fury, raising his right hand to strike Yifeng's chest with tremendous force. Bang! Yifeng was once again sent flying, crashing onto the unforgiving ground. Why the silence? He wiped the blood from his lips and struggled to rise. Indeed, you are quite difficult to kill, but do not celebrate prematurely. I possess methods to torment you. Oh, what methods? Enlighten me. I am eager to expand my horizons. Yi Feng taunted, unperturbed by the prospect of Xiao Xingdong's treachery, for in this world, he alone wielded the reins of control. Xiao Xingdong sneered, well, you shall soon discover the nature of my methods. With that, his eyes turned a menacing crimson. A surge of murderous intent erupted from him, plunging the entire space into a dark and ominous atmosphere, as a colossal, ghastly visage materialized behind him, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain of Xiao Xingdong's intentions. In the next instant, Yi Feng's pupils constricted. He witnessed Xiao Xingdong twist his own neck, seizing his head and drawing it towards a monstrous face looming behind him. A sharp pain coursed through Yi Feng's body, followed by a torrent of information flooding his mind. It was an extraordinarily esoteric technique, capable of altering one's consciousness and memories, rendering its victim devoid of rationality, transforming them into a mindless beast of slaughter. I shall see if you can still resurrect after losing your senses. Yi Feng felt his memories blurring, his rationality and consciousness becoming increasingly fragmented, one half belonging to himself and the other to the enigmatic Xiao Xingdong. Moreover, their memories clashed violently, intertwining in chaotic disarray. Yi Feng howled to the heavens, as if his very soul were being rent asunder, the pain excruciatingly unbearable. His body trembled violently, a faint blue luminescence emanating from his skin as his muscles swelled and then rapidly contracted upon reaching a critical threshold. A torrent of formidable energy erupted from his dantian, surging through his limbs and bones, while a brilliant white light burst forth from his brow, illuminating the surrounding space. Boom! Yi Feng's entire being, along with his memories and consciousness, detonated, scattering into a myriad of starlit fragments. This time, he should be thoroughly dead, right? Xiao Xingdong fixed his gaze on the spot where Yi Feng had vanished, panting heavily. After a prolonged moment, just as he believed his victory was secured, the familiar golden light re-emerged. Xiao Xingdong frantically assaulted the golden glow, attempting to shatter it. Alas, no matter how potent his spells, they had no effect on this radiant light, as though it were merely a 3D projection. Yi Feng, unsurprisingly, reappeared before him, unscathed and unchanged. That last trick was intriguing. I even caught a glimpse of your past. You are actually a revered elder of Xiao clan. What led to your banishment here? Do share your tale. Yi Feng remarked with a smile. Instead of responding with anger, Xiao Xingdong grinned wickedly. Very well, receive this next move, and I shall regale you with my story. With a single hand gesture, he chanted, demonic shadow curse. Before he could finish his incantation, Yi Feng suddenly sensed a rush of wind behind him. Turning, he beheld a fleeting shadow, a blade poised at his throat. After numerous encounters, Yi Feng had developed a knack for dodging certain techniques. With a slight shift, he narrowly evaded this perilous strike. Not bad. Do try again. Yi Feng regarded Xiao Xingdong fearlessly, a playful smile gracing his lips. Under the tutelage of this advanced cultivator, he felt increasingly adept, as the ambient spiritual energy replenished his strength. With each resurrection, he sensed himself growing ever slightly stronger. At this rate, he would undoubtedly surpass this ancient adversary one day. Very well, then allow me to show you an even more formidable technique. Whoosh! Another shadow darted past. This time was Xiao Xingdong himself, closing in on Yi Feng. Demonic shadow sword technique slash the void. Xiao Xingdong bellowed, his form swelling to a towering 10 meters. Clad in black, he extended his arms, wielding two ebony-long swords, and with a sinister arc, the left sword lunged toward Yi Feng's heart. Excellent. Yi Feng replied with a low growl, bending his knees slightly, fists clenched, and charged forward with a forceful momentum. Crack! Crack! As Yi Feng's fists collided with Xiao Xingdong's swords, ripples of energy cascaded outward, followed by the sound of shattering steel. Xiao Xingdong's sword was cleaved in two. Yet Yi Feng remained unmoved, having successfully blocked the attack. What is happening? Xiao Xingdong was taken aback. His previous strike, though delivered with only a fraction of his strength, should not have been so effortlessly thwarted. That was a technique of transformation. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? Yi Feng struck a Tai Chi pose, laughing heartily. Now, it is time for you to share your story. If you desire a tale, then come closer and listen intently. Xiao Xingdong employed the same trick once more, pulling Yi Feng towards him, and another surge of memories flooded into Yi Feng's mind. Chapter 37. After winter slumber. In the year 2199, in the Huaxia Federal Republic, Ninghai Province, Hanjiang City, within the Second People's Hospital, a strikingly handsome young man lay quietly in a glass chamber filled with nutrient solution, as if ensnared in an eternal dream from which he would never awaken. Much like the past 176 years, the individual reclining within was none other than Yi Feng. Beep, beep, beep. The control panel beside the cryogenic chamber abruptly emitted a series of urgent alarms, a phenomenon that only occurred when a patient either awakened or succumbed. An intelligent medical robot promptly approached the chamber, its precise mechanical arms pressing several buttons on the screen in rapid succession. Patient BZ23-078-6542 has regained consciousness. Please summon the on-duty physician for monitoring. The cold yet melodious voice echoed through the hospital corridor. After a considerable wait, two young doctors hurriedly arrived. In this era of universal cultivation, hospitals were nearly on the brink of collapse. After all, no one falls ill anymore, even if one inadvertently sustains an injury. The wound can swiftly self-repair before reaching the hospital. As for ailments such as cancer, AIDS, and uremia, they have long since been relegated to the annals of history. Akin to the plague and smallpox, hospitals now serve merely as temporary repositories for bodies in a state of suspended animation. Like many other professions, the role of doctors is gradually disappearing, supplanted by advanced artificial intelligence nursing robots. Humanity, in turn, has ascended to loftier ambitions and vocations. However, the patient awakening today is rather exceptional. Strictly speaking, he is merely an unremarkable individual devoid of any cultivation. What makes him even more extraordinary is that he has slumbered in a cryogenic chamber for a staggering 176 years, an astronomical sum in rental fees. Were it not for substantial annual medical payments from a certain government account, this unclaimed youth would likely have been relegated to the lowest tier of the cryogenic facility. Hello, can you hear us? Amidst the haze, Yi Feng discerned a voice nearby, seemingly that of a woman. Welcome to the new era. There is no need to force your eyes open. You will acclimatize to natural light in a few days, the female doctor kindly advised. Yi Feng's thoughts remained sluggish, and before him lay a soft, white glow in which two figures appeared to be swaying. Name, Yi Feng, age, 206, ethnicity, Han, cultivation level. Hey, could you check what his spiritual energy value is? Another mature voice interjected. The spiritual energy meter is unresponsive. Could it be malfunctioning? The doctor exclaimed, vigorously shaking the testing device. Upon retesting, the display still indicated a value of 0. It seems there truly is no spiritual energy fluctuation. Let us classify him as ordinary. But there is no option for ordinary on the form. The lowest we can record is chi refining. The young female doctor lamented while glancing at her tablet. All right, let us enter chi refining for now. We can amend it later when we upload the information, the mature doctor decided, assisting Yi Feng out of the cryogenic chamber. Rather than merely assisting, she effortlessly lifted Yi Feng's 160-pound frame with one hand. At 182 meters tall, he resembled a mere leaf as he was effortlessly transferred to a wheelchair. For the time being, you will be under the care of nursing robot 9854. Please communicate any needs directly to it, the two doctors instructed before hastily departing the cryogenic chamber, leaving Yi Feng slumped in the wheelchair alongside a robot resembling a round trash can. Nursing robot 9854 is delighted to serve you, the intelligent nursing robot announced, pushing the wheelchair forward while patiently explaining, welcome to the new era. A rehabilitation plan has been arranged for you, with discharge scheduled in 3 days. Yi Feng gradually opened his eyes, taking in his unfamiliar surroundings. The hospital walls were no longer the rough concrete blocks of yore, but rather a seamless screen that changed content according to his gaze. Perpetually centered in his line of sight, the screen displayed the day's news. Our nation has successfully completed its 49th five-year plan, marking a stable transition into the next developmental phase. The manned landing on Pluto has been successfully accomplished, with astronauts completing extravehicular experiments. Our naval fleet is slated to conduct joint exercises with the United States Fifth Fleet in the Kuiper Belt, during which tourism channels will be closed. Our track and field athletes have shattered the world record for the 100 meters, achieving a time of 0:48 seconds. The national men's football team faced a regrettable defeat against the Europa Royal Athletic. Tilting his head, Yi Feng briefly questioned whether he was still dreaming, until he finally recognized the last piece of news and confirmed that he had indeed emerged from that dreamlike state. In that distant reverie, he had engaged in countless years of combat with a certain man, mostly on the receiving end of overwhelming force. Yet, during the final stretch, That man would occasionally pause to recount tales of his past, of cultivators, the Yi clan, the Yunxian Empire, the transformation of gods, and jade pendants. All these seemed to have transpired within his own existence. Haha, you finally awakened. A familiar voice resonated within his mind, startling Yi Feng. It was the voice of that man. What do you mean by that man? Let me remind you once more. My name is Xiao Xingdong. You've overslept by approximately 7 years. The tone was laden with mild reproach. Your status is quite elevated. Those two women in white coats were both at the nascent soul level. What women in white coats? Yi Feng quickly deduced that he must be referring to the female doctors from earlier. Have you lost your mind? They are merely doctors, not cultivators. Yi Feng corrected. Lost my mind? Are you suggesting I misjudged them? I can still discern the fluctuations of the nascent soul. For instance, the puppet behind us possesses the strength of a body in the late stage of out-of-body cultivation, Xiao Xingdong coldly remarked. To think such a premium war puppet is merely here to attend to you. It's more extravagant than the Huangfu family of the Yunxian Empire. With great effort, Yi Feng turned his head, but there was no war puppet behind him. Only a bright-eyed, emoticon-like intelligent robot. Hello, how may I assist you? It's time for your medication. Which flavor would you prefer? The 9854 robot smiled, presenting a tray of pills, available in various flavors, such as orange, grape, and watermelon. I suppose I'll have the watermelon flavor. A single pill levitated, drifting toward Yi Feng's mouth. He wasted no time swallowing the red pill, instantly feeling a surge of immense, true energy coursing through him, invigorating his limbs and meridians. This is actually a 9-turn premium elixir. Xiao Xingdong suddenly exclaimed in horror. You're truly squandering such a precious resource by swallowing it whole. What else was I supposed to do? Is it really as valuable as you say? Yi Feng queried, having only perceived the pill's flavor to be reminiscent of watermelon lozenges. What you just consumed could be exchanged for the latest model of a battleship in the Yunxian star system. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. He was currently penniless, and should payment be required, he would be in dire straits. 9854, how much was that pill? Searching for watermelon-flavored post-operative recovery tablets. It falls under the category of covered medications. Each bottle costs 27 yuan and has already been reimbursed by your health insurance. Would you like an electronic invoice? No need, thank you. After hearing this, both Yi Feng and the other presence within him fell silent. After a long pause, Yi Feng broke the silence, asking, Senior, since you awoke before me, why haven't you left my body? It feels rather awkward having you in here. Do you think I want to remain in your frail body? My spirit is currently intertwined with yours, and for the time being, we cannot be separated. Moreover, my own body is long gone. Even if I wished to leave, I would have nowhere to go, Xiao Xingdong retorted with exasperation. All right, if that's the case, I'll just have to put up with you for a while. Rest assured, once I'm discharged, I'll help you search for your body, Yi Feng reassured. Find a body? It's been nearly 200 years. Even if it were a nascent soulless vessel, it would surely be decayed by now. That's fine. Even a decayed body can still be of use. Wait a moment. How long did you say it's been? Yi Feng suddenly seized upon a number. 176 years. We have been in slumber for a total of 176 years. Don't believe me? Just check the time displayed on the wall. Xiao Xingdong let out a cold laugh, choosing to remain silent thereafter. His gaze fell upon the electronic calendar displayed on the wall. July 16th, 2199, afternoon 42, 7:46, with the weather marked as clear. Yi Feng seemed to recollect something, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. After an indeterminate period, he finally came to the realization that he had been asleep for 176 years. Over a century had slipped by, during which he had entirely missed an entire era. You mortals are always so sentimental over a mere 100 years. I once secluded myself for a full 700 years to break through to the nascent soul stage. Your lamentations are insignificant in comparison, Xiao Xingdong remarked with disdain. Yi Feng then grasped the situation. No wonder no one had come to visit him upon his awakening. After 176 years, he had likely been forgotten entirely, with no lingering attachments. 9854, are there any emails regarding me? Yi Feng inwudet kadmni. 487 emails have been retrieved, of which 486 are promotional messages that have been automatically filtered out. The sole pertinent email is from Professor Luo. 9854 responded. Open the email, Yi Feng instructed. It appears that you have set the email format to automatic conversion. Please review it. 9854 concluded, projecting the email directly onto Yi Feng's retina. Yi Feng read, Greetings to you. I am delighted that you can read this email, as it signifies that you have awakened. Regrettably, I could not wait until that time. However, I do not regret it. After defeating the Yunxian Empire's fleet, we successfully acquired the technology for spiritual energy conversion and personal cultivation techniques. More importantly, we have made preliminary breakthroughs in unraveling the secrets of interstellar travel. I believe the next great age of exploration is imminent. Spiritual energy technology has evolved into a completely new academic discipline, and humanity's research in this area has only just begun. However, I am confident that with continued development, we shall ultimately master the mysteries of spiritual energy. Current preliminary studies have confirmed that humans possess the potential for cultivation, and spiritual energy can also interact with tangible reality. What was once myth may soon become reality. Regrettably, I am too old to cultivate, and despite the significant advancements in spiritual energy technology, we have yet to reach a stage where ordinary individuals can attain immortality. Therefore, I hope that the future you will persevere and sail smoothly on the path of cultivation. Luo E. July 2086. After finishing Professor Luo's email, Yifeng conducted a quick search and discovered that Professor Luo E had passed away in 2087 at the age of 139. I need some time to rest. Do not disturb me, Yifeng stated flatly, retreating into his hospital room. 3 days later, with the assistance of 9,854, Yifeng completed his discharge procedures and finally arrived in this city that felt both familiar and foreign. Upon reaching the surface, he was astonished to find that the hospital had been constructed several kilometers underground. Above ground lay a vast expanse of grasslands, devoid of any man-made structures. Even more astonishing was the sight of people floating in mid-air, with vehicles hovering above them. In the higher skies, an enormous floating island loomed. Just as he was immersed in the enormity of these changes, the blaring of a siren jolted him back to reality. A hovering police motorcycle came to a steady halt before him, and a tall officer saluted him. "Good day. Are you Comrade Yifeng? I am the local registration officer, and I am pleased to assist you. I have received notification from the hospital that you have completed your discharge procedures, and I will now assist you in obtaining your resident identification card." With that, the officer produced a camera, capturing several images of him. He then handed Yifeng a device resembling a bank card. "This is your identification credential. Please keep it safe. Should you require anything, feel free to dial 110. As a resident who has just awakened, I recommend that you spend some time in the transition zone." The officer saluted once more before departing on his motorcycle. Yifeng examined the identification card and was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was not merely a card, but rather an ultra-thin smartphone that had automatically connected to a 10G network. "Yifeng, do you recognize that esteemed individual from earlier?" A timid voice echoed in his mind. "What esteemed individual? That was a police officer. What is wrong with you? Can you speak plainly?" Yifeng replied, irritation creeping into his tone. "A police officer? That individual was a senior at the Mahayana stage. Is that not rare?" Xiao Xingdong mused silently. "Mahayana stage? Is that impressive?" Yifeng vaguely recalled Xiao Xingdong mentioning that the ancestors of several clans in the Yunxian Empire were at that level. It transcends mere impressiveness. Let me put it this way. Had that senior appeared in the Yunxian Empire, even the members of the Huangfu family would have had to bow twice in respect. "Are you certain?" "I did not perceive anything particularly special about that officer," Yifeng remarked, feeling somewhat perplexed and choosing to ignore the trembling Xiao Xingdong hiding within his consciousness. Yifeng skillfully opened the map application and searched for the transition zone, resulting in several destinations popping up. Veteran S Transition Zone Barbecue. Red Warmth Transition Zone Sauna. Transition Zone Homestay. Yifeng paused for a moment, selecting the most secure option and ordering a ride. It seemed that this era was still manageable to some extent. Chapter 39. 90 Years of Voluntary Cultivation. Before long, a call from a ride-hailing service named Dongdong Taxi came through. "Hello, I have arrived at the pickup point, but I do not see you. Is your location accurate?" A middle-aged man's voice, tinged with a local accent from Hanjiang City, sounded familiar to Yifeng. "Hello, driver. I have been standing here and do not see any vehicles nearby." Yifeng responded, glancing around at the lush vegetation and some wild animals, but no cars in sight. "Oh, I see you. The one standing on the ground in white clothing. Is that you?" Yifeng looked around again, still failing to identify any potential ride-hailing vehicles. Yes, that's me, but I still can't see you. Look up. I'm right above you. Please come on up." The voice on the other end sounded slightly impatient. Following the voice, Yifeng looked up and indeed saw a futuristic vehicle hovering directly above him, with a license plate matching the number on his phone. Driver, how do I get up there?" Yifeng asked, puzzled. "Guessed whether you wish to fly up or jump. Both are acceptable," the driver replied with a hint of exasperation. "But I cannot fly." Yifeng responded, "Équal du perplied." After a moment of silence, the driver finally spoke again. Please wait. I'll come down to get you. This is a flat rate order, so if you require transportation services again, kindly request a dedicated vehicle next time. Shortly after, a middle-aged man floated down leisurely from the vehicle. Upon seeing Yi Feng's hospital gown, he composed himself and quickly apologized. Oh, my apologies. I forgot that you have just awakened. With that, he extended his right hand, and Yi Feng felt himself being lifted gently, gradually ascending into the sky. I thought it was rather late for anyone to be heading to the transition zone. Turns out it's just a newly awakened guest, the driver chuckled. The latest traffic regulations require that private vehicles cannot park on the ground. Otherwise, it incurs penalties. So I had to trouble you with this arrangement. Haha. No worries, I am still unaccustomed to many things. I appreciate your help, Yi Feng replied politely. As Yi Feng fastened his seatbelt, the driver finally started the vehicle, gradually accelerating while engaging in amiable conversation. Young man, which year did you enter the hospital? He inquired. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. I can't recall the exact date, but it should have been around 2022. He calculated the time. 2023? Are you mistaken? The technology for cryogenic chambers was already approaching the year 2100, my young friend. I dare say you must still be half asleep, the driver chuckled. Perhaps I misremembered. Yi Feng replied, shifting the topic. Master, don't modern vehicles run on fuel anymore? Fuel? Are you referring to gasoline? That hasn't been used since the last century. Electric cars have been obsolete for decades, and now we drive these new energy vehicles, the driver explained. New energy? Do you mean spiritual energy? Yi Feng probed further. Absolutely. This technology is remarkably efficient. A single charge can last for over half a year. My latest model can make a round trip to the moon with ease. The driver boasted with pride. I see. But why are they called new energy vehicles? Vehicles powered by fuel are termed fuel cars, and those run on electricity are called electric cars. Why not designate those using spiritual energy as spirit cars? Yi Feng continued to inquire. However, the driver did not respond, his expression turning serious as he focused on the road ahead. I understand now. It indeed cannot be referred to as a spirit car, Yi Feng said awkwardly, beginning to fidget. This middle-aged man is actually at the out-of-body stage. The voice of Xiao Xingdong echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng hastily sought a new topic. Master, the software indicates that you are an expert in the out-of-body stage. You must be quite formidable. Formidable, you say? Nowadays, even those at the integration stage struggle to find work. For us, at the out-of-body stage, if we cannot penetrate the realm of cultivation, we can only drive ride-hailing cars. The driver replied, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Master, I don't quite comprehend. What level of cultivation does the out-of-body stage correspond to, say, in the previous century? Yi Feng asked cautiously. Well, ever since the government implemented mandatory cultivation in 2090, various sects have expanded their recruitment significantly. The current levels of cultivation are rather diluted. They're not as valuable as they once were, the driver expounded. Could you illustrate? What would a PhD from the early 21st century correspond to in terms of cultivation level? Yi Feng contemplated before rephrasing his question. Hey, don't mention it. This topic was quite popular online a few years back. I may not know much about PhDs, but I can certainly shed light on the levels beneath that. The driver said with renewed interest. Take the nascent soul stage, for example. It roughly equates to a middle school level. Decades ago, it was quite esteemed, but not anymore, as it has been incorporated into the mandatory education phase. The out-of-body stage, like myself, is akin to a high school level. Those who qualify to approach various sects, albeit with lower scores, are at the out-of-body stage, comparable to a vocational diploma. Those entering prestigious sects, such as 985 or 211, must at least be at the integration stage, which corresponds to a bachelor's degree, allowing them to secure positions in large enterprises. As for those at the Great Ascension stage, they are essentially the creme de la creme, akin to master's degree holders. Though in recent years, following an expansion in recruitment, they have become relatively common. Many civil servants fall into this category. As for the PhD you mentioned, I surmise they would correspond to the tribulation stage. Such individuals are rare, and I've only ever seen them in the news. I certainly have no chance of encountering them myself. After absorbing this information, both Yi Feng and Xiao Xingdong fell into profound contemplation. Chapter 40. The Earth-Moon Expressway. According to the driver, Earth had preliminarily achieved mass production of cultivators, and the quality was notably high. The phrase integration is as common as dogs, and great ascension abounds, aptly described the current state of Earth civilization. Even a casual toss of a brick on the street could likely strike a throng of old-timers of the transformation stage. Noticing Yi Feng's silence, the driver reminded him, We are about to enter the Earth-Moon Expressway. The toll is the passenger's responsibility, just to make it clear. The Earth-Moon Expressway? Yifeng asked, puzzled, as he struggled to grasp the meaning behind the phrase. Where else could it lead? Of course, to the moon. ISNT, your destination, the Red Warmth Preservation Zone sauna? I'm following the navigation, so rest assured, I won't be leading you astray. The driver pointed to the navigation system in the vehicle. Are we truly going to the moon now? Yifeng observed as the vehicle continued to gain speed and altitude, the scenery of the Earth receding into the distance. Absolutely. The preservation zones have all been established on the moon. Earth has long since relocated these low-end service industries. The driver informed him. We're about to exit the atmosphere. Please close the window, he added. Yifeng glanced back at the distant Earth, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Rendered speechless, the acceleration had pressed him firmly into his seat, and he had previously speculated on the world transformations, but never imagined that reaching the moon could be as simple as hailing a cab. Observing Yifeng's astonished expression, the driver refrained from further commentary and activated the vehicle system. Hello, Xiaodi. I am here. How may I assist you? Activate the gravity simulation system and set it to comfort mode. Understood. The Earth gravity simulator is now active. Gravity coefficient set to 0. 95. Yifeng immediately felt a significant alleviation in his discomfort, as the previous overload had impeded his blood circulation. Apologies, I almost forgot that you were still an ordinary person. Generally, once one reaches the nascent soul stage, this system is no longer necessary, the driver said apologetically. To be honest, there are very few ordinary individuals like you nowadays. Especially among the younger generation. The levels of cultivation are remarkably elevated. Huh, Master, are you suggesting that there are still individuals who choose not to cultivate? Yifeng, idiot. Bewildered. Indeed, when spiritual energy was first developed, there were numerous opponents and resistors against cultivation, claiming that spiritual energy emitted radiation harmful to the body, the driver replied. And what happened afterward? Why did cultivation continue to be promoted? Quite simply, those who chose not to cultivate either aged or succumbed to illness, and once they perished, naturally, there were no more dissenters, he explained. All right, but what did you mean earlier when you said there are still ordinary people like me? Yifeng Pidissidon. Oh, those individuals are considered congenitally defective. They lack spiritual roots within their bodies. Even if they undergo root transplantation surgery, they experience severe rejection, rendering them incapable of cultivating. The driver elaborated. These individuals now belong to a disadvantaged group. The current Paralympics are predominantly comprised of them. You might be surprised, but the government's policies towards them are quite favorable. They can live out their lives without much concern. As they spoke, the vehicle had already merged onto the Earth-Moon Expressway. Through the window, Yifeng finally noticed the heavy flow of traffic on the highway. The lanes no longer consisted of a single flat surface, but were divided into dozens of layers. The upper layer served as a pedestrian walkway, the middle layer for passenger vehicles, and the lower layer for large trucks. Each lane was nearly 100 meters wide and 50 meters high, with the vehicles suspended in midair, creating an illusion of traveling on a road without any actual pavement, only a virtual surface projected by the streetlights on either side, giving the sensation of cruising along a highway. The car sped along the expressway, with roadside signs displaying a speed limit of 120,000 kilometers per hour, and a distance of 380,000 kilometers remaining to the Chang'e Circular Station on the moon. Young brother, this journey will take approximately 3 hours. If you wish to eat or use the restroom, just let me know, and we can find a service area to take a break, the driver advised. Are there still service areas? Yifeng, although perplexed, was greatly astonished. Of course, there must be 7 or 8 service areas along this route, though there are significantly fewer now. I recall when the Diwa Expressway was newly opened. This route was developed into a tourist attraction, with a service area every 5 kilometers. Look, that outside is one of the previous service areas, now transformed into a logistics transfer station. The driver pointed toward the toll station near the highway. Following the direction of his finger, a colossal structure came into view. This former toll station resembled a massive warship spanning several dozen kilometers. Or perhaps a space station would be a more fitting description. Enormous bridges connected the highway to the space station. Yet it appeared that these bridges had not been traversed in quite some time. The exterior of the space station bore the immense characters, Shunfeng Express. Several slender corridors linked the space station to Earth. These corridors were presumably space elevators. The vehicle sped along, and in mere seconds, the space station vanished from sight. Left far behind. On this route, Yifeng also noticed several gigantic warships stationed in low Earth orbit. Their familiar paint schemes indicated they were undoubtedly military vessels. Master, is the world situation tense now? I see quite a number of warships outside. Yifeng ventured into a favored topic among drivers. It has been many years since any wars were fought. Since the conclusion of the Third World War a century ago, there have been virtually no conflicts. Those warships are meant to deal with the Yinxian Empire. It is peculiar that we have yet to see any of those extraterrestrial beings, the driver replied, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering it to Yifeng. Would you like a Huazi? Noticing the familiar packaging reminiscent of a century ago. Yifeng chuckled softly and politely declined. Thank you, master, but I don't smoke. Haha, young folks are so cautious. Even if one were to contract lung cancer, a shot would take care of it. The driver jested upon noticing Yifeng's refusal. He proceeded to light a cigarette, creating a bright blue flame at his fingertips with a snap of his fingers. Hello, Xiao Di. Activate the ventilation. Okay, the ventilation system is now activated. Hello, Xiao Di. Continue playing music. All right, now playing Above the Moon from Phoenix Wind Legend. Ah, it's these old songs that truly resonate. What on earth is the current music scene producing? The driver quipped. As he listened to the familiar melodies and gazed at the starry sky outside, Yifeng finally felt a flicker of vitality within him. Chapter 41. Red Warmth Sauna. Young brother, we've arrived. Would you prefer to scan the QR code or pay with cash? Yifeng was roused from his stupor by the driver's voice. Have we arrived so soon? I thought it would take 3 hours. Yifeng glanced at the time. They had only taken 2.5 hours. Hee. There was a stretch without surveillance, so I sped up a bit, the driver replied with a grin. Oh, I see. How much is it in total? With the toll fees, it's 1,287 yuan. You could just give me 128, the driver answered with straightforwardness. All right, let me scan you, Yifeng said, pulling out his phone, only to suddenly realize that he had not registered for any payment apps in this era. Master, could you please wait a moment? How do I access this payment code? Yifeng asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just tap here. Nowadays, accounts are directly linked to the Sol system. You can log in without needing a password. The driver patiently guided him. Soon, Yifeng found himself on the account interface, where the balance displayed 000. The driver fell silent once more. Young brother, you haven't linked a bank card yet, have you? Perhaps you should bind one. There are discounts for new cards. The driver suggested. Yifeng racked his brain, recalling that he had once had a salary card with 200,000 yuan saved from several years of work. However, I can't remember the card number, he admitted. That's simple. You can search for your historical accounts in your phone. Look, this Huaxiao bank card is yours, isn't it? The driver skillfully navigated through the phone and successfully located Yifeng's old bank card. Today's psychic computers are remarkably powerful. They can retrieve anything that has ever been recorded online, he explained. Yifeng adeptly entered his password, which was his birthday. The login was successful, and the balance displayed. Current savings, 214 yuan. Fixed deposits, 048, 745, 621 yuan. Yifeng rubbed his eyes and refreshed the page once more to ensure the amount was accurate. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion. A staggering 8 billion renminbi. Yifeng had little concept of this figure. He only knew that in his time, 8 billion was enough to last 10 lifetimes. Brother, did you have a fixed deposit before your hibernation? The driver asked, his voice trembling. Indeed, I have some money in my account, but it couldn't possibly be this much, Yifeng replied. The driver swallowed hard. Brother, banks accrue interest. How long exactly did you sleep? Haha, to be honest, I don't remember how long I was asleep, just that it was a very long time, Yifeng chuckled, paying the driver and adding an extra 1,000 yuan as a tip. Brother, feel free to contact me whenever you need a ride. And please help me with a good review this time. The driver expressed his gratitude profusely before driving away. After watching the driver depart, Yifeng turned to face his destination, the Red Warmth Sauna. The area was named a preservation zone because it retained the architectural style of the last century. Originally, it was intended as a transitional space for those awakening from hibernation. Over time, it gradually slipped from regulation, becoming a gray area teeming with underground industries. Yifeng came here solely based on his experiences from the previous century. In his memory, sauna massage parlors and internet cafes were the most affordable places to spend the night. No identity registration was required, and for merely 20 yuan, one could find a place to lie down for the night. If lucky, even score a buffet. His original plan was to adhere to a script of being broke. However, now that he had unexpectedly transformed into a billionaire, he naturally had no need for such establishments. Yet, as night had fallen, he had no choice but to make do for one night. The female technician at the sauna's entrance noticed the solitary Yifeng and immediately sauntered over, swaying her hips. At this hour, the motivations of solitary male patrons were typically quite clear. Besides her desired clientele, there would be no others. Hey there, handsome. It's quite chilly outside. Why not come in and have some fun? The flamboyant technician wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's, effortlessly attempting to draw him inside. Yi Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. He understood the nature of such establishments and was about to extricate himself when he found that his arm felt as if it were ensnared in a vice, unable to break free. Miss, that's not what I meant. Is your establishment legitimate? Yi Feng reluctantly inquired to fill the awkward silence. Why, of course. Our establishment is entirely legitimate. We offer all kinds of services. Ice and fire, desert storm, and let me tell you, they're all fresh graduates from the integration phase. Very delicate indeed. The technician, sensing Yi Feng's verbal reluctance but noticing his lack of resistance, was convinced he was the type who said no but meant yes. And she promptly dragged him into the establishment. A male guest has arrived. Please attend to him. Yi Feng rubbed his reddened arm, still in a state of shock, when a sudden force pushed him down onto the sofa. The moment he sat down, the pungent scent of perfume nearly brought tears to his eyes. It was then that he noticed a woman with curly hair, dressed provocatively, seated beside him. She was adorned with heavy makeup, her voluptuous figure nearly spilling from her tight neckline. Her long, shapely legs were encased in black stockings, accentuating her alluring physique in a form-fitting strap dress. Well, today's guest is quite the handsome young man, the woman in black stockings said, casting a sultry glance at Yi Feng and reaching towards his chest. Hey, miss. I'm just here to rest. Yi Feng quickly dodged her advance. Oh, come now, why be shy? I promise I won't bite. Relax. My skills are far superior to those of the gaudy women outside, she replied playfully, her demeanor exuding charm. Apologies, miss, but I genuinely came here to sleep. Could you please find someone else? Yi Feng stood up, preparing to leave. Hey, don't go. Although our establishment may be small, our services are exceptional, guaranteed satisfaction. The woman in black stockings swiftly grabbed his arm, preventing his escape. Miss, please let go, or I will call the police, Yi Feng said, somewhat exasperated, feeling as if his arm might break. Humph. The woman released him upon hearing the word police, her expression shifting to one of indignation. What? You dare to call the police here? She placed her hands on her hips, adopting an aggressive stance. That's not what I meant, Yi Feng replied with a wry smile. I merely wanted to rest for a bit. The woman paused, then burst into laughter, her expression resembling that of a mad woman, entirely devoid of the shyness one might expect. Is this your first time in the reserved area? She asked, now scrutinizing Yi Feng with newfound seriousness. He nodded, appearing to be just another office worker finishing a long shift. Seeing his confirmation, she softened her tone. You see, the police don't intervene here. It's a self-governed community. You understand? Unless there's a significant criminal case, they typically ignore such places. She lit a cigarette, enveloping the small establishment in a haze of smoke. Just as her words concluded, the sound of police sirens blared from outside, followed by a squad of officers bursting through the door. Everyone down. Show your ID. One officer commanded, while others shouted orders to apprehend everyone present. The woman in black stockings turned pale at the sight of the police, hastily bending down and covering her head. You there, haven't you heard? Get down and cover your head. Why are you still standing? An officer yelled, pointing his gun at Yi Feng. Yi Feng observed the chaotic scene with a mix of disbelief and amusement. The timing of the police was rather unfortunate. He hadn't done anything to warrant being caught. Officer, we haven't done anything, the woman stammered, her demeanor now timid and vulnerable, evoking sympathy. The officers remained unfazed by her display of fragility. Ahong, this doesn't concern you. Just cooperate, one officer instructed. Why are you still standing? Get down, she whispered urgently to Yi Feng. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually complied, crouching down. Did you not say the police wouldn't come here? Ye Feng, whispered, confusion evident in his voice. Her expression shifted to one of irritation. I said under normal circumstances they wouldn't. Does this look like a normal situation to you? Something significant must have happened in this neighborhood. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Significant? What could possibly happen in this reserved area? What else could it be? It's definitely related to the underground spirit root trafficking. I've heard the casino next door has been involved in that lately. It was only a matter of time before something went wrong, she explained. Spirit roots? Yi Feng found the term vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Spirit roots are special organs that manifest when cultivators begin their training, typically appearing near the dantian. The strength of the spirit root dictates one's future cultivation potential. Xiao Xingdong elaborated. I thought spirit roots were artificially cultivated. Why is trafficking them illegal? Ye Feng inuited kuiti. What you're referring to as artificial spirit roots are merely low-grade, worthless commodities. Most individuals can only cultivate to the transformation stage with those, and only with a stroke of luck might they reach the integration stage, she clarified. The neighboring establishment is extracting high-quality spirit roots and transplanting them to wealthy patrons. Such transactions are bound to attract law enforcement, Yifeng realized, drawing parallels to the notorious organ trafficking in Myanmar's northern regions, understanding why such actions would be met with severe repercussions. Gather everyone, take them back. After a thorough search, everyone was loaded onto police vans and transported to the nearest precinct. Due to the late hour, Yifeng and the others would be temporarily detained, awaiting questioning the following day. Upon entering the holding cell, Yifeng noticed 5 or 6 individuals already confined within, ranging from young to old. Some with shaved heads adorned with tattoos. Behave yourselves, no disturbances tonight, the officer warned as he removed Yifeng's handcuffs and securely locked the door. Before Yifeng could settle in, a diminutive figure with shifty eyes approached him. Brother, how did you end up here? Yifeng glanced at him, unwilling to engage. Hey, buddy, you must have been caught during a foot massage, right? I could smell the perfume the moment you walked in. Was it Xiao Hong on duty today? The small man sniffed exaggeratedly, his expression lewd. Yifeng turned away, signaling his disinterest. Yet, the small man persisted. Come on, brother. Now that we're here, why pretend? This situation is serious. We won't be questioned for days. Why not make a friend? Yifeng finally turned back. What do you mean we won't be questioned for days? Hey, this is your first time in jail, right? I could tell you looked unfamiliar. They've arrested nearly an entire street of people today. Who knows how long the questioning will take? Realizing the extent of the police operation, Yifeng felt a sinking sensation. What should I do? I'm innocent. I have things to attend to. The small man waved dismissively. Who isn't innocent here? Look at that chubby guy over there. He got arrested just for drinking a few beers before driving. It's been a week, and they still haven't questioned him. Yifeng glanced at the plump young man across from him, his face scruffy and forlorn as he stared out the door. As for me, I was merely observing them play Texas Hold'em and ended up here, the small man complained, though he didn't appear distressed, rather attempting to comfort Yifeng. It'll be fine. As long as you weren't involved in that trafficking, you'll be out in a few days. That trafficking you're referring to, does it involve spirit roots? Yifeng sought clarification. At his words, the cell fell silent. Everyone paused their activities to look over. The small man suddenly quieted, signaling for silence, and lowered his voice. Brother, you can talk about pills, but don't speak carelessly. The crackdown is severe. Don't get entangled in this matter. Yifeng lowered his voice as well, cautiously asking, Brother, can you tell me just how severe the situation is to warrant such a response? Do not call me brother. In the circles I traverse, I am known as Rat. This matter is rather intricate, and seeing that you seem like a decent fellow, I shall elucidate it for you. Rat settled cross-legged and gestured for Yifeng to draw nearer. Let me first impart this. While spiritual roots are indeed treasures, they are categorized by rank, namely inferior, middle grade, superior, and exceptional, each of which is further divided into 3 tiers. First, second, and third. Inferior spiritual roots are generally regarded as undesirable, bringing misfortune to those who encounter them. Middle-grade spiritual roots, on the other hand, represent an average level of capability. The artificially cultivated spiritual roots of today predominantly fall into this category. With diligent practice, one may achieve the transformation into a spirit form within a century. Naturally, the value of superior spiritual roots far surpasses that of middle-grade ones. It is said that those born with superior spiritual roots possess extraordinary cultivation talent, facing little to no hindrance until the phase of integration, and with effort. Even the realm of great ascension is not beyond reach. Furthermore, superior spiritual roots are fortuitous finds. Even wealth cannot guarantee their acquisition. Do you understand why the trade of spiritual roots persists despite repeated prohibitions? Simply put, the market for superior spiritual roots is immense. Upon hearing this, Yifeng could not help but marvel. So high-quality spiritual roots are indeed formidable. Does that mean the price of superior spiritual roots is exorbitant? There is no fixed price. It largely depends on market demand. However, I have heard that even the cheapest superior spiritual roots command an 8-digit sum. 8 digits? That is over 100 million. Yifeng murmured. Thus, it is no wonder that some dare to take such risks, Rat continued. Many affluent individuals, with wealth that exceeds their capacity to spend, aspire to extend their lifespans by several thousand years. By transplanting a superior spiritual root, supplemented by an abundance of elixirs and treasures, they can effortlessly prolong their lives for millennia. Furthermore, it is said that after the transplantation of a spiritual root, one's personal fortune improves, hence the throngs seeking such procedures. Originally, the transplantation of spiritual roots was not inherently problematic, as there are official hospitals designated for this purpose. However, superior spiritual roots can only be harvested from living beings, and those from whom the roots are extracted may find themselves bereft of the ability to cultivate, rendered utterly powerless, or, in severe cases, suffer damage to their souls, becoming imbeciles. Previously, many talented cultivators mysteriously vanished, abducted, their fates unknown. This prompted the implementation of numerous policies aimed at combating illegal spiritual root transplantation, Rat explained. Yifeng listened intently, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. It is getting late. We should retire for the night, Rat said, yawning and turning to sleep. Having endured a day replete with experiences, Yifeng too succumbed to fatigue and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 43. The Return of the Past. In the Yuxian star system. Within the imperial palace of the Yuxian Empire, the grand hall shimmered with gold and jade, yet its atmosphere was frigid to the core. Kneeling in the hall was none other than Elder Xiao Chun of the Xiao clan. This humble minister deserves death 1,000 times over. I beseech your majesty to pass judgment, he exclaimed, bowing his head and repeatedly slapping his own face. Seated upon the dragon throne, Huang Fuyun's countenance darkened as he gazed at Xiao Chun, whose mouth was bloodied from his self-inflicted blows, a tempest of rage brewing within him. However, he restrained his fury and spoke in a grave tone. You may rise. Thank you, your majesty, for your graciousness. Xiao Chun, overwhelmed with gratitude, stood and retreated to his original position. The hall fell into silence, each person holding their breath, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath. After a lengthy pause, Huang Fuyun inquired, I am most curious to learn why your fleet was annihilated in a primitive star system. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun trembled and hastily explained, that indigenous planet is exceedingly peculiar, with formidable strength. I implore your majesty to discern the truth. Do you truly believe that my prolonged residence in the palace renders me oblivious to state affairs? Huang Fuyun retorted, his tone laced with authority. A mere peripheral world, devoid of spiritual energy, could lead your entire fleet to destruction. Merely allowing the remnants of a Yi clan to escape is sufficient grounds for your execution 1,000 times over. As he spoke, powerful waves of spiritual energy surged around him, enveloping the grand hall in an oppressive force that left the gathered individuals gasping for air. Xiao Chen's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, Huang Fuyun suddenly restrained his spiritual energy, granting Xiao Chen a moment to breathe. Very well. Considering this is your first offense, I shall grant you an opportunity to atone. Do you accept? Huang Fuyun inquired dispassionately. I shall dedicate my life to serve. Xiao Chen exhaled in relief, feeling utterly drained, and fell prostrate on the ground, gasping for air. Deliver the information you gathered on the indigenous planet to the imperial study. I wish to review it personally, Huang Fuyun commanded. This humble minister obeys, Xiao Chen replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he respectfully exited the grand hall. Once Xiao Chen departed, the atmosphere within the hall eased. Your Majesty, this scion of the Xiao family is more of a liability than an asset. If he is not punished as an example, he will inevitably jeopardize your grand plans. A robust, middle-aged man seated at the foot of the throne cautioned. This man was none other than the king of the south, Zhao Zhongtian. What you say holds merit. However, he still possesses some utility. So I shall spare his life for the time being. Huang Fuyun nodded, his gaze flickering as he continued. The Yi clan must not be underestimated. Would you be willing to personally undertake this mission for me? It is my duty to alleviate your majesty's concerns. I shall certainly eradicate the Yi clan's hiding place and present the heads of their remnants to you. Zhao Zhongtian vowed, kneeling on one knee with earnest determination. Huang Fuyun nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Zhongtian was a mid-stage cultivator of the Great Ascension realm, one of the most formidable experts within the entire Yuxian Empire. Aside from a few reclusive ancestors in closed-door cultivation, he had few rivals. Additionally, he commanded the Empire's most powerful border army, the Yuxian fleet, comprising 10 elite fleets and the most elite royal guards, with combat prowess capable of sweeping across entire star regions, with the King of the South personally leading the charge. I shall await good news here, Huang Fuyun said with a smile of contentment. Yet, Zhao Zhongtian did not rise, but instead spoke solemnly, Your Majesty. I have one more request. What is it? Speak freely, Huang Fuyun's smile faltered. We have just suffered defeat in the decisive battle against the Zikate Empire in the Yishui star system. The Star Sea Fortress has become our last bastion in the southern star region. I fear that those golden-haired, Blue-eyed barbarians may take advantage of my absence to launch a sudden assault. I implore your majesty to dispatch reinforcements swiftly, Zhao Zhongtian said, his expression grave. Huang Fuyun frowned in contemplation for a moment before responding. Your concerns are not unfounded. Since you are unsettled, I shall send the right chancellor to lead 20 B-grade fleets to the Star Sea Fortress for support. You need not worry about the front lines. We must first secure our own territory. As long as the Yi clan remains, I shall find no peace. Understood. Zhao Zhongtian bowed and exited, though his expression was far from pleasant. Deep down, he was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances at the Star Sea Fortress, dispatching merely 20 B-grade fleets would be akin to a drop in the bucket. What was more concerning was that the entire Southern Star region currently lacked any experts of the Great Ascension realm to oversee matters. They would likely struggle to withstand the invincible fleet of the Zikate Empire. He could never comprehend why, in the eyes of the current emperor, the nearly extinct Yi clan posed a far greater threat than the imminent Zikate Empire. The imperial heart is unfathomable. Star Sea Fortress, outskirts of the star system. The Star Sea Fortress is situated within the Star Sea system of the Southern Star region, a locale hosting the most stable teleportation routes in the entire star domain. Historically, it has always been a critical juncture for entering the prosperous Southern Star region or venturing forth into the expansive Ishui star system. As the gateway to the entire Yinxian Empire, the Star Sea galaxy has been transformed into a formidable defensive stronghold through millennia of continuous construction. Within this galaxy, the 9 planets have been meticulously converted into colossal fortresses, each housing dozens of fleets and millions of cultivators. At this moment, the main planet of the Star Sea Fortress is encircled by over 100 massive vessels, each one larger than the last, emanating an air of dread. Among them, the largest starship stretches an impressive 50 kilometers in length and spans over 10 kilometers in width, its surface gleaming in silvery gray hues, adorned with ethereal blue patterns that enhance its formidable presence. This vessel is the newly commissioned Taiyin-class battleship, belonging to one of the mightiest fleets of the Yinxian Empire. The Taiyin fleet, equipped with the latest psionic cannons, psionic shields, and various assault and landing crafts, it stands as the Empire's premier weapon of war. Beside it, 2 equally magnificent battleships lie anchored, and together with the 3 battleships, they can unleash a volley of 36 main cannons capable of obliterating the surface of a satellite in an instant. Accompanying the battleships are hundreds of cruisers and thousands of smaller destroyers, making the scale of the Taiyin fleet unparalleled even among the numerous fleets of the Yinxian Empire. Master Lu, are you certain? Is this truly the moment to withdraw the Taiyin fleet? A formidable elder interjected. Disbelief etched across his face as he blocked the messenger's path. General Nangong, this is a direct order from His Majesty. Did you fail to comprehend any part of what I just conveyed? Retorted the proud and haughty chief eunuch, clad in purple robes, his demeanor dripping with arrogance. Upon hearing this, General Nangong's expression darkened. The fleet of the Zikate Empire is only 5 jumps away from here. What difference does it make to withdraw the Taiyin fleet and surrender? He protested vehemently. Please convey to His Majesty that when one is away from home, imperial commands may not be heeded. He thundered defiantly. The chief eunuch scoffed, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. Huh, Nangong Linkong, you are but a mere sub-general. How dare you claim to disregard the imperial edict? Is your Nangong family intent on emulating the Yi clan? With disdain, he added, enough with the chatter. Hand over the military token and cease being an eyesore. Angered by such humiliating remarks, Nangong Linkong drew his sword in a sudden rage, striking towards the chief eunuch. With a deafening crash, a brilliant blue light erupted, slicing through the air with a howling wind, tearing the fabric of space and reaching the chief eunuch in the blink of an eye. Overestimating oneself, the chief eunuch disdainfully retorted, extending a finger nonchalantly. A layer of dark golden energy enveloped his finger like armor. The blue sword light collided with this protective barrier, failing to inflict any damage, instead rebounding and sending Nangong Linkong sprawling backward. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Nangong Linkong, in terms of killing prowess, you are still woefully inadequate. The chief eunuch stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Nangong Linkong's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. General Nangong, considering your decades of faithful service, I shall spare your life today. Should you exhibit any further defiance, I will ensure your soul is obliterated, forever barred from reincarnation. The chief eunuch regarded him coldly, plunging his hand into Nangong Linkong's body to extract a military token. Strangely, his hand seemed to penetrate the void without a trace of blood, effortlessly retrieving the token. As he watched the chief eunuch's figure fade from view, Nangong Linkong threw his head back and roared, his eyes blazing with fury. The Tian fleet is the absolute mainstay of the Star Sea Fortress. It cannot be forsaken so easily, especially considering the years of effort his family has invested in this fleet. Resolute, he wiped the blood from his lips and retrieved a communicator. Prince of the South, we have a situation. Before he could finish, a sigh resonated from the communicator. Linkong, relinquish the fleet. Once I conclude my business, I will return swiftly to assist you. Until then, you must hold the Star Sea Fortress. Hearing the voice of the Prince of the South, despair enveloped Nangong Linkong. His final card capable of contending with the invincible fleet was lost, leaving the entire perimeter of the Star Sea Fortress exposed to enemy fire. The chief eunuch, accompanied by a retinue of palace attendants, strode purposefully into the ship's interior. His Majesty has decreed that the Tian fleet must return immediately. Prepare to initiate the jump sequence and return to the Empire's homeland to rendezvous with the Prince of the South. As his words fell, several cultivators responsible for operations sprang into action. Although the Tian fleet is among the most advanced in the Empire, it is still limited to mid-range jumps. According to the plan, 10 jumps would suffice to reunite with the Prince of the South, followed by 30 more to reach the remote native star system. To ensure absolute success, Huang Fuyin not only recalled the Tian fleet from the front lines, but also dispatched his trusted confidant, Chief Liu, to command the fleet, intent on thoroughly eradicating the remnants of the Yi clan. In the outer reaches of the Star Sea galaxy, where the light of stars fails to penetrate, countless drifting ships floated silently in the vacuum. The metallic surfaces of each ship reflected the twinkling starlight of the galaxy, creating a breathtaking and resplendent spectacle, akin to a dream. Suddenly, brilliant beams of light ignited, reminiscent of a meteor shower, as warships emerged from the void, exuding immense pressure that shattered nearby asteroid fields into dust. The insignias of these ships were unmistakable, bearing the royal griffin emblem of the Zikate Empire, the stag's head crest of Duke Marleo, and the war spear insignia of Prince Fengjian. These were a total of 24 dreadnought-class battleships, 10 of which were designated for the royal family, with each of the other 2 noble families contributing 7. Once these ships emerged, they formed a perfectly aligned formation, hovering in the cosmos, casting an ominous shadow and exuding a terrifying aura. In the pitch-black expanse of space, far from the sun's rays, the 24 colossal ships resembled iron beasts, imbued with a chilling aura, and surrounding them were thousands of equally formidable spacecraft. This was the invincible fleet of the Zikate Empire. Within the command room of one of these ships, the illumination was dim, with only a few windows allowing beams of light to filter through, creating a shimmering barrier. On the flagship, adorned with the royal emblem, Prince Fengjian sipped from a cup of deep black tea, savoring it slowly. The flavor of this tea was uniquely rich and sweet, imbued with vitality. This particular tea could only be sourced from one location within the entire star domain, the recently conquered Ishue star system. Uncle, do you believe we will triumph in next war? Inquired a handsome young man seated nearby, none other than Carlos Chart, the second heir to the Zikate Empire. Prince Fengjian set down his cup and slowly shook his head. I have heard that the Star Sea Fortress is defended by Prince Zhao Zhongtian, whose strength is exceedingly formidable. I even suspect he possesses power comparable to that of a transcendent being. Upon hearing this, Carlos's pupils constricted, and he fell into a long silence. This power has transcended his imagination. Even his uncle has merely grazed the edges of the Great Ascension stage, and is far from being his match. Although the strength and scale of our fleet far surpass those of the Cloud Immortal Empire, should a conflict arise, the outcome remains uncertain. Carlos pondered for a moment before speaking. Father, given the might of this force, perhaps we should contact the Imperial Council for assistance. After all, we have just emerged from a fierce battle and are in dire need of supplies. Prince Fengjian furrowed his brow, contemplating Carlos's suggestion for quite some time. After a protracted silence, he slowly lifted his gaze, determination flickering in his eyes. No, we have already penetrated deep into the heart of the Cloud Immortal Empire. We are a solitary force. If we cannot capitalize on our momentum, by the time reinforcements arrive, victory may prove elusive. As he spoke, a piece of jade tablet on the sand table began to emit a faint glow, indicating that news from scouts had returned. Upon reading the message inscribed on the jade tablet, Prince Fengjian's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and in his excitement, he nearly spilled the tea in his hand. Marvelous! Truly, the Divine Emperor has favored the Westchate Empire. Observing his uncle's exhilaration, Carlos inquired with curiosity, Uncle, What news has brought you such joy? Prince Fengjin laughed heartily, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. According to reports from our spies, the elite A-class fleet of the Cloud Immortal Empire, the Tian fleet, which previously caused us significant trouble, departed the Starsea Fortress early this morning. Even more intriguingly, Zhao Zhongtian is not at the Starsea Fortress. He has gone off to execute some secret mission. Carlos, initially taken aback, soon revealed a countenance of pure elation, exclaiming, "Is this truly the case?" "Absolutely," replied Prince Fengjin, handing Carlos a jade tablet taken from the sand table. "This is the fleet deployment map of the Starsea Fortress?" Carlos exclaimed in astonishment after examining the jade tablet closely. "Indeed," Prince Fengjin affirmed with a nod. As Carlos gazed at the jade tablet in his hand, a myriad of emotions surged within him. The Cloud Immortal Empire's decision to withdraw its main forces at such a critical juncture undoubtedly diminished the difficulty of capturing the Starsea Fortress. Moreover, without a master of Zhao Zhongtian's caliber to oversee matters, the aging and decrepit vessels would stand no chance against the Empire's invincible fleet. Given the current disparity in troop strength, seizing the Starsea Fortress is merely a matter of time. But uncle, could this not be yet another scheme by the Cloud Immortal Empire? I recall their military texts mention strategies like feigning an attack to draw the enemy away. Carlos hesitantly queried. Regardless, this is undoubtedly an opportunity. If we can capture the Starsea Fortress, the entire southern star domain will fall at our feet, Prince Fengjin continued, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. Though the Westchate Empire has dominated the entire right arm for millennia, its vast territory incurs annual military expenditures in the trillions. Moreover, the colonial planets frequently rebel, straining the Empire's finances. Coupled with the rampant presence of foreign races within the Empire, the Imperial fleet is often stretched thin, and troop strength remains perpetually tense. Were it not for the Empire's technological breakthroughs over the past century, it would have been extinguished by the East Chate Empire centuries ago. This assault on the Cloud Immortal Empire presents a pivotal opportunity for the Westchate Empire to expand its territory and regain its former glory. Capturing the southern star domain would mean that the entire upper arm would be firmly within the Empire's grasp, resulting in a qualitative leap in its strength. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Should it be missed, Prince Fengjin believes he would surely regret it for the rest of his life. With this thought, Prince Fengjin abruptly stood, commanding the head of the guards outside. "Relay the order. The entire army will assemble in 3 days. Prepare for a full-scale assault. Furthermore, send word to the Cloud Immortal Empire, demanding their immediate surrender. Otherwise, we shall raise the entire star system. In the solar system, Moon District Reserve Police Station. Wake up! Wake up! Is Mr. Yi Feng present? Please step forward," an officer called out as he unlocked the door. Awakened from his slumber, Yi Feng shakily rose from the concrete bed, raising his hand and reporting. "I am Yi Feng." The rat, huddled nearby, enviously remarked, "You're lucky. You've only been here 1 night, and it's already your turn. Do you have acquaintances in the station?" Yi Feng ignored him, quickly donning his uniform and following the officer's lead. "Officer, I told you, I am innocent. I truly did nothing yesterday. Mr. Yi Feng, we sincerely apologize for not realizing your unique status. Please accept our apologies," the officer said, bowing slightly as he led Yi Feng into the office. The warm air that greeted Yi Feng instantly enveloped him in comfort. "Please have a seat. A significant figure wishes to see you shortly." The officer placed a cup of hot tea on the table before Yi Feng. Cradling the warm cup, Yi Feng drank it in one go, feeling much better as he murmured, "This place is freezing." "Mr. Yi, please understand. After all, this is the moon," the officer explained. "Furthermore, we have thoroughly investigated your situation, and it is indeed unrelated to you. Yesterday was a misunderstanding." However, Yi Feng nodded, signaling for the officer to continue. The officer composed himself and added, "This morning, a significant individual came to our station specifically requesting to see you. However, you were already asleep, so he chose not to awaken you and waited outside for you to rouse." Hearing this, Yi Feng's expression turned peculiar, and he quietly asked, "Are you suggesting that this person appears to be familiar with me?" "Yes, I believe he's a friend you know, but I'm not clear on the specifics." "Please wait. He should be arriving shortly," the officer replied before bowing and exiting. Yi Feng nodded, calmly sipping his tea. He truly could not recall having met any notable figures in the days since his awakening. "Long time no see." A flamboyantly dressed young man with sunglasses and dyed blonde hair burst through the door, plopping down beside Yi Feng. "You of all people should have contacted me first upon waking, yet here you are, gallivanting in the reserve zone. Quite the choice of location," chuckled the young man, throwing an arm around Yi Feng's shoulders. Yifeng shrugged off the young man's arm, responding irritably, "Don't get the wrong idea. I came here merely to rest." By the way, who are you?" The young man's smile faltered, and after a moment, he lamented, "After all this time, you still don't recognize me? Friend, I believe this is our first meeting," Yifeng replied earnestly. The young man awkwardly smiled, removed his sunglasses, and said, "Take a closer look. Do you have any recognition? You should be aware that I've been in hibernation for 176 years. I haven't encountered you in my dreams." Yifeng strained to remember. The young man slightly nodded and then explained, "Well, it seems you truly are out of it. Banqiao Mountain Observatory, employee ID 14084. Does that ring a bell? Banqiao Mountain Observatory, employee ID? Distant memories gradually surfaced in Yifeng's mind, and he finally noticed the young man's familiar tuft of yellow curls. "Blondie, you're still alive?" Chapter 46, The War of the Apocalypse. Blondie laughed heartily. "That line should be mine. You've been asleep for nearly 2 centuries, and I worried over you for nothing." Yifeng, in a state of distress, tapped his forehead and lamented, "I cannot fathom how I have slumbered for a staggering 176 years. The blonde-haired companion nodded and replied, "Indeed, when I visited you in the hospital, the doctor insisted that I call your name softly by your ear and narrate stories to you. I wonder if you heard any of it that time." Yifeng scratched his head, seemingly trying to recall. Observing this, the blonde chuckled and shook his head, continuing, "Eventually, seeing that you remained in a deep slumber and your bodily functions had deteriorated significantly, we had no choice but to place you in a hibernation pod to prevent muscle atrophy." Yifeng pondered for a moment, curiosity piqued by the way. "How is it that you have survived until now? Shouldn't everyone from our era be long gone? You dare mention that?" The blonde retorted angrily, "I was meant to live a carefree life, yet here I am, cleaning up the mess you left behind. General Zhang insisted that I was well acquainted with you, deeming it necessary for me to awaken you, which led to my own confinement in the hibernation pod. Am I truly that significant?" "Though I did not intend for any of this," Yifeng replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. "Nevertheless, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. I only slept for a century before being awakened. By that time, the cultivation of spiritual energy had advanced significantly. I was fortunate enough to awaken a superior spiritual root and directly cultivated to the integration stage. Living for another 10,000 or 18,000 years should pose no challenge." The blonde beamed with pride. "Now I understand, but you have yet to clarify why the nation places such importance on me," Yifeng inquired. "I'm not entirely certain, but Professor Luo specifically identified you as a crucial figure in the Apocalypse War. Hence, everyone regarded you as the singular hope." "Apocalypse va?" Yifeng echoed, momentarily bewildered by the term. The blonde gestured toward the warships outside the window and said, "Do you see that? For this mission, your cooperation is imperative. Otherwise, neither of us will fare well." "Why? What is the Apocalypse War, and how is it relevant to me?" Yifeng asked, his face a mask of confusion. "Child, that's a long story. Follow me outside. General Zhang will provide you with the details shortly," the blonde said, rising to his feet and signaling for Yifeng to accompany him. Upon stepping outside the precinct, they found a standard military landing craft already docked above, while armed soldiers patrolled the vicinity. The blonde gently raised his hand, guiding Yifeng to float slowly into the landing bay. "I have a question," Yifeng began, noticing the soldiers wielding steel rifles with a sense of puzzlement. "In this age of spiritual energy, why are you still using guns? Do they serve any purpose against beings like you at the divine transformation or integration stage?" "That is a grave misconception," the blonde patiently elucidated. "These are not ordinary rifles. The bullets they fire are not the antiquated gunpowder projectiles of yore. Modern rifles are powered by spiritual energy, boasting an exceptionally high rate of fire. And the projectiles are not metal, but rather binding spirit stones." "Binding spirit stones?" Yifeng repeated. "You may understand them as spiritual energy insulators. Being struck by one feels akin to having your very soul assaulted, causing excruciating pain. Moreover, sustaining multiple hits will rapidly deplete the spiritual energy within your body. At that point, even with supreme cultivation, you would have no choice but to surrender," the blonde recounted, appearing somewhat shaken, as though he had experienced such a scenario firsthand. "Ah, I see. Indeed, the principle of one object dominating another holds true," Yifeng remarked with newfound understanding. "However, in essence, while these weapons may suffice for maintaining order, when it comes to combat in outer space, it is the massive warships and artillery that truly embody a man's romance." The blonde's expression grew wistful. Once aboard the landing craft, Yifeng was left speechless by the interior's astonishing sight. This was no mere landing craft. It resembled a small base. surrounded predominantly by a unique transparent material that allowed one to gaze out at the azure earth beyond the hull. The flooring was a dark gray, evidently treated for special purposes. The walls were adorned with intricate runic patterns emanating a soft glow. In the center of the room stood a spacious table, at which sat a female officer clad in military attire. Upon noticing Yifeng and the blonde's entrance, she promptly approached and saluted. "Greetings, Commander. I shall now inform General Zhang. Please wait a moment." "Thank you for your efforts," the blonde replied with a slight nod. He turned to Yifeng, saying, "Please follow me. General Zhang will arrive shortly." As they advanced deeper into the vessel, a corridor led them toward the rear. Along the way, soldiers saluted them with utmost respect. Before long, they arrived at the ship's stern, only to find it devoid of personnel. "Blonde, where is General Zhang?" Yifeng could not help but inquire. "Dr. Yi, it is good to see you well." A commanding voice resonated from the direction of the ship's rear, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Moments later, a middle-aged man, donned in military garb and glasses, appeared before them. "Greetings, Doctorie. It has been quite some time. I wonder if you still recall me?" The man extended his right hand, slightly bowing as he gestured for a handshake. Yifeng inclined his head respectfully, extending his hands in return, and smiled as he replied, "Of course, I remember you, General Zhang." General Zhang chuckled, revealing a bright smile. "Since you still remember me, I shall be straightforward. The purpose of summoning you today, Dr. Yi, is to ascertain whether you are indeed the rumored descendant of a Yi clan." The blonde interjected, "The descendant of a Yi clan? My brother Yifeng grew up alongside me. How could he possibly be an extraterrestrial?" "Colonel Huang, are you questioning my authority? Do you even comprehend the purpose of your presence here?" General Zhang retorted with a cold huff. The blonde recoiled, quickly explaining, "General Zhang, that was not my intention. I merely, it's quite all right. To be honest, I too am curious about the connection between myself and that Yi clan descendant." Yifeng interjected, attempting to defuse the tension. "According to the intelligence we have gathered, the fleet of the Yunxian Empire has traveled a great distance to Earth, with one of their primary objectives being the capture of this Yi clan descendant," General Zhang elaborated. "We are also convinced that the Yunxian Empire holds this descendant in high regard and will not abandon their pursuit after a single failure. They will undoubtedly dispatch follow-up fleets to return to Earth. The war between Earth's civilization and the Yunxian Empire is destined to be rekindled, and the adversaries we face will be exponentially more formidable." General Zhang's tone grew grave. "This is the apocalypse war for which we have prepared for a century. To partake in this battle, I, like you, joined the hibernation program. It was only about 50 years ago that I awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, I realized that the so-called apocalypse war was nothing more than a farcical joke. When I entered hibernation, humanity had yet to fully comprehend the workings of spiritual energy. By the time I awoke, our fleet was already capable of navigating the entirety of the solar system." General Zhang's demeanor became somewhat animated as he activated a three-dimensional holographic model of the solar system before them, pointing to a luminous point near Jupiter. "Our Huaxia Federal Republic currently possesses 12 deep space fleets within the solar system, one of which is stationed near Europa, known as the Wuma Fleet." As the image magnified, Yifeng could distinctly observe the vast deep space fleet gracefully orbiting Europa, with the largest warships stretching several hundred kilometers in length. Nearby, countless vessels of comparable size moved in and out of the port, an awe-inspiring sight. The dual propulsion system of the psionic curvature engine and the nuclear fusion engine without working medium endows our warship with formidable maneuverability, whether in long-range or close-quarter engagements. The advancement of psionic technology has catalyzed the third industrial revolution, leading to remarkable progress in material science. Our current metallurgical techniques enable us to achieve atomic-level precision in manipulation. Take, for instance, the external armor of this warship. Despite its actual thickness being merely a few nanometers, its density approaches that of materials found on white dwarfs. As for its strength, even practitioners at the tribulation stage in this era would find themselves utterly helpless against it. General Zhang lifted his gaze towards Earth beyond the window and continued, "Of course, we must also mention the weapon systems. Presently, we have developed two primary types of psionic weapons. The psionic energy weapon, which primarily delivers physical strikes, and the implanted soul virus, aimed at mental assaults. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that the overall cultivation level of the Yunxian Empire has fallen far behind us. Even those at the transformation stage are regarded as top-tier experts among them. It's simply laughable. Furthermore, we have learned from the captives of the Yunxian Empire that their fleet has undergone no significant upgrades for millennia. Their cosmic warships, when juxtaposed with ours, appear as absurd as primitive humans' canoes. Huh. Who could have imagined that when I forsook everything to embrace the future in anticipation of the apocalypse, I would become a true jest? General Zhang said with a self-deprecating tone, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Yi Feng could empathize with this sentiment. It was akin to exacting revenge at great cost, mastering unparalleled martial arts, only to discover that the sworn enemy was merely a defenseless cripple devoid of any martial prowess. This poignant realization could likely only be understood by a true powerhouse like General Zhang. General Zhang, there is something I do not comprehend, and I would appreciate your guidance. Yi Feng broke the silence. I still fail to grasp the connection between this and my lineage as a descendant of a Yi clan. Upon hearing this, General Zhang burst into hearty laughter. I almost forgot the crux of the matter. The descendants of the Yi clan are our bait, and the fish we seek to catch is the fleet of the Yunxian Empire. Yi Feng felt his head spin. General Zhang, I'm a bit bewildered. Could you please elucidate further? Let me put it this way. Have you ever wondered where the fleet of the Yunxian Empire originates? From the Yunxian Empire? Doctor. Yi, you are truly humorous. Now let me ask you, do you know where the Yunxian Empire is located? Well, that I do not know. Indeed, we are also unaware of the precise location of the Yunxian Empire. Even the war prisoners could not provide us with specific coordinates. However, the position of the Yunxian Empire is of utmost importance to us and will be a pivotal factor in humanity's venture beyond the solar system. How so? Yi Feng's curiosity was piqued. Haven't we already mastered curvature engine technology? Why not simply burst forth from the solar system? General Zhang shook his head, contemplating deeply. In the vastness of space, particularly during interstellar travel, it is not only essential to possess navigational capability, but also imperative to have a clear understanding of the destination's coordinates. Without direction, even the fastest warship cannot reach its intended destination. Initially, when we first acquired curvature engine technology, we naively believed that humanity could escape the solar system and usher in an age of cosmic exploration. Yet, countless starships departed the solar system only to return empty-handed, with some never to return at all. The scale of the universe far exceeds our imagination. Relying solely on speed is insufficient for exploration. The departing vessels either transitioned into the void of space or arrived in lifeless, desolate star systems. To this day, we have yet to discover any star systems exhibiting signs of civilization, let alone the Yunxian Empire. Hence, the coordinates or star maps possessed by the Yunxian Empire hold extraordinary significance. According to high-ranking captives, the upper echelons of the Yunxian Empire possess a complete star map of the third arm of the Milky Way, detailing the coordinates of various civilized worlds and safe routes. This knowledge, accumulated over 40,000 years of cosmic navigation, is profoundly significant for us. Therefore, this impending apocalyptic battle is of paramount importance. We must not only annihilate the enemy, but, more crucially, secure the star map, or at the very least, acquire the detailed coordinates of the Yunxian Empire. Dr. Yi, if you truly are a descendant of the Yi clan, then your value is immense. They must possess some unique method to pinpoint your location. With that, General Zhang retrieved a specimen card from his breast pocket. It is also quite simple to verify if you're indeed a descendant of the Yi clan. Although our DNA is almost identical to that of the Yunxian Empire, there remain subtle distinctions. A mere sample of your genetic material will suffice for a straightforward comparison. General Zhang plucked a hair from Yi Feng's head, formed it into a ball, and placed it within the specimen card. Shortly thereafter, the card projected an image of 2 spiraling chromosomes. As the rotation accelerated, the progress bar below quickly turned green, ultimately displaying a number, 100. Phew! It seems I am indeed human, Yi Feng sighed in relief. However, General Zhang and Huang Mao stared at the image, speechless for a prolonged moment. Eventually, Huang Mao managed to speak, albeit with difficulty. Yi Feng, the sample you were compared against is that of a Yunxian Empire individual. Chapter 48. The Might of the Great Ascension. On the fringes of the Yunxian star system, within the Zhao clan fleet. Xiao Chun, what on earth have you written in the battle report to His Majesty that led to the withdrawal of the Taiyin fleet? Zhao Zhongtian pressed his foot onto Xiao Chen's face, demanding an answer with a furious tone. Your Highness, spare me. I am wronged. I merely spoke the truth and did not lie. Xiao Chun groaned in agony, unable to resist, as tears and mucus streamed down his face, his body trembling uncontrollably, utterly devoid of the dignity of a practitioner at the out-of-body stage. Speak the truth? Do you dare to argue? If it were not for your remaining value, I would have had you dismembered long ago. Zhao Zhongtian coldly retorted. A mere indigenous star system has managed to alarm the Taiyin fleet. If the Star Sea fortress falls, Your entire lineage's heads would not suffice as atonement. Your Highness, that indigenous star system is indeed quite peculiar. Although its inhabitants lack spiritual energy, their spiritual artifacts possess power comparable to that of transformation stage experts. Xiao Chen curled up on the ground, feeling the oppressive weight of suppressed spiritual energy. Transformation stage? Even if they had 100 transformation stage experts, they would not be worthy of my personal intervention. Speak plainly, what other secrets do they harbor? Zhao Zhongtian kicked Xiao Chen aside, regarding him with disdain. Your Highness, to be honest, they possess a type of circular stone pillar-like spiritual artifact, approximately 10 meters in length and 3 meters in diameter, whose might is truly fearsome. It feels akin to the full force strike of a great ascension stage expert. After receiving a kick, Xiao Chun felt half of his bones fracture, yet he could not afford to scream in pain, instead lost in recollections of the past horrors. Mere ants dare to speak of great ascension. Zhao Zhongtian seized Xiao Chun and, with a flash, arrived near a deserted small asteroid. Today, I shall show you what a full force strike from a great ascension stage expert truly looks like. With a powerful tremor of his arms, the surrounding space instantly froze, and an immense pressure manifested out of thin air emanating outward. Whoosh! Boom! As the spiritual energy surged and the true chi surged forth, the surface of the small asteroid erupted instantaneously, transforming into countless fragments that drifted further away. The entire surface of the asteroid was obliterated, as if it had shed its outer layer. Simultaneously, a colossal dragon composed of black and red flames roared forth from Zhao Zhongtian's body, emitting a deafening roar as it lunged toward the planet. This planet, with a diameter exceeding 300 kilometers, could not withstand even a moment against the fiery dragon propelled by Zhao Zhongtian's full might and was incinerated to near nothingness. When the flames dissipated, only a multitude of charred and shattered meteorite fragments remained at the original location, with no trace of the planet to be found. Zhao Zhongtian brushed the dust from his sleeves, appearing entirely nonchalant. Merely a trivial matter. W. Wang, Your Excellency, your overwhelming might truly leaves one in awe. Xiao Chen managed to squeeze out a few words of admiration before violently spitting blood, his body swaying twice before collapsing to the ground. Having endured such terrifying spiritual pressure at close range, Xiao Chen, already gravely wounded, could not bear it any longer. His vision faded to black, and he fell unconscious. Pathetic. With such meager abilities, it's no wonder you were defeated by the indigenous planet. Zhao Zhongtian cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Chen, only to notice another powerful figure already waiting nearby. The king of the south had evidently grown in strength. He was likely not far from the late stage of the Great Ascension. Truly a cause for celebration. Today, I am fortunate to witness the Zhao family's ultimate technique, the heavenly burning and sea steaming art. It is indeed worth the journey. This powerful figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, infusing a sliver of pure spiritual energy into Xiao Chen's body to prevent him from succumbing to the freezing temperatures of this environment. Zhao Zhongtian shot a disapproving look at the man, his tone slightly restrained. In the entire Yunxian Empire, the person he least wished to provoke, aside from the current emperor, was this very individual. Forgive me for my presumption, Your Excellency. Before you, I am but a novice, a source of amusement. Zhao Zhongtian humbly clasped his hands, though inwardly he scoffed, maintaining a facade of deference. There were many speculations regarding the cultivation of the steward Liu, but one thing was certain. He had long since crossed the tribulation threshold. Otherwise, he would not be able to suppress the myriad of martial offenders within the empire. As for his precise level of cultivation, perhaps only the figure deep within the imperial palace could know, as those who had witnessed the steward's prowess had all perished. In the past, when he eradicated the Yi clan, the steward's hands were indeed stained with blood. Ha! Your Excellency, Zhao jested. You are a pillar of the empire. The emperor knows well who is strong and who is weak. Steward Liu chuckled, as if relishing these words. You flatter me, Steward Liu. I wonder what brings your esteemed self here today. Zhao Zhongtian inquired after a few polite exchanges. Your Excellency Zhao, it has been many years since we last convened. Now, the emperor has dispatched me to lead the Taiyin fleet alongside you. I hope you do not take offense, Steward Liu said, narrowing his eyes and revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zhongtian replied, Since it is the emperor's decree, I, of course, have no objections. Might I inquire if the steward possesses a star chart? I wish for this battle to be swift and decisive, without delay. Your Excellency is eager for merit. Naturally, I shall not lag behind. Rest assured, guided by the star chart, We will arrive within 20 jumps, including the return trip. It will take merely half a year, Steward Lu affirmed. Zhao Zhongtian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, if we do not carry a supply fleet and logistics vessels, the time could be even shorter. Speed is of the essence. We should proceed with our main fleet. In his plan, he believed that his own strength was sufficient to conquer the entire indigenous star system. Bringing along the main fleet was merely to preserve the Emperor's face. Haha, Your Excellency possesses such courage. It is no wonder you are the foremost expert in the military. Steward Lu praised with a nod. Not all. With Steward Lu accompanying us, I truly see no cause for concern, Zhao Zhongtian responded. Excellent, excellent. Then I shall not impose further, Steward Lu said, satisfied with the response. And returned to the fleet, taking the unconscious Xiao Chun with him. 3 months felt rather tight. I hope Nangong Linkong can hold out. Zhao Zhongtian gazed at the distant twinkling stars, shook his head, and finally returned to the fleet. Chapter 49, Spiritual Energy Technology. Yifeng took a full hour to accept the reality that he was not a native of Earth. Prior to this, he had exhausted all the comparative cards available in the room. As he gazed at the screen, displaying a perfect score of 100, the blonde-haired youth broke the silence first. Yifeng, regardless of where you hail from, you will always be my brother in my heart. Indeed, at this point, the people of the Yunxian Empire have nearly integrated with us. The first batch of war prisoners released from captivity has likely already given rise to the next generation. General Zhang also stepped forward to offer comfort. In fact, our Huaxia nation and the Yunxian Empire share many similarities, both in appearance and cultural traditions. In many respects, we are practically of the same origin. Therefore, you need not feel pressured by your identity. Yifeng examined himself in the metallic wall mirror, noticing that aside from his relatively handsome features and slightly thinner lips, he could hardly find any distinguishing difference from the Huaxia people. Even the color of his pupils was not significantly different from that of the average person. However, Yifeng understood that this was no coincidence. General Zhang seemed to have seen through Yifeng's thoughts and stepped forward to say, in truth, we share your doubts. The Yunxian Empire hails from hundreds of light years away, and their home planet's ecology and stellar system structure are entirely different from our solar system. Typically, one would presume that the Yunxian people should be a completely different life form from us. Yet in reality, we are not only remarkably similar on a genetic level, but our cultural heritage is strikingly parallel as well. This phenomenon is not an isolated case. According to the data on the Yunxian people, throughout their 4,000-year history of conquest, countless civilized planets have been ruled by humans. This is akin to a colossal deception. Consequently, the topic of human origins has led evolutionary theory to the brink of denial, with creationism once again taking the forefront. Furthermore, what is most alarming is that in the legends of the Yunxian people, there exist tales akin to our own, such as Pangu creating the world, Ho-I shooting down the suns, and Yuhua repairing the heavens. General Zhang lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. There are even rumors that beyond the tribulations, there are higher realms, a field that our current cutting-edge science has yet to touch upon. Upon hearing this, Yifeng could not help but ask, then, General Zhang, since we are all human, why have we Earthlings not developed a cultivation system? An excellent question. The crux of cultivation lies in spiritual energy. In the Yunxian Empire, as well as in the vast majority of star systems, spiritual energy permeates the entire universe. Much like solar energy, most civilizations in their primitive eras could master the use of spiritual energy, and thus, this convenient and efficient energy source has allowed these cultivation civilizations to effortlessly attain abilities such as flight and longevity without exerting much effort in technological advancement. General Zhang paused, gazing at Yifeng as he continued. However, it is precisely because spiritual energy is so easily accessible that their technological and social levels have remained at a rather primitive stage. Their entire civilization has focused all its energy on spiritual energy research and cultivation, to the extent that their understanding of the fundamental nature of the world has stagnated. They have yet to grasp even Newton's laws. Regarding their curvature engine, it is merely an evolution based on a certain teleportation array, the principles of which are remarkably simple. So simple that even primitive humans, with a mere scrawl on the ground, could potentially create it. Of course, the prerequisite for this is the presence of spiritual energy for activation. General Zhang grew increasingly animated as he spoke, showing no signs of pausing. Do you remember the patterns on their weapons? Those are the keys to triggering spiritual energy, guiding it through the array to manifest in various forms, thereby achieving the manipulation of spiritual energy. However, their arrays are exceedingly rudimentary, derived from countless experiences over time. The methods of inscribing these patterns are nothing more than manual engravings, lacking in both principle and precision. Once humanity grasped this concept, it took merely a few decades to develop an entirely new discipline of spiritual energy studies, delving deeply into mechanisms and principles. We have now mastered the technology of photolithographic array patterns, allowing for the creation of billions of pattern combinations within an area the size of a fingernail, achieving precision within 0.5 nanometers. The spiritual energy computers produced from this have exponentially increased in computational power, surpassing silicon-based chips, and on this foundation, strong artificial intelligence and nanorobots have flourished. As for cultivation, initially, we struggled due to the lack of spiritual energy in the solar system. However, after mastering the technology of energy reversal, we have been able to convert other energy sources into spiritual energy for human cultivation. As he spoke, General Zhang pointed towards the sun. 50 years ago, the Dyson Sphere project was initiated, and our engineering teams have already landed on Mercury, preparing to dismantle it for the construction of the Dyson Sphere. Once completed, we will directly convert solar energy into spiritual energy, transforming the solar system into a paradise abundant with spiritual energy. Indeed, thanks to spiritual energy, other disciplines have advanced at an astonishing pace. Nuclear fusion reactions, massless engines, and materials with strong interactions have all been mastered in succession. Human civilization has now entered an entirely new era. General Zhang was thoroughly immersed in the brilliance of human advancement, seemingly unable to extricate himself. Upon hearing all this, Yifeng felt a surge of emotions. Yet a question also arose within him. But, General Zhang, if the spiritual root is the key to the birth of civilization, then why has human civilization also emerged on Earth? Why are we, as a species, born akin to pawns? Our scientists in Huaxia have pondered this question as well. But alas, no answers have surfaced. Perhaps it is only by venturing beyond the solar system that the truth shall be revealed. All right, let's return to the matter at hand. Yifeng nodded in understanding and continued the conversation. General Zhang, since you have already engaged in battle with the Yunxian Empire, how shall we proceed with our next actions? In response, General Zhang promptly began to outline the operation to Yifeng. It turned out that the military had long since deployed countless reconnaissance satellites in the outer reaches of the solar system, utilizing a star network to transmit information amongst them. Although the current number of satellites still falls short of covering the entire solar system, they are sufficient to detect the approximate locations of transition fluctuations. After all, several centuries ago, Yifeng was able to achieve the same with just a single radio telescope. The fleet of the Yunxian Empire is exceedingly outdated. Each transition generates immense spatial fluctuations, undoubtedly announcing to the enemy, "I have arrived," in the theater of interstellar warfare. In contrast, humanity's current interstellar fleet can execute silent transitions, maintaining complete radar invisibility, even when the entire fleet jumps simultaneously. During the previous arms race, Huaxia established a dozen superfleets named after the Chinese zodiac. Chapter 50, Continuous Transitions. Each fleet's establishment required an investment amounting to 2% of the GDP of the Huaxia Federal Republic, with subsequent maintenance costs reaching astronomical figures. From the initial rat fleet to the final pig fleet, the entire endeavor spanned a full century. Such a duration surpasses any super project in history. It is precisely due to the diligent contributions of several generations that these 12 fleets provide formidable military support for Huaxia civilization's exploration of the solar system. Although the government's initial aim in their construction was to defend against the potential fleet of the Yunxian Empire, as the fervor for solar system development surged, the covert and overt conflicts among various nations in outer space gradually intensified, particularly the United States of Maligian and the European Union. Both having acquired the spiritual energy technology of the Yunxian Empire, planned to reignite the age of exploration and seize cosmic hegemony. During such times, the role of the superfleets transitioned from defense to offense. In confronting the Yunxian Empire, Huaxia faced the bulk of their main forces, thereby acquiring a wealth of samples, allowing for more advanced research into spiritual energy compared to other nations. The technologies aboard the superfleets are also significantly more powerful, leveraging their preemptive technical advantages. Huaxia was the first to master wide-area spiritual energy shields and ultra-short-range curvature transitions. Utilizing space fleets equipped with the latest technologies, humanity accomplished its first large-scale moon landing, successfully asserting military occupation and territorial claims over the moon. The moon is now legally regarded as an autonomous region of Huaxia, And the Space Naval Base established there provides the super fleets with a forward base for conquering the solar system. Over the next 2 decades, Huaxia successfully occupied Mars, Venus, and Mercury, delineating airspace baselines and declaring that all areas above sea level on these planets, up to 10,000 kilometers, constitute sovereign airspace. However, Huaxia's actions also provoked dissatisfaction among the other 2 major powers, ultimately leading to the outbreak of the Third World War. This conflict was marked by an intensity far surpassing any previous wars in history, with the density of firepower deployment exceeding the total of all past human conflicts. Nevertheless, thanks to the formidable defense of spiritual energy shields, the homelands of the various major powers did not suffer large-scale strikes. Instead, numerous smaller factions as vassal states faced near annihilation under the devastating impacts of curvature, nuclear bombs, and soul weapons. Particularly affected was the Neon Nation, situated between the 2 major powers, which endured the most severe consequences. Consequently, after the war, the term Neon Nation vanished entirely from geographical references, with the majority of its territory forever submerged in the Mariana Trench. The Third World War lasted nearly half a century, and with the Third World's population nearly decimated, various factions returned to the negotiating table, signing the Treaty for the Joint Development of the Solar System and the Mars Declaration on Olympus Mons. This marked the establishment of humanity's first united regime, the Human Federation. Although competition remained in technology and economics, armed conflict was no longer employed to resolve disputes. As the victorious power, Huaxia naturally held priority rights for the development of various planets, but as a concession, it also permitted other factions to participate in development through technology or investment collaborations. Furthermore, with a widespread practice of cultivation, the issue of an aging population was thoroughly resolved. Although the birth rate remains low, the population continues to grow steadily. The current solar system is home to over 8 billion people, with Huaxia accounting for 6 billion, while the other 2 major powers each have approximately 1 billion. The prevailing structure of the solar system has evolved into a triad of 1 superpower and 2 strong powers, with Huaxia vastly outpacing the other 2 factions in both population and technological reserves. Upon receiving this information, Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief. However, all of this was well within the realm of expectation. Throughout the extensive history of humanity, the Huaxia nation has predominantly stood at the pinnacle of civilization, and now it is merely returning to its former glory. Your Highness, we cannot continue to leap any further. We have already executed 18 consecutive jumps. The curvature array is operating beyond its limits. If this continues, the ship risks imminent disintegration. Several captains at the God transformation stage pleaded earnestly from the command center. The one recklessly endangering their lives was none other than Prince Zhao Zhongtian of Zhennan. In his relentless pursuit to reach the solar system at breakneck speed, he had discarded all logistical support vessels, opting to carry only thousands of the latest main battleships, making no stops along the way, and executing a total of 18 consecutive jumps. This maneuver had utterly violated interstellar combat protocols and exceeded the operational capacity of the existing curvature array, resulting in over 10 ships becoming eternally trapped within the jump tunnel. Switch to the backup curvature array. Dismantle the ships that cannot proceed and allocate their supplies to those that can, Zhao Zhongtian declared with a cold expression, entirely unaffected by the concerns of others. As a seasoned general, he was acutely aware of the consequences of consecutive jumps on the fleet. However, at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such outcomes. If he did not eliminate the indigenous planet in the shortest time possible, a smooth return to the Star Sea Fortress would be jeopardized. Under his command, the fleet had compressed a journey that would normally take 3 months into a mere 40 days. Every minute of delay increased the risk of losing the Star Sea Fortress. Glancing at the star chart in his hand, Zhao Zhongtian noted that they were only 2 jumps away from the solar system. At the current pace, they would arrive in just 5 days. Merge the remaining 2 jumps into one. Inform all ships to adjust their course. We will regroup in the solar system in 2 days, he commanded with an undeniable tone. Your Highness, haste makes waste. Perhaps we should deliberate further, interjected Eunuch Lu. He had refrained from dissuading the previous consecutive jumps, knowing that even in the event of failure, he could extricate himself with his cultivation. However, Zhao Zhongtian's reckless decision to undertake an ultra-long distance jump filled him with trepidation. Each jump in interstellar travel targets a specific anchor star. These anchor stars exhibit unique fluctuations that provide direction and guidance for ships utilizing curvature propulsion. Should a spacecraft deviate from the navigation of an anchor star, it risks being randomly transported to any location, potentially becoming utterly lost in the vastness of space. even with eunuch Lu's formidable prowess. Straying from the course would lead to a slow demise amid the cosmic void. Fear not, for this is the latest Tyene fleet equipped with a sextant captured from the Zikate Empire. Even without an anchor star, precise positioning is assured, Zhao Zhongtian explained, gesturing to a massive device at the ship's bow. This was the source of his confidence in executing consecutive jumps. With this technology, there was no need to worry about becoming lost in the cosmos. Very well, but this shall not become a habit. I will return on my own, eunuch Lu sighed, shaking his head and ceasing further objections. Chapter 51, Water Droplet. Initiate curvature engine. An immense surge of spiritual energy flowed into the curvature array, causing the entire vessel to emit a deep, resonating roar. The origin of the curvature array remains shrouded in mystery. However, it is widely believed among the Cloud Immortals that it originated from a rudimentary technique known as shrinking the Earth to inches. Early practitioners discovered that this simple movement technique allowed for movement without altering one's position, facilitating relocation. Yet, this method consumed vast amounts of energy and had an excessively long preparation time, rendering it impractical in combat. It was only later that the Cloud Immortals inscribed this technique into an array, revealing its true potential for rapid traversal through complex terrains. With ongoing improvements and modifications, the curvature array was finally developed, enabling the Cloud Immortals to transport substantial supplies over great distances. Subsequently, the curvature array was installed on warships, marking the dawn of the interstellar age for the Cloud Immortal civilization. As the surrounding scenery warped, all ships entered into curvature travel. Everyone understood that once they emerged from the void, they would arrive at their destination. Yet, no one felt anxious. They were the elite warriors of the Cloud Immortal Empire, many having spent more time traversing the cosmos than on solid ground. As members of the Tyene fleet, they had faced adversaries ranging from the cunning Zikate Empire to the brutal extraterrestrial races, and even the marauding space pirates. This time, however, their opponents were merely a collection of indigenous planets devoid of spiritual energy. Generally speaking, the task of suppressing such indigenous populations was relegated to C or D-class fleets, making their elite Unit S involvement unnecessary. After all, they were a superclass fleet named after one of the stars of the Cloud Immortal system. Consequently, most crew members regarded this mission as a mere vacation. Their true battleground lay in the Starsea Fortress, a realm rife with bloodshed and death. Within the curvature travel, the perception of time became nebulous, and before long, a familiar tremor signaled the end of the jump. At the edge of the solar system, near the orbit of Uranus, one colossal spacecraft after another gradually materialized from the depths of space. The blue-hued exterior of the Tyene battleships shimmered under the starlight, exuding a breathtaking beauty. A total of 2,000 main battleships were meticulously arranged in a vast formation of 40 by 50. Under the stringent governance of Prince Zhao, the entire fleet maintained an exceptionally high level of discipline. Even though they had not yet fully adapted to the aftereffects of curvature travel, the fleet could still complete their formation in a remarkably short time. Discipline is the embodiment of combat effectiveness. This ironclad truth had been validated on countless interstellar battlefields and formed the core of Zhao Zhongtian's military philosophy. He cared not for the cultivation levels of his soldiers, but prioritized their ability to obey and execute commands. 100 well-coordinated Yuanian cultivators would prove far more effective in battle than a disobedient god transformation expert. Observing the impeccably synchronized fleet, Zhao Zhongtian nodded in satisfaction. Though he was discontented that such a formidable force was merely dispatched to deal with an indigenous planet, it was indeed overkill. He had resolved that he would unleash his divine powers to vaporize the entire ocean of the planet, leaving it perpetually enveloped in a boiling steam, transforming it into an unending cauldron. In truth, he had performed such actions countless times before. Innumerable low-level civilizations have been reduced to mere lumps of overcooked flesh beneath his burning heaven and boiling sea technique, forever unable to rise again. Your Highness, an artificial object has been detected 30,000 kilometers away, suspected to be of indigenous origin, one observer reported. Oh, these natives have managed to construct a spiritual device for space travel. It appears that Xiao Chun did not deceive me, mused Prince Zhao with a hint of curiosity. In his recollection, the spiritually deficient natives were largely in a primitive state, with some not even possessing basic civilization. The notion that they could fortuitously create a spiritual device was utterly unheard of. How intriguing. Fetch that object for me. I wish to discern its nature. Zhao Zhongtian was on the verge of issuing a command when he noticed an individual entering the command room. Prince of the southern town, have you discovered something of value? Perhaps we should investigate together. This period has been dreadfully monotonous, suggested Eunuch Lu, stretching and stifling a yawn. Very well, Zhao contemplated briefly before readily acquiescing. Recognizing that Eunuch Lu, with his extensive knowledge, would surely grasp the intricacies of this object. After their brief exchange, the two boarded an assault ship and swiftly navigated towards the location of the artificial spiritual device. With their transcendent cultivation, they quickly approached the vicinity of the device. This spiritual artifact measured approximately 10 meters in length and about a meter in diameter, its surface gleaming with a crystalline clarity and exhibiting a flawless streamlined shape, reminiscent of an exquisite droplet of water. At this moment, the probe's satellite floated serenely in the cosmos, appearing almost motionless. In truth, it was merely a civilian multifunctional probe satellite, employed to search for valuable meteorite belts in the outer regions of the solar system. Aside from its propulsion system, it possessed only the simplest scanning capabilities to analyze elemental compositions and a collision feature designed to shatter meteorites to explore their internal structures. Earlier, Lu had heard Xiao Chan mention the indigenous pottery of this planet, which was remarkably refined. Now, seeing it firsthand, he could only concur, even within the palace. Such craftsmanship was a rare sight. This is indeed remarkable. Lu marveled at the creation before him. Mere clever tricks, Zhao Zhongtian dismissed with a scornful expression. However, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Wait, there seems to be a fluctuation of spiritual energy within. He distinctly sensed a pure and stable flow of spiritual power coursing within the artifact. Indeed, the quality of this energy is exceptionally high. I fear it rivals our own. Eunuch Lu remarked, placing his hand upon the droplet to silently attune himself to its essence. This is quite peculiar. This artifact is likely not a product of this star system. Should we not open it to examine its inner workings? Zhao Zhongtian retreated subtly, his battlefield instincts honed over the years warning him that this delicate artifact harbored boundless power. Alas, what a pity for such a treasure, Lu sighed, feigning regret, before gently tapping the droplet with his finger. After a moment, nothing transpired. Could it be that you are reluctant? Zhao Zhongtian inquired, puzzled by the unmoving droplet. No, Lu stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. I cannot open this artifact. Chapter 52, Advance 4. Ha ha ha. Eunuch Lu, your humor is delightful. You still have the presence of mind to jest at such a time. Zhao Zhongtian was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What a remarkable cultivator Lu is, especially considering his star-shattering finger originates from an imperial secret art, the finest of techniques. If he cannot breach a mere glass spiritual artifact, that would indeed be ludicrous. Haha, since Eunuch Lu is unwilling to take action, allow me to do so. Zhao Zhongtian, oblivious to Lu's ashen face, placed his palm upon the surface of the artifact, carefully moderating his strength to avoid shattering it into fragments. He deliberately restricted his power to the foundation building level, sufficient to dismantle most mundane objects. Shatter for me. Zhao Zhongtian cautiously directed his spiritual energy, tapping the artifact's surface with imperceptible force. The artifact remained unresponsive, leaving no mark whatsoever. Quite interesting, Zhao Zhongtian mused, regarding the artifact with a hint of appreciation. Typically, the more exquisite an object, the more fragile it is. Yet here was something so smooth that a fly could not land upon it, yet it retained such formidable strength, even among the rare treasures he housed. This was an exceptional find. He silently elevated his power to the nascent soul stage, for aside from defensive spiritual artifacts, most could not withstand such a level of might. Nevertheless, the artifact remained unaffected, displaying no sign of movement. Zhao Zhongtian discarded his playful demeanor, escalating his power to the out-of-body stage. Still, no results ensued. It was worth noting that one of the materials for the hull of a Tying-class battleship, blue jade wood, could only withstand the strikes of out-of-body cultivators. This strategic resource took millennia to mature, with only a few sources existing throughout the entire Yinxian Empire. Yet this artifact's resilience surpassed even that. He elevated his mastery to the transformation stage and struck down with a palm. There was no discernible difference from before. Zhao Zhongtian glanced at his hand before unleashing a full-force blow at a nearby meteorite. Boom! The colossal meteorite shattered into countless fragments, filling the air with ash. Without pausing, he again struck the surface of the artifact. It remained utterly unresponsive. Not a crack appeared, and even after lifting his hand, no trace of the impact was visible. The mirror-like surface merely reflected his image, as if mocking him. Cold sweat began to beat upon Zhao Zhongtian's brow. His previous strike had been akin to the full might of a composite body cultivator. Even a mountain should have been reduced to rubble. No longer holding back, he retrieved his life-bound spiritual weapon, the Emperor's Hammer, forged from the rare Xintian cold iron, weighing a staggering 100,000 kilograms. It had accompanied him through innumerable life and death battles over millennia. Countless warships had met their demise under its relentless blows, and he would not resort to using it lightly. Stepping back, he concentrated all his spiritual energy into the Emperor's Hammer, the intensity distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. "Break for me," Zhao Zhongtian roared, bringing the hammer crashing down. This strike resonated across the stars. Buzz! The immense rebound force numbed his grip, rendering his entire arm nearly insensate. And the Emperor's Hammer was now distorted beyond recognition. Yet, when his gaze returned to the artifact, an overwhelming sense of futility welled up from within. The artifact remained unscathed, floating quietly in the void, as if nothing had transpired. Its flawless surface even reflected the distant fleet. In that moment, he finally comprehended that Eunuch Lu had not been jesting. Meanwhile, Eunuch Lu gazed at the artifact in a trance, murmuring, "Foolish child, run." 30,000 kilometers away, within the Taiyin fleet, Xiao Chun paced anxiously aboard one of the ships. This was his second visit to the solar system. Yet this return filled him with an indescribable sense of oppression, especially knowing that the two commanders had departed without return for an extended duration. His inner unease swelled, a sensation akin to impending doom, far more terrifying than when Zhao Zhongtian had trampled upon his face. He pressed down on his racing heart, attempting to reassure himself. It's nothing, merely a band of primitives. No matter how extravagant, they are still just savages. Yet such self-reassurances proved futile. In his heart, one thought persisted. He must escape this damned star system, and the sooner, the better. The fervent desire for survival propelled him into the control room, where several duty-bound cultivators were deftly maneuvering the vessel. All were members of the Taiyin fleet, each boasting cultivation levels above the nascent soul stage. "Elder Xiao, what brings you here?" inquired a polite, nascent soul cultivator, recognizing that Xiao Chun, as a soul outstage practitioner, commanded a certain respect in the Yunxian Empire, where strength dictated social hierarchy, and even those bearing a tarnished reputation warranted due deference. "I ask you, is it possible for this ship to re-enter hyperspace travel?" Xiao Chun approached, grasping the collar of the cultivator with urgency. The occupants of the command center were taken aback by his sudden maneuver, prompting one individual to step forward and separate them. "Elder Xiao, please be mindful of your conduct. This is the Taiyin fleet, not your private vessel." Xiao Chun raised a hand, signaling his lack of ill intent. "My apologies. I merely feel a profound sense of unease. Can we activate the hyperspace engine to return? Regrettably, we are powerless to fulfill your request. The Taiyin fleet only complies with orders from King Jinnan and Eunuch Lu." The nascent soul cultivator firmly rejected Xiao Chen's plea. "Moreover, the fleet has just completed its jump, and the energy recharge will require time. Given the desolation of this star system, it is utterly impossible to restart the hyperspace array." Another cultivator coldly elucidated. Despair washed over Xiao Chun, yet a thought soon sparked in his mind. "No, I recall that the power chamber contains an emergency backup energy source. It is sufficient for our escape." "Elder Xiao, have you lost your wits from the recent jump? You should rest." The nearby cultivators regarded him with incredulity. The backup energy source he mentioned was intended for use in battle, not for routine jumps, and would never be tampered with under normal circumstances. "Huh, you would do well to heed my instructions." The energy within Xiao Chun surged dramatically, and a dark flame abruptly manifested in his palm. This was a high-level skill only accessible to practitioners at the soul outstage. Raging Inferno. This technique, by condensing spiritual energy into a small orb, possessed tremendous explosive power. Should it detonate within the ship, the entire Taiyin vessel would be engulfed in flames. "Calm down. What are you planning to do?" The cultivators, sensing the danger, hastily rose, seeking distance from this seemingly deranged individual. "I demand you relinquish command of the ship, or else we all perish." Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, exuding a semblance of imminent loss of control. "Xiao Chun, I warn you, do not even think about escaping. The Empire will undoubtedly locate you." One cultivator cautioned. "Cease your prattle and swiftly surrender command." The black flame in Xiao Chen's hand intensified, pulsating with a ferocity that suggested an explosion was imminent. Seeing this, the others ceased their resistance and placed the command talisman before Xiao Chun. "Very well, everyone, vacate immediately." Xiao Chun promptly connected with the talisman using his divine sense, instantly seizing control of the entire ship. Activate backup energy. Engage the hyperspace engine. Tie-in-class battleship. Advance at 4. Among the vast fleet, a battleship of moderate size suddenly accelerated, vanishing into the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Chapter 53. Collision Mode. The system detected multiple impacts. Awakening from sleep mode. Activating active detection mode. Active detection mode engaged. Automatically searching for targets. After enduring multiple strikes from Zhao Zhongtian, the mineral detection satellite finally activated its artificial intelligence response protocol. This satellite was initially designed to shatter the erratically floating asteroids or meteoroids in space through collision, thereby discovering and collecting precious metals or rare elements. The mining corporation, aiming to minimize costs, had equipped it with only a rudimentary passive AI program, which would activate solely upon being struck by a meteoroid or asteroid. Once activated, the satellite could utilize gravitational wave radar to actively seek out nearby massive celestial bodies and execute collision missions. The structure and materials of this civilian satellite were far from exceptional. It housed a first-generation spiritual energy power system capable of barely accelerating to 10 times the speed of light, approximately 170 kilometers per second. Its outer shell was merely a one-piece, stamped strong interaction material, lacking even an advanced visual sensor. Such simplicity allowed for a drastically reduced cost, making it particularly suitable for large-scale industrial production. During the fervor of early solar system development, billions of these mineral detection satellites were manufactured, with no fewer than a billion produced by the Huaxia nation alone. Relying on sheer quantity, they scoured the cosmic void, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a rat, in search of valuable mineral resources. Now, this satellite, having slumbered for decades, was reactivated and immediately set to work. At a distance of 256 kilometers, it detected a suspicious asteroid belt. Estimated arrival at the designated location in 187 seconds. The AI system completed its assessment, accelerating to maximum speed within 3 seconds, heading straight for the tie-in fleet. As for the two life forms before it, their insignificant mass was entirely disregarded. 3 minutes later, the tie-in fleet encountered the detection satellite. According to the AI's primary programming, if it detected a massive object equipped with a spiritual computer, it would actively evade it. This precaution was specifically designed to prevent the satellite from mindlessly colliding with civilian vessels. Consequently, in the satellite's judgment, the 2000 Tie-in-class battleships were not regarded as artificial constructs, but merely a collection of large, low-density minerals drifting in space. Furthermore, its preset data system found no similar counterparts. This implied that it must collide with them to ascertain their precise structure. The mission commenced execution. The detection satellite, moving at 10 times the speed of light, swiftly penetrated the rightmost battleship of the first row, the Xiantian. Compared to the battleship's massive, several thousand-meter frame, the satellite size was nearly negligible. However, in collision mode, the satellite could, at the moment of impact, calculate the weakest points and resonance frequency based on the target's mass distribution, creating severe resonance throughout the structure to achieve complete fragmentation. The satellite rapidly passed through the Xiantian, leaving behind a smooth, circular hole approximately 3 meters in diameter. However, almost immediately, numerous fissures began to radiate from the hole's edge, gradually spreading. Following a faint tremor, the keel of the Xiantian shattered catastrophically, causing numerous internal chambers to collapse in an instant. The exterior shell, crafted from blue jade wood, crumbled like a burst dam, disintegrating into various wooden debris. Simultaneously, the hyperspace array within the power chamber also fractured, leading to a violent explosion as residual spirit stones mingled together. From external perspective, it appeared as though a spiritual energy main cannon had struck the Xiantian, causing its entire structure to disintegrate instantaneously. The detection satellite, akin to a bullet piercing through smoke, remained unaffected in speed as it continued its trajectory towards the next Longman-class battleship. Concurrently, internal analyzers rapidly examined the surrounding material structure through spectral analysis. A substantial quantity of organic matter has been detected, which the system deems as low-value material. An extensive presence of protein structures has also been identified, similarly classified as low value. A significant amount of structural hydroxyapatite has been observed, categorized as medium-low value. Conversely, a considerable quantity of spirit stone components has been recognized, classified as high value. The Longman-class battleship is slightly smaller, measuring approximately 1,000 meters. It is a troop transport vessel specifically designed for low Earth orbit landings. The reconnaissance satellite did not decelerate. Rather, It approached from an exceedingly peculiar angle, penetrating directly from a position slightly below its front. At this moment, the inner chamber was densely populated with resting cultivators of the Yunxian Empire. Whether this was intentional or merely a consequence of calculations remains uncertain. The reconnaissance satellite traversed from the first cabin all the way to the last rear compartment. During this brief interval, thousands of cultivators caught off guard were reduced to mere remnants of flesh and blood by the satellite's direct impact. The entire event transpired in less than 0.006 seconds. When the reconnaissance satellite emerged, its surface bore remnants of splattered blood. However, almost instantaneously, the bloodstains vanished into the inky void of space due to inertia. The Longmen battleship subsequently began to disintegrate, appearing from a distance as if it had been struck simultaneously with the Xiantian flagship, resulting in a catastrophic chain explosion. The reconnaissance satellite maintained its velocity, sequentially passing through the illustrious battleships Xianyao, Luohan, Jiuzhou, Tianguang, and Yuechen. In a mere 10 seconds, all 40 vessels of the Taiyin class on the far right were obliterated. As the last ship, Yuechen, commenced its destruction, the first Xiantian battleship had only just completed its disintegration. The scattered debris resembled a slowly expanding mist, gradually enveloping the entire battlefield. In the vacuum of space, where sound has no medium to travel, the explosion of the spirit stone compartments was not particularly intense. The detonations of the 40 colossal battleships did not create a significant commotion. On the opposite side of the fleet, the events were almost imperceptible. At this juncture, the nearest ship finally began to sense something amiss. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Chapter 54, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The fleet commander exclaimed loudly, simultaneously triggering the highest alarm on the ship, the shrill sirens instantly rousing the still dreaming crew. How could this be possible? We are still tens of millions of kilometers away from the indigenous planet. How could the enemy's battleships reach us? No, there are no enemy ships visible outside. The cultivators on the bridge frantically scanned the surrounding starfields with their spiritual senses, attempting to locate the source of the attack. However, within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, no other fleet was in sight, apart from their own. Within their spiritual awareness, all that remained were the debris of ships scattered amidst the fiery explosions, alongside the drifting remnants of blue jade wood. As for the diminutive reconnaissance satellite, it was dismissed as a peculiar fragment of debris, failing to raise any alarms. The ability to instantaneously obliterate 10 Taiyin-class battleships without detection had utterly surpassed the comprehension of the Yunxian Empire's cultivators. In their previous interstellar conflicts, even when confronting invincible fleets, it would take days of stalemate and countless exchanges of fire to potentially leave behind a single battleship. What was unfolding now could not be described as incredible. Even an ancient ancestor in the tribulation period would not wield such terrifying might. Otherwise, the Yunxian Empire would have long concluded its external wars and unified the realm. A layer of cold sweat enveloped the heads of everyone in the fleet. Though they were the elite core of the Taiyin fleet, the finest warriors of the Yunxian Empire, accustomed to commanding the situation, they now felt a profound fear of being toyed with by an enigmatic force. At that moment, the reconnaissance satellite completed its turn behind the fleet. The recent material analysis had perplexed its artificial intelligence. The composition of the meteorite ore was extraordinarily complex, containing various spirit stones, tree trunks, and even numerous protein-rich meats. While these seemingly ordinary items appeared quite unusual in the cosmos, the artificial intelligence aboard the reconnaissance satellite was rather rudimentary and could not make accurate judgments at the moment. It could only upload data while intensifying its sample collection efforts. The reconnaissance satellite adjusted its angle, targeting the Shura-class battleship positioned at the end of the second column. The Shura, one of the principal flagships of the Taiyin fleet, boasted armor that was sturdier and more robust. Its construction featured an exceptionally high-quality blue jade wood, crafted from a single ancient tree aged over 100,000 years, enveloped by a layer of composite armor made from the shell of the Baiming Xingui, which changes its exterior once every 10,000 years. This precious material is exclusively reserved for the creation of top-tier spiritual artifacts. In the Yunxian Empire, hoarding or trading Baiming Xingui shells is regarded as a grave act of treason, only sanctioned for official use. This outer shell armor not only possessed remarkable hardness, capable of withstanding strikes from beings in the fusion period, but it also had the unique ability to absorb spiritual energy. Even when subjected to a direct hit from the battleship's main cannon, it could absorb and dissipate approximately 80 to 90% of the spiritual force. During the battle in the Yishui starfield, This flagship had single-handedly intercepted the firepower of hundreds of invincible ships from the Zikate Empire, granting ample time for Allied forces to retreat. Subsequently, it had withdrawn from the encirclement and scathe, infuriating the enemy. Even the commander of the invincible fleet, Prince Feng Zhen, could not help but exclaim, "Shaking the stars is easy, but shaking the Taiyin fleet is a different matter." The Shura-class battleship was the only ship in the Taiyin fleet that did not carry a strategic main cannon, and even its secondary armaments were merely symbolic, with the purpose of reserving ample space and power for additional armor. After all, within the entire fleet, this flagship's role was that of a command ship, where survival outweighed offensive capability. However, under the impact of the reconnaissance satellite, the Shura's exterior shell proved ineffective against the forces of strong interaction. All natural materials were rendered akin to the void. The reconnaissance satellite swiftly passed, leaving only a small, penetrating wound on the hull. Within less than a second, the Shura's defensive armor began to shatter incessantly, ultimately transforming into a cloud of debris amidst a cacophony of piercing sounds, slowly drifting through the cosmos. Crew members from nearby ships fled in panic to the deck, witnessing their legendary flagship disintegrate before their eyes. They had never anticipated that this main battleship would prove so vulnerable. This flagship was their cornerstone. The assault continued. A golden meteor streaked across the night sky, accompanied by an immensely terrifying shockwave and pressure wave, violently colliding with the bridge of the Nanshan battleship. The overwhelming tremor made the scalps of all present tingle, and they nearly lost consciousness as darkness enveloped them. In the wake of such a terrifying collision, the external armor of the Nanshan battleship, designed for protection, utterly failed and collapsed. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering, every weapon on the bridge, along with the walls, developed fine cracks, ultimately disintegrating in a thunderous explosion. The entire battleship was instantaneously transformed into a colossal ruin. The anguished wails, cries, and shrieks of countless crew members reverberated through the desolate ruins, akin to the mournful howls of lost souls. The ships Xianzun, Zhuori, and Jingang, part of the second column of 40 warships, detonated in rapid succession like a string of firecrackers ignited simultaneously. Within mere seconds, these vessels transformed into billowing clouds of dust, with the most tragic fate befalling the Hongyan. This battleship, also a supply vessel, housed a mountain of spirit stones within its holds, making it one of the fleet's vital storages. After being struck by a reconnaissance satellite, it erupted like a small volcano, first emitting a few furious roars before exploding violently in midair. The immense waves of fire surged in all directions, engulfing several nearby battleships, and subsequently unleashed towering tsunamis across the cosmos, drowning all vessels that had been obliterated or were on the brink of destruction. Amidst this inferno, a young girl swayed like a petal caught in a tempest. She was the captain of the Hongyan, one of the few female cultivators from the Yinxian Empire, and a formidable mid-stage harmonization realm expert. It was her sheer strength and decisive tactics that had propelled her to her current position. Moments ago, she had been piloting a patrol ship, surveying the surroundings to ensure that the continuous jumps had not caused any breaches. Her meticulousness had saved her life, preventing her from being consumed by the flames in the first instance. With her robust body from the harmonization stage, she could survive in the vastness of space. During the cataclysmic explosion, she noticed a small crystal darting through the smoke at an astonishing speed, far exceeding the normal escape velocity of debris. Her intuition as a woman hinted that this might very well be the mastermind behind the assault. Chapter 55. The Empire Endures. By the time the explosions in the second column of warships subsided, the entire fleet had already received an enemy attack alert. The well-trained commanders promptly activated their maximum power spirit energy shields to fend off the assault from an unknown direction. Simultaneously, debris from the two rightmost columns of warships began to impact nearby vessels. Confused crew members mistakenly believed that these fragments from their allies were part of the enemy's assault and immediately activated their energy weapons to retaliate. Countless battleships unleashed a barrage against a fleet that had already been reduced to ruins, and some cultivators who had narrowly escaped were forced to confront friendly fire once more. In the thick of chaos, these cultivators, believing they were under attack from enemy forces, resorted to their spirit artifacts and unleashed desperate counterattacks. In an instant, the entire battlefield was plunged into utter disarray. Yet, destruction persisted. The reconnaissance satellite had detected an abundance of spirit stone resources, further solidifying its assessment. This was undoubtedly a high-value spirit stone mine. Thus, the artificial intelligence within the reconnaissance satellite made a bold decision to summon its companions, In this orbit, there were tens of thousands of similar reconnaissance satellites. By transmitting a message, all nearby satellites would converge to collectively mine this precious ore. While sending out the message, the reconnaissance satellite did not pause. Time is money. Time is life. Moreover, its preset programming contained no directive for rest. The onslaught continued. The reconnaissance satellite darted through this superfleet like an ethereal needle wielded by the hand of death. However, what it strung together was not a tapestry of splendid garments, but an endless tapestry of death and annihilation. The formation of the Tian-class warships had completely disintegrated. In the absence of flagship command, and with the disappearance of the Southern King, even this elite fleet could not mount an effective counterattack. Each ship fired relentlessly into the void of space or the rain of debris, for only through the incessant barrage could they alleviate their inner turmoil and dread. From a distance, the fleet appeared to be engaged in fierce combat with a ghostly fleet emerging from the abyss. Countless formidable spirit energy cannons occasionally struck the reconnaissance satellite, but such attacks were utterly ineffectual against it. On its impeccably smooth surface, all energy assaults were completely reflected back. Every effort at retaliation was in vain. Zhao Zhongtian and Eunuch Liu, after witnessing the disappearance of the reconnaissance satellite, took a considerable time to realize that the trajectory of the spirit artifact was directed towards their fleet. Upon this realization, the two top-tier experts ignited their souls and propelled themselves with utmost speed back to the fleet's location. Before they could approach the battlefield, they discovered that a significant portion of the Tian fleet had already been engulfed in flames, while the remaining vessels were fleeing in all directions, resembling a force that had just endured a concentrated onslaught from tenfold their numbers. The presence of the two commanders was soon sensed by the surviving soldiers, rekindling a glimmer of hope within them. The imperial war god, Zhao Zhongtian, had led them from the brink of despair to victory on more than one occasion. Surely, he could conjure another miracle this time. The surviving female cultivator hastened to the side of the Southern King. "Your Highness, we are under attack by unidentified flying objects. These entities are diminutive in size, but exhibit remarkable speed." Without further ado, the female cultivator projected her consciousness to externally recreate the reconnaissance satellite she had just witnessed. Upon seeing the crystalline reconnaissance satellite, the Southern King displayed little astonishment. As the Supreme Commander, he could not afford the luxury of surprise. He needed to remain composed. "Tell me, is our assault effective against it?" "Your Highness, currently all techniques, spirit energy cannons, and even armor are ineffective against this entity. I witnessed it evade the explosion of countless spirit stones, which was comparable to the power of transcending tribulation." The female cultivator's voice began to quiver with emotion. As one of the few survivors who had faced the might of the reconnaissance satellite, she could scarcely conceive of any means to thwart this demonic spirit artifact. "Do not panic. Every weapon has its weakness." Zhao Zhongtian, true to his title as the war god of the empire, pondered briefly before devising a brilliant plan. "As long as it is a tangible object, it can be dealt with. Notify the 6th and 7th fleets to activate their curvature engines at maximum power." The female cultivator paused in thought, but soon grasped Zhao Zhongtian's intent. He intended to use the spatial displacement generated by the activation of the curvature engines to intercept this damned spirit artifact. However, this plan also entailed the sacrifice of two entire fleets. When the curvature engines were activated, they would displace the surrounding space to facilitate the movement of the ships. Yet, if the ships did not move after activating the curvature engines, the space would undergo repeated oscillations and compressions at the same location, ultimately transforming the vicinity into a solid mass. The advantage of this approach was that the solidified space could serve as an impregnable barrier, sufficient to block that indomitable spirit artifact. But the downside was that unmoving vessels would also be crushed into fragments by the compressing space, leaving no survivors. Not only would their physical forms be obliterated, but their souls would also vanish forever into subspace. This was a tactic even the most deranged would not dare to employ. At this moment, Zhao Zhongtian's face bore no expression. He had already issued commands through his spiritual essence. The order was received, and execution commenced immediately. Simultaneously, the commanders of the two fleets of battleships received the commands, and without hesitation, they began to implement the tactics. As soldiers, obedience is always the foremost principle. Moreover, they realized that this method was currently the only viable strategy. It was the only way to salvage the remnants of the Tian fleet and preserve a flicker of hope for the Empire's elite. The fleeing fleets halted, even steering towards the areas of densest flames, precisely where the reconnaissance satellites were most active. The warships anchored, spatial stabilization engaged. Backup power activate. Cultivator engines commence. Aside from the 7th and 8th fleets, hundreds of the nearest vessels also ceased their retreat and initiated their curvature engines. The more warships left behind, the greater the area of spatial turbulence, thereby increasing the chances of retaining that spiritual artifact. The cultivators aboard these vessels resolved to leave the hope of survival to their comrades while reserving the glory of death for themselves. The curvature engines roared to full power, distorting the surrounding space. Yet, the distortion, which should have ended momentarily, did not cease, but rather intensified and accelerated. Some battleships could no longer withstand the violent spatial turbulence, their hulls beginning to disintegrate. For the Empire, long live the Yunxian Empire. The Empire shall endure. The surviving cultivators gathered on the bridge, raising their hands in salute towards the direction of the Yunxian star system. To perish amidst the stars was the honor and final resting place of every soldier of the Taiyan fleet. At last, the nearby space could no longer bear the full output of the curvature engines. A violent collapse ensued, rapidly compressing into intangible shards. Hundreds of battleships were crushed within the compressed spatial entities, forming a canvas of atomic thickness, forever enshrined in subspace. The solid space, composed of starships, formed an indomitable wall, finally trapping the reckless reconnaissance satellites within. No matter how fast they accelerated, they could not escape this invisible prison. Chapter 56. Victory? Despair. Upon realizing their inability to advance, the reconnaissance satellite's artificial intelligence commenced frantic calculations. In its computations, it determined that the current situation should not be occurring. There was nothing ahead, and the power systems were functioning normally. Yet, it simply could not move forward. After contemplating countless scenarios, the AI finally deduced that there might be a bug in its computational system. Since the hardware was not at fault, the software must be the issue. The solution was straightforward. The reconnaissance satellite sent a fault code to customer support and then re-entered sleep mode, awaiting the arrival of maintenance robots for retrieval. In the distance, Zhao Zhongtian noticed that the spiritual artifact had finally halted, the glow on its smooth surface gradually dimming. At this sight, he finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, within the surviving fleet, a chorus of cheers erupted, as everyone rejoiced at having escaped the shadow of death. Some young cultivators even knelt, weeping tears of joy. In this battle, the Taiyan fleet had lost 2/3 of its battleships, a significant portion of which perished during the final spatial compression. The remaining third suffered severe damage, rendering them incapable of long-range jumps. Yet in Zhao Zhongtian's eyes, there was no hint of sorrow, only a blazing ambition. He exchanged glances with Manager Liu, discovering they shared the same thought. As long as they could bring this spiritual artifact back, even the loss of 10 fleets of Taiyan would be worthwhile. Indeed, if the Empire could unravel the mysteries of this artifact, our Yunxian Empire would face no rivals. Congratulations to the Prince of Southern Town for achieving such a remarkable feat. I shall personally commend you to the sovereign upon my return to the palace. Manager Liu's demeanor softened, no longer as aggressive as before. It is merely my duty. Do not overpraise me, Liu Gonggong. The Prince of Southern Town remained composed, seemingly indifferent to this extraordinary commendation. I hope to ensure proper arrangement for the families of the fallen warriors upon our return. They are all commendable individuals. Naturally, there is no need for concern, Prince Zhao. I shall personally oversee this matter, Liu Gonggong replied gravely, committing the request to memory. The two powerful figures were preparing to observe the world-destroying artifact more closely when they heard a trembling voice from a female cultivator behind them. My lord, look over there. The female cultivator was trembling uncontrollably, pointing towards the distance with trepidation. Following her pointed direction, they saw several luminous objects swiftly approaching. Upon closer inspection, they noticed countless bright dots trailing behind these objects. These flying entities, by appearance, seemed indistinguishable from the previously encountered artifact. My lord, quickly, think of a way. The female cultivator collapsed to the ground, clutching the Prince of Southern Town's leg as if grasping the last straw of hope. The Prince of Southern Town stood frozen in place, his thoughts abruptly halted. 40 minutes later, the information regarding the encounter between the reconnaissance satellites and the Yunxian Empire's fleet was transmitted back to Earth. General Zhang, stationed at the Lunar Preserve, received the message promptly. This information took 35 minutes to reach Earth at the speed of light, with an additional 5 minutes for verification and authorization. They are coming, General Zhang exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table, startling the drowsy Yi Feng awake. Who is coming? Yi Feng, still groggy, inquired. Who else but our old friends? General Zhang replied excitedly, rising to his feet. The fleet of the Yunxian people had already reached the vicinity of Jupiter, We must hurry there. Yifeng rubbed his eyes, questioning his own wakefulness. What? The fleet of the Yunxian Empire has arrived? Yes, but this time they did not jump to the Kuiper Belt. We had prepared several grand gifts for them there. What a waste. General Zhang grumbled, seizing the communicator to issue rapid commands. He instructed the Mao Rabbit fleet conducting exercises in the Kuiper Belt and the Wuma fleet station on Europa to act immediately, sealing off the battlefield upon arrival. Furthermore, should other factions' fleets approach, they were to open fire without command. He would bear the consequences. Meanwhile, Huang Mao had donned a neat military uniform and entered the command room, saluting General Zhang. Behind him stood a full contingent of 50 battle-ready warriors. Report, sir. The Longya Special Operations Team has assembled. Please provide instructions. The numbers were few, yet they exuded an immense pressure, standing before Yifeng like towering mountains. Aside from the first, all were transcendent beings. Deep within Yifeng's consciousness, he sensed the faint voice of Xiao Xingdong, who had been hiding since learning of the various superiors in the outside world, too fearful to stir. All right, activate the phase curvature engines. We depart immediately. As the command was issued, the entire landing vessel shuddered slightly before entering curvature travel. Here, Yifeng, take this. Huang Mao handed over a blue pill. What is this? Yifeng asked, bewildered as he accepted the capsule. This is a motion sickness medication. I fear you may not acclimate well to curvature navigation. I see, thank you. Yifeng did not ponder further and swallowed the pill without hesitation. The blonde-haired individual nodded and began to elucidate the advancements in curvature navigation. Currently, this short-distance curvature navigation technology has reached a level of remarkable maturity. With the assistance of a psychic computer for computational control, the precision of landing can be narrowed to within 5 meters over a distance of 10 million kilometers. In curvature navigation, the intensity of spatial fluctuations is regarded as an indicator of a vessel's technological advancement. The more advanced the ship, the less disturbance it causes during the jump, making it less detectable by enemy radar. The landing craft Yifeng was currently aboard was the latest model from the Huaxia Nation. It was equipped with a phase curvature engine, which incorporated a spatial stabilization device based on traditional curvature engines. This enhancement aimed to ensure that spatial vibrations were as uniform and gentle as possible during spatial displacement. The advantage of this design not only effectively reduces spatial fluctuations, but also significantly enhances jump precision. It is well known that during transition, the more unstable the space, the greater the margin of error. As the saying goes, a slight miscalculation can lead to a 1,000-mile error, which aptly applies to curvature navigation. Severe deviations could even result in jump failure, leaving the vessel eternally stranded in subspace. Of course, beyond military applications, curvature technology has also been employed in various civilian spacecraft. A more stable curvature engine can provide passengers with a much more comfortable and considerate travel experience. Nowadays, many high-end models are equipped with spatial stabilizers as standard. Within just a few minutes, the landing craft had transitioned to its target location. We've arrived, Yifeng. Take this medication as well, one at a time. The blonde-haired individual produced a bottle of red pills, as if performing a magic trick. What is this for? Yifeng inquired, bringing the pill close to his nose. Detecting a faint, pleasant fragrance. This temporarily enhances your cultivation. Without spiritual energy, you cannot operate in outer space. After consuming it, you will gain an hour's worth of transformation power, the blonde explained patiently. Chapter 57, Powered Exoskeletons. Yifeng swallowed the transformation pill and felt a wave of heat rise from his lower abdomen, an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, circulating throughout his body. The energy within him surged higher, each cell enveloped in rich spiritual essence, as if immersed in a soothing hot spring. This sensation was familiar to Yifeng. During the over 100 years of his intense battle of consciousness with Xiao Xingdong, that jade pendant had continuously supplied spiritual energy to his soul, allowing his spiritual prowess to remain at the transformation level. However, at that time, he was in a spiritual state, lacking the tangible experience he had now. Guy, Yifeng, you adapt to the transformation pill's effects remarkably well. I was worried about potential side effects. Could it be that you are a once-in-a-century cultivation genius? The blonde was astonished to see Yifeng digest the transformation pill effortlessly. Exhaling deeply, Yifeng felt his eyes brighten, sensing the world becoming clearer. Incredible. This pill is truly miraculous. It allows a mere mortal like me to easily grasp transformation power. Simply astonishing, Yifeng silently marveled. He recalled Xiao Xingdong mentioning that in the Yunxian Empire, pills that temporarily enhance cultivation are exceedingly precious, each crafted by the finest alchemists. typically accessible only to royalty or powerful factions. Moreover, these pills often come with significant side effects, and their enhancement effects are quite limited. Yet even so, they remain scarce and highly sought after. Upon hearing Yifeng's remarks, the blonde chuckled lightly. Huh, what does that amount to? I have plenty of integration and ascension pills here. If you desire, I can also provide you with a tribulation pill. I was mainly concerned about your ability to withstand the effects, so I didn't give you anything too potent. While speaking, the blonde pulled out a purple capsule from his pocket. See this? This is a tribulation pill. Don't underestimate me, even though I'm only at the integration stage. Consuming this will elevate me to the tribulation stage. He swallowed the purple capsule in one gulp, and indeed his internal energy visibly swelled at an astonishing rate, causing him to expand noticeably. Burp. The blonde let out a loud belch, prompting Yifeng to recoil in surprise. Hee, I had some snail rice last night. You know how much I enjoy that. The blonde chuckled awkwardly, trying to mask his embarrassment. Yifeng sighed in exasperation and approached the hatch, asking with a hint of irritation, All right, Colonel Huang, can we exit the cabin now? The blonde stepped forward to stop Yifeng from opening the door and advised. Hold on, Brother Feng. At the very least, you should grab the gear before we step out. Gear? Are you suggesting that even at the tribulation stage, we need to bring guns and cannons? Yifeng was momentarily puzzled by the blonde's intention. In his understanding, a tribulation stage cultivator was already the mightiest treasure, requiring no external weaponry, as one's physical body alone was sufficient to wreak havoc. Ah, you need to change that outdated mindset. The blonde waved his hand dismissively. Do you know the greatest distinction between humans and animals? The blonde feigned mystery before answering his own question. It is that humans use tools. Come on, let me show you something interesting. Yifeng followed the blonde, still bewildered, as they entered a chamber marked by a sign that read Combat Readiness Room. Upon entering, Yifeng was profoundly shocked by the scene within. The moderately sized chamber was lined with various powered exoskeletons on either side of the corridor. These humanoid exoskeletons emitted a chilling metallic sheen, glinting under the lights and giving Yifeng an icy sensation, reminiscent of being in a freezer. At first glance, they resembled oversized suits of armor akin to Iron Man's battlesuit, but these exoskeletons generally stood around 3 meters tall, featuring a transparent glass cockpit at the chest level, presumably designated for the pilot. The heads of the exoskeletons were equipped with devices resembling eyes, likely radar detectors, while their backs housed a large energy battery pack and ample space for the installation of various weapon accessories. The mechanical arms also had considerable space allocated for interchangeable weaponry. Yifeng noticed that some soldiers within the chamber were already donned in powered exoskeletons, wielding weapons ranging from Gatling-style large-caliber firearms to 3-meter-long cutting swords. And one soldier even carried a 6-tube missile launcher. Observing Yifeng's astonished expression, the blonde proudly elucidated, What do you think? This is our military's specialized individual combat exoskeleton armor. Imposing. Isn't it? The blonde then stepped into a powered exoskeleton, and with a series of clicks, it activated smoothly, advancing toward Yifeng. Nowadays, we fight in exoskeletons. We aren't like those antiquated folks from the Yunxian Empire, charging in with swords like some thugs. After donning the exoskeleton, the blonde exuded a different aura. If just moments ago, he seemed merely a vessel of spiritual energy after consuming the tribulation pill, now he appeared as a formidable war machine, instilling in Yifeng an overwhelming sense of impending doom, reminiscent of a harbinger of death from the depths of hell. This was a super weapon far surpassing tribulation stage cultivators. Yifeng cautiously caressed the exterior of the mech, which bore a striking resemblance to metal. It felt like ceramic to the touch. With a slight exertion, he could even sense a subtle deformation. What materials have been used to forge such a creation? How could it be so smooth? Could it possibly be the legendary strong interaction force materials? Yifeng inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Well, one could say so, but also not, replied Huang Mao with an air of smugness. In strict terms, this is an imitation armor formed by countless self-assembling nanobots. As he spoke, Huang Mao snapped his fingers within the cabin. The arm of the exoskeleton mech, which initially bore 5 fingers, suddenly merged into a single razor-sharp blade, only to abruptly revert back into a hand. I say so because the outer shell of each individual nanobot is indeed made from strong interaction force materials. Yet the interior of each nanobot is equipped with advanced artificial intelligence chips, connecting through a spiritual network to the pilot as consciousness. Countless nanobots can, under my command, transform into any shape, be it a knife, a gun, or something else entirely. Moreover, this design has its advantages, should the armor sustain damage. As long as it is not completely destroyed, the remaining nanobots can immediately reassemble into a new shell. On the battlefield, I can replenish the nanobots to effect repairs and resupply, thereby significantly alleviating logistical pressures. Huang Mao's casual remarks struck Yifeng like a thunderbolt, nearly overwhelming him. The notion that such a simple exterior armor could possess such extraordinary capabilities was unfathomable. Such a complex powered armor must consume a vast amount of resources, right? Yifeng's face twitched in disbelief. The sophistication of these powered armors far exceeded the limits of his imagination. Rest assured, Brother Feng, these powered armors are standardized equipment, and the nanobots have matured into a well-established industry. If you were to purchase them from PDD, they're sold by the ton, with discounts for bulk purchases. Huang Mao explained with a pat on his chest. By the ton? Yifeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the production of nanobots has long been a critical metric for assessing a nation's industrial capability. Our country's production of nanobots accounts for over 97% of the world's total. And that doesn't even include the unreported figures, Huang Mao remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 58, Survivors. Yifeng found himself speechless, astonished that this tradition still persisted in Huaxia. When it comes to industrial capability, they were undoubtedly the top on Blue Star. Once the principles of production were understood, anything could be obtained at a bargain price. Yifeng, you should use that mech over there. Mine is the latest model of the humanoid exoskeleton mech, still in the trial phase, and its performance is somewhat unstable. Possibly unsuitable for you. Huang Mao indicated toward a slightly smaller mech. That mech is our current standard equipment, the third-generation all-terrain combat heavy exoskeleton mech, which we also refer to as the Terracotta Warrior. With your current strength at the transformation stage, you'll have no trouble piloting it. As Yifeng gazed at the mech dubbed the Terracotta Warrior, he instantly grasped the significance of its name, though its sci-fi aesthetics did not quite match Huang Mao's. It appeared more streamlined overall, with a simple yet effective structure that conveyed an essence of understated elegance. Yifeng slowly approached the mech, placing his hand on the cockpit door, and a stream of consciousness information surged into his mind. Personnel proximity detected. Authorization in progress. Personnel autorisé. Yifeng felt as though his spirit was connecting via Bluetooth, establishing a link with the mech. A familiar sensation, as if the mech were an extension of his own body. He opened the cockpit door and settled in comfortably. The entire cockpit lacked any physical buttons, indicating that all operations were conducted directly through spiritual commands. Before him, a vast glass panel displayed numerous parameters and information. Suddenly, Yifeng heard Huang Mao's voice resonate in his mind. Oh, quite impressive. I was worried you might struggle to connect to the spiritual communication system, but it seems you're quite adept. We are now on the same communication channel, allowing us to converse directly through our spirits, unaffected by electromagnetic weapon interference. Very convenient. However, your spiritual strength is currently too weak to support anything beyond basic voice transmission. Otherwise, we could share real-time visuals. Huang Mao expressed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, I have a plethora of emoticons you won't be able to see. Make sure to find time to train later. By the way, your mech is automatic, so operating it should be quite simple. Just follow my lead once we step outside. No sooner had Huang Mao finished speaking than the entire readiness room was illuminated by flashing red warning lights, signaling the impending opening of the hatch. 50 Transcendental Special Forces soldiers had donned their mechs and awaited orders. Beep, beep, beep. As the cabin pressure dropped to the designated threshold, the hatch finally opened. One by one, the soldiers streamed out into the vastness of outer space. At that moment, Yifeng was suddenly overtaken by an overwhelming urge to liberate himself completely, as if the starry sky were welcoming his arrival. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced, as though he had been preparing for this moment his entire life. Yifeng, how does it feel? When I first arrived in outer space, I felt the same way, overwhelmed by the vastness and beauty of the universe. While Earth seemed but a tiny cradle, warm and comforting, yet no longer capable of containing us, Huang Mao mused, seemingly attuned to Yifeng's emotions in that moment. Let us go. The battlefield is still some distance away. I'll use the short-range curvature engine to get there first. You can teleport directly to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mao and the other soldiers gradually vanished from sight. Moments later, a message came through the channel. Yifeng, hurry. There's a grand spectacle over here. A request to teleport appeared in Yifeng's mind, and without hesitation, he accepted. The surrounding space rapidly receded, the countless stars becoming elongated streaks of light. In just a few breaths, Yifeng found himself beside Huang Mao. However, Huang Mao paid him no mind. instead gazing intently into the distance. Yi Feng turned to see a hellish scene unfold before him. Countless warships blazed in the void of space, engulfed not by ordinary flames, but by a violent surge of spiritual energy wreaking havoc amidst the ruins. Among the wreckage of shattered warships, thousands of small meteors darted about, smashing into larger fragments. Why are there so many civilian satellites here? Lu Hu, clear them out for me, Huang Mao commanded through the channel. Received. The soldier named Lu Hu swiftly accessed the spiritual system, acquiring control over the detection of satellites, and began driving the rampaging satellites away from the battlefield. What could have caused this? Our main fleet hasn't even arrived yet. How could the fleets of the Cloud Immortal Empire be reduced to mere debris? Huang Mao pondered, perplexed. As the commander of the Lanya squad, he was among the first human forces to reach the battlefield. It was inconceivable for anyone to have encountered the Cloud Immortal Empire before him, just as myriad possibilities flickered through his mind. Lu Hu cleared his throat a few times in the public channel. Ahem, Colonel Huang, I've just analyzed the records from those civilian satellites. Perhaps you should take a look. A scene was transmitted to the channel, with Yifeng's visual feed converted into real-time imagery displayed on a glass chamber. This was the first-person perspective of a civilian satellite, wherein one warship after another was being obliterated back to its factory state by this reconnaissance satellite. After demolishing the ships, it proceeded to collide with larger debris, exhibiting an unyielding determination not to rest until these fleets were reduced to mere dust. The yellow-haired youth stared at the screen in a daze, his expression a comical blend of despair and disbelief. Is this how it ends? This is not what was promised. He lamented vocally, for in his narrative, he was meant to be an elite soldier of the Special Operations Team, stealthily infiltrating the heart of the Yunxian fleet to execute a decapitation mission against the enemy command, securing vital intelligence before breaking through multiple encirclements to return unscathed to the military, ultimately leading to promotions, salary increases, and marrying a wealthy beauty, thus ascending to the pinnacle of life. He had even rehearsed the MVP post-battle interview scene. Yet now, a mere civilian reconnaissance satellite had completed his mission, leaving him with not even a scrap of glory. Investigate which mining company deployed this reconnaissance satellite. Such reckless excavation and plundering must be regulated. He bellowed in exasperation. Colonel, I've just checked. These reconnaissance satellites are outdated models, long out of production, and the mining company they belong to has long since gone bankrupt and delisted. Lu Hu cautiously replied. Ah! The channel echoed with the yellow-haired youth's wails, filled with a sense of bitter resignation. Just as Yifeng was about to offer words of consolation, he suddenly heard Lu Hu's voice on the channel. Boss, good news. There are survivors on the battlefield, and they're approaching us. The survivors Lu Hu spoke of were none other than Zhao Zhongtian and a group of high-ranking cultivators led by Steward Lu. Upon witnessing the multitude of spiritual devices converging, he had already come to terms with the fate of the entire Taiyin fleet. All 1,999 Taiyin-class warships had been annihilated, and nearly 3 million elite soldiers who accompanied him had been rendered to nothingness. During this time, he had attempted to resist and fight back, but it proved utterly futile. The capabilities of these spiritual devices, both in material composition and offensive methods, exceeded his comprehension. However, amidst the misfortune, a small contingent of high-ranking cultivators aboard the warship had successfully escaped, yet they were now reduced to fewer than 20,000. The survivors gathered near the Prince of Jinan, having lost all courage to resist and the will to fight. The morale of the entire legion was at an unprecedented low, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Prince of Jinan glanced at the remnants of his troops and spoke. Do not lose heart, my friends. Victory and defeat are the common fates of soldiers. As long as our structure remains intact and our battle flag still flies, we can reform a Taiyin fleet at any moment. Furthermore, thus far, aside from those inexplicable spiritual devices, we have yet to encounter the natives of this star system. According to previous intelligence, these natives are merely peculiar in their spiritual devices. As for themselves, they are nothing but ordinary mortals. As long as we can reach their planet, we shall surely turn the tide. At that time, with this star system as our base, a resurgence would not be impossible. Moreover, we possess the star charts. Once we rebuild our ships, we can return to our homeland and raise our banners once more. Zhao Zhongtian, a renowned general of his time, reignited hope among his troops with just a few words. In such dire moments, hope is of utmost importance. As long as there is hope, anything is possible. As if to manifest his words, the previously rampaging reconnaissance satellites ceased their movements and withdrew from the battlefield. Just as everyone was filled with elation, a cultivator excitedly shouted, Your Highness, good news, others have appeared on the battlefield. Zhao Zhongtian quickly scanned the area with his divine sense, and indeed, dozens of formidable auras had emerged on the opposite side of the battlefield. It felt as if a gathering of transcendent ancestors had manifested. However, he soon dismissed this absurd notion, as the entire Yunxian Empire had but a handful of transcendent beings. How could there be dozens of such superiors in this desolate star system? It must be the chaotic energy fluctuations on the battlefield interfering with his divine sense, leading to such an unreliable judgment. Steward Liu simultaneously detected this information and similarly concluded that it could not possibly be the presence of transcendent beings. The reasoning was simple. As a transcendent himself, he was profoundly familiar with the aura of such beings. The newly emerged auras were far more potent than his own, which was simply impossible. Even more intriguing was the uniformity of these transcendent auras, as if they had been cast from the same mold. One must understand that every cultivator who reaches the transcendent stage possesses a unique and original technique, resulting in a vast array of differing auras that could never be identical. This uniformity of aura could only imply that it had been artificially simulated to intimidate lower-tier cultivators. How cunning the natives are, resorting to such tactics to drive us away. Yet, they cannot fathom that with true, transcendent cultivators like us present, they will not deceive me, Zhao Zhongtian thought. Fully understanding the principles of military strategy that revolve around deception and reality. Steward Liu, it seems they are at their wits' end, attempting to scare us off with these tactics. How about we charge straight in? Zhao Zhongtian regained his confidence. The more the enemy attempted to intimidate, the more it signified their own fear. Now, he had over 10,000 experts above the god transformation stage under his command, not to mention himself, a great ascension cultivator, along with Steward Liu, who was at the transcendent level. Merely in terms of momentum, they could utterly crush this swarm of ants. Excellent. Let these natives know that even without warships, we can still trample them into dust. Steward Liu's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and at that moment, he harbored a murderous intent. There's always a way out. Do not compete with me. I shall take the lead, and you can follow afterward, understood? The yellow-haired youth excitedly activated battle mode, issuing orders to his subordinates. Liu Hu, you stay here and watch over Dr. Yi. If anything goes awry, do not blame me for turning against you. Boss, can you let someone else go? I want to take this opportunity for direct contact with an alien civilization. Liu Hu protested, reluctant to miss such a rare chance. Do not haggle with me. If I say you stay, you stay. Individual obedience to the organization. Do you understand? The yellow-haired youth showed no mercy to his comrade. In a calmer tone, he addressed Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I shall go and deal with a few Yongtians. You stay here and do not move. Yi Feng silently observed his ostentation, feeling that something about this statement was amiss. After completing his instructions, the yellow-haired youth activated his thrusters and charged alone into the enemy ranks. Shifting his mech into battle mode, he engaged the recording function, activating auto-enhancement. The yellow-haired youth tousled his hair and struck a few poses for the internal cabin camera, ensuring that the recorded footage was flawless. I'll post this on Douyin tonight. It's bound to attract a plethora of followers. I'll title it Mighty Man Battles Aliens. But wait, something feels off about that. It seems a bit strange. The golden-haired youth remained entangled in thoughts about how to capitalize on the current trends. With the Yunxian Legion merely a few hundred kilometers away, an insignificant distance for a high-ranking cultivator, now well within striking range, Eunuch Liu, taking the lead, had resolved to thoroughly torment this group of ostentatious natives. As the youth's mech came into his line of sight, a subtle smirk crept upon his lips. Indeed, as he had surmised, these natives relied on their disguises to mimic the aura of a tribulation stage cultivator. Through the glass cabin, his spiritual sense discerned that the tribulation aura surrounding the golden-haired youth was exceedingly unstable, evidently bolstered by external means. Further validating his judgment, this could not possibly be a genuine tribulation stage cultivator. Although the means by which these natives achieved this was unknown, the truth would soon be unveiled when he began to refine their souls. To avoid inadvertently shattering this native with his initial assault, Eunuch Liu opted against long-range spells. Deeming it too easy to eliminate this golden-haired brat, he resolved to approach closely, seize him, and then methodically interrogate him. At this very moment, the golden-haired youth harbored a similar sentiment. He was also concerned that the Yunxian cultivators might eschew martial decorum and unleash a barrage of spells, rendering any recording futile and severely compromising the video quality. What he desired was an intimate brawl, a dance of blades and flashes that epitomized a man's romance. Only then would there be sufficient spectacle to capture the trending spotlight. The distance between the two swiftly diminished. 100 miles was but a fleeting moment for a tribulation stage cultivator. Chapter 60, Military Body Boxing. Two formidable auras collided with great force. Eunuch Lu's expression shifted as he felt an overwhelming might crash upon him, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, the golden-haired youth's mech was jolted askew, nearly toppling to the ground. The two attacks were astonishingly evenly matched. Lu was left utterly astounded, as a tribulation stage cultivator. To find an opponent capable of contending with him on such equal footing was beyond belief. The mech of the golden-haired youth bore a dent, revealing the sheer magnitude of the rebounding force. However, this dent was swiftly repaired by nanobots, rendering any evidence of the prior impact invisible. Ha 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 ha! The golden-haired youth erupted into exuberant laughter, reveling in the realization that his opponent was equally affected. The visceral thrill of their hand-to-hand combat was exhilarating. He felt a twinge of relief for not rushing to involve others in the fray. Otherwise, the battle would have concluded before it even began, which would have been dreadfully uninteresting. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes fixated on his back, those of Zhao Zhongtian. Zhao's heart raced as he observed the mech of the golden-haired youth. That recent collision could only have emanated from a tribulation stage elder. This indicated that the youth was not merely bluffing, but possessed genuine tribulation-level power. Such a formidable individual could not be allowed to remain. Zhao Zhongtian silently concentrated all his spiritual energy into his palm, a jet-black flame dragon gradually taking shape. The exquisite spiritual artifact on his wrist transformed into a serpentine dragon, seamlessly linking with the flame dragon, moving swiftly. This was his ultimate trump card, the Wuji Burning Heaven technique. Requiring all his spiritual energy and the integration of his family's prized artifact, the two forces would merge to unleash an overwhelmingly powerful attack. This technique would not be employed lightly. Even with his current high-level cultivation, its usage would leave him utterly drained and greatly weakened. Yet, the advantage lay in its unparalleled might, capable of overwhelming even a tribulation stage elder. The black and white dragons converged into a single crimson-scaled dragon. Hey, look, there's a cultivator behind, trying to ambush the boss. Should we warn him? A soldier's voice crackled through the channel. Never mind. ISNT he fauna showing off? Let him flaunt to his heart's content. That technique's energy level seems decent enough to teach him a lesson. Another elder voice chimed in. It was General Zhang. Just moments ago, the two main fleets of Huaxia had encircled the nearby airspace, and everyone present was quietly observing the golden-haired youth's performance. At that moment, the golden-haired youth was immersed in the joy of battle, exchanging blows with Eunuch Lu. He intentionally reduced the output power of his armor, ensuring he didn't incapacitate his opponent too quickly. Unbeknownst to him, he was broadcasting live to a global audience. Eunuch Lu, on the other hand, was deeply shaken. What was supposed to be mere posturing had revealed this individual to be a bona fide tribulation stage anomaly. Though his martial skills were rudimentary, the force behind each strike was profoundly heavy. Even with his arms braced against the youth's wild punches, he felt intense pain. Conversely, his own full-force strikes against the mech felt akin to striking a mound of cotton, yielding no discernible impact. Alarmingly, the vast amount of spiritual energy he expended was entirely absorbed by that peculiar armor, as if it had vanished into the abyss. In close combat, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Lu had contemplated creating distance and unleashing spells, but the sight of the long-range weaponry behind the armor dissuaded him. This individual was undoubtedly more adept at range bombardment. Any attempt to retreat might worsen his predicament. Thus, he was compelled to endure the relentless exchanges with the golden-haired youth. As the battle intensified, he noticed Zhao Zhongtian behind him. Their eyes met, and they instantly understood each other's intentions. Lu hastily accelerated his attacks, striving to capture the golden-haired youth's full attention, leaving his back wide open for Zhao's impending strike. Break for me, Zhao Zhongtian exclaimed as the Wuji Burning Heaven technique finally coalesced, unleashing a devastating blow with the power to annihilate worlds. The searing heat set off alarms in the golden-haired youth's mech. A look of disdain crossed the youth's face, disregarding the threat as he continued to throw a punch at Lu, confident in his latest model of combat mech, known for its exceptional thermal insulation. Even in the presence of a star, he believed he would remain unscathed. This confidence stemmed from the advancements of spiritual technology. As long as he did not voluntarily lower his defenses, even a tribulation stage elder would find it impossible to breach. Unfortunately, he was only partially correct. The terrifying might of the Wuji Burning Heaven technique carried not only immense heat, but also a sliver of spatial power. The golden-haired youth felt a wave of scorching heat wash over him, the extreme temperature penetrating the mech through spatial fissures. His head throbbed violently, as if it would burst. The overpowering flames incinerated his close-fitting garments in an instant. The golden-haired youth ignited into a blazing torch, engulfed in flames. Thankfully, having consumed a tribulation elixir beforehand, the immense spiritual energy enveloped him, preventing the flames from scorching him completely. Yet, the suddenness of the inferno had singed half of his prized golden locks, leaving a faint scent of charred hair in the air. As he gazed into the camera, watching his hairstyle engulfed in flames, Huang Mao could no longer contain his fury. A man may lose his head, but his hairstyle must remain intact. This was a provocation too great to bear. No longer concealing his prowess, Huang Mao adjusted the mech's power to its maximum and unleashed a series of military punches upon the retreating Lu Gonggong. Stance and jab, throat thrust kick, side strike, groin sweep. The 16th form of military boxing flowed seamlessly into the next, each punch a lethal strike, each move a potential harbinger of death. Huang Mao was ablaze with righteous indignation, drawing upon his lifelong mastery, vowing to avenge his hairdo. Lu Gonggong was forced back by a relentless barrage of attacks. Huang Mao's moves exuded an artistry that seemed to resonate with the very essence of combat, subtly aligning with the principles of the universe. At that moment, Lu Gonggong resembled a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Chapter 61, Annihilation. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Mao delivered a powerful blow to Lu Gonggong's chest. "Old fool, how dare you conspire against me?" Huang Mao bellowed. Blood trickled from Lu Gonggong's lips as he coldly replied, "You rely solely on your armor for false bravado. This is hardly true skill. Times have changed. My friend, this is called technological suppression. Do you understand?" With that, Huang Mao retaliated with a swift slap, sending Lu Gonggong flying. He soared for several thousand meters before coming to a halt. Unyielding, Huang Mao flickered to Lu Gonggong's side, seized his collar, and unleashed a torrent of punches upon him. Yet Lu Gonggong did not yield, retaliating with his own series of strikes to Huang Mao's chest. Thus, they exchanged blows, each collision producing explosive repercussions. Yet Huang Mao's adaptive armor remained unscathed, while Lu Gonggong's spiritual defenses grew increasingly feeble. Bang, 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 bang. With each punch, Huang Mao poured forth all his strength, aiming to shatter Lu Gonggong's bones in a cathartic release of pent-up rage, a frenzy that had stripped him of reason. At this juncture, Lu Gonggong too was nearing his limits, gasping for breath, devoid of any respite. Zhao Zhongtian stood nearby, panting heavily, surrounded by several Yunxian cultivators striving to replenish his vital energy. The previous strike had drained him of all spiritual power, leaving him too weak to stand. "Quick, tell me how the old monster on the other side is faring." The surrounding cultivators exchanged bewildered glances toward the battlefield. After a moment, they finally shook their heads. "Your Highness, it seems he is even more formidable now." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongtian looked over to see Huang Mao piloting the mech, pinning Lu Gonggong beneath him, delivering punishing blows. The esteemed martial artist of the imperial court, Lu Fudong, was struggling even to defend himself. A mouthful of blood erupted from Zhao Zhongtian's lips, and the imperial war god succumbed to unconsciousness. On the battlefield, General Zhang finally lost his patience. Dragon Tooth Squadron, execute orders to annihilate the Yunxian Imperial Legion. Leave not a single one alive. The eradication of alien foes was an established tenet within the Human Federation. These extraterrestrial cultivators had traversed vast distances to invade Earth, clearly prepared for slaughter. If they harbored intentions of killing, they must also brace for their own demise. Between hunter and prey, mercy was a foreign concept. Understood. The command reverberated through the channel, followed by the thunderous sounds of 50 elite mech warriors charging forth like avatars of death toward the enemy ranks. The special forces held nothing back, maximizing their output power, and even from several dozen kilometers away, they unleashed their ranged weapons to commence the assault. Dozens of spiritual pressure projectiles detonated in the heart of the enemy, these super-destructive bombs utilizing surrounding spiritual energy as fuel, weapons forbidden among humans. Yet, against alien adversaries, such rules were conveniently disregarded. In an instant, nearly 1,000 casualties were inflicted. At this juncture, the Yunxian Legion's cultivators began their counteroffensive, launching spiritual artifacts and spells. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless high-grade spiritual artifacts exploded against the mechs, yet they inflicted no damage. General Zhang then issued another command. Remember, aside from high-value targets above the Great Ascension level, leave no prisoners alive. Yes, The battle cries of the mech warriors reverberated through the heavens. General Zhang understood that only the fleet commander possessed the star maps and coordinates. Other cultivators were of little use, should they fail to eradicate their foes. These cultivators could easily infiltrate human society, posing a grave threat. The Dragon 2 squadron formed a linear formation, each soldier spaced several kilometers apart. Given their strength and range, such a sparse configuration was sufficient to seal off the entire battlefield. The Yunxian cultivators, unwilling to sit idly by, activated their innate treasures and most powerful celestial techniques. Dozens of fusion stage experts conjured formations, creating a tempest of flames at the forefront. Yet the mech warriors remained unfazed. Within mere moments, the mech warriors had plunged into the fray, akin to wolves among sheep, or rather, tigers among sheep. Boom! The sound of immense collisions resonated as the entire mech battalion surged into the Yunxian formation, obliterating those attempting to establish a defensive array. Then they plunged into the masses, embarking on a savage slaughter. Thousands of Yunxian cultivators found themselves utterly outmatched. Let's perish together. A fusion stage cultivator roared. In an instant, his spiritual energy surged, preparing for self-detonation. Boom! Boom! A dazzling light engulfed the battlefield as the fusion stage cultivator's entire essence transformed into a luminous sphere, consuming nearby mech warriors and fellow cultivators alike. After what felt like an eternity, the brilliance dimmed, yet the mech warriors remained unscathed. The only losses were he and his surrounding Yunxian cultivators. The remaining Yunxian cultivators found themselves encircled. Despite their numerical superiority, they were fated to be slaughtered. Some cultivators, driven by desperation, charged toward the mechs, hoping to exchange injury for injury, life for life. In their minds, even if they could not achieve victory, they would take the enemy down with them. Unfortunately, the strong interactive nanobots afforded them no such opportunity. Their desperate strikes, earned through blood and sacrifice, left not a scratch upon the mech surface. Others sought to escape amidst the chaos of battle, yet under the guidance of phased array radar, no trajectory could remain hidden, as long as the mech warriors willed it. Not even a fly could evade capture. The mech warriors needed not even turn around. The missile silos on their backs automatically launched tracking missiles, reducing fleeing cultivators to mere dust. The combat approached its conclusion, leaving only a handful of high-ranking cultivators encircling the unconscious Zhao Zhongtian. The mech warriors, recognizing the precarious situation, refrained from recklessness, wary of mistakenly slaying the sole Great Ascension commander. Stand down. General Zhang issued the command as he recognized the battlefield was now wholly under control. He understood that the commander harbored vital information he sought. Chapter 62. Do not respond. Do not respond. Do not respond. Hand him the energy capsule. General Zhang cast a glance at the unconscious Zhao Zhongtian and instructed the nearby mech warriors. A small capsule ejected from the armor of one mech warrior's arm, landing among the crowd. Simultaneously, General Zhang activated the simultaneous interpretation mode within the mech, switching to the language of the Yunxian Empire. Consuming this will ensure your survival. The Yunxian cultivators, skeptical yet intrigued, regarded the green capsule in their hands. Although they were uncertain of its origins, they could undeniably sense the surging energy contained within, the fragrant aroma emanating from it enveloping them in unparalleled comfort. This was a substance surpassing even the 9-turn Supreme Spirit Pill. Exchanging glances, the cultivators fed the capsule to Zhao Zhongtian. Given that these formidable mech warriors could effortlessly eliminate them, there was no need to poison them further. As soon as the capsule entered Zhao Zhongtian's abdomen, he reacted. His previously depleted dantian suddenly swelled as if inflated. At that moment, he felt a wave of warmth surge from his dantian, coursing through his meridians to every limb and sinew. A look of anguish crossed Zhao Zhongtian's face. The heat felt like a blazing furnace raging within him. Yet soon, this agony transformed into ecstasy. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. He could distinctly sense the astonishing spiritual energy within his dantian, continuously converging. What is this wondrous substance? Zhao Zhongtian murmured, glancing at the remaining Yunxian cultivators and then at the mech warriors encircling him. It dawned on him that he had been rescued by his enemies. I have lost. Go ahead and kill me. You shall gain nothing. Zhao Zhongtian spat a mouthful of blood, speaking coldly. Your life belongs to me. How could I bear to let you die? General Zhang retorted with a sneer. With that, he gently placed his hand on Zhao Zhongtian's shoulder, and immediately, Zhao Zhongtian's skin began to flush red, as though a blade had pierced his consciousness. No, no, Zhao Zhongtian struggled, finally realizing that this was a nefarious technique for soul extraction. However, as a great ascension cultivator, no one had ever dared to employ such a method against him. It is known that this peculiar technique typically only affects low-tier cultivators 2 or 3 realms below. Yet, General Zhang's technique pierced Zhao Zhongtian's soul like a sharp dagger, forcibly extracting the star map hidden within his consciousness. This was a military-grade implanted soul virus, which, after hundreds of iterations by a spiritual computer, could effortlessly invade the soul of an intruder lacking a specialized antivirus system, granting direct access to the highest authority. This scene horrified the other cultivators of the Yunxian Empire. Quickly stop him. We cannot let him succeed. The cultivators of the Yunxian Legion frantically rushed forward in an attempt to thwart General Zhang. However, the virus had already spread to all nearby cultivators, leaving them with excruciating headaches, unable to function. Some even resorted to severing their own meridians, collapsing lifelessly. Moments later, General Zhang held the star map of the Yunxian Empire in his grasp. Though termed a star map, it was, in fact, a jade pendant of rather poor quality, intricately etched with extraordinarily complex patterns that were not mere formation lines. The precision of the engravings on this pendant exceeded that of the finest spiritual tools of the Yunxian Empire by a myriad of times. At first glance, it appeared not to be a product of the Yunxian people. Nevertheless, General Zhang did not dwell on such thoughts. After a relentless search, he had obtained what he sought with little effort. Even after 3 centuries, General Zhang could not help but feel a surge of excitement. In his hands lay the future of humanity. This was the final key to unlocking the gateway to the universe. The last piece of the puzzle for humanity's advance into the infinite starry seas. With the star map in hand, conquering the entire third arm would merely be a matter of time. For humanity, those who grasped the technology of spiritual energy, time was the least of their concerns. General Zhang, this is a communication device we just discovered. It appears to be a specialized apparatus of the Yunxian Empire. One mech warrior presented an object resembling a jade rui, now emitting a faint glow. Oh, intriguing. Is this a super-distance communication device? General Zhang, having just probed Zhao Zhongtian's soul, had gleaned an understanding of the object's function. In their Yunxian Empire, this communication device possessed the capability for interstellar transmission, an advanced technology that humanity had yet to fully master. General Zhang picked up the communication device, glanced at it briefly, and, combining it with the memories he had just acquired, discerned its significance. Inside the jade rui, a summer cicada was emitting its characteristic call, hundreds of light years away. Another summer cicada of the same lineage was producing the identical sound. These 2 cicadas, akin to fundamental particles entangled in a quantum state, could react simultaneously. In the Yunxian Empire, such cicadas were referred to as gu cicadas, a peculiar breed cultivated by insect cultivators specifically for communication. However, it seemed that the Yunxian people did not fully comprehend the importance of this technology. For humanity, the combination of the star map and super-distance communication would significantly accelerate their conquest of the universe. General Zhang brought the jade rui to his ear, listening intently. He could barely hear a faint voice from within. My lord, return swiftly. The Star Sea Fortress is in peril. Amidst the background noises, the sounds of collapsing buildings and exploding ships indicated that a fierce battle was underway. My lord, return swiftly. The Star Sea Fortress is in peril. The urgent calls resonated repeatedly from Arui. You say, I am listening, General Zhang finally responded. The voice on the other end erupted with joy. Our lord has replied. We are saved. General Zhang continued. Tell me your location. I shall return immediately. He understood that as long as the other party provided him with specific coordinates, he could easily locate the star system using the star map. By then, he could reverse engineer the coordinates to decipher the entire star map. However, the voice on the Rui suddenly ceased, and after a moment, a doubtful tone emerged. My lord, is the star map not in your possession? General Zhang narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. We encountered some issues while traveling through curvature. The star map is temporarily unusable. Quickly, tell me your exact location. Very well, our location is. Just as the voice on the Jade Rui was about to reveal the coordinates, the seemingly unconscious Zhao Zhongtian unexpectedly regained consciousness. He was now but a step away from General Zhang. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he ignited his soul and shouted towards the Jade Rui, do not respond. Do not respond. Do not respond. Chapter 63. The stars above are all enemies. General Zhang cast a complex gaze at Zhao Zhongtian, pointed to his own head, and then connected his consciousness to Zhao Zhongtian's mind. Use your brain, We are in the vacuum of outer space, where sound cannot propagate. Zhao Zhongtian's gaze had completely dissipated. The legendary military god had thus fallen. Meanwhile, Yurui had transmitted the precise location of the Star Sea Fortress through the vibrations of the summer cicada. General Zhang, although unable to hear the sounds emanating from within Yurui, understood that the information was conveyed through these vibrations. He had been discerning the messages by detecting the frequency of the vibrations. The battlefield at this moment could scarcely be described as anything but a scene of utter devastation. Aside from the still-burning graveyard of fleets, there were millions of severed limbs and floating corpses adrift in the vacuum of space. These remains needed to be cleared, for the 26 moons of Uranus were a renowned 5-star tourist destination. If children on summer vacation were to encounter such gruesome sights, complaints from visitors would undoubtedly ensue. Furthermore, the most challenging issue arose from the spatial compression caused by the oscillation of the curvature engines. Although humanity had conducted numerous experiments in the past, completely eliminating the effects of spatial compression remained elusive. The interconnected spatial entities, if left undisturbed, could linger for billions of years. This posed a significant hindrance to the future construction of high-speed highways in the solar system. However, humanity's current solution was rather crude, relying on counter-frequency spatial oscillations to gradually restore the elasticity of space, a process that could take decades. Nonetheless, it would ultimately allow this realm to regain its natural state. A multitude of nanobots have been deployed by the fleet into this starry expanse. These simple nanophage bots were designed with a straightforward program to consume and replicate. They would devour predefined target materials, such as solids, wood, and spirit stones, transforming these substances into integral components of themselves, subsequently splitting to produce identical nanomachines. Through this exponential replication, an entire starfield could be thoroughly cleansed in a remarkably short time. Humanity had employed this method to terraform Mars, dramatically altering its topography in mere moments. They even replicated numerous landscapes from Earth, such as Mount Everest and the Tsangshanharai region. Furthermore, other types of nanoalgae were utilized to generate copious amounts of oxygen and moisture on Mars, creating oceans and transforming the atmospheric composition to make it suitable for human respiration. Subsequently, nanobots etched gravitational patterns on the surface, significantly enhancing Mars' gravitational pull to retain the newly formed atmosphere, preventing it from being stripped away by solar winds. Today, Mars has nearly become humanity's second home. From the perspective of outer space, it appears strikingly similar to Earth, albeit slightly smaller, both adorned in captivating shades of blue. Simultaneously, Mars serves as the largest agricultural base in the solar system. Although food crops can now be produced on a massive scale in factories and high-end scenarios, people still prefer natural plants. Humanity has also attempted to terraform 2 other terrestrial planets, Mercury and Venus. Unfortunately, the conditions on these 2 planets were excessively harsh, rendering the potential benefits of terraforming too minimal and the risks too great. Mercury has been repurposed as a mineral-rich planet, and nearly 1/10 of its mass has been dismantled for the construction of a Dyson sphere. A significant amount of heavy industry has been relocated to produce highly polluting chemical products. Currently, the vast majority of nanobot assembly occurs on Venus. Colonel Wang, gather the troops and inform the other allied forces to commence cleanup operations. I must return to Earth for a brief visit, General Zhang commanded before departing the battlefield. Meanwhile, Huang Mao had taken advantage of the earlier opportunity to change his attire and style his hair, arriving belatedly. All right, General Zhang, take care. I won't see you off. Huang Mao saluted the retreating figure of General Zhang. He then turned to Yifeng with a playful grin. So, did you witness my earlier display of dominance over that old monster in the tribulation stage? Wasn't it impressive? Yifeng merely responded with a thumbs-up gesture, choosing to ignore Huang Mao's antics as he gazed at the resplendent starry river in the distance. He had also noted that the star map evoked a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before, yet the memory eluded him entirely. However, this object seemed to hold immense significance for him, as if it contained all the answers he sought. Observing Yifeng's trance-like fixation on the cosmos, Huang Mao stepped closer, standing shoulder to shoulder with him as they both gazed into the vastness of space. What's wrong? Missing home? Don't worry, the star map is in hand. In just a few years, the interstellar high-speed rail will reach your hometown, and you can return whenever you wish. If there are any childhood sweethearts back home, do introduce them to me, Huang Mao jokingly remarked as he adjusted his helmet, as if to smooth down his recently sprouted yellow hair. Noticing the disdainful look from Yifeng, Huang Mao quickly clarified, "What kind of look is that? I'm still single, even if I admit I'm getting a bit old." Your childhood sweetheart is probably of the same generation as us. Who knows who would be at a disadvantage? Yifeng shook his head in resignation and asked, "What do you feel when you look at the starry sky?" Huang Mao cleared his throat and pretended to speak gravely. Planets like Earth cannot generate heavy elements. The iron in your body originates from a brilliant supernova explosion. The zinc in your blood comes from the debris ejected into the cosmos following two neutron star collisions. Even trace amounts of copper require witnessing the death of a white dwarf star, and even the most insignificant cobalt derives from nebulae billions of light years away. In a sense, humanity's curiosity about the starry sky is entirely natural. We yearn to witness the limits of the cosmic ocean because we are, after all, children of the stars. Thus, our fascination and longing for the cosmos is perfectly reasonable. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Yi? Huang Mao recognized that Yi Feng was succumbing to his poetic tendencies once again. Individuals with high academic achievements often tend to be more sentimental. Gazing at the vast and boundless galaxy cluster, Yi Feng shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he peered into the starry expanse. Deep within his memories, it felt as though something was steadily unfurling. No, wait. The stars above are all enemies. Prologue. Starsea Fortress. The Starsea Fortress, the second planet in the inner circle, serves as the frontline command center of the Yunxian Empire. Report. General Nangong, the fifth outer planet fortress has fallen. Report. General, the Qingzhou fleet has been completely annihilated. Report. The fourth planetary orbital fortress is engaging the enemy, requesting reinforcements. One after another, battle reports streamed in from the front lines. This was the second month since the invincible fleet of the Zikate Empire had entered the Starsea Fortress. The outer positions of the star system had been entirely lost within a mere fortnight. Thus far, 5 planets have been occupied by those golden-haired barbarians, and the main fleet was down to a mere 3 ships. Even the elite Qingzhou fleet had been obliterated without a trace. The entire Starsea Fortress had descended into a conflagration. Its fall was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Yunxian Empire had only dispatched 22nd-tier fleets to bolster their defenses. These mediocre fleets could scarcely hold even a single satellite position. How many reserve fleets do we still have? General Nangong inquired solemnly. As a general of the empire, he was acutely aware that any further delay would allow the adversaries to seize complete control of the Starsea Fortress. In such a scenario, the southern star domain would be left entirely vulnerable, devoid of any defenses. Under these dire circumstances, he could only strive to salvage what remained and muster a glimmer of hope. Report, General, there are only 27 A-class fleets and 134 B-class fleets remaining. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Nangong Lingkong inhaled deeply, determined to fortify their defenses. He vowed never to relinquish their position until the final moment. He understood all too well that retreat was no longer an option. Thus, the only recourse was to fight to the bitter end, no matter the cost. He was resolute in preserving the Starsea Fortress. Nangong Lingkong gazed skyward at the star calendar. It had been a full 10 days since he last communicated with the Southern King. Given Prince Zhao's swift and decisive military maneuvers, he firmly believed that reinforcements from the Taiyin fleet would arrive within this time frame. It was this very conviction that had sustained him through the harrowing days thus far. To safeguard the Starsea Fortress, he had even risked the entirety of his family's elite forces, all in an effort to buy a few extra days. Yet now, the Starsea Fortress teetered on the brink of collapse, poised to be breached at any moment. As he beheld the twinkling lights in the distant starry expanse, he knew there was the battleground of interstellar warfare. At this moment, above the orbital fortress of the fourth planet, the fleet of the Yunxian Empire faced off against the invincible fleet. The orbital fortress was constructed on the sole satellite of the fourth planet, providing an elevated vantage point to survey the planet below. Should this position fall, the entire fourth planet would be laid bare, completely exposed to the fortress's artillery. Thus, this satellite fortress became the principal battleground for both sides. The distance between the two fleets exceeded 10,000 kilometers. Although this distance was insufficient for direct engagement, they could clearly discern the insignias on each other's warships. The defending fleet was one of the Starsea Fortress's permanent A-class fleets, known as the Wind and Fire Fleet, a renowned elite unit. Swift in their advance and formidable in firepower, they excelled in offensive tactics and were lauded by the late emperor as swift as the wind, fierce as fire. The Wind and Fire Fleet had participated in countless campaigns of expansion since its inception, earning a storied legacy. The fleet's commander was also a practitioner at the fusion stage, but a mere step away from the ascension stage. Aside from the Wind and Fire Fleet, 2 other A-class fleets had recently retreated from the front lines. However, These two fleets had suffered significant losses and could barely be considered a single unit when combined. Additionally, several B-class fleets had been dispatched from the rear as reinforcements, along with 10 C-class fleets dedicated to supply logistics. In total, there were 20 fleets, amounting to over 42,000 warships. Opposite, at a distance of 10,000 kilometers, was a contingent from the invincible fleet of the Zikate Empire. From the battle spear emblem on the bow of its flagship and its distinctive crimson hull, it was evident that this was the direct fleet commanded by Prince Feng-Jin himself. In terms of appearance, the Zikate Empire's warships were somewhat more streamlined than those of the Yunxian fleet. Rather than vessels, they resembled rectangular fortresses. The structure of the ships predominantly utilized rock spirit stone as a supporting material, akin to massive floating stone cabinets. This design aimed to create broader sides for the installation of larger caliber spirit gathering cannons, thereby enhancing firepower. At the bridge, a Gothic-style watchtower soared, facilitating the targeting of artillery fire from the rear. In contrast, the number of the invincible fleet was relatively modest, totaling just over 20,000 vessels, barely half that of their adversary. Nevertheless, the invincible fleet pressed forward undeterred, with 2,000 cruisers at the forefront, equipped with large-caliber energy cannons and storm torpedoes. Flanking them were 5,000 destroyers on each side. Though smaller and less powerful, their speed enabled them to easily pursue fleeing enemies. Bringing up the rear were 2,000 battleships and a Fearless-class flagship, representing the pinnacle of the fleet's firepower. The Wind and Fire fleet stood ready, fortified by the stronghold of the fortress, capable of both offense and defense, naturally benefiting from the advantageous terrain. Moreover, the disparity in numbers provided them with a significant edge. The fleet commander was confident. Despite receiving orders to hold the line, he believed that should an opportunity to annihilate the enemy arise, it must not be forsaken. Aside from slight advantage in ship quality, the Zikate Empire's fleet possessed no other remarkable attributes. 8,000 kilometers. The distance between the two fleets was closing, and the Yunxian Empire's vessels began loading spirit stones, preparing to charge the spirit-gathering cannons. Meanwhile, the invincible fleet continued its steady advance, without a reference point. It seemed as though the fleet was not moving at all. 6,000 kilometers. The battleships of the Yunxian Empire commenced charging their cannons. At this rate, the enemy would soon enter striking range, and the formidable energy cannons would surely inflict considerable damage upon those yellow-haired barbarians. The invincible fleet remained silent, the first row of ships maintaining an impeccably precise formation. Viewed from the side, they appeared as a flawless line. 5,000 kilometers. Fire! Fire! The battleships of the Yunxian Empire opened fire towards the invincible fleet. This distance was the maximum effective range for the energy cannons. Although accuracy could not be expected at this range, the overwhelming power of the shots could compensate for it. Countless massive energy projectiles tore through the starry expanse, most straying from their targets. Yet some found their mark within the ranks of the invincible fleet, erupting with immense spiritual pressure that engulfed nearby vessels. The invincible fleet began to sustain casualties, yet this did not disrupt their formation or the pace of their advance. The fleet continued to progress steadily, with gaps promptly filled by ships from the rear. Were it not for the smoke billowing from several vessels, most would have believed this fleet was merely participating in a parade rather than engaging in battle. Chapter 1. Prince Feng-Jin. 3,000 kilometers. At this distance, the majority of warships were now within striking range. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted from the Yunxian Empire's fleet, the booming of various spirit-gathering cannons resonating. The ensuing explosions among the ranks of the invincible fleet created numerous gaps, with even the rear vessels unable to fill the void in time. However, the battle formation of the invincible fleet remained unbroken. They continued to march forward in disciplined ranks. Could the barbarian spirit-gathering cannons have run dry? Who knows? Perhaps they're simply low on ammunition. After all, they're a lone force, much like us, without reinforcements. How unfortunate for their commander. What difference is there between such tactics and suicide? 2,000 kilometers. The invincible fleet still showed no intention of firing. The first row of ships had endured countless energy cannon blasts, suffering severe damage. Yet without receiving any orders, no vessel dared to halt or disrupt the formation. Even amidst the billowing smoke, they pressed forward with unwavering resolve. The battleship adjacent seemed oblivious to the ongoing conflict, exhibiting no intention of intervening, as though it were a mere figment of imagination. In truth, the original front line of battleships had long been obliterated. The current forefront consisted entirely of reinforcements hastily deployed from the rear. The invincible fleet refrained from opening fire, not due to a scarcity of ammunition, Each vessel's munitions hold was brimming with energy shells, but rather because no one dared to initiate fire without the express command of Prince Fengjian. In the minds of the fleet's personnel, the crimson-haired prince was far more formidable than the adversaries before them. During their training, the casualty rates mirrored those of actual warfare, for Prince Fengjian enforced an exceedingly rigorous military discipline, where orders were absolute and non-compliance bore dire consequences. Any soldier caught fleeing the battlefield would see 1,000 of their comrades executed, and any ship that advanced or retreated without orders would result in the execution of 2,000 personnel. Should a captain perish in battle, all surviving crew members would face execution. Such merciless military discipline ensured that the invincible fleet could execute any command with unwavering resolve, even in the face of imminent death, without so much as a flinch. 1,000 kilometers. Perhaps overwhelmed by the impending onslaught, the invincible fleet began to decelerate gradually. At this range, not only the main cannons of the battleships, but even the spiritual artifacts wielded by high-level cultivators could reach their targets. The wind and fire fleet of the Yunxian Empire could no longer contain themselves. They resolved to seize the opportunity for another barrage, determined to utterly crush these tactically inept brutes. However, following their previous frenzied fire, their ammunition had been depleted too rapidly, rendering their current fire sparse. 500 kilometers. The invincible fleet finally came to a halt, its first line of battleships slowly turning sideways, exposing their dense array of cannons. Each vessel displayed 10 tiers of weaponry, amounting to a total of 400 energy cannons. This figure vastly surpassed the fire density of the Yunxian battleships. At this distance, utilizing energy cannons was tantamount to thrusting the barrel directly into the enemy's throat. The command from Prince Fengjian was finally issued. Charge. Aim. Fire. With a thunderous roar, countless energy shells formed a luminous curtain that enveloped the opposing Yunxian fleet. This curtain, conjured from condensed energy, appeared as a transparent stream of water. Yet within it lay an immense reservoir of power. Boom! In an instant, 2,000 Yunxian ships were mercilessly torn asunder by the curtain. The onslaught did not relent. The first line of the invincible fleet began to descend, while the main cannons of the second line were fully charged. The dark mouths of the cannons loomed ominously, resembling the gaze of death itself, fixated upon the crumbling Yunxian fleet. Aim. Fire. The second barrage struck once more. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Aim. Fire. This was a war devoid of suspense. At such close quarters, the main cannons of the Yunxian battleships clashed with the energy cannons of the invincible fleet, and the disparity in both power and numbers was glaringly evident, rendering the outcome inevitable. The firepower of the Yunxian fleet was so sparse that hitting a target became a daunting task. Meanwhile, the barrage from the invincible fleet cascaded in relentless waves, seemingly endless. No retreat was permitted. Continue firing. A flicker of terror crossed the eyes of the commander of the Yunxian Empire's battleships. In his mind, the invincible fleet ought to have been disoriented by their assault, swiftly retreating to the northwest, where he could pursue them for a decisive victory. With the high maneuverability of the wind and fire fleet, splitting the battlefield would guarantee the enemy's defeat. Alas, the reality diverged drastically from his expectations. As the ninth wave of attacks from the invincible fleet was unleashed, the vanguard of the Yunxian Empire, namely the core wind and fire fleet, had been utterly reduced to ruins, and the commander himself was struck dead in the final barrage. Observing the ominous turn of events, the rear fleet hastily redirected their ships, attempting to flee back to port. The lack of a unified command structure resulted in chaotic scenes of escape, with several vessels colliding with one another, further congesting the battlefield. Witnessing this, the invincible fleet ceased fire. Under the command of the Indomitable-class flagship, the destroyers swiftly maneuvered from both flanks, encircling the fleeing Yunxian battleships within the heart of the conflict. At this juncture, the Yunxian Empire's ships were like headless dragons, unable to advance or retreat. In a desperate bid for survival, those driven towards the central encirclement by the destroyers huddled together, further immobilized. The battleships were granted permission to fire. Prince Fengjian, having listened to the report from his intelligence officer regarding the battle situation, issued his final command. Throughout the ordeal, he had not cast a single glance upon the battlefield, as though he had already foreseen the outcome of this grand confrontation. The main cannons of the battleships slowly ascended, revealing the latest energy supercannons developed by the Zikate Empire, powerful and with an extensive range. Their sole drawback being an excessively long charging time that necessitated stationary targets to maximize their potential. Thus, these vessels were inherently more aggressive and imposing than conventional battleships. Boom! 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 A torrent of formidable energy surged forth from the cannon barrels, directly penetrating the battlefield. The ground shook with colossal explosions, creating vast zones of devastation, each spanning hundreds of kilometers, where countless limbs and flesh were scattered amidst the carnage. The remaining 20,000 ships of the Yunxian Empire were almost entirely reduced to ash under the relentless bombardment of the energy cannons, with none escaping unscathed. Boom! The second round of energy cannon fire struck another direction, those desperately attempting to break through the encirclement of the wind and fire fleet. Unfortunately, they were afforded no more time to escape the impending doom. In mere moments, tens of thousands of cultivators aboard the wind and fire fleet were obliterated, including numerous formidable beings at the transformation and integration stages. Yet, in the brutally harsh expanse of interstellar warfare, even the most powerful cultivators were reduced to mere statistics. Chapter 2. Above the Tribulation. In the solar system, on the third planet, the Huaxiao Nation, Earth Defense Center building, Yifeng was seated in a new energy vehicle driven by Huang Mao, having just returned from the moon. Huang Mao circled the parking lot twice without locating a parking spot, anxiously running his fingers through his tousled yellow hair. What the heck? Are there that many vehicles today due to the restrictions? If it weren't for my points being nearly depleted, I would have parked on the rooftop. Just as Huang Mao was feeling dejected, he suddenly spotted a few vacant spaces in a corner. However, the spots were marked with a large wheelchair symbol. What are you doing? Can't you see that as a disabled parking space? Yifeng shot him a perplexed glance, once again taken aback by his lack of decency. Hey, here, someone like you counts as a level 1 disability. You can park with complete assurance. Huang Mao replied with a grin. By the way, when we leave, you can drive. We won't even have to pay for parking. He removed the key and tossed it into Yifeng's lap before strutting out. Yifeng sighed helplessly and followed him outside. After the conclusion of this grand war, Huang Mao was initially granted a half-month leave, intending to take Yifeng on an enjoyable excursion to Mars. However, unexpectedly, while still en route, he received a call from General Zhang, informing him of critical military matters that necessitated his immediate return to Earth. Frustration gnawed at Huang Mao, yet he dared not voice his discontent and could only swallow his anger as he brought Yifeng back. Yifeng, it seems that General Zhang intends to present you with a delightful surprise. I suspect you are in for a stroke of good fortune. His exceptionally beautiful great-great-granddaughter might just be the one to propose a match for you. Alas, despite my relentless pursuit for his contact information, I was unable to obtain it. And now it appears you have seized the opportunity first. I truly cannot fathom what he sees in you, Huang Mao lamented, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Huang Mao, it's best to temper your words. Refrain from discussing such matters, or else General Zhang might catch wind of it, and you could find yourself in a world of pain, Yifeng kindly cautioned. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao retracted his neck, choosing silence. When General Zhang strikes, it is no light matter. As the elevator doors opened, the staff inside immediately greeted Huang Mao with respectful bows. Yifeng, filled with curiosity, inquired, Huang Mao, what exactly is your current status? I noticed several high-ranking officers saluting you. Could it be that even a mere colonel has risen to such heights? With a mysterious smile, Huang Mao replied, this is all thanks to you. When I first awakened, I was deemed unqualified for the psychic training. However, due to your friendships, they assumed my constant interactions with extraterrestrials must have granted me some mastery of cultivation techniques, thus allowing me to join the initial cohort of humanity's psychic training program. I was fortunate enough to survive numerous trials and ultimately became the commander of humanity's first elite psychic unit. In any other tale, I would undoubtedly be the protagonist. Huang Mao's face radiated pride as he recounted his illustrious past. Well, I must admit, I never would have guessed you possessed such capabilities. However, I must ask, why do you still remain at the integration stage? I see your subordinates have all reached the tribulation stage, Yifeng accurately critiqued. Don't even get me started. If it were merely a matter of cultivation, that would be simple enough. Now, to ascend beyond the Great Ascension stage requires not only meeting cultivation standards, but also mastering various primary and secondary courses, such as advanced psychics and dynamic cultivation, which leave me utterly bewildered. When it comes to the tribulation stage, the requirements are even more daunting. One must not only pass examinations and earn sufficient credits, but also research a topic and publish in a core Chinese journal. After much consideration, I think I'll just embrace being a slacker. Considering my seniority, no one dares to question me. Observing Huang Mao's nonchalant demeanor, Yifeng felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. The two soon arrived at their designated meeting place, and, finding the conference room door slightly ajar, they pushed it open and entered. Inside the conference room, two elderly gentlemen were engaged in conversation. One was General Zhang, and upon recognizing the other, Huang Mao exclaimed, "Professor Luo." He, like Yifeng, was once a student of Professor Luo. Yifeng stood there, momentarily stunned, as disbelief washed over him. "Professor Luo, I thought you." "Haha, Yifeng, you thought I had passed away, did you not?" Professor Luo chuckled warmly, rising to grasp Yifeng's hand. "I apologize for deceiving you for so long. In truth, I have been living quite well." General Zhang interjected, continuing, "The story behind this is rather lengthy, but I shall explain it to you in due course." It was only at that moment that Yifeng began to accept that the person before him was indeed his revered mentor, Professor Luo. The decision to fabricate Professor Luo's death stemmed from the perilous circumstances at the time. Following the First War against the Yunxian, our nation swiftly mastered the conversion of psychic energy. This advancement positioned us at the forefront of psychic technology, yet simultaneously attracted the envy of other nations. Humanity, after all, tends to unite in times of crisis, only to revert to competition once the danger has passed. Consequently, Professor Luo found himself under the scrutiny of various factions, placing him in grave danger. At that time, some Yunxian cultivators exploited their abilities to inhabit ordinary human bodies, infiltrating human society and causing considerable chaos, even leading to assassination attempts on high-ranking leaders. To ensure Professor Luo's safety, such drastic measures were unavoidable. After absorbing this information, Yifeng had to concede that, given the circumstances, this was indeed the best course of action. Now that the crisis posed by the Yunxian Empire has been entirely resolved, and we have deciphered the secrets of the star maps, Professor Luo no longer needs to remain hidden. Moreover, Professor Luo should currently be regarded as the highest-ranking cultivator among humanity, General Zhang elaborated. Yifeng and Huang Mao exchanged astonished glances, utterly taken aback by their mentor's remarkable advancement. Professor Luo humbly shook his head, stating, "Cultivation level merely reflects one's understanding of the rules of psychic energy and does not signify much. However, it is crucial to note that an elevated cultivation level indeed aids in comprehending the deeper intricacies of psychic energy. In my current research, I can confirm that the tribulation stage is not the endpoint of cultivation." As the first generation of human cultivators, Huang Mao naturally comprehended the gravity of this statement. "Professor Luo, are you suggesting that there exist levels beyond the tribulation stage?" Chapter 3. Levels of Cultivation. Professor Luo nodded slightly, took a sip of Longjing tea before continuing. "When I reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage 50 years ago, I naively believed it to be the culmination of cultivation. Reflecting on it now, I realize I may have been too young and underestimated the profundities of psychic energy. Yifeng, you may not yet be aware of the classifications of cultivation levels. I shall take this opportunity to elucidate them for you, which will aid you in your future endeavors. After all, maintaining an ordinary human body as you do is often rather inconvenient." Yifeng nodded, having realized the significance of psychic energy since experiencing the miraculous effects of the transformation pill. He understood that in this futuristic world, survival without psychic energy would be exceedingly challenging. Professor Luo set down his teacup and continued, "We categorize cultivation levels into 10 major tiers, which aligns with the Yunxian classification. Level 0 represents the so-called ordinary humans, who either lack the psychic roots necessary for cultivation or resist the path of cultivation. Level 0 is akin to humans in the early 21st century, possessing no remarkable distinctions. Level 1 refers to ordinary individuals who have awakened their psychic roots. The psychic root is essentially a small area within our abdominal cavity, located where the appendix is. We now refer to it as the dantian. Even in the absence of psychic energy, this region exists within our bodies. Through dissection, we have discovered that it holds no significance for ordinary humans. Yet, once they encounter psychic energy, this area becomes activated, transforming into a crucial organ. Upon awakening the psychic root, one has effectively crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivation. This stage is also known as qi refinement. Possessing a psychic root allows the body to naturally sense the surrounding psychic energy. Remember, the psychic root is a vital determinant of an individual's potential. It influences the efficiency of psychic energy conversion and the maximum capacity for storing psychic energy. Through cultivation techniques and breathing exercises, one can gradually increase the concentration of psychic energy within their body, leading to subtle changes in their physical form. The most direct manifestation is a significantly stronger physique, an extended lifespan, and the spontaneous disappearance of common ailments. Upon reaching the later stages of qi refinement, one can achieve the external projection of true qi, enveloping the skin with a layer of spiritual energy, enabling one to catch a blade with bare hands, rendering one practically immune to cold weapons. When the internal spiritual energy reaches a certain density, it condenses into a liquid form, gathering in the dantian, marking the stage known as Level 2, Foundation Establishment. Compared to qi refinement, the concentration of spiritual energy in foundation establishment ascends to an entirely new magnitude, allowing for the flexible external projection of spiritual energy to perform simple tasks, such as manipulating objects from a distance. At this stage, practitioners can live up to 120 years. And even if afflicted with cancer, they can heal themselves. Small caliber bullets struggle to inflict harm. As the liquid spiritual energy thickens, it gradually transforms into a paste-like state, ultimately solidifying into a solid form, which we refer to as the golden core stage, or level 3. Practitioners at the golden core stage can store a substantial amount of spiritual energy within their bodies, forming a robust barrier that ordinary rifles find challenging to breach. Moreover, at this juncture, the spiritual energy can power certain spiritual devices, such as contemporary spiritual energy vehicles, which, when their internal energy batteries deplete, can be driven by the practitioner's own spiritual energy. Particularly, the operation of intricate instruments benefits from the control afforded by one's own spiritual energy. The flying sword technique, as described by the celestial elder, is achievable at this level. Professor Luo paused to sip his tea. General Zhang interjected. From level 0 to level 2, we are essentially in the early education phase, while level 3 corresponds to elementary school, both easily mastered. Professor Luo nodded and continued. As the golden core within the body matures, it gradually nurtures a thread of spirit, transforming the golden core from a mere object into one possessing a degree of sentience. Once the spirit takes shape, the golden core will completely metamorphose into a nascent soul, at which point the dantian officially becomes a living organ. The nascent soul stage, classified as level 4, signifies a formal entry into the realm of cultivation, wherein the crucial element of the spirit comes into play. It is deemed critical because, in a sense, the spirit equates to our second life. Research on the foundational aspects is still lagging. We have yet to comprehend the conditions and causes for the emergence of the spirit. However, the applied research on the spirit has matured significantly, with modern communications fundamentally based on spiritual connections. The current spirit network is akin to the internet of the past, yet it surpasses it in both speed and stability. The primary reason is that each practitioner above the nascent soul level functions as a base station. Wherever there are people, there will be a signal. In the nascent soul stage, aside from the emergence of the spirit, the physical body undergoes considerable transformation, with the organs no longer centering around the brain, but rather the dantian. True qi can also attach to the internal organs, rendering practitioners resilient even to the impacts of heavy artillery fire. Nevertheless, the overall physical strength remains limited. A direct hit from a large caliber cannon would still result in utter obliteration. The mastery of spiritual energy by the nascent soul reaches a high level, enabling the practitioner to traverse the winds unaided, covering vast distances in mere days. Professor Luo hesitated, noticing his teacup was nearly empty. Huang Mao hurriedly stepped forward to refill it, and General Zhang, for once, glanced at him. Allow me to continue. Having served in the military for many years, I am well acquainted with high-level practitioners, General Zhang said, directing his gaze at Yifeng. He continued, once the spirit within the nascent soul fully matures, it will usher in the out-of-body stage, a significant milestone. However, with effective learning and training, breakthroughs are certainly attainable. The spirit remains a manifestation of spiritual energy. Yet, at level 5, during the out-of-body stage, the spirit can exist as an independent entity. At this juncture, the physical body becomes less significant, even if the body is destroyed. As long as the spirit endures, it can resurrect through a clone body. Furthermore, during the out-of-body stage, one can communicate with external spiritual energies, far surpassing the power and intensity of the nascent soul. Most crucially, at this stage, spiritual energy can permeate at the cellular level, allowing humans to survive unprotected in the vastness of outer space. The spirit in the out-of-body stage is still in its nascent phase of consciousness. Should it attain initial sentience, akin to artificial intelligence, it would then reach the 6th level, the transformation of spirit stage. Chapter 4, Star Chart. The transformation of spirit stage represents a completely new phase. wherein both the physical body and spirit undergo a profound rebirth. The range of spirit coverage and the reserves of spiritual energy within the body greatly exceed those of the previous stage. To draw an imperfect analogy, if the nascent soul is a tank capable of offense and defense, then the out-of-body stage resembles a fighter jet with formidable output and rapid maneuverability. As for the transformation of spirit, it is akin to a battleship equipped for both offense and defense, with firepower that far surpasses several magnitudes. The spirit in the transformation stage is still maturing. It must reach full cognitive maturity before advancing to the next realm. This presents a challenge for many practitioners, as although the spirit remains part of oneself, it must undergo numerous experiences to mature. In the Yunxian Empire, they refer to this as the trials of worldly experience, overcoming inner demons, and reshaping the true self. Here, we employ the previously mentioned digitization research of the spirit. Our current spirit upgrade system can effectively address this issue. By uploading the spirit of the transformation stage to a terminal, targeted information input can facilitate rapid maturation. This technology has matured significantly. We even possess implantable spirit chips, allowing one to enhance their spirit at will. As for the integration stage, it signifies the spirit's return to the original body. For the celestial elders, they often find it challenging to distinguish between the spirit and the original body. However, for us, this is not an issue at all. The spirit at the transformation stage is merely a more advanced artificial intelligence system. As long as one's spiritual root can accommodate more spiritual energy, a breakthrough is straightforward. The mastery stage embodies a return to simplicity, wherein all condensed spiritual energies within the dantian must revert to gaseous form, a process we call dispersing energy. Once all tangible entities within the dantian vanish, one reaches the tribulation stage, which essentially returns to the initial state, with only streams of spiritual energy present in the dantian. Therefore, fundamentally speaking, as long as one's spiritual root possesses sufficient talent, the barriers to breaking through realms are not problematic for us. Professor Luo regarded Yifeng. Enunciating each word, half a century ago, I completely dispersed all the spiritual energy within me, yet that does not imply I have lost spiritual energy. On the contrary, I can manipulate all surrounding spiritual energy for my purposes. Even in its absence, I can convert other energies into spiritual energy for reuse. This is akin to the laws of thermodynamics, allowing me to freely transform energy at will, omnipotent. Professor Luo pointed to a pot of pothos, and within mere seconds, the plant rapidly withered, yellowing leaves falling one by one. Yet in just a few seconds more, the pothos instantly revived, sprouting fresh green shoots and flourishing once again. Do you see? This represents the pinnacle of psychic abilities, effective even on simpler life forms. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng remained silent for quite some time, seemingly digesting the information. Yifeng, I can now address your inquiries. Beyond the tribulation lies an even higher realm. Professor Luo produced a jade pendant, which was unmistakably the star map of the Yunxian Empire. This pendant is certainly not a product of a Yunxian Empire. The technology it harbors is beyond our comprehension. As he spoke, Professor Luo infused a trace of spiritual energy into it, causing a scene to be projected from the pendant. The image revealed a slowly rotating Milky Way galaxy, with more distant galaxies visible in the background. As Professor Luo intensified the output of spiritual energy, the image of the Milky Way rapidly magnified. Countless galaxies flashed by. The Milky Way, the Orion Arm, the Gould Belt, the Local Bubble, and the Interstellar Cloud. The image ultimately settled on the familiar solar system. As Professor Luo's output of spiritual energy began to wane, General Zhang promptly joined in, stabilizing the image. At that moment, Yifeng noticed two blue planets within the solar system. One was Earth, while the other was the terraform Mars. This was not a mere map. It was a real-time image. Huang Mao suddenly understood. Mars had been a red planet for countless years, turning blue only within the last century. Indeed, this was not an unchanging image. Professor Luo then picked up a nearby high-capacity spiritual energy battery, channeling even more energy into the jade pendant. The image continued to magnify, swiftly reaching Earth and then hovering above the defense center. At this point, Yifeng also noticed that in the corner of the parking lot, a red two-door sports car was parked, the very one Huang Mao had driven that day. General Zhang seized a prepared spiritual energy cable and connected it to the pendant. This was a high-power output terminal directly supplied by a nearby spiritual energy plant. The image magnified further, focusing on a clump of foxtail grass on the ground, allowing Yifeng to discern the dew clinging to it. With the increased energy output, the details of the foxtail grass expanded, revealing cells, cell walls, chloroplasts, vacuoles. and nuclei, each aspect of the microscopic world materializing before them. The image continued to zoom in, revealing the long-chain structure of proteins, but simultaneously, the image began to destabilize. The spiritual energy lights in the conference room flickered, a result of the power overload. Soon, the image vanished, and part of the cable had been scorched. Professor Luo calmly remarked, "The largest scale we have attempted thus far has allowed us to observe atomic structures. However, this is where it must end. Further observation requires exponentially increasing energy, which, even with humanity's current productivity, is utterly unattainable." All of this indicates that the purpose of this star map is far more complex than it appears. It likely originates from a civilization far superior to the Yunxian Empire, and indeed, far beyond our own. Yi Feng, a doctoral candidate in astronomy, fully grasped the implications of the star map. To monitor the Milky Way from astronomical scales down to the microscopic level without blind spots. What immense power could accomplish such a feat? He could scarcely conceive of the means by which this technology could be realized. Furthermore, I have sensed an even more advanced energy within the star map, one that is far purer than spiritual energy. I surmise that spiritual energy is merely a rudimentary form of this energy. The wall I encountered when I achieved the pinnacle of tribulation is now gradually becoming transparent. I can even perceive that beyond this wall lies an infinitely vast expanse. Professor Luo's gaze grew resolute. In recent years, I have also devoted myself to studying ancient human and Yunxian Empire texts. Many of the legendary myths may have indeed transpired. The tale of Ho-I shooting down the suns is recorded in the Yunxian Empire, suggesting that someone once extinguished 8 stars. The legend of Nuwa mending the sky may refer to the artificial elimination of a black hole in a certain star domain. The story of Quafu chasing the sun might reflect a civilization pursuing a particular star. These legends share a commonality. Their powers far exceed our current technological capabilities, reaching at least a stellar level. Yet we have barely managed to attain a planetary level. Humanity has not yet reached the endpoint of universal truths. We must endeavor to uncover the ultimate reality. General Zhang glanced at Professor Luo and spoke to Yi Feng. Next, we must journey to the Yunxian Empire to thoroughly uncover the secrets of the star map. And as a Yunxian, you are our best candidate. Chapter 5. The Jade Pendant. The Soul. Me? Yi Feng queried, bewildered, unable to fathom that he had only just awakened a few days prior and was already entrusted with such a significant mission. General Zhang and Professor Luo exchanged meaningful glances, smiling and nodding. Yi Feng, your identity is exceptionally unique. According to our investigations, the fall of the Yi clan was closely related to another jade pendant. Another one. Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, we suspect that this pendant is merely a fragment. General Zhang handed the star map to Yi Feng. Indeed, the pendant's outline resembled an irregular fan-shaped pattern, as if a plate had shattered into pieces, this being one of them. However, the cut was remarkably smooth and even, making it appear as if it were a complete section. We have yet to analyze the material of this jade pendant with any conclusive results. Its density is not particularly high, yet under an electron microscope, we cannot discern the fundamental particles that compose it. Even our hardest strong interaction materials leave no trace upon it. Moreover, alarmingly, we calculated the circumference based on its curvature and diameter. The resulting precision of this jade pendant has reached the limits of our measurements. This implies that the pendant was originally intended to be a perfect circle, a form that should only exist in an ideal realm. Upon hearing this, the attendees fell into a profound silence. Nearly 2 centuries of brilliant development had instilled humanity with immense confidence, leading even the highest echelons, including General Zhang, to believe that with the star map, they could traverse the entire universe freely. Yet this jade pendant, in the most straightforward and brutal manner, warned humanity, weakness and ignorance are not barriers to existence, but arrogance is. The chasm between humanity and the civilization that created this pendant is far greater than that between the Yunxian civilization and humanity. The shock Yi Feng felt at this moment surpassed even that of Huang Mao, for as he grasped the pendant, a familiar sensation instantly rekindled his memories. This jade pendant, in texture and material, was identical to the one residing in his consciousness. Its shape seemed to perfectly align with the pendant before him. Since a century ago, when the pendant and the Shao Star cave entered his soul, it had quietly remained in his sea of consciousness. Despite his numerous calls, it had remained unresponsive, as if it had exhausted all its energy. Professor Luo, General Zhang, the object you seek is within me. What? The other 3 present were rendered speechless by shock. The jade pendant that I carry with me. Professor Luo, you must recall it, for you once helped me organize it and urged me to keep it safe. Professor Luo adjusted his glasses, fervently rummaging through his memories for any information regarding the jade pendant. Yi Feng, jade pendant, 21st century, university professor. His recollections began to crystallize. Indeed, absolutely correct. Within the recesses of his mind, Professor Luo unearthed fragments from the past. That pendant, adorned with intricate patterns. Yi Feng, may I have a glimpse of your pendant? Professor Luo inquired, his voice trembling, tinged with an undercurrent of supplication. Professor Luo, if I could retrieve it, I would certainly allow you to study it. However, the circumstances are rather unique at present. Yi Feng reluctantly recounted the tale of how Xiao Xingdong entered his soul, how the pendant safeguarded him, and the events of slumber spanning over a century. So, within you lies the soul of a cloud immortal cultivator? Huang Mao exclaimed. Why have you never mentioned this before? Well, I've only just awakened a few days ago, and during this time I was first detained and then thrust into battle. I scarcely had a moment to explain. Yi Feng replied with an expression of helplessness. General Zhang scrutinized Yi Feng again, expressing skepticism. It doesn't make sense. If it were merely a transformation stage cultivator, it would be impossible for us all to overlook it. I sense no soul fluctuations emanating from you. I too perceive nothing. Professor Luo remarked, casting an appraising gaze over Yi Feng, only to be astounded that, despite his perfected tribulation stage cultivation, he could not pierce through Yi Feng's soul. As if a barrier enveloped it, obstructing all inquiries. It appears that I can only sense your fluctuations when you actively connect with your soul, Huang Mao pondered, recalling their communication within the mech. In other words, your soul is currently in a read-only state, impervious to alteration. Quite intriguing. General Zhang contemplated for a moment before addressing Yi Feng. You mentioned that the pendant can repeatedly reshape your soul. Such a method of soul restoration is unprecedented. Based on our current understanding, the soul is a second life and the most crucial aspect of existence. While the body may be destroyed, it can still be reforged. However, if the soul dissipates, it is irretrievable, akin to a shattered porcelain bowl. No matter how one attempts to piece it back together, it can never be restored to its original form. Your so-called soul restoration bears a striking resemblance to resurrection. Yi Feng carefully recalled the scene of his soul being reborn amidst golden light, perceiving nothing extraordinary about it. Everything felt so natural, as if rebirth were an inevitable occurrence. Wait, the most pressing issue at hand isn't merely about my soul. It's regarding the cloud Immortal residing within my brother. How should we address that? Huang Mao interrupted, breaking the group's contemplation. At that moment, Xiao Xingdong felt a profound sense of despair. Being noticed by two tribulation stage cultivators was an incredibly uncomfortable experience. He regretted the transaction he had made with Xiao Chun years ago. Given the chance to choose again, he would rather perish on a meteorite. Suddenly, he heard the highest-ranking Professor Luo calmly state, "You are Xiao Xingdong, correct, Cloud Immortal? You should be able to hear my words. Shall we strike a deal? As long as you refrain from causing us trouble until we figure out how to unlock Yi Feng's soul. We promise to provide you with a body at the Great Ascension stage once you emerge. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingdong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He could scarcely fathom the prospect of encountering a day when he might possess a body of such caliber. Were he to escape now, he would have already prostrated himself before Professor Luo, fervently bowing in gratitude. Concerned that Xiao Xingdong might harbor doubts, Professor Luo called for someone to retrieve a clone body at the Great Ascension stage from the cryogenic chamber, placing it directly before Yi Feng. Though the cost of cloning a Great Ascension body was exorbitant, it paled in comparison to Yi Feng's safety. Yi Feng, what does he say? General Zhang inquired, believing that such leverage held significant value. He expresses, "Esteemed masters, that your grace is akin to a rebirth. Xiao is willing to traverse fire and water, undeterred by 1,000 deaths." Yi Feng relayed Xiao Xingdong's words, but upon witnessing the latter prostrating in his sea of consciousness, he found it impossible to replicate such an action. Professor Luo and the others exchanged knowing glances, no longer needing to elaborate further. Now, the pressing question is how to unlock this layer of restriction, Huang Mao queried anxiously, aware that continuing on this path was untenable. Professor Luo reassured, "I believe this jade pendant has, in essence, been continuously protecting Yi Feng. It has merely entered a standby state. Once Yi Feng's cultivation reaches a certain threshold, I am confident it will reactivate. At that point, Yi Feng will gain complete mastery over his soul." Upon hearing this, Huang Mao exhaled in relief. Then it's simple. It's a matter of cultivation, right? This is my forte. Suddenly, Huang Mao's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stood at attention before General Zhang. Report. I request to become Yi Feng's instructor, overseeing his training. General Zhang's expression grew somewhat complex, yet upon witnessing Professor Luo's tacit approval, he returned the salute. Lieutenant Huang, you are hereby appointed as the special training instructor to facilitate the training of Comrade Yi Feng. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Yi Feng was momentarily bewildered by the unfolding situation. Chapter 6. A Desperate Situation. At the Starsea Fortress, the second planetary fortress. 9 days had elapsed since the distress signal was dispatched. Presently, the entire fortress found itself ensnared in a dire predicament, having exhausted all munitions and provisions. All reserve forces had been depleted 3 days prior. The remaining fleet was far from a cohesive unit. Most were disbanded and reassembled repeatedly, leading to a scenario where vessels from A-class fleets were armed with B-class fleets gathering cannons, while crew members from C-class fleets manned the helm of A-class vessels. All available cultivators capable of movement had been incorporated into the fleet, with even the Qi refinement stage ground troops compelled to take up arms and engage directly in the fleet's confrontations. The defending commander, Nangong Linkong, bore bloodshot eyes, his countenance etched with urgency and fatigue. Though, as a combined body stage cultivator, he required no sleep to recuperate. The past few months of intense command had brought his body to the brink of collapse. Were it not for his adept maneuvering, the Starsea Fortress would have succumbed to total defeat a week prior. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, even the most astute strategies appeared impotent. At this juncture, aside from a single intact core fleet, he possessed no further trump cards. This fleet was intended to cooperate with the Taiyin fleet in a surprise offensive against the Zikate Empire. Initially, he had anticipated that the forces at his disposal could sustain for a full 11 days. Who could have foreseen that the commander of the Fenghua fleet, obstinate and reckless, insisted on departing the fortress's range of fire support to engage in a space skirmish with the invincible fleet, resulting in the annihilation of all 20 fleets? In his strategy, these 20 fleets were meant to hold back the invincible fleet for at least 2 days. Who could have anticipated that within just a few hours, the entire army would be annihilated, while the enemy's losses amounted to barely a fraction? The immediate consequence of this was that the fourth planet fortress was completely bypassed by the enemy, rendered utterly ineffective and reduced to mere decoration. In the realm of interstellar warfare, a fortress planet devoid of a mobile fleet is no different from a mere stone. The enemy need only bombard the surface and blockade supplies to suffocate all life on the planet. Fortunately, the commander of the third planet fortress was an experienced general, who lured the invincible fleet into the atmosphere for a fierce battle. Under the resistance of the air, the mobility and firepower advantages of the invincible fleet were significantly diminished. Although the Yunxian Empire's fleet was also ill-equipped for atmospheric combat, both sides found their strengths forcibly equalized. This time, the battle between the Yunxian fleet and the invincible fleet was exceptionally intense, raging from the atmosphere down to the ground and from the ground into the ocean. Every strategic location was subjected to a protracted tug-of-war before the ultimate victor could be determined. Blood drenched this relatively small, rocky planet, transforming the entire world into a crimson expanse. The roars of battle and the screams of death echoed across the planet, with explosions causing the very earth to tremble. It felt as if the entire planet could shatter at any moment. Both the fortifications on the surface and the ships within the atmosphere were in constant depletion, with lives and warships becoming mere shifting figures in the battle reports. The crew of each ship was continuously updated. As soon as the roster was exhausted, new crew members were replenished. As long as the vessel remained operational, they raced to the battlefield without pause. A commander at the ascendant stage aboard a cruiser struggled to maintain his footing. On this warship, he had lost count of how many crews had come and gone. He dared not contemplate what would become of him without backup support. Gazing at the endless expanse of the invincible fleet in the distance, fear filled his heart. Yet his gaze remained fixed. He had long since grown numb to the violence and slaughter, merely wishing for this protracted ordeal to come to an end. Suddenly, a beam of light streaked across the sky. He understood that it was the concentrated fire of the Invincible-class battleship's spirit-gathering cannon. Boom! The entire warship was severely damaged. The Ascendant Commander's body vanished amidst the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, losing the guidance of his soul, and the cruiser subsequently went out of control. A terrifying wave swept through the entire vessel as it plummeted towards the ground, stirring up waves of heat along the way. In that moment, the commander felt a sense of liberation, yet he experienced no joy, for his body had completely vanished. and his soul was on the verge of dissipating on this nameless planet. The third planet managed to hold the enemy at bay for a full 7 days, at the cost of the lives of 30 million cultivators on the planet. Is the Yunmeng fleet ready? Nangong Lincoln demanded sternly. He had donned his battle armor, preparing for a final, desperate struggle against the enemy. General, you must not take such risks. The Yunmeng fleet can still retreat to the first planet, where 600,000 cultivators await to fight. His aide implored desperately. I am not accustomed to dying on the ground. If I must perish, I shall do so aboard my warship. Nangong Lincoln pushed past his aide and exited the tent. At this moment, he could see the shadows of the invincible fleet gathering in the outer orbit. The Yunmeng fleet, the strongest force of the Nangong family, though lacking a designation within the imperial combat hierarchy, had been painstakingly assembled over a millennium using countless resources to forge this elite unit. Most of the crew were direct descendants of the Nangong family, alongside many retired veterans recruited from military. In terms of loyalty and strength, they were on par with first-class fleets. At this juncture, the Yunmeng fleet ascended slowly, carrying the last hope of the Star Sea Fortress. They were about to face one of the invincible fleets of the Zikate Empire, rumored to be personally led by the Empire's second prince. Unlike other commanders of the Invincible Fleet, Prince Carlos preferred not to determine the outcome through distant artillery superiority. Instead, he sought to utterly dismantle the enemy through close-quarters combat. Consequently, his fleet was not equipped with many oversized spirit cannons, nor did it possess numerous heavily armed battleships. Over 80% of the fleet consisted of highly mobile destroyers. Leveraging their agility, they would swiftly penetrate the enemy formation, using boarding tactics to completely undermine the adversary's will to fight. Such a fleet had once been the most terrifying nightmare for the Yunxian Empire, to the extent that many Yunxian fleets would retreat at the mere sight of the Griffin battle standard. But now, they had no avenue for retreat. The Yunmeng fleet was acutely aware that if they retreated to the first planet, they would be waiting for death. Rather than be scorched on a sun-scorched planet, they would gamble everything for a glimmer of survival. Chapter 7. The Aerospace Mothership. In the solar system, at the Earth-Moon military port, Beanhu Fleet. Aboard the Weiyang Aerospace Mothership, main bridge, Yifeng was not witnessing the aerospace mothership of the Deep Space Fleet for the first time. He had glimpsed it during the cataclysmic battle of the end times. However, only by truly stepping aboard this legendary giant could one grasp the terror of humanity's most formidable weapon of war. As the flagship of the Zodiac Fleet, the Weiyang also belonged to the Apang-class aerospace mothership. Compared to other Apang-class vessels, it featured numerous new enhancements due to its recent construction. The Weiyang Aerospace Mothership is approximately 120 kilometers long, 40 kilometers wide, and 30 kilometers high. Its overall structure incorporates self-adaptive artificial intelligence with highly interactive nanobots, serving as external reactive armor, capable of resisting 99 of material attacks in the cosmos. In terms of energy defense, it is equipped with a super-wide area energy shield, which allows it to operate even on the surface of the sun when activated. For propulsion, it boasts 4-phase curvature arrays for long-range interstellar jumps and 10 miniature curvature arrays for short-range transitions. Its conventional energy source consists of 60 nuclear fusion power plants, while the spiritual energy is supplied by an additional 48 high-power spirit energy conversion stations. The interior of the aerospace mothership is composed of 5 life cycle pods, capable of sustaining 150,000 individuals for over 1,000 years in the absence of resupply. The weaponry is relatively simple. Each end of the aerospace mothership is equipped with a spirit particle annihilation cannon. Normally, this ultimate weapon is utilized as a fortress cannon stationed on planetary surfaces. The rarity of this weapon on mobile units is straightforward. The spirit particle annihilation cannon requires thousands of operators and demands a colossal amount of energy, consuming the entirety of a battleship's power with a single shot. Only a behemoth like the aerospace mothership can sustain such immense consumption. Correspondingly, the power of the spirit particle annihilation cannon is formidable enough to penetrate a planet's core with a single shot. Once, simulations were conducted to envision the consequences if Earth were to be struck by the annihilation cannon of the spirit particles. The aftermath would directly transform Earth's orbit into that of an asteroid belt. Furthermore, the space mothership itself is not heavily armed, primarily equipped with a plethora of anti-aircraft turrets designed to intercept missiles or lasers at close range. After all, the paramount capability of a space mothership lies in the deployment and transportation of troops. Its decks and internal compartments house billions of Xianbei drones, artificial intelligence drones that exhibit formidable maneuverability and firepower, whether in the vastness of space or within the atmosphere. Millions of these drones can effortlessly obliterate all resistance on a planet. More significantly, these drones require no human pilots and are entirely expendable. Within the space mothership, there even exists a dedicated production line for Xian birds. Provided there's an ample supply of energy and resources, these drones can be continuously replenished. Unlike earlier iterations of the Apeng-class space motherships, the Weiyan class has undergone a significant transformation, adopting a modular hull design. This allows it to split into several independent warships capable of executing distinct missions when combat scenarios shift. Such a feature renders the operations of the deep-sea fleet more versatile and adaptable to complex battlefield environments. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yifeng gazed across the fleet that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, his heart swelling with emotion. Such a scene had never graced even his dreams. Yifeng, you truly are a marvel, remarked Huang Mao from beside him, unable to fathom how his former friend had attained such extraordinary heights in cultivation. Just 8 days prior, Yifeng had been an ordinary person. However, upon the revelation of his exceptional spiritual root, events took a peculiar turn. In the spiritual energy chamber, he broke through to the golden core stage in merely an hour, advancing to the nascent soul stage. Subsequently, through self-study of the fundamentals of soul programming, he achieved the out-of-body stage overnight. After mastering the simulation methods of digital souls, he ascended to the peak of the transformation stage in just 2 days, now only a step away from the fusion stage. While this rapid progression was bolstered by an intensive regimen of spiritual pills. Such speed is indeed rare, even within the broader human society. Currently, the record holder for the tribulation stage is a 16-year-old boy who, thanks to his remarkable genetic lineage and prenatal education, managed to achieve such a feat in a remarkably short period. In contrast, Yifeng appeared as though he were inherently a tribulation stage cultivator, merely restoring his former prowess. His spiritual root is exceptionally unique, with a conversion rate of nearly 100, a stark contrast to the typical range of 30 to 40 for most individuals. These phenomena suffice to demonstrate that Yifeng's physique is extraordinarily suited for cultivation. Even if he were to grow up in the Yunxian Empire, he would undoubtedly rise as a high-level cultivator. Presently, Yifeng stands as a master in the Great Ascension stage, and the time required for his true qi to dissipate is merely a matter of time. Becoming a tribulation stage cultivator is inevitable. Colonel Huang, your devilish training is nothing extraordinary. I'm but a hair's breadth away from the tribulation stage. Yifeng mused, estimating the residual spiritual energy within himself. He calculated it would take roughly another half-month to reach Professor Luo's level. He was acutely aware that his rapid advancement stemmed not only from his exceptional spiritual root, but also from a pivotal phrase spoken by Professor Luo. A realm is merely a reflection of one's understanding of spiritual energy. Indeed, once one comprehends the principles and operational methods of spiritual energy, mastery over the powers of each realm becomes attainable. Moreover, during that century-long slumber, he had experienced the transformation between soul and spiritual energy countless times. For him, cultivation was as natural as breathing. Go ahead and boast, for I cannot compete with you now. Whatever you say is indeed valid. Huang Mao conceded, genuinely pleased for his brother's prowess. By the way, why hasn't General Zhang arrived yet? Aren't we supposed to commence the mobilization assembly today? Yifeng opened his spiritual sense, searching for Zhang's presence, but found none. This is probably your first time attending such a mobilization assembly, Huang Mao explained. General Zhang and the others are likely still on Earth. There will be a parade ceremony soon, and they will arrive then. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the exhilarating cadence of military music resonated through Yifeng's spiritual channel, heralding the commencement of the parade ceremony. Chapter 8. The time for departure has arrived. As the rousing military music drew closer, 3 additional space motherships emerged on the horizon. The Taiha from the Qianlong fleet, the Chang'e from the Wuma fleet, and the Jianzhong Palace from the Mao fleet. Both Yifeng and Huang Mao were astonished to see the gathering of 4 major fleets for this parade, a rare spectacle in the annals of the Human Federation. General Zhang stood at the bow of the Taiha, extending a distant salute in Yifeng's direction. Beside him stood Professor Luo. With his back to the sole star of the solar system, the sun, General Zhang began the pre-battle mobilization address to the assembled fleet. This mobilization would later be chronicled in history as a pivotal event marking humanity's foray into the stars and seas. Comrades, today I stand before you not only as the commander of the Human Federation's fleet, but also as a fellow child filled with curiosity about the universe. From the moment our ancestors first gazed upon the stars, humanity's mission was already ordained. Since time immemorial, The cosmos has been an inseparable part of our civilization. And today we embark on a grand journey to explore the universe and conquer galaxies. This is not merely a war. It is a monumental feat in human history. Our goal is the stars and seas. Our mission is to fight for the future of humanity. In this vast universe lie endless mysteries and infinite opportunities. We shall traverse the stars, conquer galaxies, from the depths of the Pacific Ocean to the fringes of the Milky Way, from the Orion Arm to the Perseus Arm. From our galaxy cluster to the superclusters, we will see everything, reach everything, conquer everything. As the elite of the Human Federation, we bear the responsibility of advancing human civilization. Our bravery and wisdom will illuminate the stars of the universe. Perhaps the battles between the stars will be brutal and arduous, but we shall not flinch. Perhaps we will confront unknown galaxies and unfamiliar races, but we shall not cower. Perhaps we will face challenges and difficulties never before encountered, but we shall not surrender. As citizens of the Human Federation, we all possess an indomitable will and fearless courage. On this battlefield, every soldier is a hero. Every warship is an indomitable sword. Humanity shall advance into the depths of the cosmos armed with unity and cooperation as our weapon, and conviction and determination as our shield. Comrades, our enemies may lurk behind every star. They may be formidable, yet they cannot withstand our conviction. They may be cunning, but they cannot thwart our courage. We shall bear the banner of justice and truth, dispelling darkness and illuminating every corner of the universe with the brilliance of human civilization. I am aware that the battle we are about to face will be arduous, yet we shall not stand alone. We will march alongside the glory of the Human Federation. Fighting side by side with the heroes of our history, we shall inherit their legacy and inscribe our own legend. Comrades, let us ignite our fervor amidst the starry seas, forging brilliance with our courage. Our fleet shall darken the skies, regardless of how many suns shine above. The time has come to unite, to conquer the cosmos, and to usher in a new era for humanity. Let us raise the banner of the Human Federation and embark on our journey towards the stars. May history forever remember this day. We are the fleet of the Human Federation, the guardians of human civilization, and the brightest light in the cosmos. Comrades, now, let us set sail for the stars, advancing into the galaxies, and fight for the future of humanity. May glory and victory forever accompany the Human Federation. Forward, forward, forward. General Zhang's impassioned oration resonated through the souls of all present, reverberating across the vast expanse of the starry sky. Waves of cheers erupted from the various fleets. In this moment, Yifeng finally comprehended that today was not merely a military parade. It was a prelude to war. At this juncture, the Taiha was no longer just a space carrier, but the very emblem of human civilization. Yifeng could even hear the enthusiastic shouts emanating from within the Taiha. His fists clenched tightly as he felt the surge of fervor and passion rising within him. The future of human civilization had, at this moment, finally commenced. He envisioned countless planets and beings within the cosmos, witnessing a plethora of magnificent and resplendent sights. General Zhang, with boundless anticipation in his voice, proclaimed, "Comrades, I hereby announce the commencement of the military parade." At the command, the Taiha surged forward, racing into the infinite expanse of the universe. Behind the Taiha, hundreds of thousands of vessels followed closely, resembling a silver torrent. From afar, it appeared as though the sun itself was being completely obscured. The enthusiastic yellow-haired man waved his arms excitedly, shouting, "Human Federation! Human Federation!" Behind him, multitudes echoed in unison, "Human Federation! Human Federation!" The name of the Human Federation was chanted in perfect harmony by countless warships, as if welcoming a grand spectacle. In that moment, Yifeng felt a warmth in his eyes, envisioning innumerable human warriors traversing the starry rivers, forging paths through the cosmos, and galloping through the night skies. Though he was not born here, he had already come to regard Earth as his sole home. Yifeng, we are indeed born in a glorious era. The age of the grand cosmos is about to dawn, something unimaginable in our previous time, the yellow-haired man remarked, excitement evident in his expression as he gazed at the ceaseless stream of ships. Do you know? General Zhang has shared the star chart information with all the ships, and soon we will directly leap to that Starsea fortress. Are we departing today? Yifeng felt somewhat taken aback. That is the order I received, though we will be making the jump in batches. According to General Zhang, since we are bound to fight eventually, we might as well engage first. By the way, I have insider information. According to intelligence reports, it seems there are not just the Yunxian Empire's forces at the Starsea fortress. What does that mean? Are there other extraterrestrial beings? Yi Feng was momentarily confused, as he had understood the civilizations in the universe to be exceedingly rare. They cannot be classified as aliens. From the reconnaissance results of the star chart, the opposing forces are also human civilizations, with technology comparable to that of the Yunxian Empire, albeit with somewhat more advanced tactics. Furthermore, based on past interrogations of the Yunxians, it seems this may involve a faction known as the Zikate Empire, the yellow-haired man whispered to Yi Feng. The Zikate Empire has been in diplomatic relations with the Yunxian Empire for tens of thousands of years, coexisting peacefully for the past several millennia, with conflicts only escalating in recent centuries. We believe there must be some hidden circumstances behind this. Therefore, this expedition to the Star Sea Fortress is of utmost importance. The organization has appointed our Dragon 2 squadron as scouts to investigate the situation. Is it just your squadron? Yi Feng felt a hint of unease. Do not underestimate our Dragon 2 squadron. Although we have only one landing craft, we boast 50 transcendents. If we take them along, those primitive cultivators will likely be left dumbfounded. The yellow-haired man confidently adjusted his hairstyle. Moreover, I have recommended you to the organization to accompany us. So you should feel reassured now. Very well. As long as I am equipped with a mechanized armor, there should be no issues. Yi Feng considered it for a moment. But upon realizing he was already a transcendent being, donning the terracotta warrior mechanized armor, it would be rather unacceptable if he couldn't manage to prevail. Let us go and deliver a minor technological shock to those primitive cultivators. Chapter 9. The Fleet Duel. Star Sea Fortress, second planet orbit. The formidable Invincible Fleet had completely encircled the entire planet, while the Yunmeng Fleet, led by Nangong Linkong, had taken to the skies, confronting the Invincible Fleet from a distance. Both sides understood that this would be the final battle for Star Sea Fortress. The outcome was, in fact, devoid of suspense. For the Zikate Empire, it was merely a matter of determining the cost they were willing to pay. Originally, according to Prince Fungen's battle plan, it was sufficient to surround the second planet and bombard its surface with spiritual energy cannons from the global orbit, thereby capturing the planet without bloodshed. However, the Empire's second prince, Carlos Chait, did not concur with this plan. On one hand, he believed that utilizing superior numbers to encircle the enemy was, indeed, a standard tactical maneuver from the Empire's combat playbook. However, this would prolong the conflict unnecessarily. Although it seemed unlikely that reinforcements would arrive from the Yunxian Empire, prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, Prince Carlos insisted on a swift resolution. On the other hand, Prince Carlos had a passion for swordplay and revered one-on-one duels. As one of the few traditionalists within the Empire, he had little interest in formidable ships and cannons. In his eyes, only face-to-face combat could prove a knight's honor and courage. Consequently, his fleet had always relied on close-quarters combat to decisively crush the enemy. In the starry expanse, a Yutong-class cruiser of the Yunxian Empire, flying a white flag, slowly approached the Yunmeng fleet from the Invincible Fleet. This warship appeared pristine, as if it had not endured the ravages of battle, with all its spirit-gathering cannons disassembled. It resembled a toothless tiger, devoid of any threat. The cruiser flashed its lights, signaling its role as a messenger with no hostile intentions. Let them through. I am curious to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Nangong Linkong declined his subordinate's suggestion to open fire. At this juncture, the enemy had no need for schemes. It was merely an attempt to persuade surrender. The Yutong-class cruiser gradually came to a halt among the Yunmeng fleet, surrounded by numerous warships that immediately closed in to encircle it. After scanning with his divine sense, Nangong Linkong found no trace of any high-ranking cultivators aboard. Let us go see what they intend to do. General Nangong and his trusted military officers soared onto the cruiser. On the bridge, several envoys from the Zikate Empire were already awaiting their arrival. However, the moment they boarded the vessel, General Nangong was assailed by a pungent stench of blood and decay. Despite his extensive experience on the battlefield, he had never encountered the scent of death so closely. I apologize for the discomfort, esteemed guests. This is an incense pouch personally sent by our prince. An envoy, appearing to be a minister, hastily stepped forward and offered several sachets, alleviating the surrounding odor somewhat. Let us dispense with pleasantries. What is the purpose of your visit? If it is to persuade us to surrender, you may take your leave. One of the deputy commanders questioned with palpable disdain. Resta surat. I am certainly not here to urge your lordships to capitulate, the envoy replied with a hearty laugh. On the contrary, I am here to convey a message. Absolutely do not surrender. You must fight to the last breath. The envoy clapped his hands, and several cultivators behind him opened the hatch on the deck. Peering inside, Nangong Linkong finally comprehended the source of the sanguinary odor. Beneath the entire deck lay a multitude of corpses belonging to Yunshan soldiers, numbering nearly 1,000,000 at first glance. Yet, without exception, these bodies bore no signs of struggle. They had all been decapitated. Heh, General Nangong. These are the soldiers from your ranks who attempted to surrender, and according to your laws, these cowards have been executed by our forces. I hope you do not repeat their folly, for we do not accept any form of prisoners of war. Simultaneously, Prince Carlos has extended a proposal. If your side is willing to accept a duel, should you prevail, we shall allow the remaining personnel to depart from the Star Sea fortress unharmed. We will not go back on our word. The envoy removed his velvet gloves and cast them to the ground. Nangong Linkong regarded the envoy, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. What are the terms of this duel? Prince Carlos values fairness and honor above all. He proposes that each side dispatch 2,000 warships to charge at a distance of 10,000 kilometers. Ultimately, the side whose ships endure to the end shall be declared the victor. Rest assured, the prince has promised that should you accept this challenge, regardless of the outcome, the remaining personnel will be allowed to leave in safety. At these words, the Yunshan fleet commanders erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the Zikate Empire would relinquish their numerical superiority to engage in such a ludicrous duel, undoubtedly granting the remaining forces a chance at survival. Yet among all present, only Nangong Linkong understood the malevolence of this ploy. The resolve he had painstakingly nurtured for a desperate last stand was shattered by mere words. When faced with certain death, one can unleash an extraordinary potential. However, with even the slightest glimmer of hope for survival, that fighting spirit dissipates entirely. At this moment, should he refuse the challenge, his soldiers' morale would undoubtedly plummet, and defection would not be out of the question. After much contemplation, he bent down to retrieve the gloves. Coldly responding, "Very well, we shall duel here in 2 hours." 3 hours would be better. It allows you ample time to prepare. Do not spoil the prince's enthusiasm. Satisfied with the response, the envoy departed aboard a shuttle, leaving the Yunshan commanders to breathe a collective sigh of relief. At that moment, Nangong Linkong's son, Nangong Ao, stepped forward and said, "Father, truly, heaven does not forsake those without a path. Those barbarians treat the battlefield as a game, thus offering us an escape. I propose that we gather the lower-ranked cultivators on the ground to assemble 2,000 warships for a sacrificial charge. As long as that prince honors his word, we can surely retreat unscathed. Indeed, the deputy general speaks rightly. The Yundream fleet is saved. Those who survive great calamities are bound to encounter future blessings. The ancients do not deceive me." Nangong Linkong surveyed the naive faces around him, then glanced at the interior of the cruiser filled with nearly 1,000,000 headless corpses. Shaking his head, he slowly declared, "The Yundream fleet shall take the field. I will lead the charge myself. Any who falter or shrink from battle shall be executed without mercy." The generals wished to voice their objections, but upon realizing that if the Yundream fleet did not engage, they might very well be next, they fell silent. Only Nangong Ao remained, staring at his father in a daze, feeling an unfamiliarity growing between them. Chapter 10, Interstellar Voyage Solar System, Mars Orbite. Betelgeuse-class assault landing ship. Blondie, are you sure we are heading out directly now? Yifeng attempted to control the nanomech, simulating the form of a warhammer. Of course. The coordinates have been set. We shall jump directly shortly. Blondie deftly operated the ship's control panel through the mech's arms, adjusting the landing ship's status to optimal levels. While most tasks could now be managed through spiritual control, the military, for the sake of caution, retained numerous physical controls. All right, I just feel this is rather sudden. How long do you think it will take to reach the Star Sea system? Yifeng gazed at the constantly shifting images on the holographic screen, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. Blondie, focused on piloting the landing ship, did not answer Yifeng's query, merely simulating an okay gesture with the mech. 3 months? Blondie made a negative gesture. 30 days? The mech shook its head again. It can't possibly be just 3 days, can it? That is several hundred light years. Yifeng expressed disbelief. While he anticipated that humanity, with the aid of spirit computers, could reach their destination more swiftly, he had not expected it to be to this extent. Finally, Blondie turned to him. 3 days? We're not a Postal Service-S standard delivery vessel. It won't take that long. At most, 3 hours, and we will hover above the second planet in the Starsea system. This is the latest Betelgeuse-class assault landing ship. In terms of firepower, it may not rank highly, but in speed, I would say second to none. The Betelgeuse-class landing ship was specially designed for high-mobility special forces. To achieve maximum lightweight design, its hull utilized only a few nanometers of strong interaction materials as armor. Simultaneously, the weapon systems comprised merely two triple-mounted energy cannons, intended for clearing battlefield debris or meteors at medium to close range, rather than for fire suppression. It could be said that aside from the dozens of combat mechs within, this landing ship possessed virtually no combat capability. In a direct confrontation, any patrol vessel within the Human Federation could easily obliterate it. However, this landing ship was not designed for frontal combat. Its value lay in its high mobility. Other vessels, whether for long-range or close-range jumps, required the curvature engine to fully power up. In contrast, the Beetlejuice-class assault landing ship, equipped with a micro-curvature chip array, could enter curvature travel in a remarkably short time. Often, it would vanish into the void the moment it was detected by fire control radar. For the Longya Special Forces, this was the ideal transport vehicle for executing decapitation missions. Minimal spatial fluctuations, coupled with agility and swiftness. The alignment of their mission and battlefield positioning is indeed impeccable. After all, no matter how formidable a mech warrior may be, they're still merely light infantry in essence. To truly determine victory, it is the heavy firepower borne by sturdy ships and colossal cannons that ultimately prevails. As the curvature array activates, the jump coordinates have been confirmed, and the optimal route has been plotted for you. We will enter the jump in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. With a barely audible tremor, Yifeng witnessed the stars outside his window instantaneously transform into luminous lines. The sun, the brightest source of light, swiftly vanished against the backdrop of the vast starry sea. The estimated jump duration is 196.45 minutes, announced a mechanical, synthesized voice. Indeed, it would take just a little over 3 hours. For this inaugural long-distance journey, it is prudent to maintain a steady pace, so I have set the jump power to around 80. Otherwise, we could have achieved a swifter pace. Huang Mao, unusually composed, remarked. Well, it's fine. Being steady is wise. After all, a few minutes early or late makes little difference. Yifeng gazed at the ever-changing lights outside the cabin, his heart brimming with emotions. This was indeed his first experience traversing the cosmos over a long distance. Everything felt dreamlike, yet so vividly real, leading Yifeng to ponder whether this was truly his own experience. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated. It was followed by a jarring sound of friction. Huang Mao swiftly adjusted the course, steering the landing craft to evade an approaching gravitational vortex. My apologies. Navigating in subspace can render automatic psychic navigation rather unresponsive, Huang Mao explained with an apologetic tone. Yifeng realized he had been so captivated by the view outside the porthole that he had completely lost track of their journey through the jump, oblivious to the numerous perilous black spots existing even in the splendid subspace. These dark spots were colossal celestial bodies or miniature black holes creating immense gravitational vortices in a macrospace. Their immense gravitational pull affected various objects in the universe, including the subspace, forming irreversible miniature whirlpools along the route. Any object caught in these small vortices would be utterly consumed. Fortunately, Huang Mao had noticed this in time. Otherwise, they might have been obliterated in an instant. How could this happen? Ye Feng exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment as he gazed at the dense array of black dots outside the porthole. These were no mere black specks. They were massive stars beyond compare. Now you understand, in the real cosmic expanse, the distribution density of stars is indeed quite high. We rely on extensive data calculations to anticipate our path, enabling us to progress along this rapid corridor. Had it been the fleet of the Cloud Immortal, they would have been utterly decimated. Huang Mao elucidated. Rest assured, while the psychic energy in subspace may be unstable, conventional energy remains unaffected. Our landing craft is equipped with silicon-based chips, although their performance is somewhat lacking. Their stability is commendable, providing sufficient navigation support. Yifeng approached the window once more, and under the guidance of the silicon-based computer, he noted a significant reduction in the number of black spots along the route, clearly indicating an optimized path. The jump duration had increased from 196 minutes to 212 minutes. For the sake of safety, spending this additional time was entirely worthwhile. In the past, during our training missions, we had also undergone long-distance jump assessments. Subspace is a realm we are still unfamiliar with. Here, the reliability of psychic energy devices diminishes significantly, while organic and silicon-based systems become increasingly dependable. The development of biological computers stemmed from this, as certain algae submerged in test tubes can even store binary information. I can take you to see that marvel later. It's quite impressive, though its computational power is still rather primitive, only capable of running ancient games like Starry Skies. Alright, it seems there is indeed much to improve upon. But I noticed the silicon-based computer is still using an outdated operating system. You think Inuit? Oh, you mean Windows? Yes, because once psychic computers emerged, silicon-based computers were virtually phased out in civilian applications. Consequently, the operating system has remained unupdated. It still runs on Win 11. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, that means we can play games from our era? Huang Mao exchanged a knowing glance with Yifeng and chuckled, of course. When I first obtained command of this landing craft, I discreetly copied over quite a few enjoyable titles. In my spare time, I often play here with the crew. Speaking of which, Huang Mao sent a shared link to Yifeng's mech. The AR games popular among the younger generation make me dizzy. Old games are far more entertaining. How about a couple of rounds of CS to warm up before the battle? Chapter 11. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. In the star Sea Fortress. In the orbit of the second planet, 2,000 Chungling-class destroyers gradually disengaged from the formation of the Cloud Immortal Empire. This represented the entirety of the destroyers within the Yunmeng fleet. Unlike battleships and cruisers, destroyers are swift, close-combat warships designed for engagement within their own star system, emphasizing small targets and rapid assaults to deliver sudden strikes against the enemy. Typically, destroyers are tasked with auxiliary roles such as patrolling, guarding, reconnaissance, and blockading, rarely participating in direct confrontations as primary combat vessels. However, this time, it was not an ordinary combat assignment. Nangong Linkong, having clashed with the invincible fleet for several days, was acutely aware that Carlos's fleet consisted entirely of destroyers. This prince, who appeared genteel yet was ruthlessly bloodthirsty, excelled at seizing battlefield opportunities, often leading his fleet with agile formations and remarkable speed, launching sudden assaults on enemy clusters to engage in frenzied attacks. Among the border forces of the Cloud Immortal Empire, some referred to him as the Starsea Shark, while others dubbed it the Wolfpack Fleet. This fleet, characterized by its distinctive combat style, is most fearsome in its disregard for its own losses, fighting relentlessly until the very last moment. Through his telescope, Nangong Linkong could already see the enemy fleet, a mere 10,000 kilometers away, steadily approaching. As anticipated, the enemy had dispatched 2,000 Tianlong-class destroyers, one of the few vessels in the Zicate Empire also constructed of wood. Unlike other Spirit Rock-structured warships, the Tianlong-class destroyers featured entirely wooden hulls, neglecting any form of physical protection while dismantling all long-range psychic energy weapons. All psychic energy was redirected solely for propulsion. Consequently, these destroyers boasted exceptional assault speed. This modification proved highly effective against the inefficient loading rates of gathering spirit cannons. The likelihood of a direct hit on the destroyers was significantly lower than that of the sluggish battleships. Unless it is a barrage formed by close-range concentrated fire, it is exceedingly challenging to inflict effective damage upon a fleet of destroyers. Unlike Prince von Jinjin, Prince Carlos is indifferent to military discipline. The warships under his command are often endowed with extensive operational autonomy, which renders his fleet remarkably agile. On the interstellar battlefield, they frequently master the art of disaggregation and reaggregation. The fluidity of their tactics, combined with an unparalleled velocity, renders Carlos' fleet reminiscent of a pirate armada rather than a royal fleet. Yet, this seemingly undisciplined fleet proves its efficacy on the battlefield, equaling that of any formidable armada. The Yunxian fleet would rather confront other capital warships than engage in battle with this ruthless and ferocious fleet. At this juncture, Nangong Linkong felt a sense of quiet gratitude. For under his insistence, the Chungling-class destroyers had dismantled all their gathering cannons. He fully comprehended that such antiquated muzzle-loading cannons could not possibly strike the nimble destroyers. Rather than squander space, it is more prudent to accommodate a greater number of advanced cultivators and magical artifacts. Victory or defeat will undoubtedly be determined at close quarters. Fortunately, the average cultivation level of the Yunxian Empire slightly surpasses that of the Zicate Empire. Moreover, his perfected integration stage cultivation is sufficient to suppress the opponent's advanced combat power. This battle could be deemed a perfect evasion of his faction's weaknesses while capitalizing on their singular strengths. Should victory still elude him, he would have no choice but to accept it with equanimity. Behind him stood a total of 120,000 cultivators, with an average level around the Golden Core stage. Based on experience, the enemy's average cultivation should hover around the late Foundation establishment stage. In close combat, the prospect of failure is virtually non-existent. Nangong Linkong consoled himself internally, emboldened by these reasons for daring to accept the challenge. There remains a glimmer of hope in battle. To refrain from combat would surely lead to certain demise. Furthermore, the cultivators under his command are all loyal soldiers of his family, unwavering in their fidelity, and their combat spirit is undoubtedly on par with that of the enemy fleet. Thus, both fleets approached one another in silence. And even as they closed to 5,000 kilometers, neither side initiated fire. This was an exceedingly rare spectacle on the interstellar battlefield. Both sides tacitly adopted the same strategy, akin to two ferocious wolves encountering each other on the plains, necessitating a fight to the death. In a narrow confrontation, the courageous prevail. Finally, at a distance of 3,000 kilometers, both fleets of destroyers simultaneously began to accelerate, just in time to reach their maximum speed within this range. The fleets drew near like two billowing clouds in the starry expanse. The foremost cultivators had already taken to the decks, bracing themselves for the imminent life-and-death struggle. Boom! Crackle! The two fleets collided head-on without the slightest deceleration. In an instant, hundreds of leading destroyers from both sides shattered under the immense force of inertia. Disintegrating into a cloud of wooden debris, the cultivators aboard the vessels were propelled away from their warships just before the impact. Engaging in fierce combat with the incoming enemy cultivators, the battle erupted in a heartbeat, with spiritual artifacts and spells raining down upon the opposing cultivators like a torrential downpour. Waves of light and flame shimmered, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Within the Yunxian fleet, two cultivators at the integration stage held their positions, while the Zikate Empire's fleet boasted only one cultivator of similar caliber. As the clash commenced, the Yunxian Empire's nascent soul stage experts began to disperse into the surroundings, quickly discerning that the number of enemy cultivators above the nascent soul stage was significantly fewer, capitalizing on their cultivation advantage. The Yunxian fleet subtly gained the upper hand in the initial skirmish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds echoed as a dark figure suddenly materialized beside Nangong Linkong, wielding a long sword aimed directly at him. Nangong Linkong's senses had already detected this presence, and a faint smile graced his lips. A cultivator of the integration stage from the Zikate Empire? As he spoke, Nangong Linkong's form abruptly flickered, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Under the sweep of his divine sense, he discerned that this shadowy cultivator possessed strength at the late integration stage. Chapter 12. Fierce Battle. Furthermore, the sword technique employed was remarkably intricate. What is this sword technique? I've never encountered anything like it. Nangong Linkong thought to himself, astonished, realizing that in terms of both swordsmanship and spiritual energy, this individual was on par with him. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of intense clashes between spiritual artifacts resounded, sending the shadowy cultivator staggering back several meters. At this moment, Nangong Linkong recognized that his opponent had seemingly refrained from casting spells, relying solely on his exceptional swordplay to engage in direct confrontation. Ha ha, truly worthy of being the second prince of the Zikate Empire, possessing such prowess, he exclaimed. Yet alas, such swordplay may suffice for display, but it falls short in lethality. Today, you shall accompany my fleet to the grave, and I shall refine your remains into a puppet, forcing you to serve the Yunxian Empire for eternity. The shadowy swordsman was none other than the second prince of the Zikate Empire, a prodigy of the younger generation. His cultivation had reached the late integration stage, placing him among the elite ranks within the Zikate Empire. Is that so? Are you certain you can slay me? Carlos retorted, a chilling smile curling his lips, his eyes glinting with cold light as he responded in the stilted Yunxian tongue. The long sword in his grip suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! The sword light flashed, akin to a venomous serpent, racing toward Nangong Linkong. Oomph! Nangong Linkong huffed coldly, remaining unperturbed as he brandished his long sword to meet the attack. Bang! With a resounding thud, the two swords clashed, and Nangong Linkong felt a jolt in his wrist, his palm splitting open. Puffed! Almost immediately, a spray of blood erupted. His arm had been pierced by a sword strike. What? He widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the slender wound on his arm. This scene was utterly jarring, astonishing beyond belief. He was a genuine peak integration stage cultivator, even within the Yunxian Empire. He ranked among the foremost. Yet, under the assault of a late integration stage cultivator, he had sustained an injury. What manner of sword technique is this? He bellowed in outrage, but Carlos could not be bothered to respond. Ripples danced in his eyes, as if containing an unfathomable abyss. His form shifted once more, and a torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping his flower sword in an instant, elevating his combat prowess to a new echelon. The flower sword in Carlos' hand suddenly accelerated, shifting from a primarily slashing style to an erratic thrusting approach, attacking Nangong Linkong from all directions. Nangong Linkong dared not underestimate him. During their previous exchange, he had sensed that this prince's cultivation was not exceptionally high. However, his swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled zenith. With each strike, he concentrated all of his spiritual energy, forsaking all forms of defense to focus solely on offense, seeking a lethal blow with every slash. For a moment, Nangong Linkong found himself somewhat at a loss to parry his opponent's onslaught. His family's secret technique, the mirage of flowers and water, was also a profound sword art, emphasizing the interplay of illusion and reality, harmonizing the extraordinary with the conventional, akin to the tactics he employed in battle. Yet, Prince Carlos's swordplay defied conventional strategies. Each of his strikes was a feint capable of altering direction at the most critical juncture, rendering Nangong Linkong defenseless. This style of combat resembled a cat playing with a mouse, and Nangong Linkong found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, his spiritual energy far surpassed that of his adversary, allowing him to dominate through sheer force. The two sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand, although attacks became increasingly frequent. A mutual wariness prevented either from exerting their full strength. This impasse lasted for nearly half an hour when suddenly, Nangong Linkong's brow furrowed. He sensed that his fleet was subtly beginning to match the enemy's prowess. What could be the reason? A sense of confusion washed over him. The cultivators under his command were all elite, meticulously selected for their combat capabilities and in close-quarters combat. They should have had a distinct advantage over the lower-tier cultivators of the Zikate Empire. Furthermore, apart from himself, there was another integration stage, cultivator stationed, ensuring that even in terms of high-end combat power, the enemy should not stand a chance. Why was this battle proving so arduous? What Nangong Linkong did not realize was that the seemingly invincible fleet he faced had far superior coordination in small-scale combat compared to his hastily assembled group. Although their overall cultivation levels were somewhat inferior, the cultivators of the Zikate Empire were far more adept at utilizing the surrounding environment and tools in battle. Honed by years of combat synergy, in the chaotic confines of the battlefield, they could execute intricate maneuvers. In contrast, the cultivators of the Yunxian Empire, despite their higher cultivation and superior techniques, largely fought as individuals, relying on brute strength to withstand the relentless assaults of small teams. They struggled to form effective coordination amongst themselves. The remaining integration stage powerhouse of the Yunxian Empire was surrounded by several transformation stage experts, like Nangong Linkong. He would not be defeated in the short term and even held the upper hand, yet he too was unable to break free to support his allies. In this ebb and flow, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the Zikate Empire. The cultivators of the Yunxian Empire found themselves isolated in small arenas of carnage, unaware of the overall battlefield dynamics. Their command structure had collapsed, leaving each individual to rely solely on instinct to battle the enemies closing in from all directions. They even experienced a disconcerting illusion, as if the enemies were endless. After barely repelling one foe, another fresh wave emerged from the wreckage of the warships. More alarmingly, their own cultivators continued to fall, while reinforcements remained elusive. At this moment, the casualty reports indicated that the Yunxian Empire still held a slight advantage. Yet as their high-end combatants fell one after another, this meager edge was rapidly diminishing. In defiance against these golden-haired barbarians, the cultivators of the Yunxian Empire understood the dire consequences of defeat. They urged their spiritual energy, determined to engage the cultivators of the Zikate Empire in a fight to the death. Nangong Linkong's eyes blazed with fury. He did not wish to prolong the conflict any further. The longer this war dragged on, the greater the losses. He summoned all his spiritual energy, gathering it around him, intent on determining the outcome in a single decisive strike. In his estimation, exchanging blows with Carlos would surely result in his own injury, but Carlos would undoubtedly perish. Do you wish to fight? Carlos sneered, and with that, he raised his flower sword with a flourish, blade pointing upward, aimed squarely at Nangong Linkong. A torrent of white sword intent surged skyward from the blade, resembling a shooting star in the night sky, carrying a devastating aura as it thrust towards Nangong Linkong's chest. In that moment, a wave of terror gripped Nangong Linkong's heart. This was a formidable move, unparalleled in power. Even a fully realized integration stage cultivator would find it difficult to withstand, for this strike had far surpassed the limits of what a spiritual barrier could endure. Should it connect, not only would his physical form be obliterated, but his very soul would suffer grievous harm. Even his consciousness would not escape unscathed. At this critical juncture, the forces of yin and yang within him surged into action, and a colossal taiji symbol began to rotate slowly, emanating a potent aura of duality. Simultaneously, the sword in his hand radiated a brilliant silver light, carving a dazzling arc through the void as it collided violently with Carlos's strike. Boom! The two torrents of immense power clashed, shattering nearby warships to splinters, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Chapter 13. Rush B. Nangong Linkong was sent hurtling backward for several hundred meters before managing to regain his footing. Carlos, however, coughed blood, his body flying backward, his garments torn asunder, revealing the armor beneath. I told you, I wanted to let you escape so easily. Carlos laughed coldly, launching himself once more at Nangong Linkong. A look of horror crossed Nangong Linkong's face. He finally comprehended why his opponent had been willing to engage him in a protracted struggle. Carlos had never intended to battle him to the death. He merely sought to confine him here, preventing him from attending to the main battlefield. Damn it! Nangong Linkong ground his teeth in frustration, his heart racing with urgency. If this continued, the Yunxian fleet would face utter annihilation. Let us end this. He cursed under his breath, casting aside any hesitation. He swiftly executed a series of hand seals, summoning dozens of talismans into his palm, treasures passed down through generations of the Nangong family, each possessing formidable power. Even he was loath to confront any one of them head-on. In this moment, he disregarded the potential backlash and hurled dozens of talismans into the air, transforming them into a cascade of radiant light, sweeping towards Carlos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Childish tricks. A trace of disdain crossed Carlos's face. While these talismans boasted great power, they paled in comparison to the swiftness of his sword. Carlos's flower sword danced with ferocity, each strike akin to a bolt of lightning, shattering the talismans as if they were mere leaves. However, the talismans were no ordinary objects. Their trajectories were erratic and elusive. Though Carlos obliterated the majority of the talismans, several still struck him, even clad in royal armor. He felt as though he had been struck by a gathering spirit cannon, his entire being engulfed by the explosive wave of light. Seeing this, Nangong Linkong breathed a sigh of relief. Even a master at the Great Ascension stage would likely suffer if struck directly. Just as he prepared to turn and support another integration stage cultivator, he suddenly felt a chill sweep across his back. A potent aura of murderous intent enveloped him. What was happening? Nangong Linkong's heart trembled. Before he could react, he discovered himself firmly locked in place by a flower sword. His entire body rendered immobile. How could you? Nangong Linkong's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. Ha ha ha. I warned you as long as I am here. You shall not escape. Carlos laughed maniacally, his hair disheveled and his body drenched in blood. The armor he once wore had long since vanished, revealing ghastly wounds on his chest and waist where flesh had been torn asunder, exposing stark white bones. Yet his aura remained undiminished. Instead, his murderous intent surged, akin to a bloodthirsty Azura unleashed from the depths of hell. Carlos wielded his ornate sword, casting forth dozens of radiant sword beams that enveloped Nangong Linkong. Damn it! Why is it so difficult to kill him? Nangong Linkong roared in frustration, but scarcely had his words left his lips when an overwhelming presence swept across the battlefield. Its potent spiritual energy causing the hearts of all cultivators present to skip a beat. A tribulation transcendent. Both Carlos and Nangong Linkong were taken aback. Could it be that reinforcements from the Yunxian Empire had arrived? Or perhaps another formidable expert from the Zikate Empire was intervening? Neither side could afford to linger on their injuries, rapidly distancing themselves while exchanging incredulous glances. They could scarcely fathom that their adversary could dispatch a tribulation transcendent to the battlefield. Nangong Linkong even sensed that the spiritual fluctuations emanating from this tribulation transcendent far exceeded those of the previous Lu Gonggong. In the Zikate Empire, there was but one cultivator at the late stage of tribulation, Emperor Caesar Chait. How could a mere star see fortress warrant the personal intervention of their emperor? This revelation left him utterly blindsided. Carlos, too, was engulfed in shock. His audacity to confront the Yunxian fleet stemmed from his knowledge that the Starsea fortress had become a forsaken pawn, with no reinforcements likely to arrive beyond the elusive Taiyan fleet. The commander of the Taiyan fleet was merely a Great Ascension stage cultivator, far inferior to the intimidating presence of the current tribulation expert. Could it be that Uncle Fungen's intelligence had been flawed? The two commanders exchanged peculiar glances and, simultaneously, they began to retreat, issuing commands to their respective fleets to abandon the battlefield at all costs. With the arrival of the tribulation expert, all ships and strategies had become meaningless. In the face of overwhelming power, they were but mere insects. The invincible fleet and the participating cultivators on the surface of the second planet also felt the spiritual fluctuations, plunging both sides into profound despair. Prince Feng felt his legs weaken, and his teacup shattered abruptly on the ground, scattering into shards. The dark tea soaked into the thick carpet, creating dark rings of water. After a moment of stunned silence, Prince Feng sighed bitterly and issued the order to retreat. All the sacrifices and efforts of the past 6 months had evaporated in an instant with the appearance of the tribulation expert. The pressing question now was how many fleets could escape? The cultivators of the Yunxian Empire, too, succumbed to despair, having just glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. They were now engulfed by the shadows of death. Once the enemy's tribulation cultivators appeared, annihilation was assured. Each tribulation expert was a superweapon, their locations and numbers shrouded in imperial secrecy. No one could survive knowing such matters that threaten the nation's safety. Why don't we finish this and then head out? Huang Mao, having just prepared his gear, looked somewhat unsatisfied. I scanned the area earlier, and it's just a bunch of lowly fish. The highest rank among them is merely a few in the integration stage. Not even a great ascension. Rushby, he chuckled. Boss, you're doomed. The only response in the channel was Lu Hu's voice from his sniper position. Let's get the main task done first, Yifeng replied, removing his headphones and boarding his battle mech. Despite Huang Mao's suggestion to try the humanoid mech, he remained steadfast in using the standard equipment. After having utilized it previously, he felt considerably more at ease. Fine, almost won. Huang Mao reluctantly retrieved 2 tribulation capsules, handing one to Yifeng while swallowing the other. The terrifying aura of the tribulation surged throughout the area. The remaining cultivators of Alania's squadron climbed into their mechs, activating their systems and entering combat mode. Lu Hu, what are you doing up there? Get down. You're responsible for guarding the landing pod and stopping anyone trying to flee. For every ship that escapes today, you will write a report detailing your failures. Huang Mao commanded over the channel. Boss, you're taking this personally. Lu Hu suddenly regretted having shot Huang Mao so many times today, realizing he had become the target of his ire. Didn't you aim precisely? I want to see just how accurate you are. Huang Mao disregarded the protest and, along with the other warriors, headed for the exit. Chapter 14. Automatic custody. The formidable aura of the tribulation surged one after another onto the battlefield, sending shivers down the spines of Prince Feng, Nangong Linkong, and the other powerful figures. They were not unacquainted with tribulation experts, but having witnessed the unfathomable might of such beings, they were acutely aware of how terrifying and rare each tribulation cultivator was. 1, 2, 3, 27, 50, 51. A staggering total of 51 tribulation experts materialized in this star domain simultaneously. Prince Carlos felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. According to the historical records of the Zikate Empire, even if one were to combine all the tribulation cultivators that had ever appeared in its history, there were not this many. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must have sustained a head injury during his earlier clash with Nangong Linkong. Shaking his head vigorously, Carlos attempted to regain his composure. But within his consciousness, the anxious voice of Prince Feng urged him, Your Highness, do not concern yourself with the others. Retreat immediately. Damn it. The soul detection device has confirmed. There are 51 tribulation experts. I have a miniature array that will suffice for our escape. Hurry and join me. Casting a glance at the fleet that had accompanied him through numerous battles, Carlos understood the futility of the situation. With a fierce determination in his eyes, he summoned his spiritual power and vanished amongst the fleet. Lu Lei, Li Bo, you two handle the fleet on the 9th planet. Qin Song, the 8th planet is your responsibility. Zhang Hai, take your team to annihilate the fleet on the 7th satellite. Yifeng, how about we eliminate the fleet on that planet together? What do you think? Huang Mao outlined the battle tasks, gesturing toward the thousands of ships in orbit around the 2nd planet. Sure, I'm indifferent, Yifeng nodded, viewing those makeshift ships as nothing more than toys made of stone and wood. Then it's settled. I'll take the Yunxian Empire's fleet, and you'll take the fleet of that special empire. Fine, sound good. Yifeng was genuinely intrigued by the warships resembling the flying heavenly cathedral and intended to dismantle a few to examine their internal structures. How about we make a wager to see who finishes first? Huang Mao proposed whimsically. Hey, that's not a fair bet. The Yunxian Empire's fleet is clearly much smaller. Yifeng noticed something amiss. Cough, cough. but you're a great ascension expert now, a whole realm above me. Of course, the more capable should take on more work. The blonde-haired fellow retorted with a grin, displaying no sense of wrongdoing. Hee, fine, let's agree on the stakes first. If you lose, no cheating. Observing the brazen demeanor of the blonde, Yifeng nodded with a smile. As for the wager, when we take our vacation to Mars, the loser will cover all expenses. The blonde cast a meaningful glance at Yifeng. Ever since he learned that his brother's bank account boasted nearly 200 million in cash, he had been contemplating how to indulge himself lavishly. Although he was a colonel in the special forces, his extravagant lifestyle often exceeded his monthly allowance, leaving him reliant on credit. Now that his brother had struck it rich, it was only natural to seize the opportunity. After all, should Yifeng marry in the future, that fortune would become wholly disconnected from him. Yifeng gave it little thought, extending his mechanical arm to clasp the blonde's armored hand. It's a deal. The blonde felt a rush of joy at Yifeng's straightforwardness. While he was indeed at a lower rank than Yifeng on the surface, he had trained rigorously in the military for years, and when it came to combat skills, he was leagues ahead of Yifeng, who had only recently begun to engage with mechs. Worrying that Yifeng might reconsider, the blonde activated his mech to full power and instantly teleported into the fleet of the Cloud Immortal Empire, leaving Yifeng standing there in a daze. As expected, Yifeng's control over the mech was still quite clumsy. Even the simplest motions like swinging a blade lacked fluidity, let alone the intricate tactical maneuvers. However, based on years of gaming experience, he understood the principle that complexity often invites simplicity. Connecting to the Soul System, he opened the settings panel. Ding! Auto-targeting has been activated. Full map radar has been initiated. Optical stealth has been engaged. Infrared vision is now active. One-click combo is enabled. Absolute defense is on. The system is initiating automatic management mode. Do you confirm authorization? Yes. Automatic management mode authorized. Radar has detected non-friendly units. Should we lock on? Inside Yifeng's glass cockpit, images of various units from the Zikate Empire and the Cloud Immortal Empire appeared. Following the previous scan, the system had already cataloged all potential enemy units into its recognition database. Lock on to Class A units, disregard Class B units. Yifeng clicked on several clearly Western-style warships, and the AI system quickly comprehended his intentions. Utilizing image similarity algorithms, all warships from the Zikate Empire were marked in red on the screen. A total of 46. 528 enemy units have been identified. To ensure endurance, we are switching you to close combat mode. A cold voice from the system announced as the mech's arms transformed into elongated blades, resembling two mantis knives. The mech's overall height was raised to approximately 4.5 meters. Its physique now more balanced and agile, akin to a master swordsman. The external armor had also turned transparent, likely activating adaptive camouflage for optical invisibility. Observing the blonde wreaking havoc among the Cloud Immortal fleet, Yifeng felt no urgency. Although the step-in mech model outperformed his terracotta warrior mech in specifications, it was a newer model with an unstable system version, lacking the management system. Conversely, his terracotta warrior mech's combat system was highly mature and stable, having accumulated countless combat data over years of use and adjustment. Through big data analysis and AI optimization, it had developed the most advanced combat strategies. Even without direct intervention, the mech system could analyze real-time battlefield feedback and make optimal combat choices. Watching the flustered blonde, Yifeng licked his lips and coldly pressed the attack button. Chapter 15. Intelligent Nanoworms. In an instant, the terracotta warrior mech had reached the edge of the battlefield. The mech locked onto a battleship several kilometers long, leveling its body as it dove toward the target. Upon contact with the battleship, the mech extended its blade, effortlessly piercing the hull like chopsticks through tofu, maintaining a position tightly against the surface of the ship, leaving a barely visible scratch. However, Yifeng knew well that, as the blade cut, it vibrated at an extremely high frequency, causing subsonic resonance throughout the vessel. Simultaneously, meticulously calculated spiritual energy surged into the ship's critical components. 1 second later, a violent explosion erupted within the battleship. The immense flames and thick smoke obscured the explosion's center, drowning out the thunderous roars emanating from the ship, as if something was continuously expanding and spreading. Yet, as the acrid smoke and flames dissipated, the surrounding cultivators discovered that the battleship had been utterly annihilated, leaving only debris floating in space. This was precisely the outcome Yifeng sought. His objective was to eliminate the threat in the most discreet and silent manner, without allowing the adversary to realize they had been attacked. Within the Zikate Empire fleet, there were numerous high-ranking cultivators endowed with formidable perception abilities, some even wielding detection artifacts to ascertain the presence of danger within their vicinity. Thus, when faced with peril, even if they couldn't resist, they could scatter purposefully to escape. If he were forced to pursue fleeing ships, it would undoubtedly diminish his combat efficiency. Yifeng's tactical approach was straightforward. Leverage the terracotta warrior mech's superior maneuverability and unparalleled destructive capability to decisively eliminate these warships through close combat, while the battle raged on. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the immense noise from the internal explosion of a battleship failed to attract much attention. The retreat order had been issued in haste, leaving mid-level officers without further instructions, each desperately commanding their troops to withdraw. They had noticed that an unidentified flying object had appeared within the cloud Immortal fleet, somewhat akin to a war puppet. Although small in size, its combat prowess was formidable. One strike was enough to obliterate both destroyers and cruisers alike. Some lower-ranking soldiers even believed this war puppet to be a secret weapon of their own. However, as they observed this relentless killing machine displaying no mercy even against the Zikate Empire's fleet, it became evident that it was selectively targeting the cloud Immortal fleet. With their last hopes extinguished, all fleets began to maneuver toward the periphery of the star system. Without explicit orders from their commander, no ship dared to initiate a jump. During curvature travel, lacking the flagship's guidance was tantamount to suicide within the subspace channel. The speed of Yifeng's terracotta warrior mech surged dramatically, reaching 20 times the third cosmic speed. The sudden acceleration induced a slight strain on his body, yet upon entering cruise mode, he felt his physique return to normal. At that moment, the terracotta warrior mech was not merely a high-speed killing machine. It resembled a harbinger of calamity, barreling through the battlefield with reckless abandon. Regardless of the object, once it encounters the armored blade of the mech, it is instantly reduced to fragments. From a distance, within the Zikate fleet, a grotesque scar composed of fire and explosions seems to emerge, as if a razor-sharp blade has sliced through the armada, leaving a blazing inferno in its wake. Some high-ranking cultivators vaguely sense the presence and attempt to intercept this ghostly harbinger of death along its trajectory. Yet, this is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The mech's wings and forearms emit streams of azure laser beams, piercing through the oblivious cultivators of the Zikate Empire. In an instant, the path of the mech is strewn with corpses, wails echoing all around. Yet, Yifeng remains indifferent to the fallen, weaving through the heart of the fleet, relentlessly reaping lives. A destroyer accelerates, striving to escape the hellish domain of stars, hoping to leverage its speed to flee. Alas, it is swiftly locked onto by radar and subsequently struck by a laser beam, instantly transforming into a blue conflagration, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. Nevertheless, more ships continue to retreat desperately, attempting to evade this lethal trajectory. Unbeknownst to them, the mech's artificial intelligence has calculated the optimal cruising route based on the distribution of surrounding warships in real time. After traversing the fleet's perimeter, it makes an impossible turn back toward the armada. Simultaneously, a portion of the high-intelligence nanomachines detach from the mech, activating their self-awareness to assist in combat. Unlike the armored nanomachines, these advanced nanobots possess a more sophisticated internal chip system, enabling independent operational capabilities. Though they are merely a few nanometers in size on a macroscopic scale, they possess self-replicating abilities. As long as suitable materials are nearby, they can consume and reassemble them into new nanobots. Although these newly formed nanobots lack the strength and intelligence of their progenitors, they are sufficiently effective for temporary use. With their relentless consumption and replication, the warships appear to be devoured by a swarm of termites, transforming into an ever-increasing multitude of nanobots. Due to the limitations of their intelligence and communication systems, each nanobot has a replication cap in the realm of hundreds of billions, with replication occurring in units of tens of billions, combining with the original to form small warships. The appearance of these diminutive vessels is generally determined by the materials they have consumed. Thus, now these ships resemble a patchwork of rock fragments, interspersed with organic remains. As the cultivators of the Zikate Empire gaze upon these bizarre vessels that have suddenly materialized, they are rendered speechless with terror. These ships, amalgamated from flesh and stone, are akin to a spectral fleet risen from the depths of hell, entities that belong in horrific legends rather than before their very eyes. By the grace of the God Emperor, this is a fleet of demons. In the name of the God Emperor, fire at will. The Zikate Empire's fleet unleashes a frenzy of fire upon these nanobot vessels, attempting to obliterate them entirely. However, The technology of the nanobots far surpasses their understanding amassed over countless centuries. The cultivators of the Zikate Empire cannot fathom that their assaults will have no effect whatsoever. Shell after shell, imbued with terrifying spiritual energy, slams into the nanobot vessels. To the untrained eye, it appears as though the nanobots are being destroyed, but in reality, they are merely dispersed. As the nanobot ships complete their final charging with spiritual energy, countless barrels sprout from their hulls, unleashing a torrent of high-velocity spiritual projectiles, retaliating with unrelenting firepower against the Zikate fleet. Chapter 16. The Stargate opens. The booming resonance of spiritual projectiles descends upon the fleet, and in an instant, the armada resembles a lake during a tempest, casting forth towering waves. Yet, these are not harmless splashes. They are the searing flames birthed from the explosive power of spiritual energy. The crew members aboard the nearby warships can distinctly feel that these projectiles cannot even be thwarted by the strongest spiritual shields. How is this possible? What on earth are these? The commanders of the Zikate Empire find themselves engulfed in profound dread. In this fleeting moment, they even begin to question whether they have encountered true demons. As the fleet trembles in trepidation, Yifeng maneuvers the mech, once again skimming past the side of the armada, trailed by hundreds of intelligent nanobot vessels. Look, where do those ships come from? Who are they? And do they not fear the retribution of the Zikate Empire? Our main fleet is right beside us. Quickly, establish communication with the prince and the royal heir, and request reinforcements. Calls and warnings reverberate throughout the fleet, yet Yifeng remains deaf to them. The mech weaves through the warships, relentlessly slicing them to shreds with its blades. Yifeng's mech resembles a ferocious beast, rampaging amidst the fleet. The terracotta warrior mech, under the control of its system, is invincible. Soon, the warships suffer catastrophic losses, and signs of disintegration begin to manifest within the Zikate Empire's fleet. Yifeng's mech operates like an unmatched meat grinder, continuing to tear through the Zikate armada. At this juncture, Yifeng spots a colossal warship hastily fleeing. This vessel is the Zikate Empire's Fearless-class battleship, one of their prized warships, which would be nearly unassailable in this star system if not for the human presence. Its speed surpasses that of any ship Yifeng has previously encountered. Yifeng pilots his mech in pursuit, swiftly closing in beside the Fearless-class battleship. At its rear, he observes the space distorting as it activates its curvature engine. Yifeng collides forcefully with the battleship's stern, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shatters the Fearless-class vessel. While Yifeng's mech continues to surge forward, soon arriving at the battleship's bow. Inside the command cabin, Yifeng notices a panicked middle-aged man, a general of the Zikate Empire, his scarred face appearing fearsome and intimidating, instilling dread in those who behold him. His attire indicates he is of significant noble lineage. As he watches the mech glide past, his eyes reflect sheer horror, his mouth moving as if to utter words. Yet no sound escapes his lips. A second later, the Fearless-class battleship is engulfed in flames, reduced to nothingness. Marquis Malio has fallen. Meanwhile, aboard another small destroyer, Prince Fengjin is activating the micro-curvature array. Beside him stands Prince Carlos. Uncle, with Marquis Malio slain, how shall we report to the Imperial Council upon our return? Prince Carlos gazed anxiously at the inferno that had consumed the Dreadnought-class battleship. He inquired with a worried expression. Marquis Malio had voluntarily stayed behind to buy time, but was felled by an ancient adversary from the Cloud Immortal Empire. The frigid tone of Prince Fengjin sent shivers down Carlos's spine. Carlos was acutely aware that it was Prince Fengjin who had instructed Marquis Malio to initiate the curvature engine for a retreat, while his true intention was for Malio's flagship to draw fire, thereby granting them a window for escape. With no superior alternatives at hand, Carlos realized that without a substantial target to shield them, his own chances of survival today were slim. Uncle, are they truly vessels of the Cloud Immortal Empire? Certainly not. Regardless of their origins, the territorial landscape of this star system will be irrevocably altered. In an instant, Prince Fengjin appeared to have aged a decade, his visage devoid of the ambitious demeanor of a great general. The fleet above the second planet was nearing annihilation, while Yifeng reclined in the cockpit, munching on potato chips. The display beneath the glass indicated the number of obliterated warships: 46, 517, 46, 528. Just 11 more, it would be over. He need not lift a finger, as the nanobot fleet would handle everything for him. Yifeng then turned his gaze to the Cloud Immortal Empire's ships. The fleet in outer space had been entirely decimated, yet the Cloud Immortals were cunning, with the remaining vessels scattered and concealed on the planet, some nestled in valleys. others submerged in seas, and some even hiding within volcanoes. Despite the formidable lethality of the yellow-haired mech, exterminating such a multitude of dispersed units would take considerable time. It seemed that this wager was already in his favor. However, Yifeng soon noticed that the numbers had ceased their rhythmic dance. 46, 527, 46, 528. There remained one ship in Skate. How could this be? Yifeng activated the radar, scanning the battlefield. The radar confirmed that no intact warship survived. Even the nanobots had disassembled and returned to his mech. Suddenly, he noticed two unread messages in the pop-up window. Curvature engine activation detected. Interruption could induce spatial turbulence. Should we destroy it? Response time exceeded. Target lost. Continuing with default plan. Yifeng slapped his thigh in realization. He had been so engrossed in the external spectacle that he overlooked this critical pop-up. Although allowing one ship to escape was inconsequential, it meant he could not claim victory in his wager with the yellow-haired one. Pondering his dwindling finances, Yifeng felt a pang of regret. Just then, the breathless voice of the yellow-haired one crackled through the channel. Brother Feng, I'm out. These cloud immortals are too sly. At this rate, we want to finish by tomorrow. I have pressing matters to attend to, so let us call this one your victory. The yellow-haired one sighed in resignation. That's fine. I'll let one slip as well. How about we call it a draw this time, and we can settle it next time? Yifeng, replied Jandidli. Haha, no problem. This round is definitely a draw. The tone of the yellow-haired one instantly brightened. Whether allowing one or two ships to escape was inconsequential. It was just enough for them to relay the message back. Wait, you mean you've already cleared your side? The yellow-haired one suddenly grasped something. How could you be so quick? I remember the fleet from the Zikate Empire had over 40,000 ships. Even if they were 40,000 pigs, you couldn't finish them in just 2 hours. Yifeng chuckled awkwardly, uncertain whether to divulge that he had set his operations to autopilot. I didn't expect them to be so inept. Had I known, I would have chosen the Zikate Empire. What a miscalculation. The yellow-haired one, oblivious to Yifeng's actions, assumed it was merely a testament to their enemy's weakness. At that moment, other team members began reporting in. Report, Captain. The 7th planet has been completely cleared. Colonel Wong. The fleet at the 8th planet has been entirely annihilated. Boss, only 3 ships escaped from the outer fleet. I'll just write a title for the review. After listening to the reports, the yellow-haired one nodded and continued issuing orders. All right, Luhu, maintain vigilance. The rest of you, rendezvous with me at the 2nd planet and prepare to activate the Stargate. Chapter 17, the Stargate. The warriors of the Longya Squadron quickly gathered at the designated location. Behind each warrior's mech loomed a colossal projection of the starry sky. These 50 starry projections gradually coalesced into an enormous Stargate. This star map was imposing, enveloping half a planet. If any survivors on the 2nd planet were to gaze skyward at that moment, they would witness the azure sky transformed into an unprecedented celestial panorama. Observing Yifeng's puzzled and curious expression, the yellow-haired one's penchant for boasting resurfaced. Brother Yi, what do you think? This is a purely artificial Stargate. The only one of its kind in the solar system. Artificial Stargate? What does that entail? Haha, let me first explain what a Stargate is. The yellow-haired one said with growing enthusiasm, his saliva splattering against the glass canopy. In truth, within the solar system, there is no need for such a contraption as a Stargate. You understand, of course, that the solar system is minuscule compared to the vastness of the Milky Way. It's akin to a bathtub in the Pacific Ocean. Furthermore, within the solar system, we have a singular star as a reference point, allowing us to pinpoint our location at any time, rendering the possibility of getting lost non-existent. At this, Yifeng nodded in understanding. He recalled having seen navigation systems on children's watches, which included a solar system navigator. This indicated that achieving location accuracy within the solar system was quite feasible. The yellow-haired one gestured towards one of the starry projections, continuing, look, in that projection of our solar system, it occupies merely a single pixel. Without magnification, you wouldn't even be able to see the sun. This implies that when navigating through the cosmos, utilizing a fixed coordinate system becomes exceedingly difficult, leading to a high likelihood of becoming lost. Based on the cloud immortal technology we previously deciphered, although their navigation methods are archaic, they are nonetheless functional. They divide the space between 2 points into dozens of interconnected short-range jump corridors. Then, for each corridor, they identify one or more pulsars or supernovae as temporary reference points. They make segmented jumps, switching reference frames with each segment, gradually approaching the target star system. While this method is inefficient, it is relatively safe. Yifeng nodded in comprehension. So, In interstellar navigation, the most crucial aspect is the celestial bodies along the way, acting like signposts on a highway. Am I understanding this correctly? The yellow-haired one gave a thumbs up. Indeed, Brother Yi, your intellect is remarkable. You grasped it instantly. However, that is a method from ancient times for us. Such efficiency is still too sluggish. The one-way distance limit for curvature travel is around 200 light-years, so reaching a target in one go is ideal. Thus, the crux of the current issue lies in how to establish a coordinate system that can still be accurately observed on a scale of 200 light-years. The Stargate was developed against this backdrop. The Stargate technology was conceived as early as the last century. However, at that time, the challenges of interstellar travel were grossly underestimated. Without the celestial maps provided by the Cloud Immortals, locating the Wenxing star system remained an impossible task. Consequently, for a prolonged period, this technology was relegated to obscurity. Fortunately, Professor Luo's unwavering dedication to this research project ensured that the military continued to invest in this domain. The current Stargate operates on a rather straightforward principle. It employs a curvature engine to generate a region of subspace within the target star system that resonates at a specific frequency. Within this subspace, vibrational frequencies can propagate in a linear manner at superluminal speeds. General Zhang and his team merely need to detect the same frequency of vibrations within the subspace of the solar system to effortlessly pinpoint the star system. With a snap of his fingers, Huang Mao initiated the process, and indeed, the miniature curvature chips aboard the 50 mechas began to vibrate the surrounding space. The once tranquil night sky now rippled, as if disturbed by a gentle breeze over a pond. Although the amplitude of the subspace ripples was not overtly pronounced, it was clearly observable as it gradually spread toward the distant cosmos. Next, allow me to elucidate the concept of an artificial Stargate, Huang Mao declared with evident pride. Typically, such subspace frequency waves necessitate a dedicated Stargate vessel for their realization. However, our Dragon 2 Special Forces, through rigorous training, are capable of creating an artificial Stargate, which requires exceptional coordination and formidable spiritual support. Impressive indeed. After absorbing all this information, Yifeng could not help but applaud. Ha ha ha. I suspect the solar system has already received our message. We should arrive by tomorrow, Huang Mao replied with delight. Must we truly wait until tomorrow? Can't we arrive in just a couple of hours? Yifeng inwitted, puzzled. Huang Mao chuckled softly, shaking his head. Ha! Do you genuinely believe everyone possesses the same audacity as our Dragon 2 squad? Those massive space carriers, battleships, and cruisers do not dare to charge headlong like we do. Each jump made by these large vessels consumes an astronomical amount of spiritual energy, and navigating through subspace is considerably more cumbersome for them. In essence, the paths we dare to traverse are ones they cannot. They can only take the safe and slow routes. Are you suggesting that each ship's jumping corridor differs? Indeed. According to our operational protocols, large-scale mass jumps are strictly prohibited due to the inherent dangers. If they were all as fragile as the Cloud Immortals vessels, it would be inconsequential. The combined spiritual energy of an entire fleet would not even match that of a single patrol boat. However, our warships possess a remarkably high density of spiritual energy, and gathering them in subspace could easily precipitate a collapse. Moreover, it is rumored that peculiar entities within subspace exhibit a keen interest in high-energy signatures. Thus, for safety's sake, our warships conduct their jumps in batches. With the Stargate as a reference point, we are assured that we will not lose our way. I see now. It appears there is much more to this than I initially thought. Noticing that Yifeng still had questions, Huang Mao quickly interjected. Do not inquire about subspace matters. My understanding is limited. If you wish to delve deeper, consult the literature or ask Professor Luo, but do not ask me. Yifeng offered a wry smile and refrained from further questioning, instead contemplating the rippling Stargate. Chapter 18. The grain tax officer in the southern star region of the Cloud Immortal Empire, the Jiuzhou star system, on the planet Shihi. A soldier of the Cloud Immortal Empire, in the Qi refinement stage, raised a damp whip and ruthlessly lashed it across the back of an elderly man, instantly enveloping the area in a cloud of crimson mist. Beneath the old man lay half a sack of grain. My lord, these are the seeds meant for this year's spring planting. They cannot be taken. The old man coughed up blood, yet clung desperately to the grain sack, unwilling to relinquish it. Without grain, one can still devise a plan, but if the seeds are taken, there will be no harvest this autumn. The soldier scoffed, advancing with a kick that sent the old man sprawling, before retrieving the grain sack and standing up with satisfaction. Grandfather! Grandfather! A frail little girl dashed from the crowd, supporting her collapsed grandfather, her heart aching, her large, tear-filled eyes glistening. "You scoundrels, return our grain," she shouted at the soldiers, her voice, though tender, resonating with indignation. The cloud Immortal soldier, who had just turned to leave, paused upon hearing her words. Slowly, he turned back, a cruel smile gracing his face, tightening his grip on the whip. "Who dared to insult me just now?" The villagers, trembling in fear, averted their gazes, not daring to utter another word, lest they incur the soldier's wrath. Defying an immortal warrant's execution, he declared, "Yet, considering you are just a child, I shall grant you mercy with a single lash today." The soldier, whip in hand, approached with deliberate slowness, his smile growing increasingly sinister. The villagers, having witnessed the earlier strike, dared not look any longer. With such force behind his strike, the little girl was surely doomed. The whip rose high, a faint trace of spiritual energy beginning to coalesce around it. A single, well-placed strike could shatter stone. "It was I who insulted you." Just as the crowd braced for the worst, a gaunt youth rose from the throng, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Ah, how unexpected! A young hero stands among us," the cloud Immortal soldier remarked, lowering his whip cautiously as he approached the boy. The surrounding villagers, young and old, parted to create a path, leaving only the boy and the soldier in the center of the clearing. "Tell me your name," the soldier demanded, raising his whip, producing a resounding crack in the air. "I have no name," the boy replied defiantly, meeting the soldier's gaze without flinching. He was an orphan from Nyoja village. His mother had perished during childbirth, and his father had been conscripted when he was merely 2 years old, never to be heard from again. Growing up, he had relied on the charity of others, surviving until the age of 16. The villagers did not know his name. They simply referred to him as Inyo. He recalled a time when life had not been so dire. Back then, although tax collectors would come to the village to gather grain, they only appeared once each autumn and collected a set amount. However, in recent years, not only were the autumn crops required to be paid, but spring grains and military taxes had been added as well. The able-bodied men of the village had all been conscripted, leaving the community depleted while the grain obligations had only increased. Soon, the village was stripped bare, and failure to meet the quotas meant that the cloud Immortal soldiers would come demanding payment. For years, the villagers had been driven to desperation, and Nyo among them. "Very well, since you refuse to speak, I shall deal with you myself." The soldier's face darkened, and he swung his whip fiercely toward Nyo. The whip contained immense power. A strike against flesh would surely leave a deep wound. "Stop! Please, spare him!" a voice cried out, pleading for mercy. A chorus of gasps rippled through the crowd, yet none dared to step forward to aid Ainyo in withstanding the torment. Though they harbored a fervent desire to slay the oppressive Yunxian soldiers, in the presence of these cultivators, they were but insignificant ants. Crack! The whip fell heavily upon Ainyo's back, and in an instant, blood erupted forth, staining his coarse garment a deep crimson. "Ainyo!" The villagers, witnessing this atrocity, were instantly consumed by a wave of despair. "Do not move." At that moment, a Yunxian soldier barked a harsh command, silencing the crowd. "Boy, let me enlighten you on the consequences of offending me." With that, he lashed out once more, this time with even greater force. A sharp crack echoing through the air as several of Ainyo's ribs shattered. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of pain, and silently knelt. An elderly man had once saved him from starvation by offering him a chicken pancake, allowing him to survive that fateful winter night. Only for Ainyo to later learn that it had been meant as a birthday gift for a young girl. At this moment, Ainyo felt as though his body had become numb. A metallic sweetness surged in his mouth, reminiscent of that chicken pancake from long ago. "Ha! You, an insignificant insect, dare to act the hero." The Yunxian soldier sneered, and the whip descended once more. Crack! Another sharp sound reverberated as Ainyo was sent sprawling, a ghastly wound marring his chest. "Brother Ainyo!" At this sight, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from the crowd. "Ha! Consider yourself fortunate this time. You're still alive. Today, I shall see how many lashes you can endure." The Yunxian soldier laughed maniacally. Just as he prepared to strike again, a silent Foundation establishment cultivator finally spoke. "Enough. Do not squander any more time. We must proceed to the next village. Hang him up. Let everyone witness the fate of those who defy the Yunxian Empire." The Yunxian soldier immediately ceased his actions, bowing respectfully to the cultivator. "Yes, I shall obey your command." He then stowed away the whip, hastening forward to bind Ainyo's limbs securely, hanging him from the gnarled tree at the village's edge. Once the Yunxian soldiers had departed, the villagers dared to approach. A few bold children attempted to climb the tree to rescue Ainyo, only to discover that the knots had been enchanted by the Foundation establishment cultivator. rendering them impossible to untie by ordinary hands. Meanwhile, Año's lips cracked, his breath growing increasingly faint. "Brother Año, please drink some water." A young girl climbed the tree, offering him a gourd filled with water. "Aro, quickly tend to your grandfather. There's no need to worry about me," Año weakly urged her. But the girl, known as Aro, could no longer contain her tears. "Grandfather, he is already gone." "What?" Upon hearing this, Año could no longer hold back. A mouthful of blood surged forth from his lips.